This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Seed of the Origin of the Rules. Beta Star Region. Buried Emperor Star. East Wilderness. South Region. Yen State. Inside a small cultivation sect called Chenian sect. An old man with white hair and a red face was sitting cross-legged on a cliff, facing the rising morning glow, explaining the way of cultivation to the disciples below. The bitter sea in the secret realm of the Wheel Sea is the initial source of cultivation. Only by melting the bitter sea can we communicate with the wheel of life submerged and covered by the bitter sea, and then release the divine power and essence contained in the wheel of life. Build a bridge in the air. Jump over the sea to the other side. The other side is 9 lives and deaths. 1 change to a new world. The loud voice of the red-faced old man drifted along the warm breeze in the morning. At the bottom of the cliff, many male and female disciples in the sect listened carefully and recorded some key points of cultivation, not daring to neglect them at all. This was the only cultivation explanation they could listen to without paying any price. It only happened once a month. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that the red-faced old man finished his explanation and flew away. The many male and female disciples of Chenian sect who were waiting at the bottom of the cliff took their things, called their acquaintances, and left here together. From time to time, they discussed the content of the elder's explanation. In the crowd, a young and beautiful girl was about to leave when she suddenly heard a call from behind. Junior Sister Zhao. Do you want to go to the city to play later? No, Senior Brother Zhou. I still have to go back and review the elder's lecture records. Zhao Yunyao turned around and said softly to a handsome man, I hope Senior Brother Zhou will not blame me. After that, she turned around and left again. Only Senior Brother Zhou was left behind, opening his hands, with a hint of disappointment on his face. As the crowd moved forward, Zhao Yunyao walked through the countryside paths and pavilions. The crowd gradually separated, and she turned to the right and came to a group of buildings. The style of the houses here is similar to that of farmhouses. Simple and ordinary. As a formal disciple of Chenian sect, everyone can be allocated an independent courtyard as their daily residence and place of practice. Back in her room, Zhao Yunyao put down the notes in her hand. She turned and sat near a dressing table, looking at the reflection in the mirror. Her eyes fluctuated slightly, and she remained silent. Graceful figure. Graceful and graceful. Beautiful face. Beautiful eyebrows and eyes. Her oval face, with a touch of elegant charm, makes her look like a holy snow lotus about to bloom. In another life, I finally survived? Her mind sensed the 4 small light balls in her sea of consciousness, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her eyebrows were confident and calm. Recalling her past, she was just an ordinary person with a short lifespan, unable to escape birth, aging, sickness and death. But now she has lived another life and has the opportunity to pursue immortality. This makes her unwilling to be ordinary. I started at the age of 6 and practiced hard for 10 years. I have only practiced the sea of suffering to the stage of the birth of the divine pattern of casting. Zhao Yunyao sighed quietly. Chenian sect is too small after all, and the cultivation qualifications of ordinary mortal bodies are too poor. The so-called strongest mortal body is nothing more than the incomplete laws of the universe, the thin origin, and the inability to support the special physique with a huge appetite to transform, and can only support the small shrimp like the mortal body. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is the king. The universe itself is a large biosphere, and any special physique is equivalent to a huge beast. They have a bigger appetite and demand more external resources. Ordinary mortal bodies are tiny ants and insects, with very small appetites. Demand for external resources is even less. So in a cosmic biosphere with scarce resources, broken laws, and weak origins, mortal bodies with small appetites naturally have certain adaptation advantages. This is the fundamental reason why some powerful practitioners think that mortal bodies are the strongest. Adapting to the environment is the strongest. But if it were a world with abundant resources, ordinary mortal bodies would be nothing more than the lowest mediocre scum, and would not be able to stir up any waves at all. There would be no advantage at all. Ordinary practitioners can only fight and fight in the cage of this world. Just like raising poisonous insects. I'm different. I have a cheat. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yunyao refocused her mind. Focused on her cheat. It was her reliance on turning things around, and also her hope to break the shackles of her useless mortal body, through the intuitive induction of the mind and spirit. She naturally understood how to use this cheat. It was neither a system nor a treasure. It was just 4 seeds of the origin rules. And it is ineffective against any living thing. Only against inanimate objects. Each source rule seed can give non-living objects a naturally born rule pattern. The pattern effect can be defined and written by oneself. For source seeds must be used with caution. After more than 10 years of careful thinking. How to use the 4 source rule seeds. Zhao Yunniao already has a suitable answer in his heart. If you want to become a giant whale beast with a huge appetite like a special physique, you must have corresponding resources to support it in order to truly grow up. If the resources of one world are not enough, then use the resources of more worlds to support it. Then the first pattern effect writing must have the function of safely shuttling through other worlds. The mind sank into the bitter sea of one's own body and observed inwardly. I saw that the bitter sea of ordinary mortals was lifeless and extremely small in size. Only a tiny narrow position in the center emitted a few strands of life essence. The few divine pattern chains were like a few small earthworms, surrounding and hovering in the sky above this area. There are few divine patterns. The size is small, and the quality is not high. It is indeed the lowest mortal body. Zhao Yunniao grinned secretly, and took out some things from the drawer in front of him. Among them were ordinary white jade, and a pile of fine sand. Without exception, these things were not spiritual objects, but just the most ordinary and common things. Chenian's sect was too weak, and had few resources. And her own cultivation was not high. So she couldn't get any good things at all. She could only use this ordinary thing as the raw material for refining. I hope this origin rule seed is really as magical as the intuitive perception. He sighed helplessly. Zhao Yunniao waved his hand to collect these white jade and sand, and put them into his own sea of suffering. Then he mobilized these scattered life divine patterns, put the beautiful jade and sand into them, and used his mind as a hammering tool to hammer and fuse them bit by bit. And in the process of hammering, he shaped them. Chapter 2 Hourglass. Unconsciously. More than 10 days passed quickly. The ding-ding-dang-dang sound of the refining equipment finally stopped. Inside the room, Zhao Yunniao, wearing the silver-white dress of a female disciple of Chenian's sect, sat cross-legged on the bed, looking inward at the sea of suffering in her lower abdomen. Above the lifeless and tiny sea of suffering, all the life patterns disappeared. Now there is a small and exquisite mini hourglass. Its actual size is not even as long as my little finger, and it looks like a toy. An origin rule seed can only be written to give a rule concept. I just don't know what its actual power is. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind one after another. Zhao Yunniao calmed down again, turned to control one of the origin rule seeds, left his sea of consciousness, and descended into the inner part of the wheel sea secret realm. Carefully control it to slowly merge with the hourglass. Buzz! Instantly, a ripple of law spread out, causing waves in the dead sea of suffering, like a raging wave rushing up. The mini hourglass was like a magic lamp, fixed in midair, with a soft and brilliant white light blooming all over its body, and its inner essence was being changed bit by bit. At the same time, Zhao Yunniao also had an intuitive feeling. It is already possible to program and set the Tao pattern effect of refining equipment, autonomous positioning and safe travel to another world. She communicated with the seed of the origin rule with her mind, and transmitted the result of this thought program to the inside of this origin rule seed by resonance. The next moment, the white light lingering inside and outside the hourglass turned into red and purple. Even the slow fusion speed suddenly accelerated a lot. It was like a moment, or like eternity. Zhao Yunniao clearly noticed that the time and space inside and outside the hourglass were distorted, as if it had become a time and space source. The first tool, the time and space hourglass, is done. She opened her palm and summoned it with her mind. The time and space hourglass above the sea of suffering flew out of the sea of suffering and quietly floated in her white and tender palm. Although its size is still only the size of a thumb, but compared with before, it is no longer ordinary and common. The red and purple law and Tao rhyme lingered on the surface of the time and space hourglass, making this object mysterious and mysterious, especially the fine sand inside. It is even more crystal clear. If you look carefully, you can also see the dense Tao patterns inside each fine sand. It makes each grain of sand seem like the embryonic form of the universe flowing. Every time the hourglass is turned upside down, the sand inside is flowed away, and it can automatically locate and open a different world. Zhao Yunniao carefully sensed it, and a surprised smile appeared on her face. It seems that I can try it now. But for the first try, It's best not to choose a world that is too strong. In case there is an unexpected situation. I can't deal with it myself. And accidentally pit myself. But I can't waste the opportunity without any help. With this way of thinking, Zhao Yuniao recalled her past memories. Select the appropriate experimental target from them. After a moment, she had an idea in her mind. It's you. Superpower out of control. It's not too strong. And there is something useful to me. With a goal, Zhao Yuniao began to actively activate the time and space hourglass. A wonderful intuition was generated in his heart at the same time. Use superpower out of control as the target positioning. The time is chosen to be when Andrew, Matt and Steve just entered the crystal cave. And the space is chosen to be the empty space behind the three people. After setting the time and space positioning for crossing the other world, the time and space hourglass in the palm of his hand began to reverse itself. The densely packed crystal sand inside synchronously bloomed red and purple fluorescence. And the sand fell and flowed, like the embryonic form of the universe floating. The time and space Taoism surrounding it also became stronger and stronger, gradually began to converge and condense inside the hourglass. When all the sand grains were reversed and passed, a burst of invisible Taoism lore suddenly exploded in Zhao Yunia's sea of consciousness, causing her consciousness to resonate. At the same time, at both ends of the time and space hourglass, a deep passage entrance and exit evolved. Zhao Yuniao resonated the time and space hourglass with her mind and consciousness, sensing the situation on the other side, and confirmed that there was no problem with the time and space positioning. She then jumped and entered the bottom channel of the time-space hourglass. The next moment, she and the time-space hourglass disappeared in this broken microcosm at the same time, heading to another world at an incredible speed. After entering the time-space hourglass, Zhao Yuniao thought it was dark. You couldn't see your hand in front of you. However, in fact, the purple-red color spread throughout the field of vision, and it was not dark. And in the vagueness, you could also see some magnificent and huge sand grains, like stars surrounding it. Together they support this passage through another world. For Zhao Yuniao, she felt that it was only a brief moment before the scene in front of her changed. Time and space fluctuated, and the other end of the hourglass appeared. When she flew out from the other end, she was already inside the crystal cave. So fast? Zhao Yuniao was shocked. But when she saw the three young men in front of her continue to move forward and reach out to touch the super energy crystal, she no longer hesitated and stepped forward lightly. She raised her hands and knocked the three people to the ground in a few seconds, knocking them unconscious. Then she ignored the three protagonists. Zhao Yuniao stared at the huge blue crystal in front of her, with expectation and desire in her eyes. What a pure soul energy substance! If you can refine and absorb this thing, you will definitely be able to strengthen your soul, strengthen your consciousness, and expand your sea of consciousness. After observing for a moment, she raised her right hand and pressed it on the super energy crystal. Boom! Instantly, a stream of pure soul energy gushed out of the super energy crystal. Along the white palm, it continuously sank into Zhao Yunia's body. She took the lead of her soul and consciousness to actively refine and absorb these pure soul energies. It is obvious that the soul and consciousness are growing stronger at the same time. The scope of the sea of consciousness is also expanding. Gradually, as more and more soul energy is absorbed, Zhao Yuniao noticed that the color of this super energy crystal is also changing, gradually turning red. And there are more blood-colored lines inside the crystal. It looks like blood vessels. I am a cultivator, so my physique is naturally stronger than these mortals, and I can absorb more energy. Zhao Yuniao stared at the super energy crystal, and secretly looked forward to it in his heart. I just don't know if I can suck it dry. What is its source? He sucked for more than 10 minutes in a row. The color of this super energy crystal is about to turn black and red. Zhao Yuniao then felt a sense of fullness coming from the sea of consciousness, as if it was filled with something. Chapter 3 Crossing. Looking inwards, the spirit can see that a small blue lake has appeared inside the sea of consciousness. That is the product of the liquefaction and condensation of the spirit consciousness. The blue fluorescence shines out, illuminating the entire sea of consciousness space with a dark blue and transparent light, giving it a dreamy and magnificent appearance. As for Zhao Yuni's own soul, it has already solidified like a real thing at this moment. It exists in the center of this small blue lake. You can't continue to absorb and refine it. Otherwise the soul is too strong and the body is too weak, and there will be big problems. It's even possible that the body will burst. Seeing this, Zhao Yunyao decisively pulled her palm away and stopped touching the super crystal. Looking at the super crystal with a noticeably dim color, she looked and observed, and suddenly raised her right leg, mobilized the strands of divine power in her body to amplify her body, and then swung her whip kick at the super crystal with all her strength. Bang, crack! The skirt fluttered, and the white jade legs were faintly visible in it. The super energy crystal suddenly broke and exploded, accompanied by the sound of the surging energy tide. Zhao Yunao keenly noticed that there was a small black round bead inside the broken super energy crystal. A strange vein structure like a blood vessel was connected to the small round bead, like a spider web spread inside the entire super energy crystal. It seems that this thing is the core. Seeing the entire underground cave shaking, the soil and rocks were breaking and falling. Zhao Yunao did not hesitate. Took a step forward, came closer, used the sleeves of his clothes to isolate his palm, raised his hand, and clawed out the small black round bead. Then, without hesitation, she activated the time-space hourglass again. Buzz! The time-space fluctuations trembled slightly, and a vortex-shaped dark entrance to the passage opened behind her. She tapped the ground with her toes, and the whole person flew upside down, accurately sinking into the return passage behind her. Almost at the same time she left, the underground cave collapsed and destroyed. The secrets here were completely buried underground. Beidou Burial Emperor Star. Eastern Wilderness South Region. I saw a slight distortion in an ordinary house inside Kinjiamen, and then a dark vortex passage entrance and exit was formed. Zhao Yunyao, wearing a silver dress, jumped out of it. The whole person flipped sideways in midair and stood steadily on the ground, turning his head and scanning the surrounding environment. He confirmed that it was the room he had lived in for many years, but the sunlight shining from the window was obviously offset. This means that some time has passed. Time shows a certain correlation, but I don't know what the specific situation is. After a brief thought, Zhao Yunao threw the matter aside again. The different strengths of the world's essence and their internal correlation will inevitably present different comparison results. Relying on a single target alone cannot lead to accurate conclusions. She turned her attention to herself. The consciousness is liquefied, and the soul is solidified. The benefits obtained this time are no less than taking a holy fruit that acts on the consciousness. Raised his right hand and opened his palm. Zhao Yunao stared at the small black round bead separated by a layer of clothing. Carefully used the consciousness to sense and explore the secrets. After a while, the beautiful and clear white face showed an expression of surprise that could not be concealed. This thing seems to be absorbing some energy from the void on its own, transforming it into soul energy that can nourish the consciousness and strengthen the primordial spirit. Although the efficiency is not too high, it is continuous and lasting. The 5 fingers of her right hand clenched unconsciously, and Zhao Yunya's face was firm and serious. This kind of thing that can nourish and strengthen the primordial spirit and consciousness must not be known or detected by other cultivators. Otherwise, it will inevitably bring me a fatal disaster. I want to sacrifice and control it. But now I am still only in the realm of Bitter Sea, and have not reached the realm of Life Spring. So I can't refine the second instrument. In addition, this thing cannot be touched directly at will. After thinking carefully, Zhao Yunao turned around and came to the dressing table, opened the drawer, searched in it, and took out a small white jade bottle. This is the empty bottle left after she drank all the Baichao liquid last year. As a formal disciple of Chenian sect, she can only receive 1 bottle every year. No more. She gestured the size. I found that the diameter of this small black round bead could barely fit into the narrow bottle mouth. After a lot of hard work, Zhao Yunyao finally stuffed this small round bead into the jade bottle. Take the bottle stopper and plug the bottle mouth. Then tie the small jade bottle with a thin white ribbon. Wear it around your neck as a necklace, and hide the small jade bottle inside the clothes on your chest. When your realm is improved in the future, consider refining this thing. The next step is to find a way to break through the Life Spring realm. I took a look at the time and space hourglass. This thing is still recovering on its own, and it will take some time to activate it again. However, the main reason is that her cultivation level is too low. She cannot drive and use it at will, although the raw materials for refining the weapon at the beginning are just the most ordinary mortals. But after being tempered by the divine pattern of life and the fusion of the seeds of the origin rules, its inner essence has already undergone a world of difference. Even the Tao pattern of the immortal weapon is not as good as the Tao pattern of her own weapon. Kinjiamen has too few resources. If I continue to stay here, My cultivation will be too slow. Zhao Yunyao recalled and thought seriously. And was puzzled. I just don't know what era it is now. It seems that I have to go out for a walk. At least to understand the background of the era. And there is also the problem of practicing the exercises. In the past, she was young and her cultivation was almost non-existent. So she never left the Kinjiamen area. She is still in the dark about the situation outside. Now that she is 16 years old and has become a real bitter sea cultivator, Zhao Yunyao decided to go out and see if there is a chance to get a better exercise. The more advanced the cultivation method, the stronger and more stable the foundation will be. The difference is huge. The choice of method must also have subsequent continuity. Otherwise the foundation will be torn apart by different methods and harm one's life. And this kind of good method is in the hands of large forces. Thinking about things in his heart, Zhao Yunyao walked out of the room. He walked directly to Elder Zheng, who was in charge of the disciples' affairs in the sect, walking along the narrow path between the mountains and fields, occasionally greeting familiar people passing by. Zhao Yunyao came to a rather elegant hall in a short while, looking at the thin white-haired old man sitting on the chair with his eyes closed. Zhao Yunyao followed the etiquette of the female disciples of Chenian sect and saluted the old man seriously. Disciple Zhao Yunyao. Meet Elder Zheng. Chapter 4 Lingshu Cave Heaven. Hearing someone calling him, Elder Zheng, who was pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, slightly opened his eyes and looked at Zhao Yunyao, who was standing not far away. He asked the reason slowly. What's the matter, Elder Zheng? I want to go out for training and find casting materials. Zhao Yunyao responded with a bow. Hearing this, Elder Zheng looked at Zhao Yunyao for a few seconds and saw her cultivation situation. Then he shook his hand and threw a small jade token over. Okay. The token can only be used twice. Don't lose it and can't get it back. After saying this, Elder Zheng closed his eyes again. He didn't even look at Zhao Yunyao, who was standing not far away. Zhao Yunyao reached out to catch the small jade token, and then bowed again to greet Elder Zheng. Thank you, Elder Zheng. I'll take my leave. Then she left with the small jade token, first returning to her residence and packing up the things she needed to prepare for the journey. Then he took the small jade token and walked towards the entrance of the mountain gate. The entire sect was surrounded by arrays for protection. Although the level was not very high, it was more than enough to stop the inner disciples and the low-level cultivators outside. When they arrived near the gate of Chenian sect, Zhao Yunyao raised the small jade token in her hand and gently swiped it forward. In an instant, the invisible air fluctuated, and the thick white fog outside temporarily dispersed a safe passage in and out. Putting away the jade token in her hand, she walked briskly into the passage. After a while, she left the main residence of Chenian sect. Looking back, the thick white fog rolled and flowed, like waves and clouds surging, and soon covered the passage, making it completely invisible. Next, let's go to the ancient forbidden land of Yin State. Although I don't know the exact era now. Since Yin State exists, it means it is in the post-ancient era. But there is also the possibility of a duplicate name. After thinking about it, Zhao Yunyao took out a white veil and put it on her ears to cover her beautiful face. Then she set off alone. As a cultivator in the Bitter Sea realm, she has cultivated a little bit of divine power. So she is naturally not afraid of ordinary wolves, tigers, leopards and wild beasts, as long as she doesn't go deep into the mountains and forests. In just one day and one night, she ran and crossed a distance of thousands of miles and appeared in a mortal border town. This place is still nearly 1,000 miles away from the ancient forbidden land. Entering the town, Zhao Yunyao found an inn at random. As soon as she entered it, the noise suddenly became louder and clearer. I heard that a group of fierce bandits came to Yandang Mountain some time ago. A caravan passed by there, and not only lost their goods, but also their lives. The scene was said to be horrible. The eldest son of the Zhang family in the next town successfully worshipped Yinxia Cave Heaven. This time he is going to become an immortal. Mr. Zhang was very happy and held a banquet in the town to celebrate. The fried venison is here. Please enjoy it slowly. Waiter, give me another jar of mountain red. Hurry up. Listening to the various sounds coming from the inn, it was a bit noisy. But when Zhao Yunyao stepped into the gate, the noisy sounds obviously became much smaller. Everyone whispered to each other and talked to Zhao Yunyao. Is this a stranger? I don't think I've seen her in town. Definitely. She's wearing a veil, so I can't see her face clearly, but judging from the upper half of her face, This young lady should be pretty and a beauty. Not necessarily. Maybe she's hiding it because she's too ugly. Zhao Yun now completely ignored the whispers of others. She continued to walk forward calmly. Sir, please come in. Accompanied by a loud shout. A waiter quickly ran to Zhao Yunyao, with a flattering and humble smile on his face, and asked, I wonder if you're here to have a meal or stay overnight. I want both. Let's go to a quieter place first. Zhao Yunyao responded with a command, and listened attentively to the conversations of the people in the inn. Tried to search for useful information from them. After receiving the command, the inn waiter bent down and gestured, leading Zhao Yunyao to the private room on the second floor. What would you like to eat? Bring up all the specialties here. Zhao Yunyao said as she took out some coins from her purse and placed them on the table. A pair of dark and beautiful eyes stared at the waiter. Tell me all the news you know about the 6 Ks of Yen State, and the money will be yours. Seeing the Yen State coins on the table, the flattering smile on the waiter's face immediately became much more enthusiastic and sincere. He told the news he had heard on weekdays without hesitation. After some inquiries, Zhao Yunyao soon knew the approximate location of the 6 Ks of Yen State. In this area, the 6 Ks are very famous. But in the minds of ordinary people, there are countless people who want to enter the immortal land every year but cannot. Although the seeds of the secret realm for cultivation are naturally present in the body, whether human or not. But as long as you can sense the sea of suffering and activate it, you will surpass 90% of the creatures in the world. People like Zhao Yunyao, who cultivated the sea of suffering in their teens. In the 6 Ks of Yen State, they are all immortals. Even those in the life spring realm can be elders. Even the headmaster is only in the God Bridge realm, or the other shore realm. If you want to find out the specific time, it is most accurate to go to the Lingu Cave Heaven. Zhao Yunyao thought about things in his heart, and had a general direction for the next action. After a while, the inn waiter came in, with many freshly cooked dishes. The 3-foot square wooden table was soon filled. After a while, Zhao Yunyao ate, and then opened a room to rest, relieving the fatigue of the long journey. One night passed quickly. Zhao Yunyao had a meal in the inn, replenished some dry food and water, and set off again alone, rushed to the direction of Lingshu Dongtian that she had inquired about. This time the distance was relatively close, only more than 100 miles. Before noon, she had already arrived at the destination of this trip. Lingshu Dongtian. Standing on the ground, Zhao Yunyao looked around, but she saw lush trees and luxuriant vegetation in front, with pavilions and towers dotted in between, with a natural and harmonious beauty. The deeper you look, the thicker the white fog becomes. In the intermittent, there are many white cranes flying with their wings spread, and there are also flowing springs and waterfalls pouring down from the cliffs, rippling a large area of water. This is a force at the Dongtian level, much better than Chenian sect. Seeing this, Zhao Yunyao sighed in his heart. Just a mountain gate is almost as good as the headquarters. Chapter 5 Target. Standing outside the mountain gate and looking for a while, Zhao Yunyao took off her veil and revealed her true face. Then she continued to walk forward. The white mist was floating and hazy, making everything seem vague and unclear. But if it is combined with the vigorous and ancient, lush and green vegetation here, it makes this place more mysterious. When Zhao Yunyao walked to the depths, when she saw the big blue stone with the words Lingxi written on it, the disciples and guardian beasts of Lingshu Cave Heaven stationed outside the mountain gate all noticed Zhao Yunyu's approach. Who is here? Tell me your name, the male disciple shouted, opened his eyes, and stared at the person who came. When he saw that it was a young and beautiful female cultivator, his originally strong attitude softened unconsciously, and even the smile on his face increased a little, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. I wonder what your name is, and what brings you here. My name is Li Feiyu. Nice to meet you. Zhao Yunyao made up a fake name and asked directly. I wonder if there is a female disciple called Wei Wei in Lingshu Cave Heaven. Are you talking about senior sister Wei Wei? When the male disciple mentioned this person, his face showed an excited expression of admiration, and he said excitedly, Senior sister Wei Wei is the peerless genius of our Lingshu Cave Heaven. The #1 genius. At such a young age, she is already a great master of the life spring realm, not inferior to the elders. It sounds amazing. She is already in the life spring realm. Zhao Yunyao showed an admiring expression on her face at the right time, and then took the opportunity to ask again. I wonder if there is a female disciple named Li Lin. Li Lin? The gatekeeper pondered for a while, and vaguely felt as if he had heard this name somewhere. After a little recollection, he quickly remembered who this person was. He spoke as if talking to himself. If I remember correctly, a few years ago, Elder Han brought back a little girl from outside, and her name was Li Lin. By the way, why are you asking these questions? The gatekeeper looked at Li Feiyu with some suspicion. A friend asked me to come and ask how they are doing after entering Lingshu Cave Heaven. Zhao Yuniao smiled and explained in a fussy way, now that everything is fine. I feel relieved. Fellow Taoist. Goodbye. Zhao Yuniao nodded slightly, and turned away again. Hey. The gatekeeper opened his mouth. But before he could say anything else, Li Feiyu left, not giving him the opportunity to get to know her better. Weiwei in the Life Spring realm. Li Lin, who entered Lingshu Cave Heaven a few years ago. Zhao Yuniao walked alone on the mountain road, thinking in her heart, I remember that when Weiwei was in the Divine Bridge realm, she served as a female bus driver of the space bus and took Yi Fan and others out of the ancient Forbidden Land. Li Lin's existence proves that Weiwei is not a person with the same name. Thinking of this, she turned her head and looked in the direction of the ancient Forbidden Land. There was a result of the age judgment in her mind. Doesn't that mean that Yi Fan, Ponbua, and others are still on Earth now? There are indeed many good things in the 99 Dragon Mountains that the Emperor robbed from the Kunlun clan. But most of them are out of my reach now, and I can only envy them. There are definitely precious treasures that can change the baptism constitution and enhance the essence of the constitution. And there are many high-level skills and secret inheritances. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuniao paused. It is almost a pipe dream to want to obtain the complete Emperor scripture on the Baidu Burial Emperor star. With her current Bittersea cultivation, it is impossible to do it. On the contrary, there is still a glimmer of hope on the earth. No, there is another place where you can easily get the complete Emperor scripture. And there is more than one. Zhao Yuniao recalled carefully, and recalled the situation on Ziwei Star. The founder of the Human Desire Dao, who is known as I Have a Friend, is one of the vests of the great Emperor Jiang Hengyu. Therefore, the few skills and scriptures he left inside the Human Desire Dao are all at the level of the Emperor scripture, and also contain a quasi-emperor weapon and a saint weapon. It is the treasure of the Human Desire Dao, the Goddess Furnace. The Human Desire Dao is now almost under siege and extermination. Only Li Tian and Yan Ishi are left to flee. For safety, the Goddess Furnace was buried in a dilapidated and abandoned place, with no one guarding it. Compared with the Burial Emperor star and the earth, this is the easiest Emperor scripture to obtain. With a goal in mind, Zhao Yuniao decided to start with the Goddess Furnace. Turning her head to look around, seeing that there was no one, she dodged into the woods on the side of the road. Then she raised her hand to summon the time and space hourglass. The mini hourglass floated in the palm of her hand, with red and purple flowing all over it. After obtaining the fusion of the Origin Rule Seed, its internal Dao pattern is more complex and mysterious than the immortal weapon, far surpassing the ultimate weapons refined by the great emperors and ancient kings. Although I don't know the exact location of the Goddess Furnace, I can use the Goddess Furnace as a target to conduct remote positioning and traversal. Since the Ziwei Star region is adjacent to the Beta Star region, the distance is not far. It is far less than crossing different worlds. Therefore, at this moment, Zhao Yuniao activated the time and space hourglass, and the consumption was not too great. Combined with the massive energy absorbed by the time and space hourglass itself, it began to rotate again. The sand passed, and the time and space were distorted. Even the surrounding light became hazy and blurred. At the same time, Zhao Yuniao resonated the information about the Goddess Furnace with the time and space hourglass with his consciousness. But in the blink of an eye, a vortex-shaped dark and deep channel condensed and unfolded. Without much hesitation, Zhao Yuniao jumped into it, passing through the time and space channel composed of many sand grains, and she soon appeared at the other end of the channel. When the scene in front of her appeared again, she was already inside an abandoned cave. The ground was covered with thick dust and ashes, and there were collapsed building debris around. Everything showed the desolation here. The Dao here is more active, and it is easier to practice than in Baidu. Zhao Yuniao felt it carefully and sighed in her heart. It's a pity that I don't have many cultivation resources now. Otherwise, I can consider practicing in seclusion on this planet. Waving her hand to call back the time and space hourglass, she controlled it to float above her head for self-protection, to prevent the existence of some powerful formations here. Then she half crouched down and carefully groped in the ashes on the ground, almost digging 3 feet into the ground, carefully searching for the goddess furnace, the treasure of the human desire Tao. A few days later, inside the ruined cave, Zhao Yunao looked at the rusty ancient furnace in the palm of her hand and smiled. Chapter 6 Earth. Looking at the rusty ancient furnace in the palm of her hand, it looks like a goddess lying down, lifelike, with spring in her eyes, graceful figure, and beautiful curves, giving people a special sense of beauty. But the rust on its surface destroyed this beauty. Instead, it made this ancient furnace look ordinary. Goddess furnace, the easiest complete emperor scripture to get. Zhao Yunao looked at the rusty ancient furnace in her hand, her eyes full of joy. Before, she thought that there was a formation protection inside this abandoned cave. But who would have thought that there was no formation, no backup, and it was a completely dilapidated abandoned place. It seemed that this place was extremely ordinary. She just thought about it for a while, and guessed what Li Tian and Yin Ishi were thinking. If there is a formation, if a cultivator passes by here, he will be curious and want to explore, and maybe the goddess furnace will be exposed. But there is nothing, just a dilapidated ruin. Such a situation is too ordinary, and for cultivators, they will not pay special attention to searching, which is safer. This reverse thinking makes the goddess furnace hidden here very well. No one has noticed the existence of this thing so far. However, the goddess furnace has a unique control method, and now only Li Tian and Yin Ishi know it. Zhao Yunao recalled and thought seriously. In addition, this furnace will react to any cultivator who has practiced the Hengyu Sutra. Even if you don't know how to control it, you can use the Hengyu Sutra to control and influence it. And the Zhongzhou Guhua dynasty is also a vested force. In the future, this thing must not be exposed to the cultivators of Renyu Dao, Jiang family and Guhua dynasty. Otherwise, if the thing is taken away, what if I am trapped? The goddess furnace has a strong counter-resistance effect on any female cultivator. After all, this is something that the Emperor Jiang Hengyu of Sipi personally refined. In this regard, Zhao Yunao must be cautious and guard against it, so as not to accidentally become a thing in the furnace one day and become someone else's dual cultivation furnace. She waved her hand to put away the goddess furnace and put it in the sea of suffering. She looked at everything here and wanted to stay in Ziwei Star, where the Tao is active, to cultivate, but there are too many dangers here, and her cultivation is too low, so it is not very suitable. On the other hand, the Tao is suppressed slowly on the earth, and there are not many masters. It is very suitable for early development. Kunlun Immortal Land. Here I come! Zhao Yunao once again activated the time and space hourglass. The first device suspended above the head began to emit a stronger red and purple light, causing the surrounding time and space to distort and change. The sand inside was flowing, as if many cosmic prototypes were colliding. It contained indescribable mysterious secrets of the Tao. But in the blink of an eye, a deep vortex appeared in front of Zhao Yunao, remotely connected to the outermost entrance area of the 99 Dragons Mountain on Earth. Shua. She jumped inside and disappeared in the purple star in an instant, leaped to the earth in an incredible way. Earth, 99 Dragons Mountain. The essence was like a tide, and great medicines were everywhere. All kinds of rare and exotic herbs could be seen almost everywhere here. One mountain after another rose from the ground, towering into the starry sky, and their tops were invisible, grand, precipitous, steep, in many places. The overly rich spiritual essence has condensed into something substantial. There are clouds floating like ribbons, and there are sources condensed into solids. The deeper you go into the mountains, the more various creations of heaven and earth there are. It is enough to be called a place where immortals are born. At this moment, the outermost area is the only normal entrance area. The originally peaceful environment was suddenly broken, and time and space began to distort and fluctuate, and soon formed a deep vortex channel entrance. Such a situation immediately attracted the attention of the Kora Ray spirit. However, due to its birth, although its combat power is comparable to that of a great emperor, it can only be trapped in the Kora Ray area that gave birth to its own spirituality. It can't go anywhere else. Under the attention of the Array spirit, a beautiful girl in a silver-white palace dress flew out of the vortex channel and stood steadily at the entrance. It turns out to be just a little guy in the Bittersea realm, but the hourglass on her body seems to be no weaker than the Emperor's all-things source cauldron. I can't even sense it. The only thing that can attract the attention of the formation spirit is the time and space hourglass. But after observing for a while, the formation spirit found that there seemed to be no complete spirit inside the time and space hourglass that was no weaker than the immortal weapon. Only the newborn ignorant spirit was being nurtured. This also means that the other party cannot communicate freely. Is it a newly nurtured immortal weapon? I just don't know where it came from in the universe. And why it was refined by such a weak little guy. After watching for a while, the formation spirit could not see anything. So he stopped paying special attention. It was just an immortal weapon. He had seen it before. Now, there was a broken immortal weapon soaked in the core immortal pool of 99 Dragon Mountain. There was nothing to be surprised about. He had already gotten used to it. Is this the 99 Dragon Mountain on Earth? Zhao Yuniao stood in the safe area of the entrance area, looking at the magnificent mountain towering into the starry sky in the distance, and was extremely shocked. Even if it was just the worst entrance area, the concentration of the essence of heaven and earth here has reached an incredible level. There are also all kinds of exotic flowers and plants everywhere. Any wild grass picked by the roadside can be used as a 1,000-year-old elixir. After a long time, she came back to her senses. Her face looked very solemn. You must not go deeper at will. With my current cultivation level in the bitter sea, I really can't do much here. But with the existence of the space-time hourglass, there is no need to worry too much about self-protection and safety. Although this thing is inherently powerful, I am too weak now, and cannot control it flexibly. After thinking about it, Zhao Yuniao wandered around the entrance area. She found a relatively hidden location. She sat cross-legged on the spot, and then practiced according to the Xianyuan Sutra passed down by the Chenian sect, continuously absorbing the rich essence of heaven and earth around her to improve her own cultivation. She tried to break the restrictions of the bitter sea and advance to the life spring realm. It only took a few moments. Zhao Yuniao had no choice but to stop practicing. The essence of heaven and earth here was too rich, and the mortal body's aptitude was too poor. So the efficiency of refining and absorbing was extremely low. I just absorbed a breath, and the rich essence almost broke through the bitter sea. The mortal body's aptitude is too useless. She was forced to not dare to breathe too much air here. She was afraid that she would accidentally eat herself to death. Chapter 7 Life Spring. Feeling his own cultivation state, Zhao Yuniao sighed helplessly. The mortal body is really useless. I can almost penetrate the sea of suffering by absorbing a breath of essence. I can't bear it. Recalling Yi Fan's holy body, he became a cultivator on the other side in less than 2 years of actual cultivation. In more than 20 years, he became a great power. What a terrifying cultivation speed. It's simply amazing. And this is still in the weakened and suppressed state of the curse. But even the special physique holy body in the peak state is still not a top special physique. Not worthy of the strongest. Look at those ordinary mortal body cultivators. After practicing hard for hundreds of years, and working hard for a lifetime, in the end, you may only reach the level of life spring and divine bridge. Even too many mortal body cultivators can't even cultivate to the end of the sea of suffering. In terms of cultivation efficiency alone, there is a huge difference. Not to mention the huge gap in other aspects. There is no great opportunity to defy the heavens. And there is no powerful plug-in. A mortal cultivator is the lowest level of trash, and will never be able to turn over even if he tries his best. It is difficult for him to become a cultivator on the other side of the sea. One of the 4 opportunities to grant the effect of writing Tao patterns has been used up now. Zhao Yuniao sat cross-legged on the ground and thought seriously. One of them must be reserved for the opportunity to refine a weapon to change the qualifications of cultivation. This opportunity will be used on the life spring device. After thinking for a while, she stopped thinking about it. Instead, she focused most of her attention on the goddess furnace in the sea of suffering in her body. She waved her hand and captured it in her palm. She closed her eyes and concentrated, carefully sensing and studying the inner mysteries. There are at least 2 complete sets of emperor scriptures inside the goddess furnace. One is the 6 Desires Heavenly Art, and the other is the Severing Love Method. The 6 Desires Heavenly Art is a dual cultivation method of collecting and replenishing, and it works best when used with the goddess furnace. However, this method can only achieve the best results when practiced by male cultivators. It is not suitable for me now. As for the other emperor scripture's Severing Love Method, if I remember correctly, this method is more inclined to the path of forgetting love. Forgetting love is not being ruthless, but cutting off unnecessary love thoughts and making them fade. Only the purest reason remains. After thinking carefully, Zhao Yuniao made a decision in her heart. No matter what, I'd better get these 2 emperor scriptures first. After thinking about it, she began to comprehend the inner secrets of the goddess furnace with all her heart. A little half a month passed quickly. After such a long period of continuous comprehending, Zhao Yuniao had to give up the idea of hitting the goddess furnace now. The mortal body is too weak, and the comprehension is not enough. She knew that the goddess furnace contained the imprint of at least 2 emperor scriptures, but she just couldn't sense them, and couldn't even detect the slightest trace. In desperation, Zhao Yuniao had to put away the goddess furnace again. Forget it. I'd better practice to break through to the life spring realm first. Then I will sacrifice the life spring instrument to improve my own aptitude and comprehension, and then consider getting the 2 emperor scriptures out. After thinking about it, she no longer thought about the emperor scripture. Instead, she carefully practiced the ordinary practice Xianyuan Sutra passed down by Chenian sect. Time flies by. In such a favorable environment, after more than half a year of hard practice, combined with the absorption and refining of the abundant heaven and earth essence in the outermost entrance area of 99 Dragons Mountain, I have already reached the state of breaking through the barrier of the sea of suffering, and finally successfully promoted to the life spring realm. This practice efficiency is really difficult. Looking inward at the sea of suffering in his body, Zhao Yuniao saw the tiny spring condensing and being born. The tiny size is like a toy water gun. Not even as good as a baby's pee. Not only is the quality poor, but even the amount is small. If it is placed on the burial emperor star, it will be impossible to break through without a few years of hard practice. Fortunately, I have a self-made plug-in that can change places to practice. With a thought, a steady stream of divine power gushed out from the tiny life spring. It even wrapped Zhao Yuniao inside. The black light was lingering, and the divine haze was dim, although it didn't look very bright, and the quality seemed very low. The effect was still there. Her body slowly floated up from the ground, and she truly had some of the demeanor of a cultivator. After more than 10 years of hard training, I can finally fly by myself. With joy in her heart, Zhao Yuniao temporarily put aside her training. She flew slowly in this entrance area, practicing flying skills, and getting familiar with this ability to fly freely as soon as possible. However, she did not dare to fly too far, for fear of crashing into a formation. After she became slightly familiar with the flying ability, she landed from the ground again and began to continue her training, expanding the sea of suffering and increasing the life spring, at least to the point where it condensed the life divine pattern of the life spring. A few months passed quickly. Zhao Yuniao did not take any elixir, but relied on the abundant energy here to cultivate to the level she wanted. His spiritual consciousness looked inside his own secret realm of the Wheel Sea. The lifeless sea of suffering was still small, but slightly larger than before. In its core area, a narrow spring was slowly gushing, and several earthworm-like life patterns were hovering above the life spring. Inside the life spring, the time and space hourglass sank and floated, being slowly nourished by it. As for the goddess furnace, it was squeezed to the edge of the sea of suffering by the time and space hourglass, and could not be approached at all, and there was nothing abnormal. It seemed to be suppressed to death, so that the goddess furnace could not rebel. The life spring instrument to be sacrificed this time must not only be able to improve the comprehension on its own, but also include aspects such as the physical origin, and must also be able to improve on its own. But the Tao pattern is written, and an origin rule C can only have one effect. It needs to include multiple aspects with one effect, combined with various previous ideas, including some of the wonderful ideas in the previous life. In Zhao Yuniao's heart, a suitable embryo body structure soon came into being, reaching out and touching the small round bead hidden in the chest. It had to be postponed for the time being. Sacrifice all living beings and achieve self-realization. I will use this as my own life spring instrument. She waved her hand and took out a piece of ordinary red jade, using it as the raw material for refining. She took it into her body, mixed it with the life divine patterns above the bitter sea life spring, and used her own mind as a refining tool, and began to carefully forge it. Ding 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 ding. Bursts of crisp refining hammering sounds came from Zhao Yuniao's body. The sound dissipated faintly around. However, in the outermost entrance and exit area of the 99 Dragons Mountain, apart from those spiritual herbs and weeds, there is no living creature to be seen. There is no need to worry about attracting some terrible monsters. Chapter 8 Life Altar. Having had experience in refining instruments before, This time, when refining the life spring instrument, Zhao Yunyan performed more smoothly and naturally. While paying attention to the wind and grass movement in the outside world, he used his own mind as a tool to forge and shape the life spring instrument in his body. The life spring divine marks, which were scarce and of poor quality, were like tiny earthworms wriggling. They merged with the ordinary red jade bit by bit. Gradually, under Zhao Yunyan's conscious hammering, the fusion material of the life spring divine marks and the red jade gradually evolved into the shape of an altar. The altar is divided into octagonal parts, which secretly correspond to the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth. The whole is divided into 9 layers, which is the extreme of the number 9. It corresponds to the 9 changes on the other side of the secret realm of the Wheel Sea, and also coincides with the 9 nirvanas of the transformation of the red dust fairy. Let the real altar core be located on it, transcending the outside. The more complex the structure of the casting, the more complex and numerous the Tao patterns it can carry. Therefore, such a device has the greatest power. However, I have the seeds of the origin rules, and I can independently write the specific effects of the Tao patterns. Therefore, there is no need to care too much about the potential impact in this regard. Various thoughts flashed through Zhao Yunyan's mind. After more than half a month of continuous hammering and casting, above the bitter sea of life spring in her body, there is already another new device. The 8 corners and the 8 trigrams. The 9 layers reach the peak. Together, they form a beautifully shaped red altar. I remember that there is still a spirit inside the goddess furnace, and it has not completely dissipated. Zhao Yunyan pondered in her heart, and soon made a decision. Then the scene where I write and set the Tao pattern myself must not be detected by the spirit of the goddess furnace, so as to avoid accidentally leaking my own secrets and bringing me a fatal disaster. After thinking about it, she took the initiative to mobilize the time and space hourglass immersed in the depths of the life spring. Red and purple colors lingered on it, and the fine sand inside slowly turned and passed away. The invisible time and space were completely abnormally distorted inside and outside. When the time and space hourglass came to the edge of the bitter sea where the goddess furnace was located, it just fell down lightly, waving strands of red and purple light, and completely contained the goddess furnace inside, which seemed a little hazy. Deal with the safety hazard of the goddess furnace. Zhao Yunyan then concentrated her mind and mobilized the second origin rule seed around the sea of consciousness, letting it leave the soul and enter the secret realm of the Wheel Sea. To change my own cultivation qualifications, I just watched the self-made plug-in writing settings. Under her active control, that origin rule seed merged with the life spring device and gradually became a whole. At the same time, the familiar strange feeling came to her mind again, making Zhao Yunyan feel an instinctive throbbing that she could control the evolution of the Tao pattern on her own. Following this instinctive connection, she began to write the Tao pattern effect of the life spring with her mind. Force conversion of any external object into the essence of the origin of life that can be controlled independently. After confirming the Tao pattern effect, she wrote. She browsed it repeatedly to confirm that there was nothing missing. Zhao Yunyan then transmitted this information through the resonance of her spiritual consciousness. Buzz. In an instant, a series of subtle tremors came from her body. The lifeless and tiny sea of suffering once again stirred up huge waves, as if a tsunami had occurred to destroy the world. With tiny red lightning and black mist flashing and steaming, the group of origin rule seeds began to evolve in a directional manner according to the results of the Tao pattern effects set by Zhao Yunyan just now, pushing the life spring instrument to produce the corresponding special natural Tao pattern. Gradually, she noticed it with her inner consciousness. On the red octagonal 9-layer altar, many black lines gradually appeared. The lines were strange, like the array patterns of the formations born naturally, and they seemed to be the life texts of the years evolved from life, like the annual rings of trees, increasing from a small number. Finally, the entire octagonal 9-layer altar was completely covered. Zhao Yunyan stared at the black Tao pattern on it with her consciousness, and there was a kind of great horror of facing the black hole of the universe, as if it was going to devour all living beings and decompose everything. All kinds of things were transformed into offerings to the sacrificer. But it was only a short blink of an eye. That inexplicable and terrifying sense of devouring disappeared quietly, but with a kind of majesty and sacredness that penetrated into the mind. Like a god or a demon, one body with many faces. In a short while, Zhao Yunyan sensed that the bestowal of the Tao pattern had been completed. She waved her hand, and an octagonal 9-layer altar with red as the main color and black mysterious Tao pattern appeared out of thin air in the palm of her right hand. This device will help me improve my qualifications and change my innate talent. So I defined it as the altar of life. Zhao Yunyan carefully examined the altar in her hand. Then she pulled up a 1,000-year-old spiritual grass beside her, putting it on the top of the altar of life. She mobilized the scarce divine power in her body and actively infused it into the altar of life. Boom! Instantly, an inexplicable sacred power bloomed from the life altar. The 8 trigrams and 8 phases. The rune shone. Starting from the bottom, it spread upwards and expanded, lighting up the Tao patterns layer by layer. The yang and yin lines intertwined and evolved with each other, and the 8 phases constructed 64 trigrams, which seemed to be able to contain all the living things in the universe and everything, until all the Tao patterns were immersed in the core structure of the top layer. Zhao Yunyan noticed it with her own eyes. The 1,000-year-old spiritual grass that was just put on was quickly suppressed and decomposed by an inexplicable force, and was forcibly transformed into a small ball of milky white life essence. Almost at the same time, when these life essences were transformed, as the master of the refiner, Zhao Yunyan also had a mysterious and wonderful new resonance, which made her feel that she could control those life essences and control their direction. The life enhancement categories that can be actively controlled were also sensed by her resonance at the same time. Essence, Qi, God, Will, Desire. 5 categories related to the essence of life. 5 evolved results that can be enhanced and improved. Namely Constitution, Essence, Lifespan, Qi, Understanding, God, Charm, Will, Appearance, Desire, Seriously resonating and sensing. Zhao Yunyan is familiar with the use of the life altar. Then he took the initiative to control these essences of the origin of life, and put them all into understanding. The next moment, the milky white essences of life on the altar rose into the air. It turned into a light mist, and quickly sank into Zhao Yunyan's body. Almost at the same time, she felt that her God was growing, which led to her own understanding and improvement. It made her thinking flexible, as if she was in harmony with the world. Chapter 9, Obtaining the Dharma. After her comprehension improved slightly, Zhao Yunyan clearly felt the difference from before. Not only did her thinking become much more flexible, but even when she looked at the same thing, she had completely different insights and thoughts in her mind. There was a vague sense of déjà vu of seeing a mountain is not a mountain. Is this the feeling of increased comprehension? Zhao Yunyan looked at the magnificent mountains in the distance, which had slightly changed, but it was like looking at flowers in the fog. Confused. My comprehension is still not strong enough, so I will continue to improve it. She stood up from the ground and began to collect 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines and weeds in the entrance area. She stuffed them into the altar of life. Then she activated her life fountain again, forcibly extracting and transforming them into the essence of the origin of life, and put these essences of the origin of life into her own God. Continued to improve and enhance her comprehension. At this moment, Zhao Yunyan stood quietly, with milky white light mist lingering around her body, which continued to sink into her body. From the root of life, changed the innate aptitude of oneself, cleared a large area of the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine and wild grass in the entrance area. Zhao Yunyan then took out the goddess furnace again. Just a glance, the rusty goddess lying posture in the past, in his eyes now, has a lot more laws and wonderful principles. It's like a beautiful goddess with a high realm is personally interpreting the law of desire. Although there are no scriptures, nor any magical powers, Zhao Yunyan has realized many benefits from it. For the secret realm of the Wheel Sea, the secret realm of the Taoist Palace, the secret realm of the Four Poles, the secret realm of the Dragon, and the secret realm of the Fairy Platform. All of them have a kind of high-level macro overview and understanding, grasping the essence of it, and exploring many of the essences of cultivation. It is like appreciating the general outline of cultivation, combining the memories of her previous life. She has a deeper understanding. Even with her own temperament, she has become like a real goddess, both pure and lustful, holy outside and charming inside. This is only the outermost saint-level goddess furnace law. If it is the quasi-emperor level goddess furnace law hidden in the core, I am afraid that this perception effect will be even stronger. Staring at the goddess furnace in the palm of her hand, Zhao Yunyan was extremely surprised. She really felt the benefits of strong understanding. She held the goddess furnace in the palm of her hand, no longer trying to comprehend the laws and principles contained in the goddess furnace itself, but concentrating on carefully comprehending the emperor's scripture hidden in it. In just a moment, she noticed the abnormality in it. Then she opened the lid of the goddess furnace without hesitation. Put the furnace on the ground. Then jump into it. Enter the inner space. And go straight to the place where the Tao trace of the law of desire is contained. Zhao Yuniao sat cross-legged here, closed her eyes, and wholeheartedly felt the inside of the goddess furnace. Day after day, time passed. Gradually, she felt the existence of two completely different, but mutually restraining marks. One is extremely passionate and lustful, blazing like a raging fire. The other is forgetting passion and desire, and being as quiet as a cold pond. However, no matter which of the two marks, it contains a terrifying Tao rhyme that makes people palpitate. Zhao Yuniao's mind reflected the mark of the Emperor's scripture, emptied her mind, and quietly felt the essence contained in it. Although there is no clear record of it in any scripture text, it contains everything in the mark. In her mind, the two Emperor scripture marks were like two eternal suns, accompanying each other, like a trickle of water, flowing through the heart, and like a natural mountain breeze, blowing across the wilderness. The complete content of the Emperor scripture was naturally interpreted in silence. Every word was like a group of stars shining, illuminating Zhao Yuniao's own mind and sea of consciousness. Along with the evolution of the Emperor scripture marks, let Zhao Yuniao experience a completely different perception. The Emperor scripture mark of 6 desires, heavenly art, made her personally feel the bliss of emotions and desires, and experience the various wonders of dual cultivation and collection. Extreme emotions and desires. Release yourself. No moral constraints. No ethical shackles. No cognitive control. Fully unlock the nature in your heart. Act spontaneously and explore potential. Reach the peak of the extreme way in the state of dual cultivation bliss. But when you feel the Emperor scripture mark of the great art of cutting love, for Zhao Yuniao, she felt another completely different kind of Tao rhyme. Love and affection are but passing clouds, which cannot be brought into the world and cannot be taken away from the world. In the face of the passing of time, they are even more insignificant, like dust. Enter the world, feel the world, and finally transcend the world. With the state of mind of Tai Shang, embrace all your emotions and desires. Do not be happy with things. Do not be sad with yourself. Just like the high and peaceful way of heaven, treat all living things as straw dogs, without any special distinction. Have an absolute love that embraces all living things. A few days later, a beautiful girl leaped out of the goddess furnace. Zhao Yuniao stood steadily on the ground, waved her hand, and released her divine power, sweeping the goddess furnace into her palm. Looking at the small ancient furnace in her hand, her eyes were full of joy. This understanding and transmission of the Emperor's scripture seal is actually so useful. It allows the inheritor to directly understand and comprehend the profound meaning of the scripture itself from the most simple and fundamental level of the scripture itself. Grasp the core in the macro, and there will be no deviation in understanding and error. It is as magical and mysterious as a sudden enlightenment. Just deeply comprehend the Emperor's scripture seal and accept the inheritance of the way of human desire. Zhao Yuniao already has a lot of understanding and cognition of 6 desires, heavenly art, and severing love art. Not completely ignorant. Fortunately, these 2 Emperor's scriptures do not have absolute entry requirements for special physiques. Otherwise, I really can't practice it at present. She had already made a decision in her heart to focus on severing love art and use 6 desires, heavenly art, as a reference to consolidate and expand her own foundation as a cultivator. However, even if you practice severing love art, you need to have a certain understanding of love in the early stage. Only by entering the world and experiencing the troubles of the world can one be free from the temptations of the world. Passing through the flowers without getting a single leaf on him. This is a portrayal of the love-cutting art, which is to get love and forget love. Such cultivation conditions also mean that Zhao Yuniao cannot continue to cultivate alone here. It is necessary to have in-depth contact with the outside world to improve the love-cutting art. Before leaving here, I will strengthen all aspects of myself. I will improve as much as I can. I am almost fed up with the inferior cultivation qualifications of the mortal body that are as slow as a snail and extremely inefficient. Looking at the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine that grows naturally in the entrance area, Zhao Yuniao began to harvest again. Some of them were picked and put into the small space inside the furnace of the goddess furnace for future daily cultivation. More parts were all used as sacrifices on the altar of life. Chapter 10, Coming Out. A few months passed in a blink of an eye. The outer entrance area of 99 Dragon Mountain. The safe area of hundreds of miles was searched by Zhao Yunyan, which could be said to be a 3-foot wide sweep. A small part of the 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine was collected for future cultivation. Most of the things became sacrifices on the altar of life and were forcibly transformed into the essence of the origin of life to strengthen Zhao Yunyan's own physique, lifespan, understanding, charm and appearance. Combined with the unique transcendent temperament, she is holy on the outside and charming on the inside. She is really like a goddess of the 9 heavens. Huhu. The milky white essence of the origin of life. Like clouds and flames surrounding the body. It continuously sank into Zhao Yunyan's body. At this moment, when the essence of the origin of life strengthened her physique to a certain extent, her body naturally began to undergo a drastic transformation from the inside out. The internal laws of the goddess furnace that she had once referred to and comprehended were used as the core of nirvana. The original ordinary mortal body began to advance towards a truly special physique. Crack, crack. Breaks of crisp bone sounds came from the body one after another. Some waste blood, bone fragments, and hair in the process of transformation were continuously expelled from the body, making Zhao Yunyan like a pupa turning into a butterfly, changing her life essence. All aspects were sublimated and strengthened together. With the promotion of the life altar, this transformation process of the body's origin was extremely fast. It took less than 2 or 3 hours. The original ordinary mortal body, with the law of desire in the goddess furnace as the reference core, naturally transformed into a new special physique. Although it is only the lowest level of spiritual body among the special physique levels, but compared with the ordinary mortal body in the past, it can be said that it is far superior in all aspects, getting rid of the inferior mortal body qualifications. Tear. Zhao Yunyan gently exerted force with both arms to get rid of the dead skin, hair, waste blood and other debris on her body, revealing the new white skin underneath. It was as warm as jade, tender and smooth, and with strong flesh and blood elasticity. Finally, I have become a cultivator with special physique. Zhao Yunyan smiled happily and felt the changes in himself carefully. Compared with the previous mortal body, there is an overall gap of more than 10 times. This is just the lowest level of special physique. If you really compare it with those king bodies, divine bodies, holy bodies, hegemonic bodies, and Taoist bodies, the gap is still very huge. Like an insurmountable natural chasm, the divine consciousness looked into the sea of suffering in his body, and it also underwent obvious changes. The tiny mortal sea of suffering, which was originally lifeless, has now turned pink and is full of vitality. Even the size of the sea of suffering has been deepened and expanded by more than 10 times. The once tiny spring of life is now like a crater, spewing out divine power and life essence, like the red magma flowing in a hot volcano. Both the quantity and quality are completely different from before. Shua. Zhao Yunyan floated into the air, with a layer of pink divine light lingering outside her body. In an instant, she flew away at a very fast speed, and her flying speed was far faster than before. It was like a red stream of light that penetrated the sky and the earth. In just a short moment, she flew over a distance of hundreds of miles. The flying speed is much faster than before. The difference between before and after is like 2 different people. Zhao Yunyan stopped again and landed on the ground. On her delicate and holy white face, she had an irresistible charming smile. Since this special physique was evolved and born because of my own understanding of the law of desire in the goddess furnace, I will define it as the goddess spirit body. At this moment, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is a real goddess. With a beautiful face, graceful figure, holy temperament, and charming voice, she blends purity and desire into an inseparable special whole. Standing on the ground, she stared at the magnificent mountain in the distance. The mountain is majestic and towering into the starry sky. The band-shaped spiritual energy lingers around it, and the hazy white mist makes it look a little looming. That unique terrain shows a different kind of Taoism in her eyes. With her extraordinary understanding now, in Zhao Yunyan's eyes, the magnificent mountains were no longer just mountains. She could also feel the Tao rhyme and Tao patterns contained in them. There was a strong sense of déjà vu of seeing mountains as not mountains. Unconsciously, she simulated and evolved the Tao rhyme of the magnificent mountains in her heart. And based on imitation, she created a method of attack. Subconsciously, Zhao Yunyan raised her hand and pressed towards the open space in front of her. Boom! The divine power flowed, and the vitality was surging. A majestic and magnificent shadow of a mountain quickly condensed and manifested in the palm of her white hand, like a goddess holding a mountain, with violence in its beauty. Zhao Yuniao raised her hand and waved it, and the shadow of the mountain in her hand flew out at a high speed. Then it fell to the open space not far away. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, smoke and dust flew around, and the ground collapsed inward. Zhao Yuniao was awakened by the sound. He looked up in the direction of the sound, waved his hand to stir up a strong wind, blowing through the smoke and dust, and then saw a large pit with a radius of more than 10 feet and a depth of several feet appear on the ground. It is indeed worthy of being the end of the mountain range in the 99 Dragon Mountains. Just simply imitating its shape and spirit, you can naturally evolve a powerful attack technique. If you can simulate the complete 99 Dragon Mountains, wouldn't it surpass the 9 secrets? The pit on the ground is not particularly huge, but you have to know that this is the area of the 99 Dragon Mountains. Even if it is only the outermost entrance area, the strength of the soil structure on the ground is still extraordinary. In the outside world, its attack power will inevitably be amplified. Although there are many good things inside, they are out of reach for now. Let's leave here first. Go to the outside world and start practicing the Emperor's scripture, the great method of cutting emotions to rebuild the foundation of my current cultivation. No longer paying attention to the situation here, Zhao Yuniao resolutely turned around and left here, raised her hand to summon the time and space hourglass. The passage was opened in the empty and uninhabited area outside, not far in front of her. Time and space twisted and changed, and soon formed a safe passage to the outside world. She jumped into it and left Zhujialong Mountain directly. When Zhao Yuniao reappeared, she directly crossed a distance of thousands of miles and landed near Mount Tai. I wonder what kind of Dao patterns and Dao rhymes are left on the top of Mount Tai. With some curiosity, Zhao Yuniao walked towards the location of Mount Tai. As for the clothes of the Chenian sect disciples of the burial Emperor Star, she did not change them to the clothes of the native civilization of the earth. Her clothes and dress obviously did not conform to the style of the surrounding civilization. As a small mortal, it was not worth it for her to deliberately conceal herself. Chapter 11. Look, there are fairies. Mount Tai is magnificent and majestic. Since ancient times, this majestic mountain has been world famous and has been loved and praised by many literati and poets. Until today, even in the state of the Dharma ending age, Mount Tai still has a great reputation and has become a tourist destination known to all countries. Looking at Mount Tai not far away, Zhao Yuniao had a blank expression on her face. Relying on her status as a cultivator, she directly crossed into the interior of the Mount Tai scenic area from the no man's land, and had no intention of buying tickets from mortals. She just walked on the mountain openly. After a while of running and jumping, she soon turned to a narrow and winding path. Along the road, she walked calmly, and soon she saw other tourists. She turned a blind eye to these people. She walked forward on her own, but in the eyes of others around her, she became a beautiful scenery. She was as graceful as a fairy, and she was gorgeous and beautiful, especially her unique monk temperament, which made her stand out among the mortals. And she was very eye-catching. She was like a holy goddess who was out of this world and was patrolling the world. Along the way, I don't know how many passers-by, young and old, stopped subconsciously and turned their heads to stare at the beautiful figure. Some people even took out their smartphones, took beautiful photos, and posted them on WeChat Moments. It soon caused quite a stir on the internet. Zhao Yuniao turned a blind eye to all this and walked alone on the mountain road, walking like a willow in the wind, and like a divine lotus swaying gracefully. But she was distracted by other things in her mind. Since the practice of the cut affection method requires entering the method with emotion, and then forgetting emotion and attaining the Tao. If I use the life experience of the previous life as a resource, I wonder if I can quickly complete the entry in the previous life. Although I only lived to my 50s and died of illness, but there are ups and downs in life, as well as the different complex experiences of birth, aging, illness and death, the separation of relatives, and the love, understanding and harmony with partners. He has experienced all these things personally. I have had many emotional experiences, and I am not really a young girl in my teens. If possible, many emotional requirements in the cut affection method can be greatly shortened. But this place is too noisy and not suitable for trying to change practice. It is better to find a quieter place later and try it again. With such thoughts in mind, Zhao Yuniao looked up, Seeing that there is still a long distance to the Jade Emperor Peak at the top of Mount Tai, she began to speed up her pace, observing the mountain conditions of Mount Tai itself, while relying on her own extraordinary understanding, trying to feel something here. Unconsciously, she passed many tourists, and soon arrived at the Jade Emperor Peak. Standing at this most important place in Mount Tai, the Taoism that has been left since ancient times became clearer and clearer. Just standing on the Jade Emperor Peak, Zhao Yunyan faintly heard the sounds of ancient sacrifices, and the worship calls of many ancestors. It was as if something was being worshipped at the Jade Emperor Peak. All kinds of abnormalities were what she had realized from the remnants of Taoism, capturing the images of the past from the traces, and making them manifest in her heart. However, perhaps because of the Dharma ending age, the effect of the Dao Yun left on Mount Tai is average. Here, Zhao Yun now gained something, but not much, and the benefits to herself are also average. This made her realize the huge impact of the external environment on the body-based seed system. As long as the life source wheel of the cultivator has not reached the advanced realm of self-producing immortal substances, it is also unable to get rid of the various influences of the external environment. When the spiritual energy is weak, the cultivator is weak. And when the spiritual energy is revived, the cultivator rises. Change with the changes in the environment. Essence is the name of the Baidu burial emperor star, and spiritual energy is the name here on the Milky Way Earth. In essence, the two different names actually refer to the same thing. Today's Earth is in the Dharma ending age due to the 99 Dragon Mountains, where the spiritual energy is fading. Many cultivators are actually not much stronger than ordinary people. Fighting all your life is just spinning in the realm of the sea of suffering. Only those who have occupied special secret places passed down from ancient times, and still have some spiritual energy left, can use this to practice and break through to the Tao Palace secret realm, or even the Four Extreme secret realm. But such people are also very rare, because the spiritual energy inside the secret place is very limited. Thinking about all the information related to the earth in his mind, Zhao Yunyan stood on the top of the Jade Emperor Peak, overlooking the surrounding mountains and valleys, and seeing all the mountains small. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a sense of ambition. It was like stepping on the whole world under his feet. The holy goddess temperament on her body became more and more intense and condensed. At first glance, she was extraordinary. So other tourists around her didn't dare to approach and talk to her rashly. They only dared to watch and whisper from a distance. At this moment, Zhao Yunyan, who was standing quietly under a welcoming pine, suddenly had a pink glow rising from her body, brilliant and bright, and her whole body also took off into the air. She flew away in front of many tourists. She can actually fly? A male tourist saw this, his face full of excitement and shock, and his words were not clear. His fingers were still trembling as he pointed in the direction where Zhao Yunyan left. Oh my god! I met a fairy. Next to him, a female tourist subconsciously reached out to cover her mouth, her face full of horror and envy. Isn't it promoting atheism everywhere? That is feudal superstition? What's going on now? At this moment, many people felt that their worldview and cognition had collapsed. The thoughts in their minds were a little blank. But there were also people who reacted quickly, or male and female tourists, who kept holding their mobile phones to take photos or videos, and recorded the shocking scene of Zhao Yunyan flying into the air in full. One after another, they uploaded it to the internet to share what they had witnessed. This scene quickly spread through the internet. On the other side, in a certain university campus, on the tree-lined path, two slender young men were walking on the road with their arms around each other, talking and laughing with each other. One of them still had a basketball jersey hanging on his shoulder, and there was a faint smell of sweat on his body. I say, Yeezy, your block just now was really awesome. And you slapped that bastard down with a slap. That kid's expression almost made me laugh to death. Pang Bo patted Yifan's shoulder beside him and grinned. Although his body looked stronger and more sturdy than Yifan, he is still a little worse than Yifan in terms of strength. But even so, the physiques of both of them are far superior to ordinary people. Called a barbarian by many in the school. Chapter 12 Shock Yifan. Listening to Pang Bo's words, Yifan smiled faintly and said nothing. On the basketball court, he and Pang Bo's world, across the entire school, there is no opponent, can be called a barbaric duo. Ding dong. Just then, a reminder sounded from Yifan's pocket. Hearing this familiar voice, Yifan's eyes lit up slightly. This is the attention sound of the small video he likes to watch on weekdays. As long as there is a new video update, a sound prompt will pop up. I wonder what that guy can update this time. With some curiosity and expectation, Yi Fan took out his smartphone from his pocket, unlocked the screen skillfully, and clicked on the attention message pop-up window. The content displayed on the mobile phone interface automatically jumped to the small video interface. But seeing the progress bar time data below the video, Yi Fan was puzzled. Why is it so short this time? It's less than 3 minutes. Soon, the video content was played on the small video. Based on the surrounding landscape, Yi Fan recognized at a glance that it was the Jade Emperor Peak on Mount Tai. He had been there once before, and was quite familiar with the place. Yi Zi, what are you looking at? Beside him, Peng Bo tilted his head and took a curious look. Then he couldn't move his eyes away. In the short video, there was a young girl with long hair down to her waist. Tall and graceful figure, wearing a silver dress of ancient style that had never been seen before, standing under a welcoming pine tree. I don't know what she was looking at. Even if it was just a back view, it still gave people a sense of déjà vu of being the most beautiful among all the beauties. Just as Peng Bo was about to speak, suddenly, the young girl in the video emitted waves of pink glow, like a fairy ascending into the sky. She flew directly to the cliff on the side of Yuching. In the mobile phone player, there were also waves of shocked exclamations and noises. Look over there. Someone is flying. Fuck. How is this possible? Are there really gods in the world? Fairy sister. All kinds of noisy noises, as well as the smooth and natural dazzling light and shadow effects, all show that this is a normal video recording. It is not a fake special effect synthesized by computer in the later stage. Is this true? Peng Bo saw this, and showed a shocked expression on his face. He asked in disbelief. The movie shot are not so natural and smooth. Wait a minute. Let me see. Yi Fan showed a solemn expression, and switched to the browser skillfully. Then he started searching for the words Taishan Yuhuangding Fairy. The next moment, a dense number of related messages appeared on the browser search interface. Yi Fan clicked on a video link at random, and saw the scene from another angle again. This time, he saw the front image of the young girl. Her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, holy and beautiful. Her facial features were delicate, and she was noble and cold. She gave people a unique beauty that was both pure and lustful. He was sure that any female star on Earth, in terms of appearance and figure, could not compare to her 1/10,000. Moreover, she had that special temperament blessing, making her like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Then, Yi Fan clicked on the videos or photos taken by others, and saw the mysterious girl in different scenes of Mount Tai. He was very sure that this was not a movie. It turns out that there are really practitioners in this world. At this moment, Yi Fan recalled the ghost stories he watched every day, as well as the many records of many things in ancient times by the ancients. He used to think that it was just superstition of the ancients. Therefore, it was an exaggerated statement made up. But combined with the small video he accidentally saw today, there are really people who can fly, showing extraordinary abilities, which greatly shook Yi Fan's inner cognition. The ancient people lived for 100 years in spring and autumn, and their movements were not declining. In his heart, the content of the Yellow Emperor's internal classic that he had seen before emerged unconsciously. Once thought it was just a false exaggeration of the ancients. Until today, when he accidentally saw such a small video, Yi Fan suddenly began to doubt whether the disappeared civilization in ancient times really existed. His fingers slid subconsciously on the screen of the mobile phone. Just sliding, a disgusting number appeared. 404. Noticing this change, Yi Fan clicked on several web links related to Taishan Jade Emperor Peak Fairy again. Without exception, all of them showed the blocking number 404. Seeing this scene, as a person who often surfs the internet, he naturally knows what this means. The content of these videos is all real. Otherwise it would not be blocked. Yi Fan's face showed a solemn expression. He knew clearly that many things in reality were not allowed to be known by ordinary civilians because it would affect social stability. Therefore, there are often many messages that are cleared and blocked on the internet. Implement a certain degree of information blockade, or use a certain TV series, movie clips or promotional videos that are about to start filming as false information to confuse the real information, and at the same time guide and control the media opinion. Let those who don't know the truth be confused. Then after a while, many people will forget about it. then block or delete it in a low-key manner, and it will not attract attention. This true and false processing method is also a means of information blockade. Fortunately, I saw it early this time. It turns out that there are really practitioners in reality. Yi Fan unconsciously clenched his mobile phone, and suddenly a touch of expectation and excitement rose in his heart. Can't wait to meet and talk with the other party. But soon, he calmed down again. Since there is news about practitioners, it has been deliberately blocked for so many years, so that ordinary people don't know it all. Then it is very difficult for him to contact this mysterious circle, unless there is an accident like the one on the top of Mount Tai. After flying openly and leaving the Jade Emperor peak of Mount Tai, Zhao Yu now leisurely entered the uninhabited area of Mount Tai, found a place where no one could disturb her, and began to seriously recall the memories of her previous life. Sweet and sour, bitter and spicy, separation and death, love and hate. She had experienced all these things in her previous life. Now recalling them again, she felt more deeply and had more different experiences. Gradually, she immersed herself in the various earthly experiences of her previous life. This triggered the ups and downs of her inner emotions, until her emotions fluctuated violently. Zhao Yunyao distracted herself to practice the severing love method to rebuild the bitter sea realm. Boom! The pink bitter sea stirred up huge waves. Corresponding changes occurred. Chapter 13. Crossing again. The secret realm sea contains a huge number of potential gates. Opening the potential gates, releasing the life potential contained in the gates, and improving oneself is the core of the cultivation system with the body as the seed. The subsequent part also involves the sorting and strengthening of the potential gates. Recalling these essential contents of cultivation, Zhao Yunyao distracted himself with his spiritual consciousness and looked inward at himself. He clearly realized that under the effect of the Emperor's scripture, the great method of cutting love, more hidden potential gates were stimulated and manifested. Then he opened them little by little in a mysterious way, and sorted them according to a certain formation. Boom! Like a torrent of life potential, it was released from the gate into the sea of suffering. Let the current sea of suffering continue to grow and deepen, and transform from a small lake to a real ocean. The divine power generated simultaneously increased and spread to all parts of the body, and simultaneously tempered and improved the physical strength and soul strength of the practitioner. Any special physique has more potential gates than ordinary mortal bodies, and it also has unique potential gates that are exclusive to special physiques. The source of the strange phenomena in the Wheel Sea secret realm comes from the unique potential gates possessed by the special physique itself. It is the existence of these exclusive energies that condense into the different strange phenomena in the Wheel Sea secret realm that only special physiques have. With extraordinary comprehension, Zhao Yunyao clearly captured the various changes inside his own bitter sea. He has a deeper understanding and enlightenment of this. Due to the existence of the 99 Dragon Mountains on this side of the earth, the environment has a stronger suppression force on Taoism. In addition to her own special constitution, she is now only at the level of spiritual body. The origin of her special constitution is not strong enough. Therefore, the special physical practice phenomenon belonging to Zhao Yunyao herself cannot be manifested outside the body, but can only shine inside her own sea of suffering. In the looming, it is a peerless goddess, dancing in her sea of suffering. With the ups and downs of the waves, she twists her enchanting and perfect seductive figure. Between her eyebrows, there is spring, as if she is in a state of emotion. But her face is holy and beautiful, and her temperament is cold and noble. On the contrary, the goddess's vision is more charming and moving, with the experience of the world in her previous life as a foundation. It didn't take long for Zhao Yunyao to really get into the severing love method and began to formally practice the method. This is to reshape the foundation of her own sea of suffering and make it more solid and stable. In the goddess furnace, she stored many thousand-year-old elixirs in advance, and was not afraid of the suppression of the end-of-law environment outside. This ensured that she could practice smoothly. Unconsciously, 3 months passed quickly. Zhao Yunyao stayed alone in a cliff cave in the secret uninhabited area of the Taishan Mountains. Feeling the obvious changes in her own sea of suffering, she couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile on her pink lips, looking very happy and joyful. Rebuilding the sea of suffering with the Emperor's scripture, combined with the comprehensive increase of the special physique of the goddess's spirit body. The size of my own sea of suffering is now at least 10 times larger than that of the previous mortal body. Not only is the quality of the divine power more refined, but the quantity is also much larger. The current bitter sea realm alone is enough to easily kill my former mortal body in the life spring realm. The higher quality divine power brought her a better tempering baptism. It made Zhao Yunyao's physical strength and soul strength significantly improved and enhanced, becoming more solid and resilient. Complete the reconstruction of the Bitter Sea realm and re-enter the Life Spring realm. Zhao Yunyao began to think about future plans. 2 of the 4 origin rule seeds have been used now. There are only 2 opportunities left to write the Dao pattern effect. If you want to achieve a mortal body counterattack and change your fate, then these 4 origin rule seeds must be used to the edge. And the most effective tools are often auxiliary tools. But in this way, I lack the tools for killing and attacking. I need to think of a new solution. Zhao Yunao carefully recalled the memories related to the cultivation system of taking the body as a seed. Knowing that the development and cultivation of the secret realm seeds does not require gradual cultivation. After practicing the Wheel Sea secret realm, you can directly practice the Dragon Transformation secret realm or the 4 extreme secret realms. You can also start practicing from the Dao Palace secret realm instead of the Wheel Sea secret realm. It is just that the gradual practice has become accustomed to by many practitioners, and then it has evolved into the current state. Take the Wheel Sea secret realm as the starting stage, then gradually reach the Dao Palace secret realm, the 4 extreme secret realm, the Dragon Transformation secret realm, and the Immortal Platform secret realm. Only when the seeds of the 5 secret realms are completely integrated and unified can you truly use your body as a seed, and there is no distinction between them at all. Zhao Yunao kept thinking in his heart. Thinking secretly, the current secret realm practice method is a weakened version of using your body as a seed. It is something that is separated from the real body as a seed. Therefore, each secret realm seed can theoretically produce life divine patterns, which can be used to refine weapons. It is not limited to the Wheel Sea secret realm seed itself. Thinking back and considering this, Zhao Yunyao decided to cultivate another secret realm seed. Use this to refine a killing and attacking weapon for herself in advance. As for which secret realm seed, she has already made the best decision in her mind. That is the 4 extreme secret realm. The essence of the 4 extreme secret realm comes from the limbs, and all kinds of attack and defense methods basically involve the limbs. Therefore, this plays a good role in matching, which can maximize the release and use of the power of the weapon. The secret realm seed itself can also evolve into the real world, and the more laws and order the cultivator sees, the stronger the secret realm seed itself will be tempered, allowing the potential gate to be strengthened and expanded. Considering this, Zhao Yunyao decided not to practice in this broken small universe. Intend to change to a new suitable world as a place for cultivation. The target world itself cannot have too many powerful practitioners. At the same time, the laws of the Great Way must be different from this broken small universe, and the resources that can be obtained must be more than here. After some serious thinking, in Zhao Yunyao's heart, she soon had a very suitable goal. She waved her hand to summon the time and space hourglass, sensed the energy accumulated inside, and confirmed that it could cross other worlds. And then she took the initiative to activate the time and space hourglass, and set the time and space coordinates for the time and space hourglass with her mind. Lock on the world of Juxian as the crossing target. The time node is locked to 3 days before Monk Puji slaughtered the villagers of Chao Miao village, and the space node is locked to an uninhabited place 3 miles east of Chao Miao village. The next moment, the time and space hourglass began to rotate upside down. Chapter 14 Juxian. The outer area of Chenian Mountain. There are some mortal villages scattered here and there. These people have relied on Chenian Mountain for generations, and often trade with the cultivators on Chenian Mountain. In this way, these mortal villages can also be blessed by Chenian sect. The inheritance has continued to this day. At this moment, in a no-man's land 3 miles east of a village called Sami village, the invisible and intangible space and time twisted and fluctuated. Soon it condensed into a deep and dark space-time vortex channel. The next moment, a beautiful girl in a silver slim dress flew out and stood steadily on the ground. Boom! Instantly, a terrifying pressure came all over. The oppressed Zhao Yunyao's legs trembled and her face was pale, as if she was suppressed by an invisible sacred mountain. It made her breath in her chest and abdomen uncomfortable. This world has such a strong gravity. It's worthy of the round Earth structure, which is stronger than the gravity of a single planet. And this great law is too perfect. It allows a life born in a broken small universe, like mine, to be suppressed by laws and origins in all aspects. Zhao Yunyao had already expected this. After all, the universe where she was born before, the heaven-shaking universe, was essentially just a broken small universe with incomplete laws and insufficient origins. Any individual life born in this universe, in terms of the origin of life, they are all born with incomplete incompleteness and stunted development. If not for this, the immortal emperor would not have searched for the spring of good fortune all over the universe and immersed his son in it to make up for the incomplete origin of life. The 10 evil bloodlines of the immortal way, guaranteed to be true immortals. But the actual performance is so poor, it can be seen how great the impact of incomplete origin is. But in this Yuxian world, Hongming Pangu created the world, and the sacred Nuwa created humans. This gave this world an incredible and powerful innate footing. Therefore, the great way of heaven and earth contained in this world itself, the strict and powerful rules and order, are far beyond the broken microcosm of the sky. It is not a world of the same order of magnitude at all. As for the human origin, it is even more different, even greater than the gap between humans and monkeys. On one side is a life with insufficient innate origin. On the other side is a life created by the sacred Nuwa herself. What is the difference between them? Just thinking about it makes Zhao Yuniao feel a huge difference. Although the performance of civilization in this world is not high, it is just that the development time of civilization is too short. It is only a few thousand years. Such a time scale, when placed on the evolution and development of civilization, is not an exaggeration to say that it is a short moment. The development potential and height of civilization have never been determined by its destructive power. It is linked to the development time scale. Just like the technological civilization of the human beings on Earth in Zhao Yuniao's previous life, it can have such performance. But it is the result of millions of years of civilization accumulation. If it is only given the same thousands of years of development time, the same planetary environment, the human beings on Earth are not even primitive people, and have not even entered the Stone Age. With the same thousands of years of civilization development time scale, the civilization here has evolved to a high level of lifespan of nearly 1,000 years. But the civilization of the Earthlings can't even develop a primitive stone civilization. From this aspect, we can see how strong the potential of the cultivation civilization in this world is. If it is given the same millions of years of civilization development time, what kind of terrifying height it can evolve to, Zhao Yuniao has no idea. But it is definitely far beyond the current embryonic state of civilization. Just standing there for a while, Zhao Yuniao faintly sensed the instinctive cheering of life. And there were inexplicable benefits. Law assimilation has such an effect? If I stay here for a long enough time, doesn't it mean that I can use the more perfect laws of the avenue in this world to gradually make up for the incompleteness of my own innate origin? Considering this, Zhao Yuniao was very surprised. A life with a complete origin against a life with an incomplete origin is simply like a burly man beating a disabled child. In an absolute all-round crushing state. This made her see another way to quickly improve her combat effectiveness. Looking at Sami village a few miles away, she distractedly mobilized the divine power in her own sea of suffering, spreading it throughout her body to resist and relieve the terrible pressure that was everywhere. In this way, Zhao Yuniao was able to stand up straight, and her legs stopped trembling. Even her face was slightly rosy. It's true, the structure of the world is different. Just the difference in gravity almost made me fall down with my own weight. It seems that I have to change the previous estimated plan. Turning his head to look at the interior of Chenian Mountain. The mountains are majestic and towering into the clouds. The scenery is beautiful. As for Kinjiamen, it can't be seen, but an inexplicable formation, like a sleeping terrifying beast, quietly lurking there. It made Zhao Yuniao feel a strong palpitation. Let's sneak into Caomyu village first, and then sneak into Kinjiamen to cultivate and develop. After staring at it from a distance for a moment, she turned around and walked towards the direction of Caomyu village. But as she walked, the low-level magic dress she was wearing finally couldn't withstand the conflict of laws because of the differences in the laws, and was damaged and scrapped. The spiritual light on the dress was gone, and it became extremely dim. The automatic adjustment of body size, fireproof and waterproof, dustproof and breathable functions were all damaged and destroyed. Zhao Yuniao raised her arms and looked down. It was found on the surface of the material of the dress itself. There were some fine cracks quietly appearing, as if it would collapse into ashes at any time. The difference in laws is really terrible. She reached out and touched her chest. Soon she took out a small jade bottle pendant. But the touch on her finger skin made Zhao Yuniao realize that the jade bottle was also inexplicably damaged. There were some small cracks on the surface. I hope the things inside are not destroyed. Otherwise it will be a bit of a loss. She hurriedly opened the bottle stopper and looked inside. But she found that the small black round bead was still safe and sound. As if there was no conflict of laws at all. This thing is really a rare treasure. And its nature is extraordinary. Seeing that the things were safe, Zhao Yu now put the bottle stopper back in. Then she hid the small jade bottle in her chest. Looking up at the mortal mountain village, she deliberately took a detour, avoiding the people working in the fields outside, and quietly sneaked into the interior of Sami village. First, she found a set of local mortal clothes to change into. Then she left Sami village again and sneaked into the woods, staring at those mortals from a distance and selecting suitable targets from them. Chapter 15 Divine Sword Controlling Thunder. Waited patiently for a while. When it was close to noon, many villagers of Sami village, who were working in the fields, put down their tools and returned to the village not far away. Some women or children also came to the edge of the fields with some old baskets, delivering lunch to their men or fathers. Not long after, there were fewer people in the fields outside, and they became a little scattered. In the woods, Zhao Yunyao looked around and soon spotted a middle-aged man walking alone. She followed him secretly until there was no one behind the road. She suddenly came out of the woods and attacked from behind. She knocked the man unconscious with a knife. Then she supported the other person's body from behind and dragged him into the grove. With the help of the lush vegetation in the woods, the empty view on the road outside was blocked. Zhao Yunyao began to use her own Yuanshan and Shinji to hypnotize the other person from the soul level. Hypnosis is not a secret method of the Yuanshan. It is just a flexible application of some hypnosis techniques in the previous life. I am a city dweller you met by chance on the way. I became like this because of the robbers. You saw that she was pitiful and lonely, and you couldn't bear it, so you took her back to your home to stay temporarily. After some Yuanshan hypnosis, Zhao Yunyao then led this person out of the grove, came to the road outside, and woke him up. My neck hurts a little. Is it because I did too much before? Wang Er subconsciously reached out and rubbed his neck, and the whole person was still a little confused. But when he smelled a faint and elegant fragrance, he quickly came to his senses and turned his head to see a fair-skinned and beautiful girl in a coarse cloth dress standing beside him, carefully supporting him. Are you okay? Zhao Yunyao asked with concern. What are you talking about? Wang Er scratched the back of his head, and his rough face unconsciously blushed. She is so beautiful, just like a fairy on Chenian mountain. How great would it be if she could stay in my house for the rest of her life? Give birth to my baby, cook for me, and wash my clothes? As he thought about it, the fantasy smile on his face suddenly became more. Standing there, he kept laughing foolishly. However, Zhao Yunyao was slightly stunned after hearing the words that this person instinctively said. So I missed this point. The language and characters I understand are completely different from those here, and I can't communicate with them in daily life. Then, there is a huge loophole in the previous hypnotic suggestion. Thinking of this, she decisively raised her hand again and knocked the man unconscious with a knife. Then he dragged her into the grove skillfully. He used his soul and consciousness to hypnotize her again and modified some details. When he finished dealing with this matter, Wang Er was almost turned into a lunatic. Fortunately, although his reaction was a little slow, there was not much problem on the surface. In this way, Wang Er took the strange woman he picked up and walked towards his home. On the way, if he met someone familiar in the village, he would do the same as before. If someone curiously asked who the woman next to him was, he would also use the reason of picking her up as an excuse. It didn't take long. The news that Wang Er brought back a young and beautiful woman quickly spread throughout Sami village. Let everyone know that there is a stranger in the village. The westernmost part of the village is Wang Er's home. He is the only one at home. After returning home with Wang Er, Zhao Yunyao often tempted him to talk. With the help of spiritual consciousness, she sensed and captured the other party's mental fluctuations to understand the actual meaning of Wang Er's words and remember the pronunciation of the other party's language. In this way, she learned the daily language of this place by herself. 3 days passed quickly. After studying seriously with Wang Er in the past few days, Zhao Yunyao has been able to communicate with Wang Er normally, with the local language of Sami village. After another simple meal of rough tea and light food, Zhao Yunyao estimated the time and knew that the fierce night battle between Puzi and Songsong was about to begin. The massacre of Sami village was also about to begin. Successfully sneaked into Chenian sect. Tonight, the method of this world, as long as it is practiced to a certain level, can allow the soul to absorb and refine external energy on its own, so as to keep the soul always in peak condition. In this case, combined with the method of covering the sky, it is a good complementary combination. Watching the sky gradually darken outside, Zhao Yu now turned and came to Wang Er, raised his hand and knocked him to the ground. Then he helped him up, put him on the wooden bed, took off his coat, and covered him with a quilt. Make him look like he is sleeping and resting. Quietly left the farmyard alone. Identify the direction. Take the initiative to leave in the direction away from the ruined temple. Hide in the crown of the thick tree outside the village alone. And restrain his own breath. Just patiently wait for the development of things. Not long after, the sky became darker and darker, with leaden clouds hanging low. And a storm was coming. The closer to the depths of Chenian Mountain, the dark and depressing sky became stronger and more obvious. And the bright lightning could be seen tearing through the dark clouds, bringing a brief light. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a series of shrill and brutal weird roars came from inside Sami village. Hearing the sound, Zhao Yunyao immediately perked up. Using the peripheral vision of his eyes, he carefully looked far away and observed that the area of Samio village that was biased towards the ruined temple had become ghostly. It was like a hell of hell, which was fascinating. On the other side nearby, a golden Buddha light bloomed, forming a clear hedge and distinction with the ghostly area. The fight between Puzi and Songsong has begun. Zhao Yu now carefully spied and looked. The Buddha's light and the ghost energy were steaming and fighting each other, and it looked quite anxious. Even at a certain stage, the Buddha's light became much weaker and was suppressed by the scarlet ghost energy, giving people a sense of imminent defeat. But it took less than a moment. The weakened Buddha's light became strong and brilliant again, and in turn suppressed the ghost energy, and quickly destroyed the source of the ghost energy. Roar, accompanied by a painful ghost cry. The thick ghost energy quickly dissipated. Not long after, the dark lead clouds in the sky quickly drooped, flashing one dazzling lightning after another. A series of loud shouts suddenly came from afar with the wind. 9 heaven's mysterious bravery turned into divine thunder. The magnificent power of heaven. Lead it with the sword. In an instant, a series of blazing lightning struck down from the dark clouds, illuminating the empty area. Faintly, one could see a figure standing in the air, holding a sword in his hand, catching the lightning falling from the sky, and then blasting it towards the area where the Buddha's light was. Chapter 16 Village Massacre. Looking far away at the grand scene happening inside Sami village, Zhao Yunyao paid more attention to hiding herself, observing and judging the situation here, and unconsciously had many expectations for the cultivation methods of this world. The method of additional amplification and strengthening of the Yuanshan will definitely be able to further consolidate my foundation. I have entered into a state of meditation in this Chenian sect. It was not until a long time later. The fighting in the distance gradually subsided. Zhao Yu now hid in the tree canopy, trying her best to restrain her own life breath, and then remain motionless, patiently maintaining her current state. I wonder if the old guide Songsong will secretly go back, with his suspicious nature and his covetousness for the bloodthirsty pearl. This possibility is not impossible. It is better to be careful to avoid mistakes. She seriously suspected that Songsong took the initiative to accept Lin Jingyu as his personal disciple in order to better monitor and control this kid at a close distance. Prevent this kid from noticing the fight between him and Pu Ji. This would cause an accident and ruin his big plan. If necessary, he could even kill Lin Jingyu to silence him. All this was just because Lin Jingyu had close contact with him, even if he did not take the initiative to do so. Recalling all these things, Zhao Yunyu's patience became better. But it didn't take long. Gusts of wind and rain fell from the sky, and soon Zhao Yu now was soaked. It's a bit cold. Maybe I shouldn't choose this time and space node to travel through, he muttered to himself. But Zhao Yunyao didn't dwell on it too much. She is no longer a pure mortal. Although her life source is incomplete, she has a certain resistance to the rain, dew, wind and cold. In this way, she maintains this hidden state. The whole night passed quickly and quietly. Zhao Yunyao, shivering with cold, jumped down from the treetop. But the moment her feet touched the ground, she staggered. Her legs and feet became weak, and she almost fell directly to the ground. In a world with complete rules, the suppression force in all aspects is really strong. The divine power in the sea of suffering cannot be consumed continuously like this. The situation of difficulty in breathing and heavy and weak body appeared on Zhao Yunao again. It made her feel like she was carrying a magnificent and heavy mountain. Before the consumed divine power was restored, she could only endure the various pains brought by the difference in rules. Fortunately, such pain is not without any benefits. As long as I persist for a longer time, when the secret seed in my body adapts, I can imprint and record the complete world rules here, and then drive my own gradual transformation, and make up for the incomplete life source. After taking a few breaths, her tall and full chest moved slightly. Zhao Yunao forced herself to stand up. Then she walked step by step towards the ruined temple inside Sami village. The distance was not too far, but it took her more than half an hour to finally arrive near the old ruined temple. Looking up and looking forward, I saw two half-grown boys lying under a thick pine tree. Drops of remaining raindrops and dewdrops hung on the tips of the needles, reflecting and scattering colorful light under the light of the rising sun. It was this sturdy old tree that shielded the two from the wind and rain last night, so that they were not too attacked and destroyed by the wind and rain. Zhao Yunao came to Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu, resisted all kinds of discomfort in her body, and gently touched their calves with her feet. Zhang Xiaofan, Lin Jingyu, wake up! Something happened in Saomyo village. Under the shaking of Zhao Yunyao's call, Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu, who were originally lying on the ground and sleeping, finally woke up one after another, feeling the somewhat cold ground. That kind of sleeping feeling is not very comfortable after all. My back hurts a little. It's a bit uncomfortable. Lin Jingyu sat up first, stretched out his hand, and subconsciously rubbed his back. Huh? Why are my clothes wet too? I'm so cold. However, after seeing the surrounding environment, Lin Jingyu didn't care about rubbing his back. Isn't this near the ruined temple? Suddenly, he noticed that the ruined temple had now become a ruin. There were many more traces of gullies on the ground in the surrounding wilderness, and the soil in many places was turned outward. It looked like it was deeply scratched by something. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan also woke up and felt the coldness on his body. He subconsciously tightened his clothes, but felt even colder. Looking at the surrounding wilderness scene, he had some bad premonitions in his heart for no reason. Sister Yunao, why are you here too? Zhang Xiaofan saw that Zhao Yunya's face was not very good, a little pale and bloodless, panting, and couldn't help asking with concern, are you okay? I'm fine. I can hold on. Zhao Yunyao pointed to the inside of the village and panted. Something happened in Saomyo village. There are dead people everywhere. When Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu heard these words, they subconsciously stood there. After coming to their senses, they no longer cared to talk to Zhao Yunyao, and ran into the village like crazy, their hearts full of panic. Dad? Mom? Mom? But this time, no matter how loudly they shouted, they could no longer hear the familiar voice respond. The inside of the village was quiet, dead and depressing. Before they got close, a very strong smell of blood came with the wind, which stimulated Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu to turn pale, and they became more and more frightened. The two ran to their homes at the same time, wanting to see their parents. But what they saw, there were only corpses everywhere, with painful and twisted death. It looked like a terrifying ghost. Ow. Dad? Mom? Don't. Two different young voices came from inside Saomyo village. The next moment, Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu couldn't bear the tragic scene of their parents being killed. They were too excited and sad, and fainted one after another. Only Zhao Yunyao, who had just walked nearby, was still awake. Pu Zhi is really calculating. He is also dark and cruel. She took a few breaths and looked up at the surrounding environment. Still couldn't help sitting on the muddy ground. I don't know when Song Darren will come. I hope he can come earlier, so I don't have to wait here too long. At this moment, Zhao Yunyao was free and began to comprehend the contents of the 4 extreme volumes of the Art of Cutting Love. Prepare for the seeds of the 4 extreme secret realms for fellow practitioners. Chapter 17 Chenian Sect. She waited patiently for about half an hour. Zhao Yunyao, who was always paying attention to the sky, was keenly aware of 5 strange figures flying in the sky. Seeing this, she decisively stopped comprehending the 4 extreme volumes of the Art of Cutting Love. She turned around and looked at the ground in a daze. She looked like she couldn't accept the tragic situation inside Saomyo village. Shua. At this moment, The 5 flying figures landed on the ground one after another. They stopped steadily not far from Zhao Yunyao. One of them was a tall and burly middle-aged man dressed in secular clothes. He stepped out of the crowd and looked at Zhao Yunyao sitting on the ground. He couldn't help asking anxiously, "Miss, what happened here? Why are there dead bodies of villagers everywhere?" Hearing the voice, Zhao Yunyao pretended to come back to her senses. Looking up at the honest and simple-looking man, he guessed his identity in his heart, but nodded slowly on the surface. "I saw it and heard it." "Who did it?" Song Darren couldn't help asking. But the young girl, who was dressed in coarse cloth but had fair skin and beautiful face, shook her head again and didn't say it directly. Instead, she asked other questions. "Who are you? Are you the immortals of Chenian sect?" "We are disciples of Chenian sect, but not immortals." Next to him, another young man replied, "The girl looks a little unfamiliar, so she should not be a villager in Saumyo village." "Right. Well, I'm not from Saumyo village." Zhao Yunyao admitted it directly and explained briefly, "My family fell into poverty. My relatives passed away, and then I was robbed. Fortunately, I was saved by a master, so I decided to learn from him to protect myself. I heard the name of Chenian sect, so I decided to come here to try. On the way, I encountered some troubles. A few days ago, I was kindly taken in by the villagers of Saumyo village and stayed here temporarily. But now Saumyo village has." The disciples of Chenian sect understood what he said. Such fair and tender skin, beautiful appearance, unique and noble temperament, etc., are too different from the villagers of Saumyo village. It's obvious that she is not a villager here. On the contrary, she looks like a spoiled rich lady. We have just told you our origins. You can rest assured that no one will hurt you." Song Darren couldn't help asking again, "Can you tell me now? I want to meet your master." "I guess you can't handle it." Zhao Yunyao looked at the people around her. Her expression was very firm and persistent. It was just that pale face and abnormal breathing rate. It made Zhao Yunyao look more fragile. Hearing this, Song Darren and Chong Jian and others looked at each other. In the end, it was Song Darren, who had the highest cultivation level, who made the decision. "In this way, I will take this girl back to Chenian sect first. Please search here to see if there are any other survivors." "Okay, Senior Brother Song." Someone nodded in response and agreed. The others had no objections. Just like that, Song Darren cast a spell to control his magic weapon, the 10 Tiger Immortal Sword, to soar up, and then float steadily at his feet. He took the initiative to gesture to Zhao Yunyao. "This girl. Come here. I will take you directly to Chenian Gate." "Yes." Zhao Yunyao nodded gently. Her face was pale, and she struggled to stand up from the ground, acting like an ordinary girl with curiosity and fear in front of the treasures of the immortals. She stood carefully on this floating flying sword. "Be careful. Hold on to my clothes." Song Darren also got on the flying sword, turned back and kindly reminded, "If you are afraid, just close your eyes for a while, and you will be fine." Seeing Zhao Yunyao stretched out her hand to hold the corner of her clothes, Song Darren then pinched the spell, operated the magic power, controlled the 10 Tiger Immortal Sword to soar up, and carried himself and Zhao Yunyao to the Chenian Gate deep in the Chenian Mountains. The few Chenian sect disciples who stayed behind began to disperse and search for the situation inside Saumyo village, trying to find out if there are any other survivors. Soaring and galloping above the blue sky and white clouds, Zhao Yunyao stood quietly behind Song Darren, occasionally curiously looking at the beautiful scenery below. Then she looked afraid of falling, shrank her neck, and held the corner of Song Darren's clothes tightly with both hands, unwilling to let go of her fingers. Sensing the movement of the girl behind him, Song Darren flew more and more steadily on the sword. "Don't worry. I have good flying skills. As long as the girl doesn't move around, it's fine." Zhao Yunyao didn't say anything, and pursed her pink lips. He stared at the Chenian sect, a great sect of the righteous immortals. On the towering and steep mountains, different buildings were located, accompanied by different spiritual auras and mists, giving them a faint colorful halo. There were also floating clouds, rolling clouds, making everything look hazy and blurred. From a distance, it seemed as if a piece of immortal land was located here. From the outside, the scenery is so beautiful. Zhao Yunyao sighed in surprise. "I wonder how beautiful the famous Chenian 6 scenes are. I really want to see it in person." The flying sword under him was flying like lightning, and the view was blurred. The continuous flight lasted for about 3/4 of an hour. Song Darren took Zhao Yunyao through the ordinary formation of Chenian sect, and officially entered the interior of Chenian sect. He did not rush to find the head of the sect, but went straight to Daju Peak to pay homage to his master Tianbai. It is reasonable that the master should be the first to know about this. Then the master will make the decision and report it to the headmaster. It didn't take a moment. The sparsely populated Daju Peak came into view first. Song Darren controlled the magic weapon to land, asked Zhao Yunyao to wait outside the room temporarily, and he went into the room to pay his respects to his master. After seeing Tianbai, Song Darren first bowed and greeted, and then told the master everything he had just seen without hiding anything. But after listening to the master, a look of anger appeared on his chubby face. What did you say? A mortal village at the foot of my Chenian sect was massacred? Yes, master. Song Darren hurriedly bowed and reported, but there is a young woman who is temporarily staying in Sami village and knows some clues. Disciple has brought the person back and is waiting outside now. Go and bring the person in. Tianbai suppressed his anger and gave instructions to Song Darren. Chapter 18 Weird. Zhao Yunyao, who was waiting outside and patiently waiting for news, suddenly noticed Song Darren coming out of the room. Then he waved to her. My lady, my master wants to see you. Hearing this, Zhao Yunyao distracted herself to control her body. The power of the sea of suffering, which had just recovered a little bit, was completely silent again. She was really like a mortal girl, with a pale face, panting, and trembling walking, as if she was carrying a heavy mountain. But when she entered the door of the room, she suddenly realized that someone was looking at her. Zhao Yunyao subconsciously looked up and saw a short and fat man sitting on a chair looking at her. The expression between his eyebrows was a little weird. Strange. Really strange. Tianbai frowned unconsciously as he looked at Zhao Yunyao, whose face was pale and whose legs were shaking. She doesn't look injured. How can she be so weak? It feels like she is carrying a heavy object that she can't get rid of. She looks particularly weak, but her physique and bones are somewhat different from ordinary people. As if she is very good. Observe carefully for a moment. In Tianbai's heart, he already had a guess. It should be caused by congenital maldevelopment. If she develops normally, then the physique and bones of this little girl must be much better than ordinary people. And she is a good seedling for cultivating immortals. Guessing such a result, Tianbai's frown relaxed again. For mortals, congenital maldevelopment can cause various abnormal diseases and make the physique particularly weak. It is extremely difficult to cure it and make up for the defects of congenital dysplasia. And it also requires a lot of precious herbs for nourishment. It is not affordable for ordinary people. But for those who practice Taoism, they only need to calm down and practice patiently, and they will naturally make up for the various defects of congenital dysplasia day by day. If this little girl can make up for the defects of congenital dysplasia, she must be a good seedling. Thinking of this, Tianbai has already thought about accepting a disciple. In addition to Taoism, what he is best at is an extraordinary skill. That is, alchemy. The immortal elixir he personally refined is a top-notch treasure in the entire Chenian sect, and everyone is fighting for it. If you use elixirs for nourishment and strengthen it with the practice of exercises, in the future 7 Veins martial arts competition, there must be disciples from my Daju Peak lineage in the front row. Such a good seedling that is delivered to the door must not be missed. After thinking in his heart, Tianbai was a little happy and excited, and he had already thought about it. Decided to leave the little girl at Daju Peak. However, considering the massacre in Sami village, he decided to hold off for a while, and took the initiative to speak to the little girl. Don't be nervous. Just treat this place as your home. If you feel sleepy, sit on a chair and take a rest. Don't be anxious. On that chubby face, there was a smile that made people feel like spring breeze. Such an expression made the eldest disciple Song Darren stunned, since he had the memory of entering the sect. When has his master ever shown such a happy expression? My ranking in the 7 Clans martial arts contest didn't make master so happy. Is there something else? Song Darren, who was confused, chose to remain silent, standing quietly in the hall. But the woman took a few breaths and did not choose to sit on the chair. Thank you for your kindness. Master, I can still stand? So it's okay. Well, why don't you tell me what happened in Sami village last night? When talking about business, Tianbai's expression became more serious. Seeing this, Zhao Yunyao began to speak some words with a purpose. Yesterday during the day, a bald old monk appeared in Sami village. At night, I saw that it was going to rain, and was about to go out to pack up the things in the yard, when I suddenly heard an unusual sound coming from another direction of the village. The sky over there turned into two colors. One was golden, which looked very bright. The other was blood red, which made people drowsy and frightened. After that, I heard someone shouting words like poisonous blood banner, seven-tailed centipede, Puji, bloodthirsty, etc., because the distance was too far, and the wind was strong, and the thunder was loud. I couldn't hear clearly, and I didn't know what the two people were talking about. Poisonous blood banner, seven-tailed centipede, bloodthirsty? Tian Bai looked stern and angry. And he obviously guessed something. It's actually related to that evil cult thief. You are really brave to be my disciple in Chenian sect. It seems that the murderer who massacred the entire Sami village must be that evil cult thief. Just as Tian Bai was thinking this, he heard Zhao Yuniao take a few breaths and then speak weakly. Later, I saw a man in black flying from a distance, holding a long sword. He raised it high to the sky, and at the same time shouted the words "Nine heavens mysterious break," turned into divine thunder, the magnificent power of heaven, led by the sword. At this moment, Tian Bai stood up suddenly. A solemn and shocked look appeared on his face. Such a formula is actually the core method of the divine sword controlling thunder true formula of my Chenian sect. How is this possible? An ordinary mortal woman would never know the core content of one of the four supreme sword formulas in Chenian sect. Then this means that what the other party said is true. He never thought that the matter would involve the senior staff of Chenian sect. There are not many people in the entire Chenian sect who can practice the divine sword controlling thunder true art to a level that can compete with Puji. Could it be that the murderer is from my Chenian sect? Thinking of this possibility, Tian Bai's face changed again and again. He realized the seriousness of the matter in his heart. Even Song Darren, who was standing quietly on the side, suddenly raised his head and looked at his master Tian Bai, his eyes full of shock and horror. He also knew the famous divine sword controlling thunder true art. Suddenly, just as Tian Bai frowned and thought about things, the little girl standing in the hall spoke again with a breath. In the end, the black-clothed man who used the sword to control the thunder ran away. As soon as these words came out, Tian Bai and Song Darren both breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. The forehead was already covered with cold sweat of fear. I was afraid, so I hid. Zhao Yuniao resisted the full suppression of the laws of heaven and earth, silently endured the potential assimilation of the laws, and said with a pale face and panting, in the end, it was the monk I saw during the day who massacred Sami village. Chapter 19 Senior Brother. What are you doing? Hearing these twists and turns, Tian Bai reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. At this moment, his mood was like that of a novice flying with a sword for the first time. Up and down, changing back and forth, extremely unstable. I didn't expect that the massacre in Saumyo village would actually involve Tianyin temple and Chenian sect, as well as the evil sect thieves. It's a serious matter and extraordinary. Poisonous blood banner, seven-tailed centipede, and there should be bloodthirsty beads. There is also the divine sword control thunder true art. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Tian Bai looked up and stared at his eldest disciple Song Darren, and told him seriously, Darren, you put this little girl in Dodgy Peak to rest. Also go find your master's wife, and get a rhubarb pill for this girl to take. I will go to see the head brother now. Yes, master. Song Darren responded with a serious bow. Then, they saw Master Tian Bai hurriedly leaving the hall. And when he got outside, he instantly turned into a streak of fire, and quickly went away. He soon disappeared from the sight of the two. It was not until this time that Song Darren turned his head to look at the little girl he brought back, and smiled kindly. Young lady, please follow me. I will take you to rest first. My name is Song Darren. Oh, by the way, what is your name? My name is Zhao Yuniao. Zhao Yuniao smiled back, but her face was a little pale, and she was weak and looked like a weak little white flower. She looked at the scenery of Daju Peak, which was sparsely populated and beautiful. It was just right for her to practice the art of cutting love on weekdays. If we go to other peaks of Chenian sect, there are too many people, and it will not be so convenient and easy to practice the art of cutting love in secret. Once discovered, it will be a big trouble. This Daju Peak. She entered into a state of meditation. took Zhao Yunyan to an uninhabited courtyard and temporarily settled there. Song Darren then went to pay a visit to his master's wife Su Ru. Watching the other party's figure leaving, Zhao Yunyan sat down on the stone bench near the stone table in the yard, and turned to think about how to speed up the completion of her own incomplete origin. Incomplete innate origin is more serious than congenital dysplasia in this world with complete rules, and it is dragging its feet in all aspects. It is necessary to complete this aspect as soon as possible. The immortal emperor can find several good fortune springs for his two sons to make up for the lack of innate origin. I have no one to rely on, so I can only rely on the opportunities in other worlds to find a way to complete it. After thinking carefully for a while, Zhao Yunyan made a decision in his heart. Self-cultivation, leading life to improve itself, is a way to gradually supplement life and make up for all life defects. However, this method is very time-consuming and life-consuming. It takes a long time to practice and slowly endure. In addition, she can also rely on the life fountain she has refined, the life altar. Using all living things as sacrifices, she can extract the source of life and use it to strengthen her own essence. She, spirit, will, and desire, thus promoting her own nirvana transformation. This method can also make up for the incompleteness of the innate origin. It's just that this method of completion consumes a lot of resources. Then, it's just a matter of luck, encountering some rare treasure that can make up for the incomplete origin of life, and using it to make up for it. However, the third method is too luck testing and has no active control. Therefore, Zhao Yunyan just thought about it for a while and put it aside. If both methods are used, they can be carried out simultaneously, which may shorten the time and reduce resource consumption. It seems that I have to stay in this world patiently for a while. Suddenly, Zhao Yunyan noticed the footsteps of two people and a dog approaching here. She quickly gathered her thoughts and pretended to be dazed and distracted. Not long after, the closed courtyard door was pushed open. Then, a cute little girl in a red skirt walked in first. She looked at Zhao Yunyan's side, as if hearing the sound of the door opening. Zhao Yunyan was awakened and came back to her senses, and hurriedly looked at the door. She saw the little girl in the red skirt with a pair of big black eyes, looking at her curiously. Next to the little girl, there was a big yellow dog. Little junior sister, run slower. Be careful not to fall. Behind him, the familiar voice of Song Darren came. Humph. It's obviously the senior brother who is too slow. The little girl Tian Linger snorted, and then jumped to Zhao Yunyan's side. She took the initiative to stretch out a white and slender little arm to her. 5 thin fingers opened, revealing a pill in the palm of her hand. Here, for you. This is the rhubarb pill made by my father himself. It is very famous inside Chenian sect. I don't know how many people want it, but they can't get it at all. It's precious. When the little girl mentioned her father Tian Bai, her proud little head was raised. Miss Zhao, this is the pill that Master gave you specially. I believe it should be able to restore your physical condition. Song Darren stepped forward and persuaded. Just accept it directly. Don't refuse. Thank you two immortal masters. Zhao Yunyan took the initiative to thank him with a look of surprise and fear on her face. Then she stretched out her right hand and took the rhubarb pill handed over by Tian Linger. She swallowed it down without hesitation. How is it? How do you feel? Tian Linger asked impatiently. That cute look was like waiting for others to praise her father. On the contrary, Song Darren, who was standing aside, was a little amused and shouted, Little sister, the effect of rhubarb pills is not so fast. It takes time to digest and absorb. You have eaten rhubarb pills yourself. Reached out and touched Tian Linger's little head. Song Darren looked at Zhao Yunyan again, and reminded her with concern, Miss Zhao experienced such a tragedy last night, and she must not have had a good rest all night. Why not go back to your room and have a good sleep to nourish your spirit and replenish your physical strength? It can also better exert the medicinal effect of Dawangdan. Thank you for your concern, Master Song. I will go to rest in a while. Zhao Yunyan smiled at Song Darren, and that pale smile was like a goddess falling to the earth. Song Darren was subconsciously stunned. Soon he came to his senses, and he hurriedly pulled his junior sister Tian Linger away from here. He walked hurriedly, as if he was fleeing from here in a panic. He kept muttering in his heart, I already have women in my heart, and there is no room for other women. Hey, 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 senior brother, what are you doing? From a distance, Tian Linger's somewhat crisp and cute voice came. The big yellow dog wagged its tail and followed its little master Tian linger happily, running around with a strange smile on its lips. Chapter 20 Partiality. Sing Song Darren, Tian linger, and the big yellow dog leave the yard, and closing the gates of the courtyard. Seeing this, Zhao Yu now stood up and walked into the room. She did not sleep all night yesterday. Not only was she exposed to the wind and rain, but she also had to be careful not to be noticed by Song and Puji. The energy consumption for such a whole night is not low. Not to mention that she is now a person with incomplete innate life source. In terms of the strength of life source, she is not as good as anyone in this world. There is an extremely obvious difference. Unless she can make up for the defects of her innate life source, she can better play the special physical advantages of the goddess spirit body. Graphite and diamond can produce such huge differences in actual properties because of a small difference in arrangement and combination. Not to mention the more complex world universe itself. The differences in world rules, different arrangements and combinations, and whether they are complete and flawless really have a huge impact. If the incomplete origin of innate life can be completed, it will return to the small universe of Jiantian, where the law is broken and the origin is insufficient. Zhao Yuniao is confident that she can jump to a higher level and still be invincible. This is the absolute crushing of the complete origin over the incomplete origin. Being invincible in the same realm is an insult. Thinking about things in her mind, Zhao Yuniao entered the room. The most eye-catching thing she saw was the huge text on the wall. Although she did not recognize the text in this world, she could guess that it was a word Tao based on her memory. There were 2 small windows on the side wall. There was also a wooden table and matching chairs nearby. Porcelain teapots and water cups were placed on them, either upside down or covered, and it looked like no one was using them. On the other side of the room was a large Kong, not a wooden bed or something like that, and its size fully occupied half of the entire room. It looked quite spacious for sleeping. The clean bedding that no one was using was neatly folded and placed on one side of the Kong. Although the overall decoration of the room was not very luxurious, it was sufficient for daily use. It was simple and rustic, and had a sense of quiet cultivation. Squeak! Zhao Yuniao closed the door of the room with her backhand. She walked slowly to the Kong and sat down. Just as she reached out to take off her shoes, a strange warm current suddenly came from her body. The warm current naturally dissipated throughout her body, as if it melted into her blood. Wherever it passed, she felt a sense of comfort and relaxation, and all the discomfort caused by the incompleteness of her innate origin was relieved. Her pale complexion gradually became rosy and shiny. Even her breathing became slightly normal. The efficacy of this rhubarb pill is so amazing. Feeling the obvious changes in herself, Zhao Yuniao was extremely shocked. She hurriedly looked inward with her spiritual sense, carefully sensing and exploring the details of her changes. After a long time, she opened her eyes with some disappointment. It turns out that it is just a temporary relief. I thought that the defect of the origin of life would be made up in an instant, and I was happy for nothing. Rhubarb pill. Rubbish. Take off your shoes and outer clothes. Zhao Yuniao got into bed directly, began to relax and sleep. On the other side, at the foot of the mountain, Sami village, Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu, who were unconscious, were also found by Chong Jian and others, and were escorted to Chenian sect's Tontian Peak by Chong Jian. The remaining few people were still identifying the bodies and confirming the number of people. There were also matters such as the disposal of the bodies. During the time when Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu were unconscious, Tian Bai also met with the head of the sect Dao Xian in private and told him the news he had received from Zhao Yuniao. Dao Xian was angry at first after hearing the news. Then he showed an extremely solemn expression. In the entire Chenian sect, there are only a few people who can practice the divine sword-controlling thunder true art to that level. Not to mention the poisonous blood banner and the seven-tailed centipede and other things. It is absolutely impossible for a mortal woman to know so many secrets in the cultivation world. So this news must be true. Tian Bai looked angry and suggested, Master brother, you might as well check Song Song. That guy's practice of the divine sword-controlling thunder true art is quite good. Junior brother Tian, I know that you and junior brother Song don't get along on weekdays, but there is no need to be so anxious to discredit him. Dao Xian obviously favored Song Song and said in a fair manner, don't jump to conclusions before there is enough evidence. What if it happens that you wronged him? In this way, let junior sister Shuiyu go to Sami village in person to see if she can find any evidence clues through the remaining traces of the fight. Seeing Tian Bai's ugly face, Daoxian stretched out his hand to brush his beard. He spoke again. However, if it is found that junior brother Song is involved, I will definitely not be soft-hearted and will definitely question him personally. Don't worry, junior brother Tian. In that case, let's follow what the head brother says. Tian Bai grunted a few times, and finally agreed to it while suppressing his anger. Then, Daoxian spoke again. In addition, send another group of disciples to Tianyin Temple to ask Master Puji for clarification. See what is going on. Continue to talk to Tian Bai for a while. Daoxian issued an order to summon the other 6 sects heads, except Xiao Peak, to prepare for the meeting inside Yuching Hall. As the orders were issued one after another, everyone began to act on their own, trying to investigate the matter clearly. When Zhang Xiaofan woke up from his coma, looking at the strange room in front of him, he was confused for a while. Then he quickly recalled what happened. And suddenly, he was filled with grief. His parents had left him. They would never appear in front of him again. When he left the room, he saw Lin Jingyu sitting under a big tree, with his hands supporting his chin. His eyes red, and he looked very sad. The two looked at each other, and there was no word for a while. Only sadness filled their hearts. But not long after, the two were taken away by Chong Jian to the inside of Yuching Hall to meet the head of the sect and the heads of each sect, and question them face to face. At the same time, inside Yuching Hall, the head of the sect Daoxian sat on the first seat in the center. First glanced at Song imperceptibly, and did not see any abnormal behavior. Then he looked at Tian Bai, who was sitting on the other side again. Brother Tian, let your disciples bring the little girl here too. Talk to the 2 orphans of Sami village. Hearing these words, Tian Bai, the head of Daju Peak, was moved. He recalled the state of the girl doll. Chapter 21 Apprenticeship. As a Daju Peak with 2 or 3 big cats and small cats, Tian Bai's desire for good disciples can be said to be the most in the entire Chenian sect. Now that he has finally met one, he naturally does not want to be snatched away by others, even if the girl is born with malformation and has a lot of problems. But for cultivators, this kind of thing is not irrecoverable. Naturally, such a small problem can be ignored. If I bring the little girl here directly, with the eyesight of the head brother and those guys, they will definitely be able to see the little girl's situation. At that time, other people will definitely compete with me for a good seedling. But the head brother wants to see the little girl in person, and I can't disobey the head brother's order. Tian Bai frowned slightly. Thoughts in his mind turned rapidly, and soon there was a solution. He immediately stood up and waved his hand to stop Song Darren, who wanted to move. Then took the initiative to bow to the head of the sect Daoxian and said, Senior brother, I will go there myself. Darren's flying speed is too slow. It's a waste of time to ask him to pick people up. Well, that's fine. Daoxian nodded slightly. His eyes moved slightly. I don't know what he was thinking. On the contrary, Song, the head of Longho Peak, who was sitting on the other side, looked at Tian Bai with some suspicion. This short and fat guy, he is both face-saving and lazy by nature. Why would he take the initiative to do this kind of errand today? Without waiting for Song to figure out what was going on, Tian Bai hurriedly left Yuching Hall, flew on his sword, and flew away quickly in the blink of an eye, without giving others a chance to say more. She ran away so fast and skillfully. After training her husband's useless disciples one by one, Su Ru turned around and left the martial arts training ground with satisfaction. She left the men lying on the ground. His master's wife is too cruel. Wu Dei lay on the ground, feeling sore all over his body, and even his arms were a little bit unable to lift. It's a pity that Master Brother didn't accept Master's wife's personal training today. How unfair. I really hope Master's wife can train Master Brother alone. It is said that something happened in Sami village at the foot of the mountain, not far away. Third junior brother Zheng Dali was grinning. His nose and face were swollen, and he was talking with a leak. Master Brother brought back a girl before, and I don't know what happened. I just want to be quiet now. It hurts so much. He dodgy lay on his back on the ground, like a dead fish, without even the strength to flutter a few times. On the contrary, Du Bishu beside him, after hearing these words, said excitedly, Well, let's make a bet, and see the girl that the senior brother brought back. Master is back. Suddenly, Lu Daxing interrupted Du Bishu's words, then endured the pain in his body and struggled to stand up from the ground. The others looked up and saw a flash of fire flying quickly from a distance. They immediately recognized that it was the flying sword of the master. Seeing this, the others grinned and hurriedly stood up from the ground while enduring the pain. However, before they could say hello, they saw that the flying light went straight to the direction of the main hall Shojing Hall, and had no intention of staying here. Hey! Master is in such a hurry. Is there something wrong? Lu Dashing couldn't help asking. Seeing this, the other brothers shook their heads to show that they didn't understand, or responded with guesses. I think it may be related to the incident in Chaomiao village. All of you, come here. From afar, the familiar voice of the master suddenly came. After hearing the words, the few people supported each other and hurried to show Jing Tang. In the room, Zhao Yuniao was sleeping quietly and sweetly. The medicinal effect of the Huang Dan nourished her body, making her look much better now. But it was only a temporary solution, as long as her own innate life source was incomplete and not completed. Then, in this powerful world with complete rules, she would inevitably be suppressed by the difference in laws at all times, and passive laws would be assimilated bit by bit, until she was completely assimilated and adapted. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Zhao Yuniao, who was in a deep sleep, woke up, put on his coat, got up from the Kong, put on his shoes, and came to the door of the room. He opened the door from the inside. He saw the little girl Tian Linger in a red skirt standing at the door. It turned out to be Linger, the little fairy master. Zhao Yuniao saw this and showed a gentle smile on his face. I wonder if Linger, the little fairy master, came to see me for something? Little fairy master? He. Tian Lingo laughed a few times, then looked like a little adult, looked up curiously for a moment, and then said crisply, You look good. Much better than before. Come with me. My father has something important to talk to you about. After saying that, she jumped in front and led the way. The cute little pink face was full of an unconcealed happy and excited smile, and her mind was still repeatedly recalling the name Little Master Linger. The whole person was as happy as a bird that had just been released from a cage. Seeing this, Zhao Yuniao closed the door of the room, followed Tian Linger, left the independent courtyard, and walked to the vicinity of Shojing Hall. Looking up and looking forward, you can see the red tiles on the roof and the red bricks on the ground. There are also several thick stone pillars standing at the door. On the ground inside, there are bricks and stones of different colors, stacked up to form a Tai Chi diagram. Zhao Yuniao entered the Shojing Hall. I saw 2 chairs placed in the first seat opposite, and Tian Bai and Su Ru were sitting on them. On the side, there were also several men with bruised faces, crooked eyes and crooked mouths. Before, I heard Darren mention that you wanted to come to Chenian sect to learn from a master. It's just that by chance, you are temporarily living in Sami village. Tian Bai stared at Zhao Yuniao, who had just walked in, with a serious look on his face, but there was an unconcealed expectation in his eyes. In that case, I will accept you as a formal disciple today. I wonder if you are willing to worship me as your master. Hearing Tian Bai's words, Zhao Yuniao was subconsciously stunned for a moment. Then she reacted. She showed a touch of surprise on her face, knelt down directly, and greeted Tian Bai and Su Ru. Disciple Zhao Yuniao, greet the master and the master's wife. Okay. Tian Bai smiled happily, and his mouth was almost crooked. Wu Dai, who was standing on the side, took the opportunity to come over with 2 cups of apprentice tea, came to Zhao Yuniao and stood beside her, and whispered, Junior Sister Zhao, serve tea to the master and the master's wife. Chapter 22 Yuching Palace. Hearing Wu Dai's whispered reminder, Zhao Yuniao took one of the cups of tea and handed it to Tian Bai with both hands. Master, please drink tea. Oh, good. Tian Bai grinned. He couldn't wait to take the teacup from Zhao Yuniao's hand, open the lid, and drank the tea leaves in it with excitement. But Tian Bai didn't care about the tea leaves at all, chewed them casually and swallowed them, then put the empty teacup back on the tray. Good disciple. Come. This is the apprenticeship gift specially prepared by the master for you. Tian Bai had an unconcealed smile on his face, and reached out to take out a small jade bottle from his wide sleeves. He put it directly in Zhao Yuniao's hand, not allowing her to refuse at all. There are 3 rhubarb pills in the bottle. You are born with dysplasia and are too weak to be compared with ordinary people. Take one of these rhubarb pills every once in a while to help you recover faster. Thank you for the reward. Master. Zhao Yunniao accepted the small jade bottle. Then he held up another cup of tea with both hands, and offered it to Master's wife Su Ru, who was sitting next to him. Master's wife. Please have some tea. Su Ru had a smiling expression on her face, stretched out her hand to take the teacup, and took a sip gently. She looked like a lady from a noble family. But the few people who knew Su Ru's true character saw Su Ru's gentle appearance, and their faces were full of disbelief, as if they had seen their own master's wife the day before. The couple's performance today was somewhat unusual, especially Tianbai, Tianlinger, Wu Dai and others were stunned by his amiable appearance, and they could not believe that this was their father and master. Is this still my bad-tempered father? Tianlinger muttered quietly. But she didn't play naughty at this time. Get up quickly. The ground is cold. You are weak. You can't stand it for too long. Su Ru put down the teacup, stretched out her hand, and used her magic power to help Zhao Yunniao up. Thank you for your concern, Master's wife. Zhao Yunniao bowed in return. My dear disciple, we cultivators are ranked according to seniority, not by age, but by the time of entry. Tianbai looked at Zhao Yunniao with a smile and explained simply, from now on, you will be Linger's junior sister, the 8th disciple of the master, without waiting for Zhao Yunniao to respond. On the contrary, Tianlinger, the little girl standing next to Su Ru, heard her father's words, and smiled happily at this moment. Her eyes curved like crescent moons. Great! After so many years, I finally became a senior sister. I've waited for this day for too long. Beside her, Su Ru smiled kindly and gently stroked her daughter's head to stop her from being active. Then Tianbai continued to speak. Change into a Taoist robe in a while, and then I will take you to the Yuching Palace on Tontian Peak of Chongmen to meet the head brother and tell him about your experience in Sami village. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Then, Tianbai turned his head to look at Su Ru and said, take a new Taoist robe and let Xiaoyan change into it. Got it. Su Ru pursed her lips and smiled. She knew the purpose of her husband's doing this very well. It was nothing more than taking her out and announcing in front of the heads of other peaks and the head brothers that this was his disciple and that he already had a master. You guys should stop thinking about making small plans. It didn't take long. Tianlinger brought a set of Chenian sect women's Taoist robes and quickly asked Zhao Yunniao to change into them and throw away the coarse linen clothes she had worn before. Then, Tianbai waved his hand and rolled up his sleeves. He brought Zhao Yunniao to his side with his magic power and protected her behind him. Then he flew up on his sword and took her straight to the location of Chongmen Tontian Peak. When you get to Yuching Palace, tell the truth and don't hide anything. Master will support you personally. Yes. Zhao Yunniao responded softly, focusing mainly on the external environment. Under the personal leadership of Tianbai, the flying sword flew at a very fast speed. In a short while, the two arrived at the Yuhai Square on Tontian Peak. The ground was all paved with white marble. 9 bronze tripods were divided into 3 rows, 3 in each row, and were placed in order on the square. Light smoke occasionally floated up from the giant tripod. The fragrance drifted with the wind, but it always lingered in this square. It was not too scattered and far away. White clouds and mists were curling, just existing on the ground of the square. It made this place look like being in a fairy palace in the clouds, with a kind of ethereal charm. The sea of clouds in the 6 scenes of Chenian is really extraordinary. Zhao Yunniao watched for a moment, and then looked to the other end of the square in front of him. The sound of gurgling water came from afar like thunder. A stone arch bridge gradually came into view. This bridge has no seat or pier, and it rises across the sky, like a dragon flying into the sky, high and invisible. The sound of flowing water came from both sides of the bridge. The clear water, under the sunlight, refracted or scattered, and it actually emitted colorful colors. It was as beautiful and gorgeous as a rainbow across the sky. Therefore, this bridge was also called Rainbow Bridge inside Chenian sect. It was also one of the 6 scenic spots of Chenian. Tianbai flew on his sword, and had no intention of coming down to walk. He just took his new disciple Zhao Yunniao and flew all the way up. Soon they crossed the range of the Rainbow Bridge and came to the Yuching Palace on the top of the cloud. Shua. When he arrived here, Tianbai landed. He waved his hand to put away his fairy sword. Then he signaled Zhao Yunniao to follow him with his eyes, and walked directly into the Yuching Palace, and saw that the 2 children from Sami village had come here. But at this time, both of them were lying on the ground. completely asleep. Obviously. Before Tian Bai came back, something had happened here, which made the two children fall asleep here. Master, this is my 8th disciple Zhao Yuniao, who is not from Saomyo village. Tian Bai took the initiative to introduce, however. She happened to be nearby that night, and knew some things about Sami village. Everyone looked strange when they heard Tian Bai's words. They cursed Tian Bai for being shameless in their hearts. The situation of this little girl was clearly seen by everyone as soon as she entered the gate of Yuching Palace. Naturally, they saw that she had excellent physique. But she was also born with some dysplasia, and her body looked quite weak. She can have such extraordinary physique in the case of congenital dysplasia. Dao Xian looked at Zhao Yuniao and was quite amazed. If it is completed, the physique will be even more amazing. No wonder junior brother Tian did this. Chapter 23 Rebellion. After publicly announcing that this was his disciple, Tian Bai then swaggered to a seat and sat down, turning his head and signaling the new disciple Zhao Yuniao with his eyes, asking her to tell the clue she knew. Seeing this, Zhao Yuniao first bowed and saluted everyone seriously. Zhao Yuniao, the new disciple of Daju Peak, greets the master. Greetings to all the uncles and uncles. That night, the disciple. It took a little while. Zhao Yuniao said what she said in Daju Peak again in the Yuching Hall, especially when he heard the core formula of the true formula of divine sword controlling thunder. One of the 4 supreme sword formulas of Chenian sect was actually spoken by a little girl who was immortal before. Daoxuan's face was almost black, and his eyes were full of anger. I didn't expect that such a ruthless and vicious person would appear inside my Chenian sect. It really doesn't live up to my reputation as the largest sect of the righteous way. The poison blood banner, a ghost weapon, requires a large number of living people as blood sacrifices, sucking blood essence, extracting souls, and refining spirits to sacrifice it, and to upgrade it to the level of dealing with masters of cultivation. How many living people do you need to sacrifice? Just thinking about it makes Daoxuan's scalp numb, and the anger and murderous intent in his heart can't be stopped. At this time, I saw Zhao Yuniao standing in the hall slightly raised his head, staring and peeking at Song Song from time to time. Such a small action was seen by everyone. Dao Xian and Song Song's heart sank immediately, and they had a bad premonition. Good disciple, if you have anything to say, just say it boldly. The master is here. Tian Bai also noticed the little action of his beloved disciple, and immediately stood up and walked a few steps into the hall. He stood beside Zhao Yuniao openly. Master, the uncle with a long beard and a dignified face over there looks like the black-clothed man who used the poisonous blood flag that night. Zhao Yuniao whispered to Tian Bai. But the people present, except for the unconscious Lin Jingyu and Zhang Xiufan, were all practitioners, and their hearing was naturally extraordinary. Shua shua shua. Almost as soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone present were all staring at Song Song, who was sitting beside Dao Xian, with suspicion and scrutiny in their eyes. Damn stinky girl, ruining my good deeds. Seeing this, Song Song's face sank, knowing that he could no longer stay inside Qinjiamen. He decisively, and without hesitation attacked Dao Xian beside him. Dao Xian was about to ask Song Song questions to get to the bottom of things, when he suddenly saw a colorful light coming at him. He was not careful, and was bitten by it. The next moment, a strong pain came from the bite's site. There were also bursts of black air floating on his skin, emitting a fishy smell, and quickly invaded his heart veins. It was obviously very poisonous. Dao Xian quickly came to his senses, and waved his hand to kill the thing that attacked him. The body fell to the ground, and it was seen that its main body was a centipede. But there were 7 tails at the end of the tail, and the color of each tail was completely different. Daoxuan's face suddenly changed. This is the 7-tailed centipede of the poison god of the 10,000 poison sect of the demon sect. Brother Song Song, you actually... Without waiting for Dao Xian to finish his words, everyone present saw Song Song rushing to the gate of Yuching Hall without hesitation, trying to slip out quickly, while everyone was still not recovered from the attack on the head Dao Xian. Just when passing by the center of the hall, Song Song saw Zhao Yuniao, and he was furious, and fiercely hit him from the air. It's all your fault. You stinky girl. You ruined my good deeds. Go to hell. How dare you attack my disciple? Tian Bai suddenly reacted and subconsciously blocked in front of Zhao Yuniao. He hurriedly raised his hand to resist the angry attack from Song Song. Boom! The two magic powers collided violently, rippling large areas of aftermath. The huge momentum was like a landslide and tsunami. Zhao Yuniao was quick-witted and prepared, and decisively reached out to pull Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu on the ground to prevent them from being killed or seriously injured by the aftermath. Seeing that Tian Bai was protecting Zhao Yuniao, he could not kill her quickly. Song Song could only glare at Zhao Yuniao fiercely. Then he quickly fled from Yuching Palace and disappeared here in the blink of an eye. He did not hesitate to betray Chenian's sect on the spot. Master, how are you? Above the hall, Tianyun Taoist and others hurried to Daoshuan's side. They saw that he was poisoned and injured. Fortunately, Daoxian had a deep cultivation base and relied on the strong magic power in his body to temporarily suppress the poison of the seven-tailed centipede. But it was just a foolish dream to want to dissolve it immediately and force it out. At least it takes a while to recuperate. It's okay. I won't die. But I have to retreat to heal my wounds in the next period of time. Daoxian took a few breaths and looked up at Song Song's departing back. His heart was filled with disbelief and pain. Because of what happened back then. He always wanted to be good to Song Song, and even often openly favored Song Song, his junior brother. Even the power of punishment in Chenian's sect was handed over to him. But he didn't expect that the person who killed him was actually him. Is he still unable to let go of what happened back then? Daoxian murmured in his heart. But things had come to this point, and there was no turning back. Feeling the extent of his own poisoning injuries, he looked at Zhang Xiaofan and Lin Jingyu in the hall, and thought that the massacre in Sami village was closely related to Chenian's sect. Then he unconsciously felt a trace of guilt. My fellow disciples, Sami village is a village under the protection of our Chenian sect. Now that they have encountered this great disaster, the two children left behind will be accepted into the sect as disciples of Chenian's sect. Teach them well, and don't let them go astray because of the hatred in your heart. And to prevent these two from staying together and often thinking about the past, each of you separate them. Hearing the words of the head brother, everyone present couldn't help but look at Lin Jingyu, fighting for this child with excellent roots. As for Zhang Xiaofan, who had mediocre roots, no one looked at him straight, seeing that everyone was arguing endlessly. In the end, the head of the sect, Daoxian, was impatient and took care of his wounds and recuperation. So he directly designated two people. Lin Jingyu will go to Chaoyang Peak and be taught by junior brother Shang. As for Zhang Xiaofan, since he was first discovered by Song Darren, a disciple of Daju Peak, then let Daju Peak teach him. Okay, that's it. Everyone leave. After saying that, Daoxian left in a hurry. He had no intention of staying here for long. When Tianyun Taoist and others saw that they had not won Lin Jingyu, they felt a little sorry in their hearts. But they didn't say much. Only Tian Bai had a dark face. Chapter 24 Conversation. Seeing Zhang Xiaofan lying on the ground, Tian Bai's fat face turned black. This dog brother is pitting him again. Whenever there is any dirty work, tiring or troublesome matter, he will remember his junior brother. But if there is any benefit, the head brother will only have Song Song in his eyes. Humph! Tian Bai snorted in dissatisfaction. Turning around, when he saw Zhao Yuniao, the expression on his chubby face suddenly changed, and he smiled like spring flowers. Fortunately, I took action in advance and intercepted a good seedling. Otherwise, there will only be mediocre disciples for my Daju Peak and genius disciples for others. But head brother, you didn't expect that Song Song, who you often favor, not only wants to kill you, but also secretly colludes with the demons of the demon sect. He even openly betrayed Kinjiaman. As if thinking of something, a smile flashed across Tian Bai's mouth. Come on, good disciple. Master will take you home. He called Zhao Yuniao and walked out of Yuching Hall first. And without looking back, he ordered Song Darren, go and take the unconscious fool on the ground. Yes, master. Song Darren bowed behind him. Then he came to Zhang Xiaofan, bent down and held him in his arms, and followed the master out of Yuching Hall. When they returned to Daju Peak, Du Bishu had already prepared dinner. Seeing that Zhang Xiaofan was still unconscious, Song Darren first carried him back to his direction and placed him on the Kong where he usually slept, and then turned around and walked towards the place where he usually ate. In a short while, he came to the dining hall. He saw that several junior brothers had already taken their seats. He did not see the master's wife, the junior sisters, etc. So no one picked up their chopsticks. They sat in their seats and chatted. Just now, the senior brother brought back another person, a little boy of about 10 years old. Finally, there are 2 more people from Daju Peak. Guess who stepped into the dining hall first this time? Huh? The senior brother is here. Seeing several junior brothers greet him, Song Darren also responded with a kind smile. He took the initiative to come to his seat and sit down. Not long after, the former junior sister Tian Linger took the new junior sister Zhao and entered the dining hall first, followed by the master and the master's wife. Everyone sat down one by one, and Tian Linger directly pulled Zhao Yunyao to sit next to her. Okay, let's eat. Tian Bai greeted him and picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and started eating. Then he told Du Bishu, make more nourishing food in the future. Xiao Yun is born with malformation and weak body, so he needs to be supplemented. As for the expenses, you can ask your master's wife for more money. Okay, master. Du Bishu responded hurriedly and seriously. Tian Linger, the junior sister sitting opposite the table, picked up some dishes with chopsticks from time to time and put them into Zhao Yunya's bowl as if she was snatching food. Eat quickly. If you eat too slowly, the food will be eaten up by these guys. You have my sister to protect you, and I won't let you go hungry. Seeing Tian Linger's little brat, Zhao Yu now smiled, followed the girl's kindness and coaxed her, and ate with everyone else. The other brothers also consciously gave way to the new sister. They didn't look like hungry dogs fighting for food as usual. After everyone finished dinner, all the bowls and plates were cleaned up by Du Bishu and others. Tian Bai waved his hand to signal Zhao Yunyao not to worry about these things, and kindly told the new disciple some things. There are few people in Daju Peak, so we are more free and have fewer restrictions. But there are some rules. Let Darren or Linger tell you tomorrow. In addition, if you don't like wearing Taoist robes and like to wear beautiful dresses, that's fine. Chenian sect has no strict requirements on the dress of its disciples. Thank you, Master, for reminding me. I will remember it. Zhao Yunyao responded seriously and behaved very normally. There is one more thing I want to tell you. Tian Bai looked at Zhao Yunyao and explained, under normal circumstances, any disciple who joins Daju Peak needs to cut black bamboo in the back mountain for 3 years. This is to temper the body and prepare for the formal practice. But you are born with dysplasia, so it would be bad if you cut black bamboo directly. I discussed it with your master's wife before and came up with a new idea. Next, let your master's wife use magic power to help you warm up your body and temper your bones every once in a while. Although it is more time-consuming and energy-consuming, it is safer. Hearing this, Zhao Yunyao was worried that Su Ru would notice something when the magic power entered her body. He began to think rapidly in his mind how to refuse this matter normally. Sensing the abundant spiritual energy in the air, she suddenly had an idea in her mind, and asked her master Tian Bai tentatively, Master, how did the Taoist inheritance of my Chenian sect come about in the beginning? Why are you asking this? Tian Bai asked in confusion. I was thinking that the earliest practitioners had no one to guide them, and could only practice by themselves. There must be many people who would try to absorb and refine the spiritual energy directly. Zhao Yunyao looked directly at Tian Bai and told him her plan. Since others can try to do this, why can't I absorb the spiritual energy directly? Although I am born with dysplasia, I have a special physique after all, so I may be able to skip the step of tempering my body. After all, I can sense the existence of the spiritual energy in the air. What did you say? You can actually sense the existence of spiritual energy directly? Tian Bai stood up in shock, his eyes full of surprise and surprise. This disciple's aptitude for practicing Taoism seems to be unexpectedly good. Seeing Tian Bai like this, Zhao Yunyao struck while the iron was hot and said again, Master has profound Taoism and deep cultivation. You can try to protect me as a disciple. If something unexpected happens at that time, I believe that with Master's powerful cultivation, he will be able to quickly suppress and deal with it, and nothing serious will happen. And if it really succeeds, it will save Master's wife from worrying about me. Hearing this, Tian Bai frowned. His face changed again and again. Considering the specific situation of the first level of Yuching realm of Taiji Xianxing Dao, there is almost no risk of failure, and the overall situation is neutral and peaceful. After thinking it over again and again, Tian Bai reluctantly agreed. Since Xiaoyun can sense the spiritual energy, let's give it a try. Follow me to the interior of Shoujing Hall, and I will teach you the first level of Taiji Xianxing Dao. Chapter 25 Complementary. Tian Bai and Zhao Yunyao walked out of the dining hall one after another. They walked towards the main hall, Shojing Hall on Daju Peak. As they walked, they talked, and their voices spread in the early night. The highest mental method of my Chenian sect, Taiji Xianqing Dao. The initial practice is just to feel the spiritual energy. Attract the spiritual energy until it is successfully introduced into the body. Even if it really fails, there will be no harm. Don't have any pressure or tension in your heart. Keep a calm mind. Don't have any worries. With a master here, I guarantee that you won't have any problems. Talking all the way, Tian Bai and Zhao Yuniao entered the Shojing Hall one after another, turning around a short and fat body. Tian Bai raised his head slightly, looking at the tall 8th disciple. His face became serious and serious. However, before I teach you the Taiji Xianqing Dao, you must swear that you will never reveal the Taiji Xianqing Dao to anyone. Yes, Master. Zhao Yuniao bowed seriously, and then showed a serious expression, and swore on the spot. Disciple Zhao Yuniao swears here that I will never reveal the Taiji Xianqing Dao to any outsider. If you break this oath, I will make your Taoism completely abolished and become immortal. As soon as these words came out, Tian Bai's face regained a smile. He turned around and sat down in the first seat not far away, looking at the 8th disciple Zhao Yuniao. He continued to speak amiably. Do you know how to read now? No. Then go to your master's wife every morning and let her teach you how to read and write. Tian Bai waved to Zhao Yuniao, signaling her to come closer. Then he continued, as for today's teaching, I will teach you orally. Then, Tian Bai began to recite the first level of the Jade Purity Realm of the Taiji Xianqing Dao to Zhao Yuniao, and explain the inner meaning of these words and text to her word by word. Zhao Yuniao also listened attentively, and adjusted her attitude as a beginner. About a quarter of an hour later, Tian Bai looked at Zhao Yuniao and said seriously, since you have fully understood the first level of the Taiji Xianqing Dao, let's start here. I will personally protect you here. Yes. Zhao Yuniao nodded, and then sat cross-legged in front of Tian Bai. He put on a posture with 5 hearts facing the sky, opened his pores, and tried to communicate and influence the ubiquitous spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him with his mind. There was no intention of using hidden consciousness at all. Seeing that the 8th disciple had already started to try to practice, Tian Bai, who was a little worried, pulled up all his energy and focused on observing and sensing the changes in the practice of this little disciple. About half an hour later, Tian Bai keenly noticed that the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth began to be attracted inexplicably and gathered towards Zhao Yuniao's body. She slowly refined and absorbed it, and successfully completed the process of drawing the qi into the body. The step of sensing and drawing the qi is completed, and the next step is to let the qi exist in the body without dissipating. In this way, you can truly enter the first level of the Jade Purity Realm of Taiji Xianqing Dao. Tian Bai stared at Zhao Yuniao, his heart full of tension and expectation. Another quarter of an hour passed. He saw the 8th disciple, who had originally closed his eyes, open his eyes again with a happy smile in his eyes, obviously letting the qi exist normally in the dantian in his body. How is it? How do you feel now? Tian Bai asked nervously. Master, don't worry. I feel much better now. Zhao Yuniao stood up and said to Tian Bai with some joy, I think that if I practice for a long time, I will gradually return to normal. That's good. Tian Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then earnestly reminded, but you must remember, if you feel something is wrong, you must find the master or the master's wife in time. Don't try to hold on by yourself. After all, you are born with dysplasia. Not like normal people. You need to be more cautious. Thank you, Master. Father's concern. The disciple will keep it in mind. Zhao Yuniao bowed and thanked him. It's late at night. The disciple will not disturb the master's rest. Well, go ahead. Tian Bai waved his hand, and then remembered something, and reminded the 8 disciples again, there are few people in Daju Peak, and each person has a courtyard. The place where you lived before will belong to you in the future. If you think that the location and lighting of that courtyard are not good, you can choose from other vacant courtyards by yourself. And you don't need to tell the master specifically. After saying this, Tian Bai put his hands behind his back. His short and fat body staggered and left Shojing Hall. After watching the master leave, Zhao Yuniao walked towards the courtyard where he lived before, recalling and thinking about the various feelings of drawing qi into his body just now. Practicing the Taoism of this world can actually accelerate the passive assimilation of the laws of heaven and earth. And the core of the Taoism of this world is the meridian Dantian system. It does not want to interfere with the body as seed system. And each goes its own way. Ordinary people give birth to children, while Taoists give birth to their bodies. From this sentence, we can see where the seed potential of the secret realm of the Wheel Sea comes from, which is the reproductive system of each living being. It is precisely because of this. Since Zhao Yunyan successfully opened up the bitter sea more than 10 years ago and cultivated the first ray of divine power, she has never had a celestial come again, naturally completed slaying the red dragon and subduing the white tiger. The potential of the seeds in the secret realm of the Wheel Sea is the embodiment of the life potential of the reproductive system. Therefore, the more abundant and rich the origin of life is, the more powerful and terrifying the sea of suffering and the spring of life will be. The Taoist system of Taiji Xianqing Dao belongs to another extraordinary way of life. The two sides are complementary and reinforcing in many places. For example, in the system of taking the body as the seed, there is the secret realm of the Taoist palace, which develops the 5 internal organs and 5 elements in the body. In Taiji Xianqing Dao, there is also the practice of the 5 internal organs in the body. But the practice of this method is mainly based on casting Huangting. It is another way to temper and strengthen the 5 internal organs. For example, the secret realm of the immortal platform, which takes the body as the seed, develops its own brain and involves the primordial spirit at the same time. It's just that in many cases, the primordial spirit of the practitioners of the system of taking the body as the seed has aged, collapsed and decayed. But the flesh can still exist in the world forever. In the heavenly book system of Taiji Xianqing Dao, as long as the cultivation reaches a certain level, the cultivator's own soul can absorb the energy of heaven and earth, nourish the soul at all times, and keep the soul in peak condition. This method of cultivating the soul, combined with the method of immortality of the body as a seed, it is definitely a way of complementary enhancement. Chapter 26 New Door. Return to the room where she lives. Zhao Yunyan closed the door, came to the Kong, took off her shoes, and then sat cross-legged on the Kong. She used her spiritual consciousness to look inside her own sea of suffering, and carefully perceive the subtle changes in it. It was just such a change that made her extremely happy. As my own innate life source is slowly being completed, there are many new potential gates condensing and evolving inside the entire secret seed. I just don't know how long it will take to be fully born. In her spiritual consciousness, the potential gates are like bright stars in the deep sky, shining with different light and different colors. Especially those potential gates that have been opened. The brightness of its light is far beyond those potential gates that have not been opened. Just like the scorching sun, shining on thousands of people. And like the original secret cave, spewing life potential to the outside. These released life potentials are the core of the practice of taking the body as a seed. After looking inward for a while, Zhao Yunyan turned her attention to the new potential gates that were evolving and being born. However, she could not understand the evolution process at all. However, she still tried to memorize the evolution process of the potential gates. The evolution and condensation of the potential gates must contain the core secrets of the secret realm seeds. If you can comprehend and master it, thinking of the various hidden great opportunities contained in it, Zhao Yunyan's emotions unconsciously surged. She continued to look inward for a while. She felt a little sleepy and exhausted, as if she had consumed a lot of energy. She did not force it, and withdrew from the feeling of spiritual consciousness inward, then took off her clothes and other things, and got into the quilt to recuperate through sleep. One night passed quickly. Zhao Yunyan, who woke up again, felt energetic and in good spirits. Although she could still feel the full suppression and assimilation of the laws of the world in another world, which was changing her own life origin laws bit by bit. She felt a little uncomfortable. However, she gradually adapted to this situation. Thinking back to the Amitabha Emperor who had lived through 3 lives, even with the full help of the protagonist Yifan, he was almost crushed to death by the slight difference in laws just by entering the adjacent ruined fairyland. This was still due to Yifan's help. The fact that the fairyland laws were not much different from the laws of the microcosm, and the fact that Amitabha Emperor himself was strong enough. If it were to be a different world with quite different laws, an ordinary peak emperor would immediately die because of the difference in laws. Unless you step into the level of the immortal way and let the immortal longevity matter in your body be self-produced and self-sold, you can initially get rid of the various influences of the changes in the laws of the outside world. The white palm opened, and the red and purple time and space hourglass appeared out of thin air. Zhao Yuniao stared and observed quietly. She knew very well in her heart that she could survive normally in a different world with different laws, giving her the opportunity to gradually adapt. The time and space hourglass played an extraordinary protective role in it. If there is no invisible protection of the time-space hourglass, the difference in the laws alone can easily kill me. Even the 3 great emperors can't stand it, let alone a rookie who has just entered the life spring. After staring for a moment, Zhao Yuniao put away his bitter sea device. She quickly put on her clothes and shoes, went out to wash up, had breakfast with everyone in Daju Peak, and then separated from the others again, walking alone on the sparsely populated mountain road. Zhao Yuniao set her sacrificial targets on those ordinary small insects and other small animals that she could safely deal with and could be found everywhere. She caught one and stuffed them all into the life altar. Then she controlled her mind and refined these ordinary sacrifices with the life altar, turning them into the essence of life that she could control and absorb. All of them were first invested in her own physique. It was just that this time's physical enhancement made Zhao Yuniao notice something obviously different. It didn't improve the physical essence like before. These physical enhancements of the essence of life are more like sinking into a bottomless black hole, without causing a single wave. Although her own physical fitness was not enhanced. But Zhao Yuniao also keenly sensed that the all-round suppression of the law differences from the entire world itself had been imperceptibly weakened. Sure enough, it still has some effect, which can speed up my own adaptability to the laws of the other world. When I fully adapt and there is no influence of any law differences, it is likely that by that time, my own innate life source defects will be supplemented and perfected. Standing in place, she used her spiritual consciousness to look inside the bitter sea and life spring in the secret realm of the Wheel Sea. She vaguely sensed that those new potential gates seemed to have accelerated the evolution speed. But the changes were too subtle, so she was not sure if she could see it clearly. Although I haven't seen it clearly, in theory, the evolution of these potential gates will indeed accelerate. After all, my own innate life source is gradually being supplemented and strengthened, confirming that this method is useful. Zhao Yuniao once again captures those ordinary little bugs everywhere. Use these things as sacrifices for yourself. Roar. Chirp. Ah. In the distance, bursts of bird calls and beast roars came from the deep mountains and old forests. The rules of Chenian sect are that cultivators, who are not in the 4th level of the Yuching realm of the control of objects, are not allowed to easily step out of the mountain gate of Chenian Mountain. Such rules are to protect the disciples in the sect, because in this vast Chenian Mountain, there are all kinds of poisonous insects and beasts, birds and fish, etc. The number and types are simply too numerous. When I improve a little more in the future, I will attack these beasts in the forest. Zhao Yuniao turned her head and looked towards the south where Nanjiang was located. And she was vaguely excited. Tao Tai. Ch. In addition to these mythical beasts, there are also those ancient beasts, such as Qilin, Blackwater Mystic Snake, Yellow Bird, Kue'nyo, Zhulong. Compared with these, Zhao Yuniao hoped to discover the secrets of life creation left by Nua. This is a wonderful way to change and optimize the essence of life. Standing in place, she was in a leisurely state of mind, looking at the almost endless majestic mountains, and she felt the existence of abundant and huge life resources. With some enlightenment in her heart, Zhao Yuniao once again quietly practiced the first level of Taiji Xian Qingdao. The endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth was attracted by the mind method, and slowly flowed into the body through the fine and dense pores on the surface of the skin, circulated along the meridians and dantian, and refine it carefully. Chapter 27 New Junior. After Zhao Yuniao wandered around, she caught many small insects as sacrifices and put them all into the life attribute of physique, which is currently a bottomless pit. Although the physical fitness did not continue to grow, but the pressure from the complete laws of the other world was weakened a little bit, at least on the surface. Her face was slightly rosier, no longer as pale as before. If we estimate it according to the current progress, it will take at least several decades of slow accumulation. But this is also related to the fact that these ordinary small insects are too weak. Looking up at the sky, it was already evening. Zhao Yuniao was not wandering around alone outside. She turned around and walked back to the main peak of Daju Peak, looking at the surrounding environment on the road. Black bamboo was everywhere. Bamboo forests were in patches, and the environment was dark, with a natural and peaceful harmonious beauty. A place like this is quiet and has good resources, which is very suitable for cultivation. If I want this place to be used for a long time, then Chenian's sect cannot fall and disband. It is good to enjoy the shade under a big tree, so that you will not be disturbed by all kinds of mundane things. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yu now put some ideas in her mind. Before, in Yuching Palace, she deliberately let Song Song be exposed in advance, just to resolve this hidden danger of internal support, so as to make some preparations for the invasion of the demon sect in the future. Although if the news of Wan Jiani is exposed to Song Song, he will definitely be loyal to Chenian's sect again. But this method will bring more potential dangers to herself. Therefore, when she first planned, Zhao Yu now just thought about it carefully and ruled it out, and then got Song Song out of Kinjiamen first. But in this way, I have to be more careful when I go out in the future. I destroyed Song Song's plan for many years, and he must have a grudge against me. Maybe when I leave Kinjiamen, I will be attacked by this old guy. Thinking about things in her mind, Zhao Yu now came to the main peak of Daju Peak unknowingly. Suddenly, she saw Song Darren and Zhang Xiaofan coming out of the kitchen. Junior sister Zhao, Master is going to accept new disciples again. Let's go to Shoujing Hall together. Song Darren called Zhao Yuniao from a distance and walked towards this side with Zhang Xiaofan. But Zhang Xiaofan's eyes lit up slightly after seeing Zhao Yuniao. It was a bit unexpected that I could meet someone familiar inside Daju Peak of Kinjiamen. Sister Yuniao, why are you here too? Zhang Xiaofan asked in a daze. I am a new disciple on Daju Peak, so I am here naturally. Zhao Yuniao smiled lightly and explained, from now on, I will be your senior sister. Oh, senior sister Zhao. Zhang Xiaofan greeted her obediently. Seeing Zhang Xiaofan's honest appearance, Song Darren laughed, put his arm around Zhang Xiaofan's shoulders, and smiled caringly. Junior brother, treat this place as your home from now on. If something happens, don't just hold on by yourself. You still have a senior brothers, senior sisters, master, and master's wife to help you. The three of them talked and soon came to the vicinity of Shoujing Hall. After entering it, Song Darren and Zhao Yuniao stood on the side, standing with Wu Dei, Du Bishu and others. Tian Bai and Su Ru were sitting at the first seat in front of the hall. Tian Linger stood beside Su Ru obediently, winking at Zhang Xiaofan. Let's start, Tian Bai said unhappily. Seeing that Zhang Xiaofan was still in a daze, Song Darren hurriedly reminded him in a low voice. Kneel down and kowtow. The master wants to accept you as a disciple. Oh, okay. Zhang Xiaofan knelt on his knees honestly and kowtowed like pounding garlic. After a while, his forehead was covered with blood. Seeing this honest and dazed look, Tian Bai became more and more unhappy. He waved his hand unhappily. Okay. 9 kowtows are enough. Seeing Su Ru's eyes signal, Song Darren brought 2 cups of tea on the tray again and came to Zhang Xiaofan. He bent down and whispered to him. Junior brother, serve tea to master and master's wife. Zhang Xiaofan obediently picked up a cup of tea and knelt down to offer it to Tian Bai. Master, please have some tea. Although Tian Bai was very unhappy, he hesitated for a while and reached out to pick up the cup of tea at Su Ru's suggestion. He took a sip casually, and then put it aside. He no longer paid attention to Zhang Xiaofan serving tea to Su Ru. A pair of bright and restrained eyes carefully looked at Zhao Yuniao, the 8th disciple he had accepted before, and paid special attention to her face. Seeing a little bit of redness on her face, Tian Bai's serious and stinky face suddenly showed some smiles unconsciously. As his mood improved, he also looked at Zhang Xiaofan, a silly boy, more favorably, and casually ordered, from now on, you will be my 9th disciple. Tian Bai, I'll let your senior brother Song Darren tell you some rules and other things about my Daju Peak. Also, if you can't read, let your senior brother teach you as well. Okay, I'm leaving and going to sleep. After saying that, Tian Bai stood up. He walked out of the Shoujing Hall with his hands behind his back. Master's wife Su Ru followed closely behind him. Soon, there were 9 new and old disciples left here. After a conversation, everyone became more familiar with each other. They walked towards the disciples' residence on Daju Peak with their arms around each other's shoulders. After entering a tall gate, a row of more than a dozen independent courtyards were located here. The overall specifications are similar to the disciples' residences at Chang'an Tantian Peak, but not as densely packed as there. Junior brother, there are few people in Daju Peak, so you can choose a courtyard by yourself. Song Darren smiled at Zhang Xiaofan. Unlike other sects, There are so many disciples that it is impossible to have their own independent courtyards. Even in each room, there are still several people living together in a large bunk bed. Then, I will choose the courtyard next to Senior Sister Zhao, Zhang Xiaofan said naively. It was rare to meet someone familiar here, and he unconsciously wanted to get closer. Seeing Zhang Xiaofan make a choice, Song Darren and others helped to get busy. Come on, Xifan. Senior brother will help you clean up the courtyard and room, so that you can live more comfortably. Junior Sister Zhao, you don't need to help. You are weak and need to rest and recuperate. In that case, then senior brothers and junior brothers, I will take my leave first. Zhao Yuniao greeted several people and returned to her courtyard. Entering the room, he sat cross-legged on the Kong again. Zhao Yuniao began to practice the severing love method on his own to further improve his life spring realm cultivation. Chapter 28 Exploration. Since the laws of the world are not the same, there are differences. Therefore, in the universe of the heaven shaking, as long as the special physique is cultivated, there will be a scene of the we'll see phenomenon. In this world, it does not exist at all. No matter how Zhao Yunao cultivates, the special physique phenomenon will not be reflected in the outside world. Let her practice the slashing love method quietly. Hoo-hoo. The endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth is absorbed and absorbed. It is refined bit by bit into the growth nutrients in the bitter sea. Like a volcanic eruption, the life spring always gushes out the bitter sea power and life essence to nourish and temper Zhao Yunyao's own soul and body. In his mind, he is still distracted by thinking about things related to cultivation. This incomplete and weakened version of using the body as a seed can only achieve the fusion of the 5 differentiated secret realm seeds when reaching the realm of the Great Emperor. Only in this way can it be considered as the true use of the body as a seed. At this stage of cultivation and improvement, the core essence is to open the potential door of one's own existence and release the inner life potential, and to arrange, combine and strengthen the potential door to a certain extent. This belongs to the core essence of cultivation below the immortal path. As for the way of the mortal immortal, it is better to say that it is a method for practitioners to use metamorphosis to repair themselves and make up for the innate incomplete life source rather than a direction of promotion. In this regard, Zhao Yuniao deeply understood one thing in his heart. If you want to become a mortal immortal, then the environment of metamorphosis must be the end of the law environment. The more cruel the end of the law environment, the more complete and thorough the metamorphosis. It is precisely because of this that the internal structure of the entire heaven-covering microcosm must be in a state of lawlessness and extinction. This is the breeding ground for the red dust immortal. Once this end-of-law environment is destroyed, its internal resources and essence will increase. For example, it will be restored to the more prosperous and good practice environment before. It seems that practice is easier, and more practitioners will be born. But there will definitely be no red dust immortal. In addition to the red dust immortal path, there is also the true immortal path. It's just that it is still unclear which aspect of practice will be preferred in the future. 2 different paths, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. However, no matter which branch system, at the level of the immortal path, you need to open up a new secret realm seed by yourself, so as to continue to practice. All kinds of thoughts kept coming to my mind. Zhao Yunao had some ideas about the direction and goal of opening up new secret realm seeds, but she didn't plan to try it now, for fear that she couldn't bear it, compared with other practitioners who use their bodies as seeds. For the entire cultivation system, she has a macro-level grasp of the direction, which is a huge advantage. Understand the direction of the macro system and obtain enough information. Then it will be of great help to how to sacrifice the most suitable instrument to assist oneself. The other 2 origin rule seeds may be used in this way. Zhao Yunao was thoughtful for a while. Unconsciously, the sky time outside has reached midnight. Zhao Yuniao stopped practicing silently, took off her clothes, lay down and got into the quilt to sleep and rest. Now, she can't replace sleep with practice. One night passed quickly. Zhao Yunao got up, put on her clothes, washed up, and had breakfast. Then she followed her master's wife Su Ru to learn the characters and their meanings. In the afternoon, she would catch small insects as sacrifices. In the afternoon, she practiced Taiji Xianqing Dao, and at night, she quietly practiced Zhangqing Dafa, slowly improving herself without rushing, and feeling the process of completing the origin of life. Try to comprehend the secret of Noah's life creation from it. This kind of practice lasted for more than a year without knowing it. In the back mountain of Daju Peak, there was an uninhabited area. Zhao Yunyao, wearing a blue dress, sat alone on a large bluestone, with her eyes closed, silently practicing Taiji Xianqing Dao Yuching Realm second level Qi training stage. After a while, she stopped practicing. However, he did not open his eyes, but focused his mind on the secret realm of the Wheel Sea in his body, and calmly felt the evolution of the new potential gate in it. After this year's active strengthening of the spirit, Qi, spirit, will, and desire, the suppression effect from the difference in the laws of the other world has been weakened a lot. In addition, there is also an improvement in understanding. In the inner vision of the spirit, Zhao Yunyao stared at the changes in those potential gates. She used to be completely confused, but now after the improvement of understanding, she can see some things. From it, a scene of the birth of the seed of the secret realm of the Wheel Sea was captured. It is not only the yin and yang transformation of Kunpeng, but also the destruction of the thunder, and the rebirth of the immortal phoenix Nirvana, and the life transformation of the ancestral spirit willow tree. Although none of them are complete, but these broken and blurred fragments also brought great inspiration and benefits to Zhao Yunyao. She looked inward for a while. She stood up from the big bluestone and came to the bamboo forest not far in front of her. Then she stretched her limbs and danced. In the state of introspection, Zhao Yunyao focused on observing the broken scenes involving Kunpeng treasure technique, feeling the various things related to yin and yang. Hu. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed and gathered towards Zhao Yunyao. Naturally, it evolved into a yin and yang ball around her. Then, as her posture changed, the yin disappeared and the yang became stronger, returning to a single one. The fist in her hand gradually turned into a vague and hazy pung bird. A strange and masculine Taoist rhyme emanated from Zhao Yunyao's fist. The surrounding environment became distorted and hazy due to the high temperature. After a long time, Zhao Yunyao imitated the fist she performed and changed again. This time, the yin is the main thing, and the yang is eliminated. On the ground under my feet, some hazy black fog has appeared since I don't know when. The fog is diffused, slightly gloomy and cold. The dead branches and fallen leaves on the ground are condensed with frost. It seems that the season here has changed from the comfortable autumn to the bitter winter in an instant. Hua la la. Suddenly, the black fog ripples out a ripple. Like the shimmering water, a black Kuan fish swims in it, with a vague translucent body, carrying a terrible chill that can freeze the mind, appearing and disappearing in the black fog. In just a short while, all the abnormal scenes collapsed and disappeared. If it weren't for the condensed frost and ice crystals on the ground, there is nothing wrong with this place at all. Zhao Yunao stood there, closed her eyes, and did not move. Her mind still in the sea of suffering in her body. Too many incomplete. The imitation and rehearsal have not been successful. Chapter 29, Exorcism. Tried to simulate some of the evolution scenes of the new potential gate in the Wheel Sea secret realm, but failed in the end, which made Zhao Yunyao wonder if it was related to the laws of heaven and earth in this world. Directly copying a part of the Kunpeng treasure technique doesn't seem to work at the moment. Maybe I should change my mindset. For example, I can comprehend and learn from the immortal yin and yang secrets contained in the Kunpeng treasure technique to practice the Tai Chi Xianqing Dao, or regulate the transformation and balance of the dead air of the bitter sea and the vitality of the wheel of life. Thinking about things seriously for a while, Zhao Yunao looked up and saw that the sky was gradually getting darker and the sun was setting. So she turned and walked towards where she lived. It's almost time to start practicing the four extreme secret realm together. At that time, not only can I refine weapons for fighting, but I can also further enhance my own understanding, so that I can comprehend the secret techniques and other things faster and better. As a lot of life essence was invested in the physique, the incompleteness of my own innate origin was further accelerated. This allowed Zhao Yunyao to be less stressed by the laws of the alien world. At this moment, when she walked, her steps were closer to normal, but there was still an inexplicable pressure in her inner perception, which made her feel heavy. I still need to be patient and dormant for a few years, and then I will use the big guys to make up for my own incomplete innate origin. I just don't know how strong the real complete state is. Thinking about things in her heart, Zhao Yunyao returned to the main peak of Daju Peak in a short while. She first greeted her master and master's wife, had dinner with everyone, and then returned to her room and sat cross-legged on the Kong. Zhao Yunyao closed her eyes and focused her mind on her body. The four extreme secret realm is related to the limbs. It can communicate with the heaven and earth. resonate with the laws, and increase combat effectiveness and improve life-saving ability. Then practice the right arm first. This is more convenient. Keep calm and collect your mind. She began to open up and activate the 4 Extremes Secret Realm seed of her right arm according to the contents of the 4 Extremes volume in the Great Method of Cutting Love. Not long after, in her mind perception, the 4 Extremes Secret Realm of her right arm, which was silent and dark, suddenly bloomed with a faint light, like a guiding light in the night. It was like a new strange space, evolving and born in the right arm. In the outside world, Zhao Yunya's own right arm was first blurred and hazy, and then disappeared, already merging with the omnipresent void. At this moment, she felt the change of the world. In her mind perception, the whole world became particularly bright and vivid. Her own breathing, the dust in the air, the flowers and trees in the yard. There are also many tiny insects in the cracks in the corners of the wall. All kinds of scenes are clearly visible, and each has a different natural rhythm of heaven and earth. Is this the feeling of practicing the seeds of the 4 Extreme Secret Realm? Zhao Yunyao carefully experienced it, and had a faint feeling of seeing the mountain is not a mountain, and seeing the mountain is still a mountain. It is worthy of being a friend of the Supi Emperor Jiang Hengyu's vested practice. The 4 Extremes volume of this Zhanqing Dafa also involves a small part of the mystery of Dao Ling. Although it may not be better than the Hengyu Sutra in this regard, it is much stronger than the ordinary Emperor Sutra. Maybe you can try to use Dao Ling to cultivate the instrument spirit, so that the potential of the refined instrument is stronger. After a brief thought, Zhao Yunyao once again devoted himself to the cultivation of the seeds of the 4 Extreme Secret Realm. In a short while, the right arm that had disappeared before appeared again. It was just that the special connection with the void of this world had been initially established. The reason why the 4 Extreme Secret Realm can comprehend the mysteries of the law came from this. Time flies, and the years are long. Unknowingly, several years have passed. Zhao Yunyao, who was already 20 years old, was sitting alone inside the Taiji cave at this moment, trying to launch a realm breakthrough attack on the Taiji Xianqing Dao. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth was continuously absorbed into the body, orally refined and transformed into extraordinary energy. Not long after, a wooden sword placed in front of him trembled slightly. Zhao Yunyao opened his eyes, and the 10 fingers of his hands flew flexibly, cooperating to perform the corresponding magic. Let that invisible unique control power be significantly enhanced a lot at once. Buzz buzz buzz. The wooden sword trembled slightly, and finally slowly floated up. It gradually floated steadily in the air in front of him. For several years in a row, I practiced the Taiji Xianqing Dao with my whole heart, and crossed the Qi-inducing realm, Qi-training realm, and Yuanqi realm, until now the object-driving realm. I have reached the 4th level of the Jade Purity realm, and I am qualified to lead Chenian sect and walk down the mountain. He continued to cast spells to control this ordinary wooden sword. Let it fly and rotate around him. The object-driving control method inside the Taiji Xianqing Dao is quite mysterious. No spiritual consciousness is required, and no refining is required. You only need to cast spells with related spells. Even an ordinary fallen leaf can be used as a cultivation tool for driving. After playing with the wooden sword for a while, Zhao Yunyao became familiar with the ability to control the object-driving realm. Zhao Yunyao then came out of the Taiji cave. After several years of hard practice, the situation in the Wheel Sea Secret Realm has reached the perfection of the Life Spring Realm. As for the seeds of the 4 Extreme Secret Realms of fellow practitioners, both arms have activated the seeds and opened the potential doors related to the exercises. Walking on the road, Zhao Yunyao distracted her mind to explore her arms. The dense life patterns exist in the form of Tao spirits. In her own perception, it is like 2 clouds, constantly changing. In the clouds, different figures of herself are reflected. Joy, anger, worry, thought, sadness, fear, shock, love, hate, desire, greed, anger, ignorance. 7 emotions and 6 desires are all self, and a part of the manifestation can be found in this cloud. Under the effect of the severing love method to forget emotions, all the extra emotions and desires that interfered with her rational thinking were stripped away and merged into the spirit of the Tao, becoming the cloud group it is today. The fading of these extra emotions and desires also made Zhao Yunyao look more and more cold and calm now, like a goddess who was isolated from the world. When she walked near Shoujing Hall, she noticed that her 6th brother Du Bishu was carrying a small package and saying goodbye to everyone. and had seen that he was leaving Daju Peak. Junior sister Zhao. You are out of retreat. Song Darren looked back with a smile on his face. How is the result of your practice? I have successfully broken through to the 4th level of Yuching realm. The level of driving things. Zhao Yunao said the words. Pinched the magic with both hands. And made the fallen leaves on the roof of Shoujing Hall float into the air. It floated steadily in front of everyone and turned a few times. Chapter 30 Going down the mountain. Witnessing this scene, everyone present smiled with joy. But for Zhang Xiaofan, the youngest, after laughing, he felt bitter again. He practiced hard every day and persevered. But the speed of his cultivation was ridiculously slow. He disappointed his master and others a lot. And he felt a little inferior unconsciously. When can I become as good as my 2 senior sisters, and not disappoint my master and mistress? Zhang Xiaofan lowered his head unconsciously. Brother Xiaofan, don't be discouraged. Keep going, and you will gain something. Zhao Yunyao gently patted Zhang Xiaofan's shoulder to comfort him. Then he walked past him, and came to Song Darren. Big brother, I plan to go down the mountain to find suitable raw materials for refining magic weapons. Please tell master and master's wife. Junior sister Zhao. Let's go down the mountain together, so that we can take care of each other on the way. Du Bishu, who was originally planning to leave, turned around and ran over, waving to Zhao Yunyao. Before I joined Chenian sect, I, senior brother 6, spent some time in the city, and am quite familiar with many things. I just don't know if junior sister Zhao is willing to go with me. Since senior brother 6 invited me, junior sister will obey. Zhao Yunyao smiled at Du Bishu and said, please wait for a moment. Senior brother 6, I will go back to my room to pack up my things. Okay. No problem. Du Bishu agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, Song Darren turned around and left the place, and went to tell the lazy master about this matter. After all, junior sister Zhao was valued and cared for by the master. About half a quarter of an hour later, Zhao Yunyao walked out of the room carrying a small package. When she arrived near Shoujing Hall, she saw that her master had also come. As for her master's wife and senior sister Tian Linger, they had gone to Shaolu Peak to return to their mother's home a few days ago. They have not returned yet. Seeing Tian Bai, Zhao Yunyao stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Zhao Yunyao, meet the master. I heard from Darren that you have entered the level of driving objects. Hurry up and show it to the master. Tian Bai looked at Zhao Yunyao excitedly, his eyes full of expectation and excitement. Hearing this, Zhao Yunyao did not hesitate. He cast a spell again to control a fallen leaf on the ground, making the fallen leaf float in the air and stopped steadily in front of Tian Bai. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Tian Bai was very excited. His chubby face was full of smiles that could not be concealed. Good. It's only been a few years, and you can practice Taiji Xianqing Dao to the level of driving away things. Your aptitude is indeed extraordinary, and you have not disappointed me. How about this? I will give you a magic weapon directly, so that you don't have to go down the mountain to find the materials for the magic weapon, and have to take the trouble to refine it yourself. Thank you for your kindness, master, but I think this method is inappropriate. Zhao Yunyao looked calm and composed, and said in a steady tone, I think that for practitioners like us, only the magic weapon refined by ourselves is the most suitable magic weapon for ourselves. Only by understanding all aspects of the magic weapon itself can we use it more easily. Hearing these words, Tian Bai showed a gratified expression on his face again. He was very happy and delighted that this young disciple could have such an understanding. The reason why he planned to reward the magic weapon was that he was worried that this precious disciple would encounter a bad accident when she went down the mountain. After all, the side effects of her congenital dysplasia have not been completely eliminated. With a feeling of gain and loss in his heart, he couldn't help but want her to improve her cultivation before going down the mountain, which would at least be safer. But seeing the calm expression on the face of the 8th disciple, Tian Bai also guessed that she had already made up her mind and planned, and forcing her to stay might not be a good thing. He pondered for a moment. He took out a small jade bottle from his sleeve. He stretched out his hand to pull out the black cork, poured out 2 rhubarb pills from the inside, flicked his fingers, and flicked the rhubarb pills to Du Bishu and Zhao Yunyao respectively. This rhubarb pill is a gift from master to you too, when you go down the mountain. Maybe it can save your life at a critical moment. Tian Bai put away the small jade bottle in his hand, staring at the 8th disciple with a serious face. He patiently gave Zhao Yunyao instructions. Be careful on the road. No matter what happens. Stay calm and don't panic. Also, don't trust anyone casually. Tian Bai gave the two a lot of advice. All of which were good strategies for traveling. Especially, they had to rush back before the 7 sects martial arts competition in a few years. Otherwise they would miss it. Finally, he watched Du Bishu and Zhao Yunyao go down the mountain together. Each of them controlled 2 ordinary iron swords, and flew in the air at a very slow speed. Compared with real magic weapons, controlling ordinary things is obviously more energy consuming, and the effect is not very good. It is precisely because of the existence of various shortcomings that the magic weapon can be better exerted to exert the power of cultivation. Junior Sister Zhao, where are you going to find good materials? Du Bishu flew on his sword and turned to look at the 8th junior sister not far away. If you don't have any goals, you might as well go east with me. Why choose this direction? Zhao Yunyao asked curiously. He. Du Bishu scratched the back of his head and explained confidently, before going down the mountain. I gambled with myself with dice inside the room. I think going east will bring good rewards. Zhao Yunyao laughed at this explanation. He is a gambler by nature, and he really wants to gamble on everything. But this time she remembered that Du Bishu was lucky enough to find the best lightning struck wood material. It's just that such good raw materials were refined into dice magic weapons by him. If that's the case, let's separate after we get down the mountain. Zhao Yunyao turned her head and looked towards the south, saying calmly, I want to go to the sea and try my luck. Compared to land, the vast ocean has the most resources and types. Maybe there are some good things there. Hearing the words of his junior sister, Du Bishu's heart was moved. But after hesitating and thinking for a moment, he decided to believe the result of his bet. He felt that he couldn't always lose, and there would always be a time to win. Since that's the case, then the 6th senior brother will first wish the junior sister all her wishes come true and get what she wants. Find the best materials for refining magic weapons as soon as possible. Thank the 6th senior brother for your good words. And I hope that you can get what you want. Zhao Yunyao nodded to Du Bishu, and took the initiative to distance himself from him and flew towards the south. As for Du Bishu, he went all the way east. Chapter 31c. The mountains and rivers are magnificent, and the world is vast. A young and beautiful figure stepped on an iron sword and flew slowly in the air. After parting with the 6th brother Du Bishu, Zhao Yunyao flew all the way to the south, and chose to fly to sparsely populated and uninhabited places, for fear that the old guide Song Song would catch her and chase her. Due to the limited number of origin rule seeds, there are only 2 at present. Under this premise, if you want to make the refined device have higher potential, then you can't be like the previous refining, not caring about the difference in the raw materials of the refining. Under normal circumstances, the higher the quality of the raw materials, the stronger the potential of the refined device. If not, she wouldn't have to take the risk of leaving Chenian for a long journey. And in addition, in the future, if you use a magic method that does not belong to Chenian in front of other people, you will have a suitable excuse. Going out and wandering, accidentally obtained. After all, any sect here attaches great importance to inheritance. When she flew to a certain distance, Zhao Yunyao carefully sensed whether someone was following her secretly. After confirming that it was correct, she landed from midair, put away the ordinary iron sword under her feet, entered the vast mountains and forests, and concealed her figure. Then she took out a green, thin and slim dress from the inside of her bag. She changed her clothes quickly. Then, she put everything into the bitter sea in her body. And with a thought, the divine power in her body erupted like volcanic magma, lingering outside her body. Zhao Yunya's tall and graceful figure looked hazy. Shua. Instantly, she began to travel at a more efficient speed, and quietly changed direction in the dense forest. She did not fly straight to the south, but turned slightly and flew to the southeast. Only after flying hundreds of miles along the dense forest did she leave the dense forest area, soar into the sky, and speed up in the air. She soon disappeared in this densely forested area. After half a month, tens of thousands of miles away, Zhao Yunyao walked alone on the grass inside the ravine. The cliffs on both sides were towering, and many unknown flowers, plants, and vines took root on them. One by one, dark green vines of varying thicknesses fell down. The gurgling water flowed along the inside of the ravine, passed through the grass, and meandered into the distance. Zhao Yunyao walked along the stream, and the terrain she walked on gradually became lower and lower. After walking for several miles, the dark scene in front of her suddenly became bright. The bright and warm rising sun shone along the side of the cliff, dispelling the coldness brought by being blocked, shining on her body, and it seemed warm. Boom! At the same time, there were more deafening sounds from the front. When Zhao Yun now came to the end of the road, the winding water that had been with her all the way surged down here, turning into a white waterfall, rushing down, and forming a small pool of water under the cliff. She stood on a high place and looked down. It can be seen that the bottom of the pool is full of pebbles, large and small, carrying the continuous scouring of the waterfall for hundreds and thousands of years. Many aquatic creatures such as fish, shrimp, turtles, and tortoises swam around in the pool. They chased each other, played around, and hunted each other. After such a long journey, we finally reached the seaside. Zhao Yu now stood on the cliff and sighed softly. His eyes continued to look forward. It can be seen that the water in the pool flowed forward again, winding and spreading, and finally flowed into the vast ocean less than 10 miles away. In the distance, waves were rising one after another. When the tide surged, various seabirds soared in the sky, and sometimes dived into the sea to hunt fish, shrimp, turtles, and tortoises in the sea, or they just caught small fish and shrimp. As a result, they were snatched away by other seabirds not long after they flew out of the sea. After watching for a while, Zhao Yuniao suddenly jumped down from the cliff, driving the divine rainbow, and rushed straight to the vast ocean not far away, a distance of about 10 miles. A moment passed in a flash. With the help of the wide field of vision while flying in the air, she looked at the almost boundless sea, trying to find the island where people usually go to sea to settle down. But the scene she saw was only the vast sea water. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yuniao's heart suddenly moved. Since I can't find the island, I might as well pay attention to the flying direction of these seabirds. Or I can use it to determine the location of the island in the sea. If there is no resting place in the middle, there is no way to search a large area. After thinking in her heart, Zhao Yuniao distractedly observed the flight path of these seabirds, while raising her flying altitude again to make her field of vision wider, until a quarter of an hour later, following a seabird similar to a seagull, she finally found a place to settle down in the sea. It was a small island, covered with wind-resistant vegetation, and there was a small ridge in the center of the island. There were many flowers, plants, and vines on one side, and the scenery was beautiful. There were many reefs and cliffs on the other side of the ridge, close to the sea. Let's use that island as a place to go to sea and start searching in the sea. Zhao Yunao thought about it in her heart, and the whole person began to dive towards the island. In just a moment, she flew to the beach near the island. The pale white sand on the beach was fine and clean. When she stepped on it, she felt soft and comfortable. Waves surged over and soaked the sand. She found a place with a wide view at random. She took out some dry food and meat from the bitter sea, and began to chew and swallow slowly, while taking a rest to restore the divine power and magic power in her body. After eating and drinking enough, she rested almost enough. Zhao Yuniao then began to search and explore the island. It only took her a short while to explore the small island, which was less than 5 miles in radius. Most of the species on this island are ordinary, and there is nothing magical about them. There are some spiritual plants whose uses are unknown. After confirming the situation of the island, Zhao Yuniao came to the coastline of the island again. Without hesitation, she plunged into the sea. After entering the sea, she could sense various colorful and beautiful marine species swimming and jumping in the water, or hiding in the coral reefs and seaweeds. Fish, shrimp, turtles, crabs, and crabs can be seen almost everywhere. But most of them are ordinary creatures. Where there are genius treasures, there must be special circumstances. Zhao Yunao looked around and recalled in her heart, or like the soul-devouring rod, the surroundings are extremely fierce and evil. Or like the rare and precious spiritual plants, there is a lot of spiritual energy gathered around them. According to this idea, she began to explore the seabed. Chapter 32: Treasure in the Stone. Unconsciously, Zhao Yuniao has been searching in this unknown ocean for more than 3 months. At this moment, she is thousands of miles away from the island she was on before. Being in the sea, the brightness of the light has become significantly dim. The pressure of the seawater from all directions continuously acts on Zhao Yuniao. Her flexibility is somewhat hindered. This thing seems a little strange. At this moment, Zhao Yuniao stood in an underwater mountain range, staring at an oval gray stone. Although in her spiritual sense, this gray stone is ordinary. There is nothing outstanding. But she looked at the terrain here, and with her shallow knowledge of the terrain, she could vaguely see that the location of this stone was the intersection of different veins. And in addition, thanks to the repeated strengthening of her comprehension, her intuition has become extremely sharp. She felt that there was something inside this gray stone. Take it out first. Maybe it's like the gambling stone. There are mysteries inside. After thinking about it, Zhao Yunao put her fingers together like a sword and waved her hand to cut off the connection of the surrounding ground veins. Then she picked up the oval stone about a foot long. A brilliant rainbow light appeared outside her body, and the divine power in her body surged, driving herself up into the sky. And soon, she crossed hundreds of meters deep under the sea and appeared on the sea surface. She didn't bother to dry her clothes, and turned around and ran straight to the island where she had found before. She flew for several hours without sleep. Zhao Yunao then appeared on the other side of the island cliff, holding the oval gray stone. What she saw was a rather simple cliff cave. She flew in and stood at the entrance of the cave. Then she put the gray stone in her arms on the ground. Without rushing to do anything, Zhao Yunao sat cross-legged, meditated and practiced qi to speed up her recovery. A whole night passed quickly. When the morning sun rose again, Zhao Yunao, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, opened her eyes again, revealing a bright look. Let me take a look. What is inside this stone? It actually made my intuition feel strange. Looking down at the oval gray stone, Zhao Yunao first turned it over and over, but still couldn't see anything unusual. Then she put her fingers together like swords, and a sharp and dazzling energy blade bloomed from her fingertips. She used it as a tool to carefully peel off the stone chips on the outer shell of the stone. Swish. For a moment, the only sound left was the rubbing of stones. Fine stone chips slowly fell down, gradually revealing the contents of the stone. She saw strange veins like blood vessels, which were spread under the outer shell of the stone and spread deep into the stone, intersecting and separating. The deeper she peeled, the more complicated the veins became. It looks like there is something inside. I just don't know what it is. This unknown opening gave Zhao Yunao a nervous excitement of opening a blind box. It also made her movements more cautious. A quarter of an hour later, a strange color appeared from the fine stone powder. She reached out and brushed the debris, and blew a breath carefully. The dust flew and dispersed, revealing something hidden inside. That thing looked like a natural top-grade jade inside the stone. The whole body was bright red, and the texture was crystal clear. Zhao Yunao tapped it lightly with her fingers, and there was a strange metal knocking sound. What is this? Spiritual jade? She couldn't tell what it was. Just relying on her intuition, she felt that this thing would be good for her. After a short thought, Zhao Yunao began to dissect the stone shell again, carefully and quickly opening it along the intersection of the red inner substance and the outer stone shell. About a cup of tea later, a piece of red crystal as big as a watermelon was peeled out. She took it in her hand and looked at it carefully. The more she looked at it, the more she felt that this thing was a spiritual jade naturally bred inside the stone. It was nourished by the earth veins and spiritual energy, and gradually formed over a long period of time. But what surprised Zhao Yunao the most? She held this thing in her arms, and faintly felt that the pressure of the laws of the other world on herself was somewhat weakened, and there was a warm and comfortable feeling in her body. Jade can nourish people, and spiritual jade is even better. Zhao Yunao held this red spiritual jade in her arms, and she couldn't let it go. Choose this thing as the raw material for refining. She waved her sleeves and swept it, raising a breeze. All the stone chips and powder around were blown away outside. Then Zhao Yunao stood up and came to the inside of this simple cave passage. She moved a large stone used to block the door with one hand, revealing the real simple cave behind. She entered and blocked the entrance with stones from the inside. Sit cross-legged and calm your mind. Wait until you have adjusted your breath. Zhao Yunao waved her hand to collect the red jade and transferred it to the 4 extreme secret realm in her body. She used the 7 emotions and 6 desires as flames, her own mind as a tool for forging, and the Tao spirit as auxiliary firewood to begin to dissolve and refine this strange jade that looked like jade and gold. The 7 emotions and 6 desires that matched the Tao spirit turned into a colorful fire of lust. The red jade burned silently. Gradually, the red crystal structure that was as hard as metal gradually melted into liquid, clear and bright, with a strange beauty. Without any hesitation, Zhao Yunyan first divided the red jade liquid into 2 balls, one large and one small, each accounting for 1/3 and 2/3. Then she distracted herself to control the Lust Dao spirit in her arms. Put it into 2 balls of different sizes of spiritual jade liquid. Mix them evenly, and start to temper and cast with your own mind at the same time. Ding ding dang dang. Bursts of knocking sounds came from the inside of her body and arms, echoing inside the cliff cave. The thick rock blocked and weakened the sound inside, so that even if it was transmitted to the outside, the sound became much smaller and would not attract too much attention. Although she is the only one here so far, time flies like flowing water. Another 3 months later, in the simple cave deep in the cliff, Zhao Yu now looked pale and listless at the moment, giving people a sense of listlessness and fatigue. The sound of ding ding dang dang of mental tempering has disappeared at this moment. Finally, the initial sacrifice is completed. She let out a long breath. The tense mind relaxed, and a strong sense of sleepiness came over her. Zhao Yunyan didn't bother to check the results, fell asleep, and soon fell into a sweet sleep. Chapter 33 Dalang Jin. Zhao Yunyan slept for 3 days and 3 nights in the simple cave before she regained her energy and woke up again. She opened her dark and watery eyes and looked at the stone roof quietly. She was in a daze for a while. After a long time, Zhao Yunyan came back to her senses and quietly felt the weapons contained in her left and right arms. Because of the Tao spirit, she was already spiritual. With a thought, the 2 weapons left the 4 extreme secret realm. They appeared in front of her out of thin air. They were a pair of Mandarin duck swords. They were red and bright in color. They were crystal clear like the best jade, but the texture was tougher than metal. The appearance of the 2 swords was exactly the same, without any difference. It was just that the Mandarin duck sword was 1/3 larger than the duck sword. However, the Mandarin duck sword she made had some differences in shape from the Mandarin duck swords used by mortals. The handle was more like the shape of a ghost head sword. As for the blade is wide and short, and the length is only twice the size of the handle, and the back of the blade is thick, suitable for strong chopping. The tip of the blade is slightly curved upward, with a slight arc, making the tip of the blade sharper. However, whether it is a Mandarin duck knife or a duck knife, there are exquisite patterns on the blade, different thick or thin. Long or short Taoist patterns are combined together to form a hazy and mysterious picture of a goddess flying. The posture is graceful and vivid. It gives people a lifelike sense of déjà vu. Zhao Yu now opened his left and right hands, and the larger duck knife fell on the palm of his right hand, and the smaller duck knife fell on the palm of his left hand. The Mandarin duck double swords complement each other. You can attack when you advance and defend when you retreat. It can be said that it is an integrated attack and defense, and the attack and defense targets can be changed at will. The longer the Mandarin duck sword is, the stronger it is. The shorter the Mandarin duck sword is, the more dangerous it is. Play with it for a while, and feel the ignorant new spirit in the sword. Zhao Yunyan showed a faint smile of joy on her face. This spirit is really powerful. When it is used to refine the weapon, it can directly give birth to the spirit of the weapon and evolve into a unique pattern of Taoism. She waved her hand to put away the Mandarin duck sword, and the 2 swords were integrated into her left and right arms respectively. Zhao Yunyan got off the simple stone bed. She came to the entrance of the cave, raised her hand to move the big stone blocking the entrance, and followed the passage to the edge of the cliff outside. The soft and warm sunshine naturally shone down. She felt a sense of comfort all over her body. Looking up at the seemingly endless unknown ocean, the waves are still continuous, and from time to time, you can see some big fish jumping out of the water, like a giant coon leaping. It raised huge waves, startled waves of seabirds. Looking at the continuous, wave after wave of surging sea tides, with the blessing of amazing understanding, Zhao Yunyan just stared at it for a while, and then he stood there motionless. When the front wave surged and the power was exhausted, the back wave followed. The back wave pushed the front wave, absorbed and integrated part of the power of the front wave, and continued to surge, making the internal power stronger. Looking at this natural phenomenon, Zhao Yunyan had the feeling of overlapping strength in his heart. Then he flew up and stood on the top of the cliff above. The Mandarin duck sword fell in the palms of both hands, and his mind felt the waves and tides, and tried to simulate the fortune of the 2 swords. The swords were swung alternately, like waves surging continuously. Even the control of the internal strength of the body was trying to simulate the operation of the waves and tides themselves, so that different strengths could be superimposed like the tides. Zhao Yunyan seemed to be practicing tirelessly, staring at the surging sea tides. His eyes gradually became empty and indifferent. The only scene left in his mind was the tides and waves. It seemed that the endless sword lights were slashing one after another, and each sword was stronger than the other. The sun rose and the moon set, and the stars moved. Zhao Yunyan, who had been practicing on the coastal cliff for a day and a night, suddenly crossed his two swords and slashed forward. Shwa shwa. In an instant, two majestic and sharp sword lights appeared. It was like a silk thread across the sky, and like a tidal wave, it quickly sank into the vast ocean below. Silently, the surging seawater split apart. A deep cross-shaped crack was revealed. Not long after, bright red blood gushed out from the crack in the seawater. I don't know which unlucky sea beast was hit by the two knives. Boom! In a moment, the crack healed, and the seawater flowed back. The surrounding waters were set off by huge waves. On the cliff, Zhao Yunyan stood with a knife in both hands, one in front and one behind, with her arms crossed, so that the front and back of her were included in the attack and defense range. Looking at the traces of the knife light that had just been slashed, she was silent for a while. Her somewhat empty and focused expression gradually returned to normal. Advance and retreat. Up and down. Continuous. Waves heavy. Even if it is the ocean tide, it also contains the mystery of the change of the two yin and yang. Since this sword technique was born from observing the tides of the vast ocean, and is performed with a double-edged sword, let's define it as Daling Jin. Zhao Yunyan looked down at the surrounding cliff rock ground. The top of the cliff, which was originally hard and uneven, had already been swept by the sharp sword energy, leaving one knife mark after another. The knife marks seemed messy, but they contained a kind of tidal-like charm. She could tell at a glance that this was the trace of the Daling Jin she had deduced before. If she had enough understanding, she could restore the complete sword technique of Daling Jin with these seemingly sloppy knife marks, and thus obtain the sword inheritance here. After a brief thought, Zhao Yunyan did not choose to destroy the remaining traces here, but put away the double-edged sword in her hand, with a faint smile on her pretty face. I wonder if anyone will see this set of swordsmanship in the future? Just consider it as a swordsmanship opportunity for future people. Looking back in the direction he came from, a faint smile appeared on his face. From traveling thousands of miles, to finding suitable refining materials, to completing the forging of the Mandarin duck sword. A rough calculation of the time before and after. It has been nearly a year. Forget it. Don't rush back for now. There are many birds and beasts outside, so I'd better use these things as sacrifices to improve myself and complete the incomplete innate life source as soon as possible. Having made a decision in his heart, Zhao Yu now began to use this island as the source. Go into the sea. Hunt all kinds of ordinary marine aquatic life, and store their fresh corpses in the altar of life, transforming them into the essence of life source that can nourish and strengthen oneself. Work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Going to the sea to hunt every day. The hunting range is getting wider and wider. But in this vast ocean, the number of various aquatic life seems endless and countless. In just a few months, Zhao Yunyan felt the changes in herself. Chapter 34 Completion. On an unknown, primitive island, Zhao Yunyan sat cross-legged in the simple cave she dug casually, with her hands overlapping each other, holding an octagonal 9-layer red altar. The seemingly small and exquisite life altar was filled with fish, shrimp, turtles and tortoises in its core. At this moment, under Zhao Yunyan's own control, it was continuously and forcibly transformed into the essence of the origin of life. Strands of milky white essence of the origin of life continue to sink into her body, actively promote the evolution and completion of the last part of the incomplete origin of innate life. About a few hours later, a strange sense of completeness suddenly emerged in Zhao Yunyan's mind. At the same time, in the secret realm of the Wheel Sea in the lower abdomen, the bitter sea waves rushed up into the sky. Lightning and thunder, wind and cloud surged, as if it was the end of the world. Densely packed new potential gates evolved out of thin air. It was like stars in the deep sky were shining and flickering. Not only was the Wheel Sea secret realm changing, but also the Dao Palace secret realm seeds, the 4 extreme secret realms, the Dragon Transformation secret realm seeds, and the Immortal Terrace secret realm seeds in the body. At this moment, a large number of new potential gates were born and condensed. Crackling, A series of bone and muscle explosions came from Zhao Yunya's body. From the inside out. Blood, flesh, tendons, bone marrow, skin, hair, etc. Everything that was related to her own life was undergoing a drastic transformation at this moment. But what surprised her most was the special vision in her own Will-See secret realm. It was originally a goddess. It was highly similar to the vision of the law of desire inside the goddess furnace. But at the moment when her own life source was completed, the lower half of the body of this goddess image, the slender legs gradually closed and transformed into a fusion. And at the same time, it stretched and lengthened, vaguely transforming into a white-haired form similar to a snake body. In addition, even the Tao charm of the goddess image itself, from the previous pure and lustful state, gradually gained a touch of majesty and dignity. Like a god descending to the earth, that delicate and charming face became exactly the same as her own. There was no slight difference at all. This white-haired image. How come it looks more and more like Nuwa? Zhao Yunyao hurriedly concentrated her mind and focused on observing inwardly. And a guess emerged in her mind. Could it be that the incomplete completion of the innate life source this time directly integrated the secret of Nuwa's creation unique to the creatures in this world into the physical source? She clearly remembered that the creatures in this world were created by Nuwa. Therefore, the creatures born normally in this world have the secret of the law of creation in their bodies. But so far, no creature has been able to discover it. When this white figure evolved into a strange image, Zhao Yu now clearly felt that the vitality of her own life source was greatly enhanced. And her life limit was also amazingly improved. She looked inward at her body with her consciousness, focusing on the wheel of life related to the origin. The wheel of life originally had 20 cracks on the lifespan. But now these cracks have been significantly weakened and alleviated, and there is a tendency to heal and disappear. The spirit body related to the law of desire now has the law of creation. Then change its definition to life spirit body. Zhao Yu now opened her eyes again and looked at the seabirds resting in the woods. A strange intuition came, which made her vaguely understand how long these seabirds can continue to live and their lifespan. Her eyes swept around. Not only these seabirds. As long as she could sense the fish, shrimp, turtles, crabs, etc. in the seawater, she could roughly judge how long they could live. Is this the innate magical power that comes with a new special physique? When I first entered this way, I already involved some of the mysteries of life and death. If I continue to strengthen this special physique, I will definitely be able to reach a higher level of control over life and death in the future. Zhao Yunyao sat cross-legged on the ground, patiently waiting for her own physical transformation to gradually improve. In this process, the pressure of different laws from the other world continued to become weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared. And her own incomplete innate life source was also completed. She clenched her hands gently, and she felt a strong force in her body. And both her soul and body were improved in all aspects. That feeling was like a person who had been ill for a long time finally regained health and strength. A sense of comfort and freedom naturally emanated from the inside out. In just a moment, a small section of the divine bridge condensed upward from the life spring inside the Luanhai's secret realm, which was crystal clear and colorful. It was like a floating bridge climbing to the top of the cloud. Now that the innate defect of the origin of life has been made up, why not go back and try the actual effect? Raising her hand to summon the time and space hourglass, Zhao Yunyao once again set its time and space shuttle coordinates. The time is locked to the day before the elder Wuqing Feng of Lingshu Dongtian led the disciples to go out for training. And the space is locked to the position when crossing this world. Quickly set the space-time coordinate information of crossing the world with your mind. The time-space hourglass rotated and turned upside down by itself. And the fine and crystal sand grains kept flowing, as if countless time-space information was rapidly evolving and calculating. And as if many world prototypes were rotating and colliding. One end existed in this world, and the other end extended to another world in an incredible way. Not long after, in front of Zhao Yunyao, a dark and deep vortex channel entrance was condensed. Without any hesitation, she jumped up and disappeared in the cross-world channel in the blink of an eye. The whole person traveled at high speed inside the time-space hourglass, crossing an unimaginable distance. Crystal sand grains were everywhere in the field of vision, as magnificent as stars shining. When Zhao Yunyao came out of the other end of the channel exit of the time-space hourglass again, she had already appeared near the Lingshu Dongtian of Yin State in the southern region of the east wilderness of the Zhaqian burial emperor star. Crack, crack. As soon as she appeared, The green dress on her body was damaged due to the difference in laws. Zhao Yu now waved her hand to put away the time and space hourglass, and took out a spare black dress from her own Bittersea space and put it on. Feeling this familiar world, she actively activated the power of the 4 extreme secret realms in her left and right arms, and established a new law induction connection with this world. Gradually, her left and right arms became blurred, as if they were deep into the void of the universe. In this process, with the help of the special nature of the 4 extreme secret realms, Zhao Yu now clearly perceived the existence of the laws of the universe, compared with the integrity of her own life source. The brokenness was clearly visible, and the incomplete rules made the material structure tend to be loose. Let the destructive expression be amplified to a certain extent. Chapter 35 All Living Beings as Sacrifice. She changed into a black classical slim dress again. Zhao Yu now looked at the direction, and the divine power in the life spring gushed out, driving herself to fly up, and headed straight for the abandoned ancient land near Lingshu Cave Heaven. That place was the capital of the demon clan during the Qing Emperor period. But now it has become a ruin. The Tao Sutra We'll See volume is of no use to me. After all, there is only the We'll See volume, but no subsequent Tao Palace volume. For Extreme volume, Dragon Transformation volume, and Immortal Platform volume, which will directly interrupt the practice of the Emperor's scripture and lose the way forward. Not every cultivator is Yi Fan, who practices different Emperor's scriptures, but does not let himself explode and die. Now there are not many things that are really useful to her in the Qing Emperor's Yang tomb. But there are still many, whether it is those powerful weapons, or the Qing Emperor's heart. Qing Emperor's weapons. These are real treasures. Qing Emperor's weapons have Yin Ryu, so other cultivators naturally cannot touch them. But those weapons without owners, and the Green Emperor's heart can try to intercept some benefits. In addition, there are many hidden benefits. For example, the many spiritual medicines in this ancient ruins. Because of the Green Emperor's heart, those demon cultivators were forced to leave on their own initiative. And many spiritual medicines can be picked at will without danger. Another example is the many cultivators who died here because of large-scale fighting. Whether it is the relics of these cultivators themselves, or various grievances, evil spirits, yin energy, souls and blood essence, etc. For cultivators, they are all resources that can be used. In addition, there are many cultivators from small sects and families who come here either on their own initiative or forced to. This caused the defense of the base camp of his own forces to be empty. In this case, taking the opportunity to sneak attack these defense-empty forces and plundering their savings for many years is also an invisible benefit. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Zhao Yun's mind. In the end, he suppressed many thoughts, looking up at the vast primitive forest that appeared in his vision. Waves of roars of wild beasts and the cries of fierce birds in the air came from afar with the wind. It makes people feel a wild and primitive power. Now my own cultivation has reached the level of God Bridge in the We'll See secret realm. And I have not cultivated the Tao Palace secret realm, but directly cultivated the 4 extreme secret realm and reached the bipolar level. As for the 4th level of Yuching realm cultivation in Taiji Xianqing Dao, with the cover of the time and space hourglass and the life altar, there is no need to consider the problem of creating a law. Normal use can also form a kind of combat power superposition. In addition, there is a complete complement of the innate life source defects, which is also a comprehensive increase bonus. There is also a bonus of special physique, and the bonus of the Emperor's scripture Zhanqing Dafa. Thinking for a while, Zhao Yu now believes that he should first understand his true combat power and determine his level of status as a cultivator, so that he can use this to decide how he should deal with these things. If he is weak, he can secretly get a little benefit for himself. If he is strong, he will weaken anyone who disobeys and monopolize all the benefits alone. With so many bonuses, the normal cultivators from the Luanhai secret realm can be completely excluded and will not be my opponent. Of course, those who become saints in a single secret realm are excluded. But in this era, saints in a single secret realm have almost become ancient legends. Even if there are any, they are most likely sealed in the divine source or source. After carefully sorting out his own situation, Zhao Yu now had a bottom line in his mind. A group of small cultivators who were only at the Life Spring realm broke the restriction of the Green Emperor's Yang tomb and entered it, which caused the news to leak. The big figures who came later had a cultivation level of at most the 4 extreme secret realm level. The famous people who came after that were at the level of the Dragon Transformation secret realm. As for the cultivators in the Xian'ai secret realm, Almost none of them showed up this time. Shua. In just a blink of an eye, Zhao Yuniao quickly went away. It was like a long rainbow that cut through the sky. After arriving at the ruins of the ancient land near Lingshu Cave Heaven, in order to prevent the beating of the Green Emperor's heart from causing negative interference to himself, Zhao Yuniao landed from the sky and walked in this primitive and wild forest. Looking around, the grass is deep and the forest is dense. The ancient trees cover the sky, and the wild vines are entangled. There are also strong waves of evil spirits lingering in this primeval forest. The lush natural vegetation also makes the light and temperature in the forest lower than the outside world. Zhao Yuniao walked calmly. Shua. Suddenly, a dry vine not far away shot towards the side. It turned out to be a poisonous snake in the life spring realm disguised as a dry vine. Zhao Yuniao's expression did not change. He raised his hand and slapped it. The strong palm power was like a sacred mountain pressing down, and the head of the poisonous snake was instantly smashed. Meat sauce splattered and blood flew. Zhao Yuniao collected the broken corpses before they fell to the ground. Looking at the broken corpses in her hand, she was thoughtful. This place must have suffered heavy casualties in the next few years. The resentment was soaring, turning into an ominous land. If I can use these fresh corpses as sacrifices for the altar of life, it must be a good benefit for me. After thinking about it, Zhao Yuniao began to speed up her journey. Before the heart of the Green Emperor beat, there were so many monsters and monster cultivators in this primitive and wild ruins. As a result, she would be attacked if she walked a distance casually. However, the cultivation of these monsters and monster cultivators did not exceed the level of the secret realm of the Wheel Sea. Naturally, they could not stop her own pace. After several hours, Zhao Yuniao came to the depths of this primitive dense forest ruins and saw the volcano. The hot magma surged inside the crater, and the red light shone out, illuminating half of the sky here. A five-colored palace was floating in the magma. Zhao Yuniao knew clearly in his heart that this ancient palace with extraordinary texture was the Yang tomb prepared by the Green Emperor. His weapons, his heart and other things. Now they are all placed inside this palace. And around the active volcano, there are large areas of ancient demon-style building complexes. Some are intact and still stable after a long time, or they are dilapidated and damaged, becoming ruins. The grand building complex silently tells the glory and prosperity of the demon clan in those days. After watching for a while, Zhao Yuniao raised his hand to summon the life altar. The octagonal and 9-story structure is full of the beauty of Taoism, and the color of ruby is like a fine art, and the solemnity and majesty of the sacrifice cannot be seen. All living things are sacrificed to help you on your path to immortality. She shook her hand lightly and threw it, and the altar of life flew out of her hand. It sank silently into the vast land. Chapter 36 Roadblock. After finishing this, Zhao Yuniao flew up and stood near the active volcano. Silently and calmly experience and comprehend the arrangement of the Qing Emperor here. Sometimes she flew up and hung high in the air, overlooking the macroscopic overall structure of the Yang tomb and the Yin tomb with the height difference, and appreciate the inner Taoism with extraordinary understanding. When she faced the scene, she was able to quickly grasp the key. The arrangement here contains the secrets of the laws of Yin and Yang, and the interior of the Tai Chi Xian Qing Dao also contains the secrets of Yin and Yang, including the scenes of the Kunpeng treasure technique that I have noticed during the evolution of the new potential gate. The innate effects of the life spirit also contain some Yin and Yang. These different magic skills and scriptures all contain Yin and Yang, or they can be regarded as different directions of understanding and cognition under the general type of Yin and Yang law. Watch with this integrated way of thinking and refer to it carefully and in detail. Zhao Yuniao had a new understanding of Tai Chi Xian Qing Dao, including the connection between his own sea of suffering and the wheel of life. The cognition became more and more clear. If you regard the Yin tomb of the Green Emperor as the sea of suffering, and the Yang tomb of the Green Emperor as the wheel of life, the layout of this place is a profound practice method. The sea of suffering contains sins and evil spirits, carries death and Yin, and the wheel of life contains Yang and vitality, containing the hope of new life. Suspended in the sky, Zhao Yuniao looked down for several hours. Then he changed his mind. If you change your way of thinking, the Yin tomb and Yang tomb formations in this place can also be regarded as a mysterious and profound formation. Or maybe it's a secret method of imperial Yin and Yang. Looking at the same thing with different ideas will give you different insights. These are different results from different angles. Unconsciously, One day passed by quickly. Many practitioners have come to the vicinity of the Qing Emperor's Yang tomb below. Among them are the demon cultivators under Yen Ryu's command, as well as the elders of the nearby Lingshu cave heaven of Yin State. At this moment, they all gathered here after noticing something unusual. The two sides argued endlessly about the ownership of this place. Boom! Suddenly, a huge sound like a heartbeat came from the five-colored palace. The hearts of all the lives around were shaken violently. Many human cultivators and demon cultivators, whose physical bodies were not strong enough, were all shattered by the resonance of the heartbeat and died. What's more, their bodies were broken into pieces. At the same time, in the sky above this area, Zhao Yunyao, who also heard the heartbeat, just turned pale, and then everything returned to normal without any abnormality. Since we have already started, let's try to see if we can break these restrictions in advance. With both hands clenched, the Mandarin duck sword appeared in the palm of his hand. Zhao Yunyao dived down suddenly, with layers of strength superimposed in his body. Like the tides of the sea, the two swords in his hands chopped at the five-colored ancient palace alternately at the same time. Shwa shwa. The majestic and sharp sword light suddenly fell from the sky. Like a tide surging. Like a cross. It chopped accurately on the five-colored palace. In an instant, large pieces of cracks broke out from the place where the sword energy chopped. The five-colored ancient palace also sank slightly. Zhao Yunyao descended from the sky and stood on the broken cliff near the crater, overlooking the surrounding demon cultivators and human cultivators. With a calm and composed expression, whoever wants to go in must pass me first. The weak are not worthy of dividing the treasures here. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding demon cultivators and human cultivators were angry. This was totally not taking them seriously. How dare you stop our Lingshu Dongtian cultivators? Suddenly, an old man with white hair and beard glared at him, opened his mouth and threatened directly, saying, "Do you know that my Lingshu Dongtian is backed by the Yoguang Holy Land, and its status is extraordinary? If you provoke the big figures of the Holy Land to come out in person, you will have a chance to survive? Quickly get out of the way. Maybe you can still save your life." Hearing this, Zhao Yunyao just turned his head and looked, suddenly raised his hand and chopped it across the air. Shwa! The sword energy surged like a tidal wave. At a distance of dozens of feet, the man's soul and body were easily split in half. During the whole process, she was not threatened at all. The threat of the weak will only bring destruction to oneself. Zhao Yunyao raised her right hand and swept through many people and monsters with the blade of the Mandarin duck knife. Who else wants to try? The other people in Lingshu Cave Heaven looked gloomy and angry. They quietly sent out a signal for help, summoning stronger people in the Cave Heaven to come here. Their Supreme Elder was a powerful cultivator in the first level of the Dao Palace. He was far beyond the ordinary elders like them. I'll send the Supreme Elder to come here in person, and then we'll see if you can stop him. An elder surnamedly roared in his heart. His eyes were quite cold. In his eyes, his own Taoist Palace Supreme Elder was an invincible and peerless strongman, except for those lofty immortal holy lands and ancient aristocratic families. As long as he came here, he would be able to sweep away all the heroes and dominate the world. Almost at the same time, those demon cultivators who came here were also secretly communicating with their spiritual consciousness to discuss things. Your Highness Princess is still waiting for us to do something. How can you be stopped here? The aura on the other party is a bit strange. It seems that he is a monk of the Divine Bridge, and it seems that he is a big shot in the Four Extreme Secret Realm. It is really strange. We can't delay any longer. Otherwise, there will be more greedy and powerful people from the human race. When the time comes, it will not be so easy for your Highness Princess to take away the extreme saint soldiers and the Emperor's heart left by the great Emperor. Why don't we join forces and try to force it? Just when the people in Lingshu Cave Heaven and the demon cultivators under Yen Ryu were discussing their own countermeasures, a large cloud of demonic energy suddenly floated in the sky. Many shriveled corpses were contained in it, like ghosts traveling, guarding and surrounding a young man with green eyes and a strong and sturdy body. The other party just took a look from a distance, and the group of corpses around him attacked one after another, pounced on Zhao Yunyao standing at the crater. It's Panghua. Why is he here? Team leader Wu Qingfeng was shocked when he saw the newcomer. Why is there such a strong demonic aura on him? Oh no! There's something wrong with the fairy seedling. Beside him, another elder named Zhang's face changed drastically, and he suddenly shouted, Quickly stop the fairy seedling and see if there is still hope. When the other elders heard this, they all moved closer to Pangbo. Chapter 37 Surprise. Seeing the zombies coming, Zhao Yunya's expression remained unchanged, and she swung the mandarin duck knife in her hand fiercely. Shwa. The sharp knife light was like a streak of silk, sweeping across in an instant. The dozens of ancient corpses were directly split in half, and the knife light continued to fly forward, causing a large number of ancient buildings to collapse. She turned her head to look at the location of Pangbo. She saw that Pangbo's body, which was now possessed and controlled by the descendants of the Green Emperor, had now been captured by a group of Lingshu Dantian elders, and was directly imprisoned not far away. The mere Bittersea realm has not yet been perfected. Just being possessed by the residual soul of a powerful person who has been dead for who knows how many years can exert a combat power far beyond the realm. The might of the powerful cannot be underestimated. Looking at the people over there, Zhao Yunyao was considering whether to chop them with a knife. On the surface, no emotional changes could be seen. Pangbo. Pangbo. At this moment, a slightly immature voice of a strange boy came from afar. Yi Fan, who had just arrived here, saw his friend Pangbo, who was restrained by the elders of Lingshu Dantian, and he was relieved. Guessing that Pangbo was saved. Relieved? Yi Fan looked at the situation here. It was found that there were not only the elders of Lingshu Dantian, but also the current headmaster, who was rarely masked. And in another direction, there was a beautiful girl with a body like a girl and golden wings on her arms, a dragon with claws on her abdomen, and a burly man several feet tall. Is this a real member of the demon clan? Yi Fan was awed and curious. However, when he turned his head and saw the figure of a girl in a black dress standing near the crater, he suddenly stood there in a daze. His eyes widened unconsciously, and his face was full of surprise and shock. She turned out to be. I had seen the fairy of Jade Emperor Peak of Mount Tai on my phone on Earth, but I didn't expect to see her in person here. And she is even more beautiful than in the video. No! Suddenly, Yi Fan reacted. They, a group of classmates and the foreigner, all came here in that mysterious bronze coffin. But the other party was alone. How did she get here? Could it be that she knows how to get back to Earth? Such a guess suddenly emerged in his mind, and Yi Fan's excited body was shaking slightly. He wanted to go home in his dreams. He wanted to be with his parents in person, to take care of them in their old age and see them off, instead of letting his parents send him off in pain and sadness. We must get close to her, no matter how much it costs. We must figure out how to get back to Earth. This is the hope of going home to accompany our parents. Looking at that delicate and beautiful face, Yi Fan's eyes were almost red. I wish I could rush over right now. At the same time, Zhao Yunyao, who was thinking about something, felt a strange gaze coming over, which immediately interrupted her thoughts. She turned her head and looked in the direction she felt. She saw a little boy in his teens standing on the top of a mountain in the distance, looking at her with fiery and excited eyes. And even his body was trembling, a little unable to control himself. This guy. Could it be Yi Fan who is rejuvenated? Looking at the situation around, Zhao Yunyao was thoughtful. She had never seen the protagonist Yi Fan himself. She could only make guesses based on some clues to determine the approximate identity of some people. Whether Yi Fan is Yi Fan or not has nothing to do with me. I can still reach the top with my own efforts and talents. And I will not be worse than anyone else. Give me time. I will surpass everything. After a casual glance, Zhao Yunyao stopped looking at Yi Fan. She turned to stare at the rainbow light in the distance. In the dark environment, these divine rainbow lights are very conspicuous, flying like meteors across the sky, gorgeous and mysterious. As the news spread, more and more cultivators gathered here, and even their cultivation was gradually increasing. Could the cultivator in the Taoist Palace secret realm be the supreme elder inside the Lingshu Cave heaven? Zhao Yunyao stared at one of the bright rainbow lights, thinking for a while. Suddenly, the mandarin duck blade in his right hand was raised again, and he decisively swung the blade at the strange cultivator from the Dao Palace secret realm from a distance of hundreds of feet. Shwa! The sharp blade light suddenly appeared, like a storm hitting the shore. It was just a strike from a distance. The blade light flashed by without any obstruction. The cultivator from the Dao Palace secret realm, who came this time, fell from the air, and before he landed, his body broke into two pieces in midair. Let the bright red blood spill on this ruined area. How can this cultivator from the Dao Palace secret realm be so weak and vulnerable? Zhao Yu now looked at him from a distance with some suspicion, and guessed in his heart, is it because he is too old that he can't fight anymore? She herself had no idea of her true combat power. She was blocking the road here at the moment, and wanted to use the means of the monks who gathered here to test herself, so as to determine her status in the monk circle. However, for now, all of them were scum that could be killed in 1 second. Grand Elder. No! Suddenly, the people in Lingxi Dongtian, who had recovered from their shock, finally cried out in surprise. The current head of the sect was even more frightened and pale when looking at Zhao Yuniao, who was blocking the road. It was like looking at an old monster. He unconsciously retreated quietly and protected the elders in the sect in front of him. Boom! Suddenly, a violent heartbeat sounded again in the five-colored ancient hall. The heartbeat of all the people around him resonated with the monster. Some people's faces suddenly turned pale, and their bodies staggered back. There were also monsters whose bodies suddenly stiffened, standing there motionless like a sculpture. Zhao Yuniao frowned slightly and looked back. After all, he didn't rush to do it. Only if more people die here can we harvest more sacrifices. Then use the demon emperor Yang tomb as bait. Seeing that there were still no overpowered cultivators, and unable to test his own combat power, Zhao Yuniao put away the Mandarin duck knife and suddenly soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the sight of the people and monsters present. Without the obstacles, the cultivators of Lingxu Cave Heaven and the monster cultivators under Yan Ryu rushed straight to the five-color palace that was forcibly opened. Only Yi Fan looked at the direction where Zhao Yuniao left with an anxious look. But in the end, his friend's safety at the moment prevailed, and he took the opportunity to run to Pomba's location, trying to save his friend. It didn't take long. Zhao Yuniao, who left openly in public, changed another direction and walked over from the depths of the dense forest. Chapter 38 Yi Fan's request. Zhao Yuniao, who had returned, hid in the shadow corner of the woods, quietly looking towards the circular crater. The five-colored palace was floating in the magma, accompanied by waves of subtle fluctuations. The blood-red magma flowed out from the gap in the mountain pass and meandered down along the outside of the mountain wall. At this moment, many people and monsters were fighting and killing near the five-colored palace. They were scrambling to enter it. The five-colored ancient palace swayed gently, blooming with auspicious rays of light, making it look like a fairy palace, mysterious and extraordinary. Suddenly, Zhao Yuniao seemed to have noticed something and turned her head to the right. She saw the 10-year-old boy who was suspected to be Yi Fan approaching her. When he noticed that she noticed him, the other party did not hide, but showed his figure very generously, and walked over with a happy and eager expression. Yi Fan greets the fairy senior. I wonder if the fairy has ever been to a place called Earth. Yi Fan bowed and asked directly, fearing that he would meet someone who looked similar and make a mistake. Of course I have been to Earth. And I have also traveled to Mount Tai. Zhao Yuniao's eyes moved slightly, and seeing Yi Fan's excited and nervous expression, she had already guessed his intention in her heart. Why? Are you from Earth? Yi Fan was surprised and his uneasiness disappeared, but his face showed some pleading expressions, and he bowed his hands and spoke seriously. To reply to the fairy senior, I was indeed born on Earth. It was only because of some accident that I was forced to come to this place. I wonder if you, the fairy senior, can tell me how to return to Earth? If I can be of any use to you in the future, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Earth? I naturally know how to get there. Zhao Yu now looked calm, looking at Yi Fan. She was thoughtful for a while, and said casually, if I want, I can go to Earth at any time. What? Yi Fan was surprised and happy when he heard these words suddenly. I didn't expect that the way home was right in front of him. He missed his parents so much. When he heard that there was a way to return to Earth immediately, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself, and his body was shaking slightly. Senior, I want to go home. You and I don't know each other. Why should I help you? Zhao Yu now looked at the young Yi Fan. Her expression was calm, as quiet as a cold spring. Hearing these words, Yi Fan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. I wonder what price I need to pay before I am willing to guide me to go back to Earth. Ancient saint body, but can practice. Interesting. Zhao Yu now stared at Yi Fan for a while, which made him feel uneasy and his body tensed up unconsciously. Then he turned his head away from him and continued to look at the location of the five-colored ancient palace. He talked to himself. You are very lucky to be able to enter the path of cultivation with the resources of a holy body in this post-ancient era. If you can find any one of the Phoenix blood red gold, eternal blue gold, and God-marked purple gold, and the amount is not less than the size of a human head, I will personally take you back to Earth. But if you can't find what I want, don't mention it to me again. Phoenix blood red gold, eternal blue gold, divine mark purple gold. Yi Fan murmured for a while, although he didn't know what these things were at present. But just by listening to their names, you can know that these things are definitely not ordinary things. And they are not things that ordinary cultivators can get. But no matter what, at least it is much better than the previous aimless and directionless hope. And there is hope to go home. Soon he made up his mind. If the junior really finds these things, I don't know how to contact the senior. These things are all exclusive to the ancient emperor's refining tools. They are extremely rare and precious. You are really shameless. Zhao Yuniao looked Yi Fan up and down, suddenly raised her right hand, and gently patted Yi Fan on the left shoulder. A faint light flashed at the fingertips, and a mark was injected into Yi Fan's body by her. You have my mark on you. When you find it, use your divine power to stimulate the mark in a 9 shallow 1 deep manner. If you and I are not far apart, I can sense it. Of course, if the distance is too far, I may not be able to detect it. You will need to stimulate it every once in a while. Maybe at some point, the distance between you and me will be close enough, and I will be able to sense it. Hearing this somewhat unreliable way of contact, Yi Fan's eye muscles twitched. But in the end, he acquiesced to this way of contact. He was not sure whether he could find this kind of divine refining object. But at least he had a goal and hope. And the time can't be too long. After all, his parents are just ordinary people with a short lifespan. In addition, his sudden departure, the old people will miss and feel too sad. If this negative emotion exists for a long time, the lifespan will not be long. In this situation, Yi Fan must work hard. Otherwise he will never see his parents again, and he will be separated from them forever. Suddenly, there were bursts of dull thunder in the distant sky. Yi Fan, who was in deep thought, was awakened. Zhao Yuniao and Yi Fan looked up and saw a series of dazzling divine rainbows flying towards this eye quickly, with bursts of wind-breaking sounds, swift and fierce. Behind them, the fog rolled and the clouds covered the sky. All kinds of unheard of roars and screams of wild beasts came, like thousands of troops galloping in the sky. And the trampled void rumbled. Dozens of ferocious wild beasts flew in the clouds, like the mounts of immortals in myths and legends. The scales were dense and unusual. On the back of each of these wild beasts, there was a human monk riding, holding different weapons. And they came in groups like charging warriors. And in the arms of the strong male monk in the center, there was a big flag. There were 4 big characters written on the flag, Yuching Holy Land. Almost at the same time, in another direction, 18 ancient chariots also rumbled in. The flags were flying, and the murderous aura was soaring, based on the signs shown in them. The people from Yuching Holy Land immediately recognized which force the people came from, and that was the Ji family, one of the ancient families. Together with Yuching Holy Land, they are the immortal top forces in the southern region of the East Wilderness. You Yuching Holy Land are really powerful. A faint voice suddenly sounded, like a thunder that broke through the sky, shaking many people to stand unsteadily. Each of you fight with your strength, and the treasure will be taken by those who are virtuous. On the other side, there was also an old and grand voice. Chapter 39 Tear the big shots apart. The quick arrival of the Yuching Holy Land and the Huangguji family was beyond the expectations of these demon cultivators and Lingshu Cave Heaven cultivators. The speed of their arrival was too fast. It was obvious that they had directly opened the space domain gate to teleport here. The people from the 2 top forces came here without even looking at other cultivators, with a completely arrogant attitude of being superior and looking down on others. They simply said a few words to each other. Each of you fight with your own ability. Okay. With just a few simple words, both sides sent out several old cultivators. Without saying a word, they rushed directly into the interior of the 5-colored ancient palace on the magma. As for the demon cultivators nearby, they had already seen the bad situation and pulled away from it. But they did not completely leave this place. Instead, they stayed far enough away and looked over here carefully to see if they could get some soup. The strongest person who came this time has already cultivated to the level of the 4 extreme secret realms, and can be regarded as a big shot among these immortal forces. He should have reached the perfect level of the 4 extreme secret realms. Zhao Yunyan hid in the shadow of the dense forest, looking up at the chariots and mounts in the sky, his eyes flickering and changing. Suddenly, he decisively soared into the sky, holding the Mandarin duck double swords. He raised his hand and slashed at the nearest monk of the Yogwang Holy Land. Shwa shwa shwa. The sword light was like water, majestic and majestic, with a continuous and strange charm. It instantly swept through the Taoist Palace secret realm monks floating in the front row, and continued to move forward, heading straight for the strongest leader, who was in charge of the entire team. Who? How dare you attack my Yogwang Holy Land? The leading old man shouted. He suddenly stood up from his mount and raised his hand to hit the fast-approaching knife light. The white light shone with great power, just like a scorching sun shining brilliantly. In his hands, the holy light technique showed the terrible power of burning mountains and boiling seas. The aftermath caused the temperature of the surrounding air to rise sharply. Although he resisted the knife light that was like a tide, the big man of Yogwang Holy Land also shook his body involuntarily and retreated several steps backward. He raised his hand and saw a scarlet blood mark on the palm of his hand, and the blood was flowing non-stop. How dare you be disrespectful to my Yogwang Holy Land? The white-haired old man looked at the black-dressed girl in the air, his face ferocious and angry. I will peel your skin off with my own hands. What are you barking about? Zhao Yunyan raised her left hand and challenged the other party with the blade of the dagger. Don't accept it. Then come and fight me in person. I will chop off your dog's head. You are so angry. The white-haired old man's face turned red. His eyes were fierce, and he raised his hand to summon a purple mirror and rushed over here. He was as irritable as a honey badger. Seeing this, Zhao Yunyan waved the 2 swords in his hands again, one after another, continuously, like a surging wave and a surging tide. One sword is stronger than another. Although she is a woman, the sword is full of majestic and domineering grandeur. It's like a tsunami that will completely submerge and destroy the world. Under the shocked eyes of the big shot from the ancient family on the other side, with less than 10 attacks, this old acquaintance from the Yogwang Holy Land was cut in half by a single blow. Even the soul in the sea of consciousness did not escape. This, how is it possible? Ji Wuxuang, a big shot of the ancient Ji family, stood up from the chariot in horror. He had fought this old opponent more than once, and the result was often a draw, with no clear winner. But at this moment, he was killed by an unknown woman in less than 10 strokes. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the monks present looking at the girl in black skirt were full of fear and shock. With a hint of fear, that was a big shot in Yogwang Holy Land. Once killed, it would inevitably attract stronger people from Yogwang Holy Land to hunt him down, and the fight would not stop until he died. It is precisely because of this that few people dare to offend such a powerful monk. Killing one will lead to a lot of pursuers later. The perfect level of the 4 extreme secret realms seems to be just like this. Zhao Yunyan looked at the 2 pieces of corpses falling down, and thought to himself, it seems that I have underestimated my true fighting ability. He noticed from the corner of his eyes that the remaining monks of the Yogwang Holy Land tried to escape. He waved the Mandarin duck knife in his hand again, and 2 blade lights swept across the body, killing all the monks and beasts with lower cultivation. In this case, let's try it without weapons. Zhao Yunyan put away the Mandarin duck knife and turned to look at the people of the ancient Ji family on the other side. He rushed over without saying a word. He raised his palm and cast a spell quickly, and the self-created mountain seal smashed over without hesitation. The illusory sacred mountain in the palm of his hand flew out of his hand and grew rapidly, just like a magnificent sacred mountain falling on his head. That kind of majestic power forced Ji Wuxuang to resist with all his strength. He didn't give him a chance to escape the attack range at all. Boom! Ji Wuxuang stretched out a big hand, and the big handprint in the void slapped upwards. The black palm print quickly grew larger, like a black curtain covering the surroundings, and violently collided with the shadow of the sacred mountain falling from above. The big handprint merged into the void and moved silently. It annihilated the shadow of the sacred mountain inch by inch. The aftermath of the terrifying energy swept away, sweeping in all directions, beating other monks of the ancient Ji family nearby, causing them to spurt blood from their mouths, and their bodies flew upside down involuntarily. In just a short while, Zhao Yunyan had already approached. She directly engaged in a close-up melee with Ji Wuxuang. She wanted to use this opportunity to test the strength of her physical body. A punch was thrown, like a powerful crossbow, fast and fierce, forcing Ji Wuxuang to fight with him. But Ji Wuxuang's figure flashed and melted into the void, like a wisp of smoke. He quickly disappeared from the spot. Then, in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Xiao Yunyao and slapped her head with one palm. Xiao Yunya's face remained unchanged, calm and composed, and raised her arm, letting her right fist and Ji Wuxuang's palm directly compete with each other in physical strength. It was just a face-to-face encounter. Ji Wuxuang's palm was broken and blood flowed. "Who are you? Why do you want to go against my Ji family and Yoguang Holy Land?" Seeing this, Ji Wuxuang was shocked and angry. He didn't know this person at all. But Xiao Yunyao didn't mean to explain at all, and came closer again, forcing him to fight with him in close combat, elbowing or kneeing. Fingers, palms, fists and feet are all his own attack weapons. It was just a short moment. Ji Wuxuang's chest was sunken by Xiao Yunya's blow, and a slender palm print was raised on his back. Then he grabbed Ji Wuxuang's thighs with both hands, pulled them hard, and tore him in half in midair. Chapter 40 Juicing. Yi Fan hid in the shadow of the woods, watching the battle in the sky, unconsciously showing a stunned look of shock. A beautiful woman who looks very elegant and graceful is so violent at this moment. She directly tore the white-haired old man into two pieces with her bare hands. Unconsciously, he recalled some of his experiences on his hometown Earth. Many women can't even open the cap of a mineral water bottle when they are with their lovers. But when they get angry or stay with other people, they immediately become a female man who can run a horse on their shoulders. If there were no restrictions by the law, it is estimated that she could open the top of her head with her bare hands. This fairy senior looks charming and a little weak. Why is she so irritable? Yi Fan shrank his neck unconsciously and muttered to himself, "If we get along again in the future, it's better to be careful. I don't want her to twist my head off." It only took a short while. All the monks from Yoguang Holy Land and Huangdu Ji family, who had just flown in with such arrogance, who were left outside, were killed. Corpses fell down in large numbers, hitting the ground one after another. Yi Fan glanced at them casually. He immediately noticed that the faces and hands of these corpses gradually became withered and shriveled, as if something had sucked out their inner essence. In this case, could there be something wrong underground? Guessing this possibility, Yi Fan didn't dare to stay here for long. He quickly changed to a hiding place farther away. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a series of air-breaking sounds came. The entrance of the five-color ancient palace was brightly lit, and many figures could be seen colliding fiercely. Many spiritual weapons flew out and scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Xiao Yunyao threw away the head she had just twisted off. The whole person flew quickly in the sky, trying to grab and collect these spiritual weapons. Although the level of these weapons is not as high as the level of the handed-down holy weapons, they are also fine goods. There are even powerful weapons, and weapons of the King of the Way of Beheading, her own time and space hourglass and life altar. Although the intrinsic level is extremely high, the consumption of activating them is not low. At the same time, these are not combat-type things. As for the double-edged sword, although it is a killing weapon, it can only exist in the same realm as itself. It cannot evolve beyond its own realm. In this case, collecting some things of moderate level can be used as a trump card for daily cross-level battles. Dong. Another dull heartbeat sound suddenly came. But this time the momentum and movement were much stronger than the previous heartbeat. Xiao Yunyao looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a small crystal coffin flying out from the inside of the five-color palace. A bright red heart was beating slowly inside. The big demon possessed by Pang Bo followed closely and flew out. He raised his hand and grabbed the crystal coffin, trying to take the heart of the Green Emperor. Xiao Yunyao suddenly took out the time and space hourglass and smashed it towards the heart of the Green Emperor through the air, trying to suppress the heart of the Green Emperor with the essence of the time and space hourglass. He tried to take this thing as a sacrifice for himself. Boom! Crack! Boom! Suddenly, a strong heartbeat sounded. The outer crystal coffin suddenly exploded completely, along with the dissipation of a thick and rich demonic aura. The vast life blood like the boundless sea of stars emerged from the heart of the Green Emperor. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and the sun and the moon lost their light. It was as if a peerless demon god had descended here. The Green Emperor's heart instinctively felt the horror of the time-space hourglass, and it revived on its own, showing its extraordinariness. But the heart did not forcibly fight against the time-space hourglass. Instead, it gushed out large pieces of heart essence and blood, and the blood light wrapped the heart inside, and quickly flew towards the location of Yenryu, the descendant of the demon emperor. Shua. The time-space hourglass passed by it, and did not hit it directly. But even so, the time-space hourglass thrown out by Zhao Yuniao shook his hand, and directly plundered a large piece of blood mist from the heart of the Green Emperor. Just like plucking feathers from a passing goose and leaving skins on a beast, the Green Emperor's heart instinctively wailed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This blood bag is running really fast. I didn't hit it, Zhao Yuniao muttered quietly. She raised her hand, and the time-space hourglass flew backwards, and quietly floated in the palm of her left hand. The large piece of blood mist condensed and merged, and soon formed a hard blood essence as big as a lychee on the surface of the time-space hourglass. But it's not bad. At least it scraped off a layer of oil and water. After getting the main thing, Zhao Yuniao decisively dodged and left the place. She disappeared from the sight of many new monks. But she didn't sneak far away. She decisively drew her sword and chopped to the side, making the fat Taoist figure, who was following her, unable to hide. Little girl, the hard blood essence of the Green Emperor's heart is very deep. You can't grasp it. Let me do it. I am doing this for your own good, to help you get rid of the disaster and solve the problem. Duanda grinned, his fat body twisting flexibly. He easily neutralized Zhao Yuniao's knife. He looked at Zhao Yuniao, his eyes full of greed and desire, and couldn't help grinning. And the thing you just collected, the hard blood of the Green Emperor, is also a big disaster. With blood disaster. Quickly give it to me. I will help you to convert it, and bear the bloody cause and effect for you. Don't remember to thank me. Duanda stretched out his hand to Zhao Yuniao while speaking. The fat on his body was trembling with excitement. Want it? Then have the courage to follow me. Zhao Yuniao looked back and smiled. Suddenly put away the double-edged knife in her hand, and turned to run straight to the core of the life altar. If Duanda really dared to chase her, she wouldn't mind using him as a sacrifice. Even if he broke down in desperation, broke free from the reincarnation seal, and restored his fourth-generation emperor cultivation, he would not be able to escape alive if he really entered the altar of life. Soon, after chasing for a while, Duanda suddenly stopped. He looked at the surrounding mountain forest environment with some doubt. Something is wrong. There seems to be some terrible danger here, and there is really a bloody disaster lurking. After just looking for a moment, Duanda's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The fat on his body trembled unconsciously. Almost without any hesitation, he decisively turned around and ran away. And in the blink of an eye he opened up a long distance. TSK. I didn't catch up. What a pity. Looking at Duanda's fat back as he fled, Zhao Yuniao's eyes were dim. She was thinking, if she swallowed a fourth-generation emperor, what kind of special physique would she get? To what level could her qualifications be raised? Unfortunately, although the life altar is powerful, my current cultivation is not strong enough. When it is activated, it is impossible to do whatever I want. Chapter 41 Return to the Origin. When the demon emperor's heart rushed out from the five-colored palace, the big demon possessed by Pangbo, as well as the Yogwang Holy Land, the ancient Ji family, the Lingu Cave Heaven, and the demon cultivators under Yenryu, rushed out of the five-colored palace one after another. They wanted to keep the heart left by the demon emperor 10,000 years ago. But after flying out, everyone and the demons saw the scene outside and were stunned. The demon emperor's heart actually had a self-recovery, showing a terrifying and powerful life force and blood fluctuation, and then slipped away in front of everyone, running away at a very fast speed. Except for a girl in a black skirt. There was no one else around. Huh? Where is the big man of my Yogwang Holy Land? Why is the steward of my Ji family gone? Hey! Where did the helper left outside by the princess go? After such a short moment of confusion, the girl in the black skirt ran away. Someone inadvertently looked down and saw the corpses all over the ground. His eyes were about to burst out, and he was extremely angry and couldn't help shouting. Who is it? How dare he kill the big shot of my Yogwang Holy Land? Ah! The steward of my Ji family also got into trouble? The old man of the Ji family looked down and turned his head to look at the direction where the black-dressed girl left. It must be her. Even if it wasn't her, she must know something. Chase! The big shot of my Yogwang Holy Land can't die in vain. The old monk of Yogwang Holy Land shouted, His face was extremely angry. But his body was very honest, and didn't move at all. Turning his head to look around, he found that the old man of the ancient Ji family was also like this. Just wait for the people from Yuguang Holy Land to catch up first. Good fellow. We have met an opponent. When an old monk surnamed Ji saw this scene, his face became much more solemn. The monk who could kill his own manager must be stronger than him. If they rashly chased him, it would be tantamount to seeking death and giving away their heads. Originally, they planned to trick others into chasing him and test his quality first. Unexpectedly, other monks also thought so. For a moment, everyone was deadlocked in midair, looking at each other in bewilderment. They almost asked directly, "Why don't you chase him and avenge your big man?" The two sides looked at each other for a moment, and they were all silent. There was a sense of déjà vu in their eyes. I saw a thin old monk with white hair and beard change his face, and suddenly opened his mouth and shouted as if nothing embarrassing had happened. "Call someone. Report this news. The death of a great man in my Yuguang Holy Land must not be in vain, and blood debts must be paid with blood." After shouting, the old man turned around and rushed into the five-colored palace, continuing to fight for other treasures inside. There was no sadness on his face for the death of his great man. Hearing this, everyone in the Ji family also reacted and hurriedly did similar things. They all called for help and fought for treasures. They ignored the corpses on the ground. Get rid of Duanda, the greedy fat man who dug graves. Zhao Yunyao quietly sneaked underground. Let the life altar resist above her, and threw all the blood from the heart of the Green Emperor scraped off by the time and space hourglass into the life altar. She hid under the life altar, with her hands on the surface of the altar. Use divine power to carefully activate the life altar. Try not to let this thing operate in a way that would cause any abnormal scene, thereby alarming the humans and demon cultivators outside. Shichichi. As the hard blood of the Green Emperor was refined, a steady stream of life essence was transformed. Even though the hard blood was only as big as a lychee, but the life essence contained in it was really huge beyond imagination. Under Zhao Yunya's distracted control, these life essences were evenly invested in his own essence. Qi, spirit, will, and desire comprehensively improve and strengthen his own physique, lifespan, comprehension, charm, and appearance. In less than 5 breaths, Zhao Yunyao felt that his body and soul had transformed from the inside out, and his talents were strengthened in all aspects. Moreover, this trend continued, and it was also pushing himself to improve his innate qualifications in all aspects. He changed his own destiny against the will of heaven. For several days, she hid in the cavity she had opened up under the altar of life, silently strengthening and transforming herself. Crack, crack, breaks of shattering and cracking sounds came from her body. The Dao bones were reshaped. The origin was strengthened, and the flesh, tendons, marrow, and membranes were all completely renewed, changing to a more perfect and powerful level. Zhao Yunyao lay flat in the cavity with her eyes closed. All her attention was focused on the potential gate inside the Wheel C secret realm. With the continuous improvement and strengthening of her special physique, a new batch of potential gates evolved and were born. In the process, she once again realized the evolution of the Wheel C secret realm with her extraordinary understanding. I saw ancient magic spells such as Kunping magic, Thunder Emperor magic, and True Phoenix magic. Although they are all incomplete, there are more scenes than before. It faintly resonates with this broken universe. It seems that only by staying inside this universe can we capture and perceive more mysterious fragments. This universe is indeed a specially modified place for cultivating red dust immortals. The incomplete laws, insufficient origin, and the end of the law environment make the cultivators affect each other inside and outside, which is the necessary factor for the birth of red dust immortals. The lack of any condition will produce a considerable interference effect. Gradually, with the continuous evolution of her own special physical life spirit, she was promoted to a higher level of king body. Zhao Yunyao spied on and perceived more hidden mysteries of the Wheel C secret realm. She captured and sensed the essence of the practice of the blood-moving realm, and gradually spied on the deeper secrets of the cave heaven realm. She had an inner understanding of the soul. The soul in the soul. The cave heaven nourishes the spirit, turning decay into magic. The cave heaven can also change the world and evolve in the body. The cultivator's own body and soul are nourished and strengthened as special spirits, thus giving rise to all kinds of incredible abilities. In this case, it is another analysis of the essence of cultivation with the body as the seed of the Will See secret realm. Although there is no textual content in the scriptures, and no clear spells exist, but this direct perception of the evolution process of the secret realm seed contains all the great principles contained in it. It can only be understood, not explained. That is a direct analysis from the most essential and basic level. If the Will See is regarded as a small cave heaven in the body, then the Will See anomaly of special physique can be regarded as the spirit in the cave heaven. Spirit, nurture, and transform. Zhao Yunyan pondered in his heart. Chapter 42 The First Generation of the Supreme. Compare and think about different cultivation systems. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Yunyan made a new decision. She planned to treat the vision as a spirit. If the Will See secret realm is regarded as a cave world, the Will See vision is the spirit of the cave. Contain the spirit, nurture the spirit, and transform the spirit. If the cave nurtures the spirit successfully, it will become the incarnation of the practitioner himself. And the root of the spirit is the evolution of various talismans. The talisman originated from the rune treasure technique, and it is also one of the manifestations of the rules of the ancient talisman. Gradually, with the blessing of extraordinary understanding, Zhao Yunyan naturally entered the state of enlightenment. Take the heaven and earth as teachers, and learn the laws of nature. The Will See secret realm in the body itself is like a prototype of a cave world, blooming with a faint light. The blue light is warm and peaceful, containing a strange and fresh vitality. As a Will See vision that depends on the Will See secret realm, it has also become more real and agile, as if she had come alive. Use the world as a furnace, and refine the spirit as a method. An inexplicable strange feeling quietly surged into Zhao Yunyan's heart. In this strange state of enlightenment, her own secret world of the Will See itself seemed to become a complete world. Using the world as a furnace to refine the Will See vision inside, the vision woman who looked like Bai Yin was like another Zhao Yunyan herself, with a touch of supreme and noble majesty. Gradually, the Bai Yin vision gradually changed and became more real and agile. In this process, Zhao Yunyan's mind and consciousness traced the origin of the Bai Yin vision, and captured and sensed the corresponding potential gates from the vast number of potential gates. That is the special potential gate that she has now for her special physique. The mind and the potential gate are combined, just like the heaven and earth. Her amazing understanding allows her to perceive the internal changes of these special potential gates. Various runes, like stars in the sky, flicker and flicker in it. Together, they form the inner essence of the potential gate. And these numerous potential gates are naturally arranged and combined with each other to form a macroscopic Bai Yin pattern, which corresponds to the Bai Yin of the Will See. As the perception becomes deeper, Zhao Yunyan has a new perception of the cave spirit. The Bai Yin of the Will See, which is regarded as the spirit of the cave, gradually sinks into the blue bitter sea and continues to sink in her own mind and consciousness. With the resonance of the life spring, she touches her own wheel of life. In the cultivation system of taking the body as a seed, the wheel of life is the core and the only key. Nourish the soul in the cave, and return the soul to its source. In this natural enlightenment, Zhao Yunyan began to actively change the order and combination of the potential gates in the secret realm of the Will See in his body. Let the part of the potential gate containing the white vision sink into the wheel of life. With the help of the secret of nurturing souls and transforming life in the cave realm of the ancient talisman, it gradually merged with it. In an instant, a green divine power full of vitality gushed out from the life spring. It quickly flowed throughout the body, nourishing and changing Zhao Yunyan's own body and soul. Further consolidate and deepen the transformation and promotion potential accumulation of the life spirit body. Such a life force seems to contain a hint of eternal and immortal charm. Carefully feeling the current green divine power, Zhao Yunyan noticed the subtle abnormality in it. Just by deeply understanding it, she felt an eternal and constant Tao rhythm that was unchanging, as if time had solidified and years had stagnated. No matter how the world changes, it cannot change its existence. Is it affected by the secret of Noah's creation in the world of Chenian? Or has it further explored some of the potential of the Wheel of Life, allowing it to naturally show some of the self-immortality secrets of the red dust immortal? Zhao Yunyan could not be sure of the specific situation, but as far as the traces of immortal creation material contained in the divine power are concerned, it is enough to prevent her from aging and give her a terrifyingly long lifespan. And there is also a kind of subtle vitality accumulation. Looking inward at her body, the white vision of the Will See has completely disappeared, disappearing from the root of existence, and turning into a special spiritual nutrient. It nourishes her own wheel of life. and as the internal potential of the corresponding special potential gate continues to be released, such nourishment will exist for a long time. It was not a short moment. Zhao Yunya's own flesh, skin, tendons, bone marrow, hair, soul, and other life structures were all transformed to a new level, and in a microscopic level that she herself could not perceive at present. The gushing out of the immortal creation material was actually condensed by many tiny law runes, and with the flow of divine power, it spread to all parts of the body. Let all her internal life structures transform into the first generation of the Supreme in the chaotic ancient times. Unconsciously, 2.5 years passed quickly and quietly. This primitive ruins area, due to the appearance of the Demon Emperor's tomb, and the deaths of big figures from the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Huangguji family, attracted more cultivators to come here. Especially the discovery of the Demon Emperor's tomb made these cultivators very excited. With a stronger cultivation, they forced those low-level cultivation sects, aristocratic families, and casual cultivators to rush to the Demon Emperor's tomb and sacrifice blood, trying to open the tomb. In the past 2 years, the number of cultivators who died here has already exceeded 100,000. Low-level cultivators suffered heavy casualties, but for the big figures of the aristocratic families and the Holy Land, it was just a consumption of sacrifices, and they didn't even blink an eye. They didn't regard these low-level cultivators as human beings at all. But even with such a blood sacrifice, the Demon Emperor's tomb has not been opened, and even the important things inside the Yang tomb have not been taken. Such a result is obviously not acceptable to the forces of the Holy Land and the aristocratic families. They had to recruit more low-level cultivators to die here. Every cultivator who died here had his life essence inexplicably extracted, turning into a decayed corpse. It was precisely because of this abnormal situation that those bigwigs were sure that there were treasures here. They sacrificed blood to all living beings here almost day and night. Underground, where many cultivators could not detect, Zhao Yunyao, who was hiding under the life altar, finally made new movements. The remnants of the transformation, like a silkworm pupa, suddenly shook slightly a few times, and then gradually cracked with some fine cracks in a series of crackling sounds, revealing what was inside. That beautiful girl with a face of 17 or 18 years old. Her jade body was lying horizontally, with bumps and curves, perfect and flawless. Her beautiful eyes were closed, and her body was motionless. On the surface of her fair and tight skin, there was a faint fluorescence, which set off her like a jade sculpture of a goddess carefully carved by divine jade fairy crystals. Chapter 43, Life Domain. It took a long time. Zhao Yunyao, who had been silent, slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of watery and clear eyes. She felt a strong sense of strength from the inside out, full of energy and vitality, as if she had changed her body. She raised her right hand and looked at her flawless white arm and palm. It was like a fine jade carefully carved. I don't know how much difference there is between the original strength of my special physique and Ji Haoyue's Dongwang divine body. After all, I have improved more than just my physique. The difference in strength between special physiques is even greater than that between humans and dogs. But no matter which special physique it is an absolute basic strength crushing of ordinary mortal bodies. And it is not on the same order of magnitude at all. After thinking about it for a while, Zhao Yunyao gathered her thoughts. She sat up and looked at herself, naked from head to toe. She was stunned for a moment. How come her clothes were gone? She casually rummaged through the waste of transformation that looked like broken silkworm cocoons. She soon found some broken pieces of clothing. It seemed that they were torn apart from the inside by a force during the transformation process. I thought someone sneaked in to pick up the corpse. Putting her pink lips lightly, Zhao Yunyao threw away the pieces of clothing. She then took out a spare green dress from the inside of the Sea of Suffering and put it on to cover her beautiful spring scenery. She then communicated with the life altar with her mind and felt that the essence of the life source stored inside was absorbed. She raised her beautiful eyes slightly and was slightly surprised. So much has been accumulated, although it is far less than the essence transformed from the hard blood of the Green Emperor before. It is about 1/10,000th of it. It seems that many cultivators in the outside world have died. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yunyao mobilized the accumulated essence of life source again. Invest all of it equally in his own essence. Qi, spirit, will, and desire, from the most fundamental level of the basic life source. Comprehensively strengthen and improve his own physique, lifespan, understanding, charm and appearance. This kind of strengthening and improvement has nothing to do with a change of cultivation, but it will enhance his own cultivation qualifications and potential, broaden the width and length of the future road, and thus raise the upper limit of his own cultivation, rebuilding the bitter sea and life spring once again, incorporating the secrets of Noah's creation. I always feel that there should be some changes in my special physique now. It's not just as simple as being able to produce a little bit of immortal creation material. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yuniao restrained his own life breath. Then, he quietly sneaked onto the surface. In an instant, strong and terrifying resentment, evil spirits, and Een spirits turned this ancient ruin into an ominous land. On the ground, there were corpses everywhere, and there was no complete corpse to be seen. Many were even beaten into pieces of meat and powder. Looking around, a large number of cultivators from all directions still gathered here, attracted by the news of the treasures here, like moths to a flame. And they kept coming. Greed, profit blinds the mind. Suddenly, Zhao Yuniao seemed to realize something and looked down at her feet. Her delicate white feet were wrapped by the green divine power and turned into a ball of green clouds, allowing her to float slightly in the air. On the ground around her, many green plant sprouts quietly grew. Her consciousness probed downward, deep into the soil. She noticed that these newly sprouted sprouts were either from the seeds left behind by the plants themselves, or from the roots left behind by the plants themselves. At this moment, within a certain range around her, they were growing at an abnormal speed. Activation of vitality. Life bonus? Zhao Yuniao carefully felt herself. She found that her body now naturally exuded a kind of life radiation glow, like the mysterious life creation field. Invisible and intangible. It is elusive, but as long as it is in the life creation field, the vitality of the individual life itself will be stimulated by activation, thus showing the power of life. Although small, it is tenacious and unyielding. There is something extraordinary in the ordinary. It can only activate and add to the real vitality, and it cannot mediate the creation and the void creation. Looking at the green sprouts around her, Zhao Yuniao was thoughtful. It was just a short while. Within a radius of more than 10 feet around her, there was already lush grass and full of vitality. The difference from the surrounding ominous land was extremely obvious. Soon, the abnormality here was discovered by many cultivators. Some people thought that there were treasures hidden here, so they gathered here. There was greed in their eyes that could not be concealed. But when they saw Zhao Yuniao standing in the grass, they unconsciously flashed a touch of surprise and shock in their eyes, as if they were amazed by her peerless beauty. Her eyebrows and eyes were like paintings, beautiful and graceful, with a tall figure and hazy curves, especially the unique temperament that transcended the world, like a cold goddess who bewitched the consciousness and enchanted the soul, and like a sacred fairy guarded by flowers and grass, shining on all living beings. That is one of the common external manifestations of the law of desire and the law of creation, holy on the outside and charming on the inside. This makes Zhao Yuniao have a unique charm. I'm afraid that the saint of the Yaoqi Holy Land is just like this. Some people stared at the green-dressed figure, with an intoxicated and blurred face, and couldn't help wanting to care for her. Some people also saw the stunning figure of the girl, and their lustful hearts rose, and their eyes glowed green. They regarded her as a substitute for the saint of the Yaoqi Holy Land. I can't afford to offend the high-ranking Yaoqi Holy Land. If I can't get the saint who has been coveted for a long time, can I not afford to offend others? I didn't expect to meet a beauty today whose beauty is not inferior to the saint of Yaoqi. Little beauty, I'm here. He. Seeing many cultivators approaching him, Zhao Yuniao glanced at the scene around him, and immediately understood. Suddenly he raised his right hand, used it as a knife, and then waved it gently around. Shua! The sharp knife light suddenly appeared, like a streak of silk flashing through the air. Then, Zhao Yuniao didn't even look at the scene behind him, and the whole person soared into the sky and flew quickly into the distance. Until then, the monks who were attacked were broken one after another, like tender tofu that was split open. The remains of the body fell from the air with blood. Even after death, they will become sacrifices on the altar of life. Leave the original ruins that have turned into an ominous land of disaster. Zhao Yuniao temporarily left the altar of life there, borrowing the hands of others to plan to seize the essence of the origin of life for himself, so as to nourish and strengthen himself. Calculating the time. The secret of the word Jia inside the Zhuofeng of Taishian sect is about to be revealed. Chapter 44 Fire Domain. The Jie secret, one of the 9 secrets, is indeed a top auxiliary secret method in this universe. But its triggering effect is not very good. It needs to be triggered multiple times with high frequency to have a certain probability of successful triggering, which will temporarily increase the power by 10 times, thereby improving the fighting ability. Although collecting other 9 secrets can increase the triggering probability of the Jie secret, but it still cannot be triggered and used at will. This uncertain triggering probability made Zhao Yunao hesitate. She was thinking about whether she should plan the Jie secret and get it. Although the Jie secret is powerful, it is only a probabilistic trigger. Even if it is successfully triggered, it is only a 10-fold increase in the overall power. But with such a result, looking at the world of the heavens, the 10-fold increase is actually very low. It is far inferior to those controllable autonomous increases of millions, or even billions of times. If she could only be trapped in this world, Zhao Yunao would not hesitate to plan the 9 secrets. But when it is possible to safely go to other different worlds, then in this larger range of choices, the effect of the 9 secrets will become extremely low, mediocre, and without any outstanding features. After making a decision in her heart, she continued to fly away from here, until she was thousands of miles away from the original ruins. Zhao Yunao turned another direction, and headed straight for the very famous fire region in Jin State. The fire region is famous, and spread all over the world. The different flames inside it can be used to help refine weapons, which has a certain help effect on the derivative Tao and principles of weapons. So it often attracts many cultivators to come here to temper their own weapons. From ancient times to the present, it has been burning. But few people know why it can exist for so long. It is only heard that in some ancient rumors, there is fairy fire inside the fire area, and it has burned immortals to death. As for whether these rumors are true or false, no cultivator can confirm their truth or falsehood, because whether there are immortals in this world is still an unknown number. Not to mention that real immortals have been burned to death. But for Zhao Yunao, she knows clearly that these rumors are actually true. There is indeed real fairy fire in the hidden 10th layer inside the fire area, which is unknown to the public. And in very ancient times, it really burned immortals to death. Looking at the fire area in front of him, which is about 100 miles in radius, Zhao Yunao observed outside for a moment, then raised his foot and stepped into it calmly. The red flames, leaping and burning, burned the ground below and cracked many large cracks. The terrifying high temperature was isolated by the green divine power on the surface of the body. Let Zhao Yunao walk without any injury. She quickly crossed the outermost red flame area. The red flame gradually turned into light blue, with a higher temperature and stronger power. Even with the protection of divine power, she still felt a burning sensation. Sure enough, with my current cultivation, I can't go too far into the fire area. I can only rely on the help of objects. With a thought, a miniature time and space hourglass emerged and quietly floated above Zhao Yunao's head. Strands of red and purple light fell down, like a curtain, protecting her. The surrounding light blue flame seemed to have encountered their nemesis and the world, and instantly dispersed and retreated to the surroundings. Leave an absolutely safe hemispherical area for Zhao Yunao herself. Seeing this, Zhao Yunao continued to walk deeper into the fire area and speeded up her journey. Wherever she went, the surrounding flames retreated. Outside her body, she always maintained a safe area. Several miles passed in the blink of an eye. The light blue flame turned into a milky white flame again, and its power was further enhanced. The shape of the flame was no longer the same as before, but looked more like some kind of milky white unknown liquid, flowing and floating in this area, hazy and mysterious. Even on the ground, there were many strange stones. They were rugged and weird, jagged and interlaced, like a forest of stones standing here. Zhao Yunao continued to go deeper, and soon crossed the flame layer and entered a black flame area again. The black fire was lingering and silent. It seemed to come from the netherworld purgatory, extremely dark, making it difficult to see. The strange rocks on the ground in this area are even larger and denser, like a group of seaweed in the sea. Zhao Yunao speeded up and finally flew up, relying on the protection of the time and space hourglass. He rushed through the black fire area at a high speed and entered the golden flame area of the next layer. Then, there was a strange flame like purple mist, flying quickly through this area. He entered a colorful flame, under the suppression of the time and space hourglass. The flames here that were enough to burn the powerful to death could not cause any waves. After the 5-color flame, there was the more terrifying seven-color flame. From a distance, it looked like a rainbow gathered here, dazzling and brilliant, but also more dangerous and terrifying. This is the flame that ordinary powerful people are afraid of. When she reached the 8th level of the fire domain, Zhao Yuniao slowed down her flying speed. But she continued to fly to the 9th level. The range here is smaller. In just a moment, she came to the border between the 8th and 9th levels of the fire domain. The flames on the 9th level have already appeared in 9 colors. It is as gorgeous as the aurora. But the power is extremely terrifying. It is not difficult to burn the great sage and the quasi-emperor to death, just accompanied by Zhao Yunyao's calm approach. The red and purple light rippling from the time and space hourglass is like a purifying light, which makes the 7-color flame and the 9-color flame all dissipate, forming an open and safe area around her. Take this opportunity to refine the double-colored blade again and further enhance its potential. Arriving at the edge of the 9th level of the fire domain, Zhao Yuniao carefully observed for a moment, then stepped into it decisively. The 9-colored flames were like rainbow tides, flowing and changing silently, extremely magnificent and mysterious. When she walked to the inner edge of the 9th floor and curiously looked at the hidden core area of the 10th floor, she did not see the legendary fairy fire. There was only a small piece of empty scorched earth here. It seems that the fairy fire is dormant and hidden, and has not yet appeared. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yuniao simply sat on the edge of the scorched earth, using the time and space hourglass to suppress and extract a trace of the 9-colored mist flame, carefully put it into the 4 extreme secret realms in the body, and began to retemper the Mandarin duck sword. As soon as the 2 sides touched, the Mandarin duck sword turned into air. But under the suppression of the time and space hourglass, it condensed into a liquid again and was refining and shaping by Zhao Yuniao. Chapter 45 Market. Thanks to the powerful power of the 9-color flames of the 9th layer of the fire domain, it took only a few days to forge the double-edged sword this time. The new double-edged sword has a slight change in appearance from before. The most conspicuous part is the goddess down mark on the blade. Originally, it was just a down map evolved from the pure law of desire. Now, with the mystery of the law of creation, this goddess down map has become more vivid, and also contains a strong mysterious vitality and Tao rhyme. It seems to have become a new life individual with independent companionship. Zhao Yun now carefully looked at the double-edged sword in his hand. Its blade was more red and crystal, like the essence of fairy jade, and the whole body was emitting a faint cold light. Compared with the past, the double-edged sword is now more solid and sharp. I wonder how many kinds of divine gold Yi Fan can find. The materials used for the double-edged sword are not small. The small scrap inside the Taichu Forbidden Land is not enough. After playing with it for a while, Zhao Yunyao put the double-edged sword away again. He turned to use the spiritual medicine resources he had collected before and began to practice in seclusion here, continuing to improve the condensation of the divine bridge in the Wheel Sea secret realm. A few months passed quickly. Zhao Yunyao sat quietly on the edge of the 10th floor of the fire domain, and his consciousness and mind silently looked inward at his own Wheel Sea secret realm. The blue bitter sea has become more and more vast now. It has the vastness of a sea, compared to the small puddle bitter sea in the mortal stage. The size difference is simply incredible, with an absolute basic attribute crushing. And in addition to that, the black bitter sea in the mortal stage was lifeless, fragile and tiny. But now the blue bitter sea of special physique is restricted by the law of creation, and the dead air naturally disappears, leaving only a strong and vigorous vitality. It has a strange effect of bringing the dead back to life and turning bones into flesh. In the center of the bitter sea, the huge and thick life spring, like an inextinguishable volcano, is constantly spewing out divine power and life essence, and it is mixed with strands of immortal longevity creation substances. It allows Zhao Yunyao to maintain a constant state of life function without aging. Compared with the past, in the current life spring, a large section of emerald green jade-like crystal cylindrical objects has been extended, as if supporting the Buzhou mountain that supports the heaven and earth. That is the divine bridge in her own secret realm of the Wheel Sea. The densely packed divine life patterns of the divine bridge realm were intertwined, like a large group of green clouds surrounding the divine bridge, making it appear vague and hazy. In this state, it is already possible to sacrifice the instruments of the divine bridge realm. Zhao Yunyao opened her eyes and glanced at the 10th floor of the fire domain. Still hadn't seen the fairy fire. I don't know where the fairy fire is hiding now. I haven't seen it in a few months here. Now that she hadn't seen the fairy fire, She had no intention of staying here for long. She immediately got up and flew out, rushing all the way in the fire domain. This unscrupulous flying appearance frightened the other cultivators in the fire domain. They thought they had met a senior master who could not hide. Even the real powerful who were refining instruments in the fire domain at this moment kept quiet and tried their best to restrain their own breath, for fear of bringing disaster to themselves. In just a short while, Zhao Yunyao flew out of the nearly 100-mile range of the fire zone. She appeared in the outside world again. She identified the direction in the air and headed straight for the monk market in her memory. In the original plan, the divine bridge realm intended to sacrifice other auxiliary instruments to promote the evolution of the secret realm in the body into the real world. But after experiencing the differences in the laws of different worlds, I realized the hidden dangers. It's time to change the thinking of the instruments in the divine bridge realm. For the seeds of the secret realm in the body, the more different laws they have experienced, and the more down marks they have been imprinted with, the more powerful and perfect the structure of the secret realm in the body will be. Then more potential gates can be evolved, making the cultivator's own foundation more solid and solid. As for the evolution of the secret realm in the body into the real world, as long as the cultivator's own cultivation level is high enough, it can also achieve this goal. Thinking about it this way, the original plan is not so good. Although the Tao rhyme of different world laws is a special great opportunity, it is also poison wrapped in honey. If you are not careful, bad accidents will occur due to the conflict of laws. And it also has a great impact on my own adaptation. Although the time and space hourglass can indirectly protect myself from too much damage from the conflict of laws, it is after all a byproduct of its profound nature, not the core function. In this way, the protection will not appear to be strong. After thinking carefully for a while, Zhao Yunyao already had a more appropriate idea in her mind. For the instruments of the divine bridge realm, she already had a bottom line on how to modify and forge them. That is to amplify the protection of oneself, and at the same time to assist oneself in obtaining enough great opportunities in the heavens. Use the unique effect of writing Tao patterns to indirectly obtain more functions. A few days later, Zhao Yunyao appeared in the cultivator market in the territory of Yin State. This market was a place she knew when she was a disciple of Chenian sect. It is located in the valley, surrounded by a simple formation to isolate mortals, but cultivators can enter it freely without any impact. Zhao Yunyao descended from the sky and walked into the market calmly. He looked up and saw that the flow of people here was much less than before. There are only dozens of people at present, and most of them are in the Bittersea realm or the Life Spring realm. Those who exceed this realm are almost unseen. The major saints issued orders, calling on many small sects to go to the original ruins, which is said to be the tomb left by the demon Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago. You don't know? I heard that many monks have died there now, and the resentment is overwhelming. The business here has become much quieter, and many Taoist friends have been called over. Humph. How could the big figures in the Holy Land be so kind? They are clearly looking for a fool to die in their place. As a result, many people are greedy and run over themselves. Listening to the discussions of the small monks in the market, Zhao Yunyao understood why there were so few people here. However, when she walked in, the discussions in her ears suddenly became much smaller, and they stared at her blankly, slightly stunned and shocked. It seemed that they were shocked that such an ordinary small place could have a powerful female monk with a fairy-like appearance. After reacting, sensing the powerful aura of this strange female monk, many people seemed a little restrained, and they didn't have the freedom to talk just now. Chapter 46 Divine Bridge Device. Zhao Yunyao noticed the reactions of the crowd, and her expression remained unchanged, knowing that this was the way for a young cultivator to survive. When facing stronger cultivators, one must be careful in every move, for fear that if one does something wrong, one will get into big trouble, or even be killed. She walked into a 3-story attic called Baba Oju in the market. As soon as she entered, a shop assistant took the initiative to greet her, smiling and respectfully asked, "Welcome to our shop. Senior, do you need anything? What kind of spiritual silkworm silk do you have here now?" Zhao Yunyao glanced at it and said casually, "The amount cannot be too small. At least not less than 10,000 cocoons. A spiritual silkworm can only spin silk to make one cocoon. 10,000 cocoons means that at least 10,000 spiritual silkworms have made cocoons." This big business surprised the shop assistant. The smile on his face suddenly became more respectful and kind. "Reply to the senior. Our store now has tens of thousands of cocoons of spiritual silkworm silk in its reserve supply. The types include shadowless silk produced by the phantom silkworm, golden silk produced by the golden silkworm, cold heart silk produced by the ice silkworm, etc. The shop assistant listed several types of spiritual silkworm silk in a row. He introduced the properties and effects of these silks to Zhao Yunyao one by one. In the end, Zhao Yunyao chose the silk produced by a spiritual silkworm called white crystal silkworm. According to the shop assistant, the silk of this spiritual silkworm is the most flexible and elastic variety. After confirming the transaction purchase items, the shop assistant hurriedly called his own store manager. As for Zhao Yunyao herself, she sat on a chair in the hall and waited patiently. Her mind was distracted and she sank into her body, picking and choosing among a pile of things. Finally, she chose a jade ring for the exchange. This thing was a 4-level weapon, and it was one of the many spiritual weapons she had snatched from the Qing Emperor Yang tomb. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a wealthy appearance came here under the guidance of the waiter. The divine power fluctuations emanating from his body had reached the divine bridge realm, and he was also the first divine bridge realm cultivator Zhao Yunyao had seen in this market. As soon as the man came to the hall, he immediately noticed the girl in the green skirt sitting on the chair. Feeling the magnificent and vigorous vitality, he was secretly shocked in his heart, knowing that this was a female cultivator with a stronger cultivation than him, and immediately lowered his head slightly, not daring to look at it too much, to prevent being misunderstood as a lustful person and beaten to death. Junior greets you. Senior. This is what you need. What do you think? While speaking, the shopkeeper gently brushed his left sleeve with his right hand and took out a palm-sized red jade box. He opened the lid of the box himself, revealing the neatly arranged white crystal silk inside. The silk was crystal clear and delicate, as white as ivory. Zhao Yunyao reached out and picked up a few processed silks, feeling the warm and smooth feeling from her fingertips, which was smoother and more comfortable than the egg white just peeled off. She was quite satisfied. The divine sense quickly scanned the remaining silk inside the jade box and counted the number of goods. Then he grabbed the entire jade box through the air, took out the previously selected jade ring, put it on the table on the side, and stood up and walked out without even looking at it. The shopkeeper stared at the jade ring with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He called out in a hurry, "Wait a minute. Senior, you paid too much. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't give you any more," Zhao Yunyao said without looking back, and walked out with light steps, her graceful figure swaying like a willow in the wind. She soon left the range of the cultivator market. Passing through the formation, she controlled the rainbow light and soared into the sky in an instant. Soon even her shadow could not be seen. After a while, Zhao Yunyao returned to the interior of the fire domain. During the refining process, it is most taboo to be disturbed. For her, the fire domain is the most peaceful place. This time, she plans to use the third origin rule seed, which does not require additional tempering. Therefore, she did not enter the 10th floor of the fire domain as before. Instead, she stayed inside the colorful flames on the 8th floor. The flames here are like mist, floating in the mist, and the colorful rainbow lights are shining, as if the rainbow is condensed and compressed here, which looks extremely magnificent and dreamy. But the power of the flames here is also very terrifying. On the ground, there are thick stone pillars everywhere, and there are some towering stone mountains standing, with strange rocks in various shapes, showing this strange natural scenery. Zhao Yunyao searched among them and found a place similar to a cave. Then he went into it. The time and space hourglass was suspended above his head, waving a faint red and purple light, isolating the colorful mist and flames from the outside, so that she herself would not be affected by anything. Sitting cross-legged on the raised stone on the ground casually, Zhao Yunyao closed her eyes and used her mind to depict the appearance and structure of the divine bridge device. It was a long dress with a classical aesthetic style. When traveling through different worlds, her dress would always be torn apart due to the differences in different laws, forcing her to be naked frequently. She had long been fed up with this bad result. Now, with the help of the refining device, this problem can be solved at once. After constructing the style details in her mind, Zhao Yunyao took out all the white crystal silkworm silk she had purchased before, used it as the raw material for refining, and began to mix it with the light divine pattern of the Xinxiao realm. The secret realm is the furnace, and the mind is the tool. She began to seriously refine the life divine pattern and the silk of the white crystal silkworm, allowing the two to fully blend and gradually become indistinguishable from each other, forming a most primitive embryo. Then, like kneading dough, she beat it bit by bit into the shape of the dress set in her mind, and solidified it. From time to time, she made adjustments to the details to make the dress shape more gorgeous and elegant. After she completed the refining and shaping of the Xinxiao device, more than a month had passed in the outside world. Try the size ratio first. Zhao Yu now took off her green dress skillfully, then summoned the divine bridge device and put it on naturally. The powerful divine sense scanned her body, reflecting a clear three-dimensional reflection in the sea of consciousness. She had a beautiful neck and her hair was lightly tied. The V-neckline of the snow-white slim dress set off her breasts, which were tall, straight and full. A little bit lower, her body curve shrank sharply, revealing her slender waist. A palm-wide corset was wrapped around it, and the outermost layer was a 2-finger-wide ribbon. It looked like a jade belt around the waist. Below the corset, there was a long skirt that fit the body curve, with a slightly tight waist style, and the lower skirt hem reached the middle of the calf. The crystal clear and moist white jade feet were exposed below. Chapter 47, Heavenly Clothes. Looking carefully at the size ratio of the dress, it fits the curve of her body very well, and there is no problem of not fitting well. Zhao Yu now raised her arm again to take a look. The sleeves are divided into 2 sections. The upper arm part fits the skin and is round and integrated, extending to the elbow joint. The other part of the sleeve on the forearm is like a morning glory blooming, turning into a gorgeous wide sleeve style. After taking a look at the whole, she began to make various difficult poses. The dynamic deformation size ratio of the dress itself was measured. Whether it is bending down, raising legs, twisting waist and turning, side splits, etc., the movements are not affected by the dress, and the movements are smooth and natural. It's okay. It won't affect the battle. No need to continue fine-tuning. Then it's settled. Controlled by mind, Zhao Yu now put the dress back into the sea of suffering. Then he mobilized the seed of the origin rules in the sea of consciousness. Let it sink into the secret realm of the wheel sea, and gradually merge with the dress device into a whole. When the two merged to a certain extent, the familiar intuitive feeling of self-written control came to my mind again. Perfect compatibility with different rules and orders of the Great Way. When Zhao Yu now completed the self-written settings, the seed of the origin rules that merged with the God Bridge device immediately reversed the evolution according to the established Tao pattern results, and gave birth to the corresponding mysterious and complex Tao patterns. The dense Tao patterns are naturally combined together, just like the stars in the deep sky shining and flickering. It's like a brilliant sea of stars is condensed and merged into the interior of the God Bridge device. The dress is more gorgeous and beautiful, sacred and mysterious, with a hazy halo that changes unpredictably, and a layer of light white fairy mist lingering on its surface. This dress looks like a hazy and sacred vision. Zhao Yuniao summoned it again and put it on herself. The slim dress naturally fits the curve of her body, showing her tall and perfect proud figure. Clothes make the person, and the appearance is more beautiful and exquisite. She is really like a sacred fairy. The long dress covers her body, and the whole world has become a little different in Zhao Yuniao's mind. The laws of the avenue are more active and clear, just like observing the lines on the palm. All kinds of order changes. See the slightest detail, and faintly resonate with the dress on her body, with a mysterious resonance. This natural fusion makes her a little intoxicated, standing still in the same place. After a long time, she came back to her senses, with a satisfied smile in her eyes. Compatible with many different avenues. Perfect fit. Naturally can resolve the invisible conflicts of different laws. Hua Dao Tian Yi. The name of Xian Tian. Zhao Yuniao looked down at herself. The deep ravines on the chest are extremely conspicuous, with a strange charm. And wearing it as a piece of clothing, with its profound essence, the clothing itself has an extremely strong defensive power. And in addition, there is this kind of law perception, which makes it particularly clear. It's just normal clothing, under the compatibility effect of the Dao Tianyi's Dao rules. The laws and principles of the universe itself are naturally connected with this device, making the invisible laws vivid and clear. In this state, the wearer's perception of the law is naturally clear. A Dao pattern writing setting that derives multiple additional functions and uses is the best way to use it. Now there is only one last seed of the origin rule left. Then, the last other sure device must maximize its effect and become my strongest helper. Complete the forging and shaping of the divine bridge device. The heavenly close of transformation. Zhao Yunyan raised her hand lightly, and directly put away the time and space hourglass above her head. Boom! Instantly, the colorful mist and flames around surged. But they dispersed again near the heavenly close of transformation, and could not get close to Zhao Yunyan at all. The white fairy mist seemed gentle, but it carried an inexplicable power. It lingered on the surface of the heavenly close of transformation and flowed unsteadily. It was hazy and mysterious. Let's try the effect of crossing the other world, and see how big the difference is from before. Zhao Yunyan thought to himself, and turned to leave this cave. Then he took off again, and left the fire area that stretched for hundreds of miles, until he arrived at the uninhabited area of the wilderness outside. Zhao Yunyan just stopped and landed steadily on the ground. She raised her hand, and summoned the time-space hourglass. She pondered for a while, and thought to herself, although I plan to cross different worlds to test the actual effect of the heavenly close of transformation, but I can't cross in vain. There must be a place where I can get benefits. After all, the energy recovery of crossing worlds is still relatively slow. She stood in place, holding the time-space hourglass in one hand. She fell into a period of deep thinking, from the cultivation system to her own special physique, including various self-defense methods, etc. After thinking about many aspects, she already has a very suitable new world goal. That is, the world where mortals cultivate immortals. The existence of the palm of heaven bottle contains the towering creation liquid, which carries different creation law mysteries, and can enrich and strengthen my own special physique and life king body. And in this world, various magic spells and magical powers are also quite diverse. From this aspect, it can also make up for the use of the power of Tai Chi Xian Qing Dao in the Zhuxian world, and further develop self-power. In addition, there are talismans, refining, brewing, beast control, etc. Many knowledge systems can complement and enhance the cultivation system of Zhuxian. Although one of them is for cultivation and the other is for cultivation, the former does not have spiritual roots, and everyone can practice, while the latter must have spiritual roots to practice. But the core of the system is the Meridian Dantian system. Therefore, the two have a high knowledge commonality. And this cultivation system that emphasizes the primordial spirit has a good complementary effect for the body-based system that emphasizes the physical body. Although it seems that the combat effectiveness is very weak, but the destructive impact of combat effectiveness is the joint effect of many factors. For example, the strength of gravity, the concentration of extraordinary energy, the density of material structure, the difference between energy activity and inertia, the stability of the microstructure framework, the integrity of the world's laws, etc. It's like punching a small hole with all your strength on the moon, and punching a small hole with all your strength on a neutron star. If you really want to judge by the destructive power, then the two are equally strong. There is no difference at all. But if you add the actual environmental impact, then the destructive power caused on the neutron star is actually hundreds of millions of times that on the moon. The strength between the two is completely different. But the external performance is that they both punch a small hole with all their strength. It is precisely because of experiencing different worlds that Zhao Yunyan will not simply judge the strength by destructive power. That kind of thinking is too naive and simple, and completely unrealistic. Chapter 48. Heaven Holding Bottle. Think and determine the goal of this world crossing. When Zhao Yunyan was about to act, she suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly reached into the clothes on her chest, and picked out a small black round bead with her fingers. This thing was a rare treasure she got from the superpower world. It can absorb external energy by itself and transform it into soul energy that nourishes and strengthens the spirit and soul. This kind of thing that can directly enhance the soul is still quite rare. If it is allowed to exist alone and encounter different world laws, it may be destroyed. It is better to refine it and store it in the body. Considering this, Zhao Yunyan did not rush to use the time and space hourglass. Instead, she used her own consciousness to refine it bit by bit. After the refining was completed, she just put the small black round bead into the sea of consciousness, and immediately felt a faint coolness coming from it. The soul energy accumulated and stored in the small round bead was released continuously. It nourished and warmed Zhao Yunyan's own soul. The current body is no longer a weak mortal body, but a stronger special body of the King of Life, which makes the body more capable of carrying the soul. The hidden danger of the soul being too strong and bursting the body has naturally disappeared. Feel it carefully. After confirming that there are no problems left, Zhao Yu now took the initiative to activate the time and space hourglass and set the time and space coordinate shuttle information with his mind. The time is set to 1 day before Hanli got the Palm of Heaven bottle, and the space is set to an open area in the forest. The information setting of the time and space coordinates of the other world is completed quickly. Zhao Yunyan saw the fine sand inside the time and space hourglass began to flow and rotate rapidly. The hourglass was reversed, and the time and space were distorted. One end exists in this world, turning into the entrance of a deep vortex channel. The other end extends in an incredible way, connecting with the space-time coordinates of the other world, and evolving into the exit of the channel across the world. Sensing that the cross-world space-time shuttle channel has been built, Zhao Yunyan did not hesitate at all, and decisively flew into the entrance of the vortex channel, and disappeared in an instant. Then, the entrance of the vortex channel also disappeared by itself. The season enters autumn, and the leaves fall. The natural vegetation of the mountains that were once lush and green has now become bare, with a bleak and cold artistic conception. At a certain moment, inside the Qishuan gate of the Caixia mountain range, in the grove between Shinshu Valley and Qishui Peak, suddenly, a wave of distortion of the laws of space and time came. Then, a vortex-shaped deep channel exit condensed and formed here out of thin air. Then a stunning figure flew out of it and stood steadily on the ground. Zhao Yunyan opened her right hand, and the time-space hourglass fell into her palm. She waved her hand to put away her sea of suffering, and she quietly felt her current state. A satisfied smile suddenly appeared on her cold and charming face. Very good. The differences and conflicts between the laws of different worlds have been weakened to a point where they are not affected. But the perception of the laws of other worlds is clear and clear because of the Dao Tianyi. Just like looking at the lines in the palm of your hand, without the hazy and vague feeling of seeing flowers in the fog. With the help of the law compatibility effect of the Dao Tianyi on her body, Zhao Yunyan clearly realized that the Dao laws of this world itself were also in a broken state. Moreover, the origin of the world is dissipating and draining at a moderate speed. Such a situation has caused the cultivation environment of this world to be in a state of spiritual decline. Personally confirm that the cross-world avenue law of Hua Dao Tianyi is compatible with the power of harmony. Zhao Yu now completely put her mind at ease and looked down at the ground under her feet. The dead branches and fallen leaves covered the ground in a thick layer, and her feet felt a little soft when she stepped on them. She mobilized her spiritual power and carefully scanned and explored the ground in this area. She did not notice the existence of any bottle-shaped objects. Is it natural to block the spiritual sense? Or is it not in this place at all now? Some speculations and doubts emerged in her mind. She gave up using her spiritual sense to sense, and instead stepped on the ground with her feet, stepping and moving continuously and densely, using the touch of her feet to search for the traces of the Palm of Heaven bottle. Explore inch by inch, not missing any place, until about a cup of tea. Zhao Yunyan, who was stepping on the dead branches and fallen leaves, suddenly felt something hard under her feet. She looked down and waved her sleeves. Her magic power was like the wind, rolling up the fallen leaves, revealing something buried in the soil below. It was a small round bottle with a slender neck. The surface of the bottle was covered with mud, covering its original appearance and making it impossible to see clearly. Zhao Yunyan raised her hand and grabbed it in the air, and the mud on the surface of the bottle immediately scattered. Only the small bottle with a slender neck fell into her palm. I didn't expect it to really exist now. Zhao Yunyan carefully looked at the palm bottle in her palm. It was emerald green like jade, and there were dark green leaf-shaped patterns on the surface. It looks like a work of art, and the weight of the small bottle is not inferior to that of metal with higher density. It feels heavy when held in a hand, since the heaven-holding bottle is really in hand. Then I will comprehend it well next. Strive to further master more mysteries of the law of creation. Zhao Yunyan turned her head and looked at the surrounding environment. People often pass by here. It is not suitable for practicing in the vicinity and comprehending the law. It is better not to be disturbed by others. She thought for a while, suddenly soared into the sky and left this place. The flying posture with fluttering clothes was like a fairy from the sky flying in the air. In the blink of an eye, it crossed several miles and landed in the back mountain deep in the God Hand Valley. Looking at the surrounding environment, Zhao Yunyan waved her hand to take out the mandarin duck knife. She waved it quickly towards the cliff on the side a few times. The sharp knife energy continued, and soon broke a hole about 10 feet high in the rock cliff. Then she leveled the ground, entered it, and sat down, retracting the mandarin duck blade. Zhao Yuniao crossed her hands in front of her lower abdomen, placed the palm of heaven bottle in the palms of both hands, slightly lowering her head. Her eyes quietly stared at the various patterns on the surface of the palm of heaven bottle. Each pattern, with the blessing of amazing comprehension, showed an unusual Tao rhyme. However, these Tao rhymes were extremely restrained and very obscure. The palm of heaven bottle was born naturally, and its existence itself is the real embodiment of Tao. The patterns on the surface are natural Tao patterns. With the idea of comprehending and studying Tao patterns, Zhao Yuniao began to study the palm of heaven bottle in seclusion. And as she stayed in this area for a long time, originally, because of the arrival of autumn, the leaves had naturally fallen off, and the withered various weeds and vines were affected by Zhao Yuniao herself, and began to gradually produce new green spores and quietly sprout. Chapter 49 New Generation Pow Pow. It should be autumn when leaves fall and wither. But at this moment, in the back mountain area of Shinsho Valley, there is an area that quietly becomes full of spring. The tender green spores gradually grow slowly and stretch out new leaves. On the ground, the grass is lush and full of vitality, like a green carpet spread on the ground. As for the various vines that are entwined on the tree trunks and climbed on the cliffs, they also sprouted tender branches and new leaves, showing the vigorous vitality of life. Below the cliff, in a simple cave, Zhao Yuniao sat cross-legged near the exit outside the cliff, quietly concentrating on the palm of the sky bottle in the palm of her hands. And her pair of watery and clear big eyes gradually became blurred and empty. All her mind is now on the palm of the sky bottle. In her eyes, those green patterns interweave the trajectory of the Tao, containing the wonderful and profound Tao rhyme of creating life. Let Zhao Yuniao be obsessed and intoxicated. The daytime passed quickly. When night fell, soft moonlight fell from the sky and spread across the vast land. Zhao Yuniao, who was sitting near the cave exit, seemed unaware and motionless. But the Tianping bottle held in her palms began to absorb the moonlight and spiritual energy naturally. Gradually, a soft light ball as big as a basin formed above it. Although the light ball was bright, it was not dazzling. As if a large number of fireflies gathered together, its light shone on the Huadao Tianyi, reflecting a bright luster. It looked like the whole gorgeous dress was glowing. The starlight was sparkling and changing. Witnessing the synthesis process of the towering creation liquid with her own eyes, Zhao Yuni's mind became more and more focused, and she completely gave up her instinctive perception of the external environment. Gradually, she felt the mysterious changes of the law of creation. She also sensed the mysterious melody of another law of time. The combination of the law of time and the law of creation synthesized a strange liquid, which was the semi-finished Sangtian creation liquid. But with deeper perception, under the compatible blessing of the Tao of Huadao Tianyi, Zhao Yuniao sensed the difference between the two laws. The law of creation, a perfect fit, is born innate, but this law of time, with a slight essential difference, is acquired later. I think it must be another Dao Zhu Hanli who infused the Dao fruit of time into it, and evolved into this result. She immersed herself in it, feeling and contemplating it with all her heart. Day after day, time passed in a blink of an eye. And soon, it was 7 days later. Inside the palm of heaven bottle, the Sangtian creation liquid was close to being successfully synthesized. Sensing this result, Zhao Yuniao woke up briefly and exited the state of entering the Tao with all her heart. She stared at the palm of heaven bottle in her hand. Suddenly, some golden runes appeared on the surface of the bottle. The runes swam and changed on the surface, containing a mysterious Taoist charm. And even the dark green patterns have now turned into dazzling green. The entire bottle body is bright and emerald green like jade, showing an extraordinary appearance. No longer ordinary. She stared at it for a long time, until these golden runes stopped changing and condensed and imprinted on the patterned bulges on the bottle body. Zhao Yuniao then calmed down a little. She memorized the runes on the surface of the palm of heaven bottle at this moment, and the trajectory of the changes just now. Then reached out to unscrew the bottle cap of the palm of heaven bottle, and looked at the towering creation liquid inside the bottle. A green liquid as big as a soybean rolled gently inside the bottle. The green light shone softly, reflecting the emerald green inside of the entire bottle, like a green gold divine jade, which was beautiful. Staring at the towering creation liquid, and the palm of the sky bottle in the palm of the hand, Zhao Yuniao pondered in his heart. This thing is innate, And the law is profound. It is impossible to comprehend it in a short time. And I can't stay in this world forever. But if it is brought to other worlds, who knows what unexpected changes will occur to the palm of the sky bottle if the root rules of the avenue change. And the result is completely unknown. After thinking silently for a while, Zhao Yunyan thought of a good way to deal with this matter. That is to flexibly use the secret realm seeds in his body. The secret realm seed in the body can be regarded as the embryonic seed of the world. If the divine pattern of life used for refining instruments is used to copy all the Tao patterns of the heaven-holding bottle itself, it can be refined into its own instrument. In this way, the root rule of the great way of the instrument is the world rule of my own secret realm seed. Then the Tao pattern of the heaven-holding bottle can be perfectly preserved and used for my own purposes. In this way, I can not only comprehend it anytime and anywhere, but also let the instrument and the Tao pattern in it improve and transform together with the improvement of my cultivation. This method is enough to solve all accidents when crossing different worlds and universes. Determine the solution. Zhao Yunyan thought about which secret realm seed to start with as the root of refining this instrument. First, exclude the other shore instrument, which is reserved for the last source rule seed. The Tao Palace secret realm combines the 5 internal organs and contains the 5 elements. The Hualong secret realm is a place where power is connected. In the future, it can connect and integrate different internal secret realms, and the mystery of the law of creation can be considered. There is also the Mount Tai secret realm, which involves the Yuanshan, and is a place where life sublimates and changes. In addition, it is the remaining 2 poles of the 4 poles secret realm. Through the Zhanqing Dafa, Daoling can be cultivated, which is also a good alternative target. After some sorting and thinking, Zhao Yu now considered the most matching option. The current palm of heaven bottle not only contains the innate law of creation, but also the acquired law of time left in it by Daozu Hanli. The innate law of creation is beneficial to my own special physique, the king of life. As for the acquired law of time, it is also very useful. It can be used for attack, defense, assistance and escape. Looking at the world of the heavens, there are countless extraordinary lives stronger than her. It is not a good choice to keep fighting head-on. On the contrary, Hanli, who saw the situation was not good, could not fight, and decisively ran away to keep his useful body, was the best choice. Only by living can there be a future. The law of creation nourishes the body. The law of time allows you to run away. Zhao Yun now pondered for a while, and had already made the best choice for herself. This time, I will develop the remaining 2 poles of the 4 poles secret realm, specially created for running away, to preserve myself. Thinking about this, she grabbed the palm of heaven bottle, and her pink and crystal red lips opened slightly, drank the Santian creation liquid inside without hesitation, flexibly using the special characteristics of the world prototype of the secret realm seed in the body. It can devour and absorb energy of any attribute, without fear that the Santian creation liquid will hurt itself. Chichichichi. In just a moment, a majestic aura emanated from the body. Chapter 50 Seducing Hanli drank the great creation liquid in one gulp. The majestic spiritual energy contained in it began to radiate continuously in the body. Zhao Yunyao did not relax because she was carrying a treasure. She quickly suppressed and controlled the great creation liquid in her body, and introduced all the special spiritual energy it produced continuously into the other 2 poles of the 4 poles secret realm. At the same time, she practiced according to the content of the second half of the 4-pole volume of the great method of cutting love. Gradually, as these special spiritual energies were quickly refined and absorbed, the seeds of the 4-pole secret realm contained in her slender and round legs began to be opened up and activated. Even the 2 poles in her arms gradually resonated with it. The body and limbs are like 4 pillars supporting the heaven and earth, which are in harmony with the world's void and connected to the order of Taoism, so as to realize the outer way of heaven and earth and practice the inner way of her body. For a moment, this area fell into silence. Only the spring breeze and the sprouts of grass and trees around indicated that this place was slightly unusual. Day after day, month after month, more than 2 months passed in a flash. The grass and vines that had only sprouted new branches and buds were now flourishing, as if it was really spring, not late autumn. Zhao Yunyao drank the Santian creation liquid every 7 days. She ignored the outside world and quietly cultivated herself, deepening her progress in the 4 extreme secret realm on her legs. However, as she practiced during this period of time, she noticed that her practice efficiency was decreasing. She had a vague guess in her heart. Perhaps it was related to the changes in her own desires. After all, whether it was 6 desires heavenly art or severing love art, both had prerequisites for emotions and desires, which were a special nutrient needed for practice. How can I improve my own sexual desire to serve as a nutrient to assist my cultivation? Zhao Yu now temporarily stopped practicing and sat in place. She showed an expression of deep thought. Inside the hall of Shinsho Valley, the white-haired Imojiren sat on a chair, coughing from time to time. His face was a little burnt and looked worse than before. Cough, cough, cough. Imojiren couldn't help but cough a few times, and stroked his chest with his other hand. After recovering, he stared at Hanli, who was standing respectfully not far away, raised his right hand, and waved to him gently. Hanli, come here. Let the master check your progress in cultivation. Yes, master. Hanli responded obediently, then took a few steps closer and stretched out his right hand. Imojiren stretched out a dry right hand like a chicken claw, accurately grasped Hanli's right wrist, concentrated his mind, and tried to sense it with his own innate true chi. After a while, he noticed that the mana in Hanli's body was a little stronger than before. He couldn't help but reveal a kind smile on his face. You have made some progress in your cultivation. It seems that you have not been lazy and slack in your daily life. But the progress is still a bit slow. Hearing the words of the master, the 10-year-old Hanli was a little at a loss. He stood there, with a well-behaved look on his face. But Imojiren pondered for a while. Suddenly he looked at him again, and spoke slowly with a kind face. You still can't slack off in your daily practice. In addition, the master will personally prepare some medicines for you to assist in your practice, so that you can practice better. When you break through to the next level, I will reward you with a sum of money. Thank you, master. Hanli hurriedly thanked him, his mind full of money. Seeing the master waved his hand, Hanli saluted respectfully, and then left the hall happily. He could not see the look of greed and covetousness from the master behind him. Master does not allow me to practice martial arts, but only let me practice this nameless formula. After coming outside, Hanli looked at the sky and turned to walk into the Shinsho Valley. His mind was still distracted by things. But I've been practicing for such a long time, and it seems useless. Zhang Tai has only been practicing the elephant armor skill for a short time, but he has become as strong as an ox, with thick skin and flesh, and the whole person looks much stronger. And that guy Li Feiyu, although he has such a deep internal force by using the marrow extracting pill, he is also very powerful. Compared to the nameless formula he is practicing now, Hanli is actually very eager to practice internal skills. I dream of becoming a hero, fine clothes and a horse, wielding a sword in the rivers and lakes. After a leisurely thought, Hanli knew in his heart that his master would not agree to let him practice martial arts now, fearing that he would be distracted and affect the progress of practicing the nameless formula. Although I don't know what this nameless formula is for. I have never been sick since I started. This is a good thing. Distracted thinking about things, when Hanli returned to the place where he usually planted herbs alone, his eyes suddenly condensed and looked at the side of the cliff. There grows a sturdy and tall ancient tree. By late autumn, all the leaves on the treetop have already fallen off. But at this moment, he was not looking at the familiar tree, but behind the tree, dry weeds and old vines with fallen leaves grew near the cliff. Perhaps due to the arrival of late autumn, the vegetation here has withered, revealing the cave hidden behind the weeds and old vines. Huh? What is this? Little Hanli was curious and moved closer. When he was about to reach out and push away the weeds, he suddenly thought of the possibility of wild animals or snakes and insects, and hurriedly stepped back a few steps, looked around, and found a dead branch to pick up. Then he returned to the vicinity of the cave. He gently pushed away the dead weeds and fallen leaves with the dead branch in his hand, and clearly saw the cliff cave hidden behind. The size of its entrance seemed to be only about 3 feet. It was dark inside, and nothing could be seen clearly. Hanli looked at the soil near the entrance of the cave, and did not see any wild animal footprints. Moreover, standing nearby, he could vaguely feel a light breeze blowing from the inside of the cave, with a faint smell of fresh grass and trees. It doesn't look like a beast cave, but a passage leading to an unknown place. There is also this smell. Hanli sniffed carefully again, and a surprised expression appeared on his face unconsciously. As a rural kid in the mountains, he was very familiar with the smell of grass and trees in the mountains. The faint smell in the wind at this moment reminded him of the mountains in spring. The grass and trees were lush, and the air was fresh. It smelled very comfortable. Is there still a large area of green grass and trees on the other side of the passage? Sensing this out-of-season situation, little Han Li's curiosity was aroused. Chapter 51 Han Li, Fear. Watched curiously for a while. The 10-year-old Han Li turned and ran back to the utility room in the valley. Took a torch from it. Lit the torch with a flint. And carried a small hoe as a self-defense tool. Then he held the torch and went back to the cave and went in. At first, the entrance seemed very narrow, so Han Li could only move forward with his back bent. After walking about 10 feet away, the deep passage suddenly became wide and open. It allowed his body to easily enter and exit. Holding a torch in his left hand and a small hoe in his right hand, Han Li walked carefully in the dark passage. The faint signs of wind became more and more obvious. The flames danced, casting a faint light, allowing Han Li to see the inner wall of the cave clearly. Some traces of excavation were clearly visible. Where does the passage lead to? Little Han Li walked and observed the surrounding environment curiously, thinking, I have never heard Master mention this place before. And Master himself obviously doesn't know. Thinking about it, little Han Li obviously felt a sense of discovery of a secret. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. He had a lot of random thoughts in his mind, and recalled the young heroes in the Jianghu drama scripts he had heard before, who went out to explore the Jianghu, fell off a cliff, or went into some caves. Then they got some kind of opportunity to increase their internal strength. Then they made a great name for themselves in the Jianghu, and everyone admired and respected them. However, when little Han Li walked for a long time and still didn't see the other end of the passage, his expression suddenly changed slightly. If we keep going in a straight line, we will almost be out of the range of Shinsho Valley. And the smell in the air. Little Han Li sniffed his nose again. From the breeze blowing in the passage, he not only smelled the fresh smell of grass and trees, but also smelled more than one kind of flower fragrance. This situation is too different from the late autumn season in the outside world. Little Han Li's face changed several times, and finally decided to continue walking to see what is on the other side of the passage, and why it is out of season. If it really doesn't work, I will have to tell Master and let Master deal with this matter. After all, I am the only one living in Shinsho Valley now. If I don't understand this place, I really can't live in peace and sleep well at night. Secretly making up his mind, little Han Li continued to move forward in silence. This time, he walked for more than 3/4 of an hour before he finally saw a light appearing in the passage. The flower fragrance in the air became clearer and clearer. Finally, we're almost there. This distance is definitely beyond the range of Shinsho Valley. Seeing the light, little Han Li immediately perked up and moved forward more cautiously. Then he moved closer. Bursts of crisp bird calls, blowing along the weak mountain breeze, were clearly heard by Han Li. There are birds singing. It seems there is no danger. Aware of this situation, little Han Li's steps suddenly became much lighter. When he came to the light near the cave entrance, he could immediately see the scenery outside clearly. The flowers, plants, and vines are lush and green, full of vitality, with colorful flowers and lush grass. Many lively little birds are jumping and chirping on the branches. It's true. Little Han Li walked out of the passage unconsciously and came outside. The scene he saw suddenly became more open and clear. It turned out that the place where he was at the moment was a flat area protruding outward on the cliff. It was about 5 or 6 acres in size. The ground was covered with emerald green grass, like a green carpet, one after another. Short trees with twisted branches were scattered in this area, and there were some unknown wild vines entwined and climbing on the cliff and branches. Little Han Li walked forward a few steps and looked around. I saw that the surface of the surrounding mountains was all thousands of feet high, steep and steep, almost impossible for ordinary people to climb, and bottomless. And standing in this place, little Han Li clearly felt the warmth on his body, which was very comfortable and warm, and his tired mental state was swept away. He became energetic and full of energy. This is really a good place. No wonder it is already late autumn outside. But there are still lush vegetation and wild flowers here. After watching with interest for a while, little Han Li subconsciously looked back. He was immediately shocked. It turned out that there was a small cave not far to the left of the exit of the mountain wall passage he walked out of. A beautiful girl wearing a white slim dress, with dignified eyebrows and delicate and beautiful face, was sitting there quietly, with her eyes closed, looking motionless. But the most eye-catching thing is its unique temperament. It is like an elf in the mountains, or an orchid in the valley, with a touch of tranquility and peace. Little Hanli was keenly aware that the warm feeling that made him feel very comfortable was coming from the other party's position. Junior Hanli. Meet the senior. I hope you won't blame me for trespassing into your retreat. Little Hanli hurriedly bowed his hands and saluted, feeling uneasy. But after a long while, he did not notice any danger coming, nor did he hear any response. Little Hanli looked up quietly, and suddenly found that this very beautiful strange big sister was staring at his dark body with a pair of big watery eyes. Seeing this, Little Hanli blushed slightly, and was a little at a loss. Fortunately, his skin was darker, and even if he blushed, there was basically no obvious change. Senior, what are you looking at? Little Hanli asked weakly. But this strange and beautiful big sister stared at him for a while. And then an ethereal and charming girl's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Teach me to read and speak, and I will allow you to stay with me to practice. Little Hanli raised his head and looked at this strange big sister in shock. She didn't open her mouth to speak. So how did the voice appear in his mind? Is she the legendary soul-snatching female ghost? Specially tricking men to get close to her, tempting them with beauty, and then taking the opportunity to eat them secretly. Guessing this possibility, the 10-year-old Little Hanli's face suddenly turned pale, and he turned around and ran away in a panic, rushing into the inside of the passage without saying a word. This sudden and decisive escape made Zhao Yuniao a little confused. I didn't understand what was going on. Chapter 52. I'm not tasty. He went back into the mountain passage. Little Hanli's face was pale, and he just ran as fast as he could, fearing that he would be caught up and then tricked and eaten. I'm not tasty. Don't chase me. I'm really not tasty. There was a hint of childish crying in the soft murmur. Little Hanli was obviously frightened by his own imagination. His two short legs moved faster and faster, wishing he could fly directly at this moment, return to the familiar Shinsho Valley, and seek the help and protection of his master. At the same time, the raised area of the cliff behind Shinsho Valley, Zhao Yuniao was still sitting on the ground, and had no intention of getting up and chasing. She tilted her head and thought about it. Although she had never guessed why Little Hanli suddenly ran away, she was not worried that Hanli would escape from Shinsho Valley and disappear without a trace. After all, it was the only ground entrance and exit area of Shinsho Valley. Mo Jiren lived there personally, guarding the entrance and exit of the valley, not giving Hanli a chance to run around. If it weren't for the lack of the core furnace control method, and the changes in the rules of the outer world, if I had used the goddess furnace directly to stimulate and enhance my own desires, I would have been able to speed up my cultivation, rather than the current situation where the efficiency of practicing alone gradually slows down. As Zhao Yuniao continued to practice the love-severing method, his emotions became calmer, and he was less emotional. Many of his lustful thoughts that affected his rationality became weaker and thinner. This is not absolute ruthlessness and desirelessness. It is to greatly amplify the aspects that are beneficial to his rationality, and suppress and weaken the emotions and desires that affect his rationality. The severing love method is about the heart, and is mainly based on the mind and perception. The 6 desires heavenly skill is about the kidney, and is mainly based on dual cultivation and replenishment. The two different skills are both mutually restraining and mutually reinforcing, and even to some extent, they can be integrated and combined to complement each other. There will be no conflict between the mysteries of Taoism between other imperial scriptures. It is precisely because of this internal reason that Zhao Yuniao has the idea of trying to merge these two imperial scriptures into a new practice method. But for now, she can't blend and accommodate different practice methods. If Hanli doesn't cooperate in the end, I can only find someone else. Recollect the thoughts in my heart. Zhao Yuniao picked up the palm of heaven bottle again, and stared at the golden runes on the surface of the bottle. After this period of continuous practice and comprehension, she also preliminarily understood the effect of these golden runes, which is to synthesize that Santian creation liquid, whether it is absorbing moonlight or absorbing spiritual energy. In fact, they are just the collection and accumulation of raw materials for that Santian creation liquid. The real core of synthesizing that Santian creation liquid is that these golden runes play a role in the final stage, fusing the moonlight and spiritual energy into a new substance. If it is to copy the Tao pattern and refine the weapon, then it is better to abandon the part about synthesizing the Santian creation liquid. Take the law of time as the main principle, and the law of creation as the auxiliary principle, and try to play the role of running away quickly, looking at the palm of heaven bottle in the palm of his hand. Zhao Yunniao pondered for a while, fearful and worried. Little Hanli ran very fast, until he held a torch and a small hoe and got out of the narrow entrance at the other end. He looked at the familiar scene around him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He almost fell to the ground. His legs and feet felt weak and a little sore. Fortunately, she didn't chase me directly. Little Hanli turned around and looked at the deep entrance at the bottom of the cliff. He frowned and was about to move a stone to block it. Suddenly, Little Hanli recalled something he had ignored before. Wait, it's daytime now. Although I've walked inside the passage for a long time, and am used to the light of torches in the dark, the darkness inside the passage is no different from whether it is daytime outside. If that strange big sister is really a female ghost, how can she appear in the daytime? And she can get the sun. Suddenly recalling these things, the 10-year-old Little Hanli had a vague guess that maybe he guessed wrong and scared himself. He looked at the deep cave below the cliff again. Little Hanli seriously recalled the scene of their first meeting not long ago, pondered for a moment, and suddenly turned around and walked towards the room where he usually lived. Not long after, he came out with a basic elementary school book in his arms. He continued to hold the torch in his left hand, and held the small hoe in his right hand, and there was a hidden weapon inside his right sleeve. The fine needles inside the hidden weapon were all poisoned. This was one of the preparations made when guarding against Li Feiyu before. Little Hanli armed himself, thinking that he had some self-protection power. And then he walked towards the entrance and exit of the passage on the cliff again. It was narrow and narrow at first, but then it became spacious and open. After walking several miles, Zhao Hanli came to the protruding part of the cliff again. He turned his head and saw the strange and beautiful big sister in white dress, still sitting quietly in the same place. Perhaps she noticed his gaze. Zhao Hanli saw the strange big sister open her eyes and look at him. Senior, I just went back to find a book. You have to believe me, Zhao Hanli said with a sincere and honest face. At the same time, he reached out and touched the inside of his clothes on his chest, and took out a somewhat old thread-bound book from it, which was a book similar to children's enlightenment books, for beginners of text. The text content described in this book is still very helpful. Just recite these words, and it's best to include the meaning of these words. Zhao Yunniao still sat cross-legged in the same place, communicating with the telepathy. Don't play any tricks. I can directly detect it. For example, the small mechanism hidden inside your right sleeve. Seeing this mysterious way of speaking again, which allows him to hear the voice without opening his mouth. Little Hanli looked at the sun, and the instinctive fear in his heart disappeared a lot. Instead, he became more curious. However, after hearing the small mechanism hidden inside his sleeve was called out, Little Hanli's face changed slightly. And then, he extinguished the torch and put it on the ground. He turned to pick up the basic elementary school book. Opening the cover of the book, Little Hanli recited aloud. The sky and the earth are dark yellow. The universe is vast. At the same time, Zhao Yunniao also relied on her own spiritual power to observe and comprehend the content of these words, and at the same time used her spiritual power to capture Han Li's own mental fluctuations. In this way, he quickly learned the words and language of this world. Whether learning magic, talismans, brewing wine, taming beasts, etc., you need to know words. Chapter 53 Medicine. As Han Li recited, Zhao Yunniao used her spiritual sense to capture Han Li's own mental fluctuations, thereby speeding up her learning efficiency. When Han Li finished reciting the basic primer in his hand, Zhao Yunniao, who listened quietly, also learned the characters in the basic primer, and knew how to pronounce these characters and what common meanings they contained. As for more advanced things, Han Li himself has not mastered them now. He is still taking time out every day to study hard. Closing the basic primer in his hand, Han Li looked up at the beautiful big sister not far away. Although he was still a little uneasy in his heart, he still plucked up the courage to ask, Senior, can I really stay here to practice? Of course. You can stay here as long as you want. Zhao Yu now closed her beautiful eyes slightly, and said calmly, but next time you come, remember to bring some female aphrodisiac for forced aphrodisiac. Little Han Li looked up at this beautiful elder sister with some doubts after hearing this. He had no idea what tricks she was playing. As a direct disciple of the Qichuan sect's divine, Dr. Imojiren, he knew clearly what the aphrodisiac was, and what it was used for. But it was precisely because he knew that he couldn't figure it out at this moment. Little Hanli felt that he was about to be confused. You don't need to call me senior in the future. You can call me Sister Zhao, Zhao Yunniao said without raising her head, and then continued to quietly practice the double legs and double poles of the four extreme secret realm. The body and limbs bloomed with soft and bright light in the mind. Naturally, it is in harmony with the void of the world, resonating with the order of laws. Therefore, the four extreme secret realm is also the basis for perceiving and applying laws, especially under the compatibility of the Tao of heavenly clothes on his body. This obscure and invisible law fluctuation is greatly amplified, allowing Zhao Yunniao to clearly perceive each law fluctuation. That wonderful feeling is like the mark of the heart of heaven in the universe of the heaven covering. Seeing this beautiful elder sister, who calls herself Sister Zhao, start to practice, little Hanli secretly looked at her a few times, and confirmed that the other party did not continue to pay attention to him. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. He was only 10 years old, and his mind couldn't help but have a lot of imagination. This Sister Zhao is really beautiful. She is more beautiful than Zhang Xiu, a female disciple in the Qishuan sect, and looks like a fairy in the legend. Little Hanli stood there and stared blankly for a while. Then he gathered his mind, sat down cross-legged on the spot, and continued to practice the nameless formula passed down to him by his master. When he began to practice, the warm and comfortable feeling became stronger and clearer, making him energetic and able to concentrate easily and practice in a trance. Moreover, the mysterious coolness in his body became very active. It made his practice speed faster without him noticing. The endless life-creating radiance, invisible and intangible, radiated naturally from Zhao Yunniao, affecting all the living beings around him. It made the flowers, plants, trees and vines more prosperous, and also made the birds, beasts and insects more lively. For the first time, Hanli, who was practicing beside Zhao Yunniao, felt that practicing with concentration was such a comfortable and pleasant thing. He was addicted to it, and couldn't help himself. He didn't feel bored or annoyed at all. Unconsciously, the day passed in a flash, and it was night again. Zhao Yunniao didn't shy away from little Hanli at all, and just took out the palm of heaven bottle and let it absorb the moonlight and spiritual energy by itself to prepare for the synthesis of the Sanqing creation liquid. But at this moment, little Hanli was completely immersed in his comfortable practice. He was eager to experience the process of physical and mental pleasure. He didn't open his eyes until the whole night passed quietly. It was the hunger in his stomach that forced little Hanli to wake up. He opened his eyes and looked at the sunny sky, slightly puzzled. It doesn't seem like much time has passed. Why am I hungry so soon? It's really strange. Little Hanli rubbed his stomach with his hand and muttered a few words to himself. Then he habitually looked up at Zhao Yunniao and saw that she was still sitting there, motionless, as steady as a real sculpture. Seeing that Zhao Yunniao was still practicing, little Hanli did not disturb her and left the place quietly. It took him nearly 3/4 of an hour to cross the long mountain passage again and enter the valley of Shinsho Valley. Then he skillfully covered the dark entrance and exit on the cliff with stones, weeds, etc. After doing this, little Hanli left Shinsho Valley and went to the disciples' cafeteria inside Kixwenman to eat under the gaze of his master Mo Juren. However, listening to the voices of other people around him, little Hanli was shocked to realize that he had been practicing in that place for a day and a night, and he did not feel mental fatigue at all. It actually has such an amazing effect. If I practiced there for a long time, wouldn't it be possible to improve my cultivation faster, break through to the next level as soon as possible, and get the silver reward from my master? With the silver in his mind, little Hanli hurriedly finished the food in front of him. He was about to get up and leave. He thought of something else and came to the place where he got food again, with the identity of Imojuren's direct disciple. He directly packed up another delicious meal and took it away. It took a while to return to the inside of Shinsho Valley. Little Hanli put down the packed food in his hand, went to the pharmacy in the valley to get some dried and cut herbs, and began to prepare aphrodisiac Huan powder for women. I don't know how much Sister Zhao needs. This thing can't be eaten as a meal. It always feels weird. Not long after, little Hanli prepared the Huan powder for women with his hands and feet. It was packed into a small paper bag the size of a palm with jute paper. He put the small medicine bag into his arms, and then carried the food and walked towards the cliff passage deep in the God Hand Valley. About 3/4 of an hour later, Zhao Yunniao, who was meditating with her eyes closed. Since the approach of little Hanli, her watery and clear eyes opened, and she looked calmly at the black-skinned boy who was walking over. Her pink cherry lips parted slightly, revealing an ethereal and charming voice, like the sound of nature. "Where is the aphrodisiac I want?" "Sister Zhao." "It's here." Little Hanli reached out from the inside of his clothes on his chest, and took out a small paper bag, handed it to Zhao Yunyao, and then handed over the food in his other hand. Seeing this, Zhao Yunyao, whose emotions and desires faded, just nodded slightly. She reached out, and took the things handed over by little Hanli. She put the food aside, and looked at the small paper bag with emphasis. Chapter 54, Refining Desires and Entering Taoism. If you want to cultivate the cut emotions method, there are some key factors that must be taken into consideration. Pass through the flowers without getting a single leaf on you. This is the core cultivation requirement of the cut emotions method. Use external emotions and desires to temper your own body and mind. Gradually control your own emotions and desires, and seek spiritual freedom. Do not let yourself be negatively affected by these emotions and desires. Of course, if external emotions and desires are insufficient, then your own emotions and desires can also be used as cultivation nutrients. If these special nutrients are missing, the cut emotions method cannot be cultivated. Think of Yan Ishi, who practiced the cut emotions method of the ruthless way. He did nothing, but he could make a large group of beautiful female cultivators obsessed with him and never forget him. If I continue to practice, will I become a tea art master who talks about tea in the future? Looking down at the small paper bag of Huan powder for women in his hand, Zhao Yunyao suddenly laughed. The charming smile, which was both holy and charming, made little Hanli, who was not far away, stunned and stood there motionless, as if he was cast with a spell. Some of the dark skin unconsciously flushed. "Sister Zhao is so beautiful." Glancing at little Hanli, Zhao Yunyao showed a charming smile. Then she opened the small paper bag in her hand, stretched out her clove tongue, and gently licked the gray-brown powder inside, actively trying the efficacy of these drugs. Patiently waited for about a cup of tea. Zhao Yunyao keenly noticed that her body began to heat up slightly, and naturally produced a primitive instinctive impulse. This intensity of desire nourishment is not enough to break through certain levels. We have to continue to increase the dosage. After thinking about it, she raised her right hand. She swallowed all the remaining Huan powder in the small paper bag in one gulp, leaving no powder. Then she threw away the paper in her hand, closed her eyes, and sat cross-legged on the spot, silently waiting for the effect of the medicine to take effect. Perhaps because of the large amount, the effect of the medicine took effect faster this time. She noticed all kinds of obvious primitive instinct changes in herself. Her eyes were as charming as silk. Her skin was as white and tender as water, and she was slightly pink. Zhao Yunyao resisted the impact of her instinctive desire, and no longer hesitated. She began to continue to practice herself silently according to the contents of the 4 extreme volumes of the art of cutting love. Some of the sluggish and narrow levels quickly became loose this time. The efficiency of practice was significantly improved at once. This method is effective. So let's increase the stimulation further. Zhao Yunyao slightly opened her eyes, and stared at the little Hanli not far away, with an instinctive impulse in her eyes. Her expression was blurred, charming and enchanting. However, under the effect of the love-cutting method, her mind always remained clear and ethereal. I wonder how much my self-created method of looking at men to quench thirst can improve my cultivation this time. It's just that this guy has an ordinary appearance, and the external visual stimulation is not strong enough. Maybe I can try to imagine and hypnotize myself. After a little distraction, Zhao Yunyao once again devoted herself to practicing. Just looking at Han Li's eyes became more and more fiery, with a strong temptation and aggression. At the same time, Han Li noticed this terrifying look, and his body shrank back unconsciously, and Su retreated and hid behind a thick tree in the corner. He looked over here secretly, feeling a little frightened and uneasy. Sister Zhao's look has become so scary now. It's like she wants to eat me. He wanted to escape from here, fearing that he would be hurt. But Han Li couldn't help but want to stay here for a while to see Sister Zhao's beautiful face. In this contradictory psychology, he hid behind the tree and carefully looked at Zhao Yunyao. But only a short while passed. Han Li saw that Zhao Yunyao's slightly pink exposed skin quickly returned to normal and became fair and tender again. Even her eyes and expressions returned to their previous calm state. Although the method of taking medicine to quench thirst for men is useful, the effect is not very good. Zhao Yun now carefully recalled and compared. Thinking in her heart, external worldly stimulation is better for auxiliary cultivation. Use the 7 emotions and 6 desires as a melting pot to mix and temper the mind and will. A single emotion or desire has too one-sided effect and cannot achieve the best state of cultivation. After trying it herself, she has figured out the difference between the 2 methods of cultivation. But Zhao Yuniao still does not plan to leave here. Some preparations have not been completed. And even the literacy has just begun. And it has not been mastered thoroughly. Now is not the time to go out and venture. Zhao Yuniao turned her head to look at Han Li hiding behind a big tree. His expression was calm, and his tone was gentle. You should bring some medicinal powder like before every time you come here. The longer the medicinal effect, the better. As for the consumption of medicinal materials, you can bring some herbal seeds and plant them next to me. Or even harvest and mix them here directly. Hearing these words, little Han Li looked at the abnormal environment here. I immediately realized the benefits of growing herbs. Sister Zhao, I understand. Next time I come, I will bring some more herbal seeds. Then, Han Li saw Zhao Yuniao pick up the food he brought and eat it elegantly. But she only ate a little and didn't finish it. Don't bring me this kind of food in the future. It's useless. Zhao Yuniao said casually, and put down the ordinary food in her hand. This kind of ordinary food without spiritual energy will affect the purity of one's inner self if you eat too much. There are too many impurities, which is not conducive to cultivation. Seeing Zhao Yuniao close her eyes and practice again, little Han Li looked behind the tree again. And seeing that there was no unusual movement, he came out of the corner again and stayed here to practice quietly. Unconsciously. A few days passed quickly. Zhao Yuniao watched little Han Li waving the small hoe in his hand and planting herbs beside him. His face was calm and composed. And there was no joy, anger, sorrow or happiness. The life glow containing the power of creation radiated from him all the time. It was like a mysterious and unpredictable field of life creation. Under the stimulation of this power, those herbal seeds that had not yet been planted had already sprouted some buds and roots and grew naturally. As for those seeds that had already been buried, at this moment, they were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into tender seedlings that had just broken through the ground. Such a mysterious scene made little Han Li dumbfounded. Sister Zhao, are you the legendary immortal? Chapter 55 Blood Jade Spider. Time flies by quietly. 2.5 years have passed before she knew it. During this period, Zhao Yuniao has been taking Hahuan powder almost every day. And it is made from high-age medicinal materials cultivated with its Santian creation liquid. Under this kind of external force, her lust is forced to be stimulated every day, so that she can better practice the slashing love method. Until now, she has finally cultivated the bipolarity on her legs. In the cliff cave, Zhao Yuniao still stayed in that place. But at this moment, she lowered her head slightly, staring at her slender legs, a little distracted. What she saw was the white and round slender legs, which felt like the tender egg whites that had just been peeled off the shell, smooth and elastic to the touch, and felt very good. If you just observe it visually, this pair of slender legs is like white ivory carefully carved, with a crystal texture. It can be said that if you add 1 point, you will be fat, and if you lose 1 point, you will be thin. It is perfect and just right. Every inch of the subtle size ratio is so smooth and natural. It looks very round and tight overall. Perhaps it is because of the double poles of legs cultivated by pure lust, which makes this pair of slender and round jade legs have a different kind of mental charm, which makes Zhao Yuniao herself often intoxicated by it. It's a pity not to pick up manure with such a pair of beautiful legs. Zhao Yuniao herself reached out and touched it again and again, and she couldn't let it go. In the spiritual sense, the Tao spirit in the double poles of the legs was influenced by the shaping of a single pure lust, and the whole had a kind of decadent Tao rhyme, like a pink cloud that changes unsteadily. The essence of these Tao spirits is all evolved from the life divine patterns inside the 4 extreme secret realm. For her, this is an excellent raw material for refining weapons, which can allow the weapon that has just been successfully sacrificed to directly give birth to a primitive weapon spirit. Since the 2 poles on the legs have been cultivated, it is time to refine the weapons on the legs. Use this to copy the different Law Tao patterns inside the palm of heaven bottle. As for how to shape the main body of the 2 weapons, Zhao Yuniao already has an idea in her mind. What is missing at present is just the materials. As for how to select the raw materials, after this period of distracted thinking, She also has a suitable target, which is the spider silk produced by the blood jade spider hidden near the super teleportation array leading to the Chaos Star Sea. Through the recollection of relevant memory clues, it can be judged that the spider silk of the blood jade spider is not only fireproof and cold resistant, but also extremely flexible and elastic, which can be called an excellent material for crossing realms. Only low-level spider silk cannot be afraid of the burning and freezing of the dry blue ice flame. It can also drag out the Tantian Lingbao Shutian Ding. Throughout the process, the blood jade spider silk showed powerful properties far beyond its own cultivation realm, and it was indeed a rare raw material for refining weapons. Thanks to this excellence, Zhao Yunyan took a fancy to this exotic spider silk. The only blood jade spider left in Tianan today is that one. But I remember that blood jade spider would lay 2 spider eggs, one male and one female, and then they could continue to mate and pass on. I just don't know if spider eggs have been laid now. Zhao Yunyan, who was thinking about something, suddenly noticed Han Li approaching. She came back to her senses, waved her hand to put down the gorgeous skirt, covering her slender legs, and turned to look at the exit. Not long after, the familiar dark figure appeared here again. Han Li, I plan to go out for a while, and come to see you later. Zhao Yunyan stood up from the ground, looked at Han Li, who was almost 13 years old, calmly, and said, a few months at the shortest, a few years at the longest. As for this place, I will give it to you as a secret place to use. Looking at Han Li, who has now reached the 4th level of the Qi training period in advance, Zhao Yunyan just smiled and didn't say much to remind him. The 4th level of the Qi training period has already opened the sea of consciousness and condensed the soul. Then the spiritual consciousness belonging to the cultivator is born. Therefore, Han Li now, naturally, relies on his own sharp perception that surpasses ordinary people to perceive the hidden malice of his master Mo Juen towards himself. He was faintly on guard against him, and did not say that he had broken through to the 4th level. Sister Zhao, take care on the way. Han Li arched his hands, and bid farewell to Zhao Yunyan from a distance. The next moment, he witnessed the amazing scene with his own eyes. A small and exquisite red and purple hourglass quietly emerged in the palm of Zhao Yunyan's hand. The hourglass turned slightly, and the nearby scenery was distorted and changed. In the end, a mysterious vortex with no bottom was formed. He didn't know what it was, but his instinct told him that this mysterious black vortex was extremely dangerous. If he dared to enter it, he would definitely die. Shua. Zhao Yunyan jumped into it and disappeared out of thin air. Only Han Li was left alone, in the territory of Yu, deep in a spiritual stone mine that is shared and managed by the 7 major sects. A time-space distortion came, and then a vortex channel exit was formed. Then, Zhao Yunyan, who was as graceful as a fairy, walked out of it and stood steadily on the super teleportation array. Looking around, there were white spider webs everywhere, with a little dust on them. The place looked very dilapidated and abandoned. Turning his head, he saw a tattered skeleton sitting near the inner wall on the side, and there was a strange token-like object beside him. Its material was neither gold, jade nor stone, and there were many symbols and patterns engraved on the surface. It formed a kind of rune that Zhao Yunyan could not understand at all. This thing should be the Great Relocation Order. She gently raised her hand, grabbed the token in the air, looked at it a little, and put it into the bitter sea space in her lower abdomen. She planned to comprehend the symbols and patterns on it later. Things that can interfere with space transmission must contain the mysteries of space laws. Understanding them thoroughly will undoubtedly be very beneficial to oneself. It can serve as a kind of accumulation of cultivation foundation. Turning her head to look at the surrounding environment, Zhao Yunyan began to search for the spider eggs of the blood jade spider. The tall and graceful figure ran around in the cave, running and jumping, as graceful as a startled swan. Finally, she saw 2 small and exquisite egg-shaped things behind a thick stone pillar at the top of the cave. When she was about to reach out and pick up the 2 eggs, a sharp gust of wind suddenly hit from behind, with strong force and extremely fast speed, forcing Zhao Yunyan to dodge and leave the place. Bang! In an instant, a large hole was pierced through the solid stone wall by a white limb. The blood jade spider, which had just returned from hunting, noticed that its nest was invaded and wanted to touch its cubs, and was immediately furious. The white shell instantly turned scarlet. Chapter 56 Provocation. seeing the 4th level monster blood jade spider getting angry. The color of its shell turned red. Zhao Yunyan smiled and took the initiative to hook her finger at the blood jade spider, showing an arrogant expression of "if you don't agree, come and fight me." Seeing this, the blood jade spider was furious. It decisively moved its 8 slender limbs and rushed towards Zhao Yunyan frantically, with its fangs exposed and its eyes ferocious, wishing to hang this guy up and beat him. Next, it's time to delay time and wait for your weak stage to come. Zhao Yunyan tapped the ground lightly and ran around inside this natural cave, using many stone pillars to move around and avoid the violent attack of the blood jade spider, using its own small body to play the corresponding size advantage, specializing in those narrow gaps to drill everywhere. The angry blood jade spider roared and snarled continuously, and its long legs kept piercing the stone pillars, either piercing them or breaking them directly, even if it occasionally touched Zhao Yunyan. The powerful attack of the 4th level monster was blocked by her Huadao Tianyi, and could not hurt Zhao Yunyan herself at all. The fairy mist was lingering, hazy and elegant, even if it made a dodging action. The graceful posture was like dancing, with a vivid and charming charm of beauty. Although the blood jade spider is strong, its real specialness lies in the spider silk it produces. Not only is it extremely flexible and strong, fire-resistant and cold-proof, but it is also extremely elastic. This is also the main reason why Zhao Yunyan fell in love with it. "Little spider, come and chase me. If you catch me, I will let you hee. Zhao Yunyan provoked and tempted the blood jade spider from time to time, and then ran around in the cave. The delicate and fair face was filled with a happy and cheerful expression. Such a look made the blood jade spider furious, and it directly blocked the entrance and exit of the mine leading to this place with a spider web, blocking Zhao Yunyan inside its nest. It vowed to fight this little girl to the death, and never give up. One escaped, the other chased. Zhao Yunyan deliberately did not fight with the blood jade spider in its violent state at the moment, running around in the cave like a dog, delaying time. About a cup of tea time. The scarlet violet light on the blood jade spider obviously weakened and turned to white again, and accompanied by the change of the shell color. The blood jade spider's own attack power, movement speed, attack frequency, and shell defense power all showed a greatly reduced weak state. Just seeing this scene, Zhao Yunyan still did not approach easily, still chose to deliberately provoke the spider. A 4th level demon beast already possesses considerable spiritual wisdom. What if this weak state is deliberately pretended by it to lure me into the trap? With this cautious thought, Zhao Yunyan summoned the double-edged sword. When the blood jade spider attacked again, he blocked it with one sword and slashed the opponent's long legs with the other sword. There was only a clang sound of metal collision. There was still no injury on the shell of the blood jade spider, and the opponent's attack speed and attack power increased again. He attacked Zhao Yunyan decisively. The tip of the long legs, like a spear, pierced Zhao Yunyan's tall and straight chest. Seeing this, Zhao Yunyan bent back suddenly. The next moment, the long leg of the limbs brushed against her chest clothes, emitting a series of dazzling sparks. At the same time, Zhao Yunyan stood on one foot and suddenly raised her right foot, like a battle axe, from bottom to top, taking the opportunity to whip the blood jade spider's chin. The slender and round jade legs that seemed white and delicate burst out with amazing power at this moment, and kicked the blood jade spider directly into the air, exposing the opponent's relatively vulnerable abdomen. At this time, Zhao Yunyan keenly noticed that the shell of the blood jade spider had completely turned into pure white, with a faint crystal texture. Is it really weak this time? Almost without hesitation, a series of green divine powers spread out from her body, covering her. Then she came like a fairy from the sky, as graceful as a startled swan. One knife stabbed directly at the head of the blood jade spider, and the other knife was in a defensive position, in case this guy deliberately showed weakness and attacked again. Puff, accompanied by the sound of the shell and flesh tearing apart. The blood jade spider struggled violently, instinctively fighting back. Zhao Yunyan blocked the blood jade spider's fangs with one of her mandarin duck knives, and stabbed the other mandarin duck knives directly into its body, slashing diagonally upwards, and cut off the blood jade spider's huge head with one knife. Then her body moved sideways at a high speed, avoiding the monster's blood gushing from the broken neck. The blood jade spider's body twitched a few times involuntarily, and then it fell directly to the ground, and the breath of life on its body began to plummet rapidly. Finally killed this big guy. I'm so tired. I'm almost sweating all over. Zhao Yunyan moved her feet, and came lightly to the huge abdomen of the blood jade spider. With a light lift of her toes, she turned the blood jade spider over, revealing its relatively vulnerable abdomen, and then chopped it down with a knife from a distance of several feet. Shwa! The sharp knife energy passed through like a thread, forcibly tearing the weak shell. In an instant, various abdominal organs and tissues belonging to the blood jade spider flowed out like a mudslide. With a strange smell, Zhao Yu now took a breath and frowned slightly. Then she decisively chose to hold her breath temporarily. When she came closer, she used the Mandarin duck knife in her hand as a tool to search for the silk sac in the pile of colorful flesh and blood tissue. Not long after, a sack-like object as big as a millstone came into view. After clearly identifying that this thing was a silk sac, Zhao Yunao picked it up as a whole with a knife. Then she cut the bloody silk sac membrane with a knife. Using magic power to telekinetically drive objects, she extracted all the spider silk liquid inside, evenly divided it into two, and directly put it into the two poles of the four-pole secret realm inside her legs. Then she swept it with divine power, and put the corpse of the blood jade spider into the internal space of the goddess furnace in her body. The strange smell was immediately cleared. Then, Zhao Yunao let go of her breath, sat near the super teleportation array, and began to concentrate on letting the spider silk liquid and the Tao spirit of her legs merge with each other. It gradually became the most primitive rough embryo of the refining tool. When it was almost processed, she put the palm bottle into her right leg first, and used the rough embryo of the refining tool to repeatedly copy the law patterns contained in the palm bottle itself. Just like kneading plasticine, some dark green vine leaf patterns soon appeared on the surface of the rough embryo. The details are exactly the same as the palm bottle. However, she did not choose to copy and record the golden runes involved in the synthesis of the towering creation liquid, because that thing is not suitable for running away. Chapter 57 Chinkuan Boots. After rubbing the rough embryo of the refining tool in her right leg, Zhao Yunyao repeated the same trick and transferred the palm of heaven bottle from the four extreme secret realm in her right leg to the four extreme secret realm in her left leg, and continued to rub the various laws and patterns contained in it. This lasted for a full half a month. She finally rubbed all the acquired time laws and innate creation laws in the palm of heaven bottle, which became the patterns of another bipolar tool in the four extreme secret realm. Putting the palm of heaven bottle away again, Zhao Yu now looked at the bipolar secrets in her legs with her mind, because it was rubbing the patterns for tempering. Therefore, the appearance of the two tools in the legs was no different from that of the palm of heaven bottle. The slender neck bottle was just quietly suspended in the secret realm. Next, it's time to adjust and shape it again. There was no rush to temper and shape it immediately. Zhao Yunao emptied her mind, relaxed her spirit, and leaned back slightly with her tall and graceful body, leaning on a cornerstone of the teleportation array. After a while, she fell into a deep sleep. She slept for a day and 2 nights. Zhao Yunao, who had regained her spirit, woke up from her deep sleep. Then she sat up again, concentrated her energy and mind, and began to reshape and modify the embryos in the four-pole secret realm of her legs. After a short thought, she decided to use the over-the-knee boots of Shao Siming in her memory as a reference target. Adjust the sole structure with a slightly high heel to a pure flat sole. Then she began to use her mind to forge and shape, changing the appearance of the bipolar devices in her legs. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of refining instruments spread to a certain range, but it still could not be noticed by others. As time went by, the two rough original embryos of the palm sky bottle were almost simultaneously pulled and deformed. They gradually transformed into a pair of over-the-knee boots. The structure of the shoes was like flat boots, and the part above the ankles was similar to over-the-knee stockings, influenced by the material of the blood jade spider silk. The main color of these two double-leg bipolar instruments was white, and there were dark green vine leaf patterns on their surfaces. The patterns were exquisite and natural, and lifelike. It was as if there were really vibrant green vines and leaves entwined and growing on them. As Zhao Yun now continued to refine with his mind, he made adjustments and shapes and details, and at the same time, he matched the mystery of the law that stimulated the Tao pattern itself. Strands of golden patterns gradually evolved and were born. At the ankles on both sides of the shoes, new gorgeous patterns were condensed and formed. It matches the dark green vine leaf pattern of this part, and gradually turns into dark gold, like small golden flowers dotted among the green leaves. It is exquisite and beautiful, but not overwhelming. Half a year has passed until Zhao Yunao completely completed the refining and shaping of the weapon. Finally, the ritual is completed. The hard work of refining is really tiring and consumes a lot of energy. She stretched lazily on the spot. Zhao Yunao leaned back on a cornerstone of the teleportation array again, closed her eyes, had no thoughts, emptied her mind, and fell asleep directly. This time, she slept for more than 3 days before she woke up again. After her spirit was fully nourished, Zhao Yunao summoned the Qianquan boots that she had successfully refined and put them on her slender white legs. The top of the boots naturally extends to the position 3 inches above the knee. When both feet and legs put on the Qianquan boots, Zhao Yunao keenly sensed that there were strands of subtle warm currents slowly emanating from the inside of the Qianquan boots, warming and nourishing the origin of her special physique. It subtly promoted the evolution and enhancement of the mystery of the law of creation. In addition, the invisible and intangible time also became much clearer at this moment. No longer like a flower in the fog as before. The change of the time flow, and the existence of time nodes. It seems that it is no longer so far away. After quietly sensing for a moment, Zhao Yunao stood up from the ground, gently sprinted to the open space in front of her. Shua. In an instant, a series of blurred afterimages appeared one after another from where Zhao Yunao passed. She felt that in the process of her legs moving, it was as if time was pushing her to move, chasing the wind and lightning, and walking on the waves, so as to achieve a relaxed and lasting state of keeping herself moving at high speed. He continued to exert force on his feet, and his running speed increased to another level. As a result, the speed was too fast, and the cave was too narrow. So Zhao Yunao only felt a flash in front of her eyes, and she hadn't reacted yet. She just hit the hard rock of the cave. Boom! Instantly, dust flew around, and gravel was all over the ground. As for Zhao Yunao herself, she only saw a human-shaped depression on the rock wall, and a white and tender little hand was grabbing the edge, struggling to walk out of the dent. But with the protection of the Huadao Tianyi, she didn't suffer any injuries at all. So fast. I'm a little uncomfortable with this terrifying sprint speed. It's like time is helping me move faster. This feeling reminded Zhao Yunao of the great perfection state of the Xing character secret. As long as the Xing character secret, one of the 9 secrets, is cultivated and comprehended to the great perfection stage, it can touch the realm of time. Let time also become a helper for one's own movement. And now, the Qianquan boots, which are forged with the Tao pattern of the law of time and the Tao pattern of the law of innate creation, have already touched the time level. It seems that the Xing character secret and the Qianquan boots are a good match. Both involve the use of time. Zhao Yunao was thoughtful about this. After a moment, she temporarily suppressed her thoughts about the Xing character secret in her heart. She took out the time and space hourglass again and used it to travel through the world. One end of the entrance appeared in front of her. The other end of the exit was opened in the depths of the Shinshou Valley of the 7 mysterious gates of Jingzhou. Shua. Zhao Yunao walked into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Inside the God Hand Valley, a vortex-shaped passage quietly opened. Zhao Yunao, wearing a white dress, walked out of it. However, when she put the time and space hourglass into her body, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten the spider eggs of the blood jade spider. Oh! I was a little confused in sleep and forgot. Forget it. Don't want it. Anyway, I have already completed the spider silk refining tool of the blood jade spider. This thing is not so important to me. I may not have time to slowly cultivate pets and mounts. The divine sense sensed and noticed Han Li, who was meditating in the room. Zhao Yunao walked over there. At the same time, Han Li noticed the familiar divine sense power and was surprised. He decisively stopped practicing, opened the door of the room, and looked out. At a glance, he saw the girl in white skirt walking towards him. Chapter 58: Colorful Clouds and Falling Phoenix. Seeing the visitor, Han Li's somewhat immature face immediately revealed a trace of joy and happiness. He couldn't help but cheer and greet. Sister Zhao, you're back. I wonder how things went. Everything went smoothly, and I got what I wanted. Zhao Yunao waved her hand to take out the heaven-holding bottle, threw it to Han Li, and casually said, "This thing is for you. I don't need it anymore." Han Li raised his hand and caught the heaven-holding bottle accurately, and his heart was excited. How to use this thing, and what kind of effect it has. He has already understood it clearly in the previous period of time. Originally, he was still envious of Sister Zhao for being able to own this magical object. But he didn't expect that Sister Zhao would throw such a valuable thing to him and just let it go. Sister Zhao. I am so grateful. Han Li held the heavenly bottle in his left hand, clasped his hands in front of him, and thought to himself, if I have good things in the future, I will definitely share them with Sister Zhao. How can I repay such a great favor? But in the blink of an eye, Zhao Yunyao, who was just standing in front of him, had disappeared. Han Li hurriedly turned his head to look and observed. And then he saw Zhao Yunyao standing on one foot on the leaves of a thick and tall tree in the back mountain of Shinsho Valley. A pair of eyes stared at the direction of the sunset peak of the seven mysterious sect without blinking. The graceful posture of standing in the wind, full of fairy-like posture, coupled with the gorgeous clothes on her body, made Han Li stand there in a daze, unable to extricate himself. When can I become as powerful as Sister Zhao? According to ancient legends, the Caixia mountain now occupied by the Qishuan sect was once called Luofeng Mountain. Zhao Yunyao recalled and thought to himself, it is said that a colorful phoenix fell from the sky, and its body evolved into this mountain range. The phoenix will not fall on a place without treasure. So does this treasure refer to the palm of heaven bottle? Standing on a high place, looking far into the distance. Based on the various terrain trends that he has learned, the terrain of the Caixia mountain range is indeed somewhat unusual, and not an ordinary place. The divine aura is restrained and not visible to the outside, especially recalling the structure of the main peak of the Caixia mountain range, the sunset peak. He is more convinced of this. How could a normal mountain be completely hollow inside, with only a layer of skin and shell, and not collapse and destroy, and last for so many years without any accidents? Just thinking about it seriously, you know that there is something wrong with the sunset peak. The legends handed down from ancient times are not necessarily false fabrications, but more likely to be the description and inheritance of the real history at that time. She gazed at it intently for a while, as Zhao Yun now controlled it with her mind. The tree branches under her feet began to grow rapidly, twisted and deformed, and naturally formed a chair-like branch structure. She sat down and looked at the mountains and rivers of the Caixia mountain range from a distance. She tried to comprehend something from it. At the same time, on the other side, inside the God Hand Valley, Imojuren summoned his disciple Han Li again. The spacious and clean hall looked very simple and warm. But no matter how Han Li looked at it, he felt that there was a demon hiding in it. It gave him an inexplicable chill. The nameless formula was cultivated to the 4th level, opening up the sea of consciousness, condensing the soul, and giving birth to the power of consciousness. It also made Han Li realize that his master was plotting against him. But he was not an opponent at all. So he chose to lie dormant and develop patiently in order to be able to kill him with one blow in the future. What are you doing standing at the door? Come in. In the hall, Imojuren spoke weakly. The pair of old eyes were staring at Han Li, who walked to the door without blinking. Sensing the look of his master, Han Li's heart was slightly startled. He did not dare to be careless. He walked into the hall calmly and stood nearby to greet him. Disciple Han Li, meet the master. How is your progress in cultivation recently? Imojuren asked casually, but his eyes betrayed his inner tension and urgency. Hearing this, Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he was a little terrified. He hurriedly bowed and responded. Reply to master. My progress in practicing the formula is still stuck at the 3rd level. I don't know how to break through. Perhaps my aptitude for practice is too poor. Hearing Han Li's words, Imojuren's sallow old face suddenly became even uglier. Frightened, Han Li stood there, somewhat at a loss. His expression was full of uneasiness, and he was a little nervous. Seeing this, Imojuren secretly took a deep breath, forced to control the true emotions in his heart. You need to practice well every day, and you must not slack off at all. Now that the medicinal materials in the valley have been eaten up, I will go out in person and pick some herbs for you to continue practicing. Hearing this, Han Li's face immediately showed a respectful and grateful expression. He hurriedly bowed and saluted to thank him. Disciple thanks master. I must not forget to practice every day, and I will work hard every day, hoping to reach the 4th level as soon as possible. Cough cough cough. Imojuren couldn't help but open his mouth and cough violently a few times. When it was serious, it seemed like he was going to cough out his lungs. His sallow old face looked blue and purple. Imojuren raised his right hand and waved it gently, indicating that Han Li could leave. Seeing this, Han Li quietly left. leaving Imojiren alone in the hall. Yuzitong, I'll give you another chance. Are you sure that the 7 Go's soul devouring technique you gave can normally complete the possession of the body? Humph. If you don't believe it, you can choose not to use it. Yuzitong's voice suddenly sounded inside the hall. Sounding a little exasperated, if it weren't for you, would I have fallen to this point now? The two of us are now grasshoppers on the same rope. If something happens to you, I can't live either. Is it necessary to continue to deceive you? Humph. It's better to do so. Imojiren also whispered, as if talking to himself. He would never fully trust Yuzitong, and he always had a touch of defense and vigilance. Only by being cautious, bold and careful can he survive in the fights in the rivers and lakes. After having a sumptuous lunch brought by the servants of the 7 mysterious sect, Imojiren personally drove a carriage and left Shinsho Valley alone. Watching his master go away alone, Han Li's worried and expectant expression gradually disappeared, leaving only calmness and composure. I hope that master will encounter many dangers on this trip, and it would be best if he died outside and didn't come back. I don't know what he is planning. Chapter 59 Civilization. Looking at the main peak of the Saixia mountain range, Sunset Peak, with amazing and powerful comprehension, Zhao Yuniao had a vague understanding. Suddenly, she rose into the air again, using a wider bird's-eye view to overlook the overall trend of the entire Saixia mountain range. The primitive and vast mountains were completely reflected in her eyes. It was just that the spiritual comprehension of the mind gradually showed the form of a colorful sky phoenix lying on the corpse and bleeding. At its core was the main peak, Sunset Peak. The place where the heart and blood gathered was the area where the red waterfall was located. The sky phoenix was bleeding, which is ominous. It should have evolved into a peerless, dangerous place. But because of the existence of the God Hand Valley, it has the mystery of finishing touches, turning danger into good fortune, and restraining the divine brilliance. It's just that such a strange terrain also prevents the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from being revealed. Understand the hidden veins and trends of the entire Saixia mountain range. The picture of the phoenix lying on the ground with corpses and blood has already entered Zhao Yuniao's mind. Taking this as the goal of comprehension, under the influence of her strong comprehension, she can easily enter the state of comprehension and appreciate the mystery of the phoenix from the mountains and rivers. Her mind gradually became ethereal, like a cold pond without waves. The fragmentary fragments of the true phoenix art in the birth and evolution scene of the Wheelsea secret realm that she had seen before came to her mind again. The comparison between the two made Zhao Yuniao's understanding more profound. The 9 life and death nirvana transformations in the other side of the Wheelsea secret realm are the embodiment of a small part of the mystery of the true phoenix art. Perhaps I can comprehend something new from this. After obtaining the heaven-holding bottle, Han Li began to take medicine and practice more seriously. And using some of the medicines he prepared, he secretly traded with Li Feiyu and obtained the blinking sword technique and other mortal martial arts to prepare for the murder of his master Imojiren. Waited until half a month later, Zhao Yuniao, who had disappeared for a while, reappeared in the Shinsho Valley. But at this moment, the special life fortune around her had disappeared, and she was completely controlled by herself and restrained in her body. No longer so eye-catching. Sister Zhao, you are here. Han Li was secretly surprised when he saw this. Then he put down the watering can that was watering the herbs and walked over with a little excitement. Looking at the familiar person in front of him, he just felt that he had a lot of words to say. Especially the psychological pressure brought to him by Master Imojiren was too great. He couldn't even sleep well every night. He often couldn't sleep at night, tossing and turning. Even if he fell asleep for a while, he would often be awakened by nightmares. Looking at the pure and wholly delicate face in front of him, Han Li opened his mouth. But in the end, he still didn't say anything, just showed a warm, confident and calm smile. Sister Zhao, I'm very happy to see you again. Unconsciously, the dark-skinned boy has grown up. Zhao Yuniao tilted her head and looked at Han Li, who was already a teenager, with a feeling in her heart, and I'm almost 30 years old in this life. Time flies so fast in this practice. Although the actual age in this life is nearly 30 years old. But under the influence of the immortal materials gushing out of the life spring in the body, Zhao Yuniao's own body functions and appearance are still in the young state of 17 or 18 years old. There was no sign of aging. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yuniao suddenly smiled, and her beauty at that moment amazed the world. The young Han Li was stunned subconsciously. If we are destined to meet again in the future. Zhao Yuniao turned around, waved to Han Li, and then drove the rainbow light into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a blurry black dot. After leaving the Saisha mountain area, while flying in the air, Zhao Yunyao pondered and thought about the direction of the next destination. Although there are spells in the Juxian world, but because human cultivation civilization is just in its infancy, it has only developed for thousands of years. Therefore, these spells are extremely rare. Most of the time, they use their own magic weapons to attack and defend, and the means are extremely simple. But the cultivation civilization in this world has developed to a certain level. Whether it is refining equipment, refining pills, controlling beasts, talismans, or brewing wine, spiritual food, and puppets, there are many methods. Considering the differences between the two civilizations, a new idea gradually emerged in Zhao Yunya's heart. If a part of the essence of the cultivation civilization in this world is shown to the cultivators in the Juxian world, to what level will it promote the development of the cultivation civilization? Everyone gathers firewood and jointly deduce the future of the cultivation civilization, which will definitely bring me many benefits. For example, the use of cultivation magic power, and the future development direction. How the civilization develops is completely different from whether the world is strong or weak. But when the world is large enough and has enough internal resources, the upper limit of the potential of the civilization it develops must be stronger than the civilization in the lower world, in the universe where she was born. Although the destructive power of the cultivators inside seems to be very strong, but that is the cumulative result of the development and inheritance of countless epochs. With such a long development and inheritance time, even a stupid pig can take off on the spot. If it is replaced by the same civilization development time in the world of Juxian, it is only a few thousand years. The cultivators in the universe of Jiatian are still a group of ordinary primitive people who eat raw meat and drink blood. It is estimated that they don't even know that the planet is round. After thinking about the development potential of the cultivation civilization for a while, Zhao Yunyao came back to her senses, and put her mind on the cultivation civilization of this world. In this southern part of the world, basic and low-level spells can be purchased with spirit stones. But if it's something more advanced, it's completely monopolized. Almost 99% of the good things are within the various immortal cultivation sects, and the rest are divided up by many affiliated immortal cultivation families. Other immortal cultivators can hardly see anything. In fact, it's not just the southern part of the world that is like this. Even in the Chaos Star Sea, the Five Dragon Sea, the Great Jeen, the Tiansha continent, and even the Mulan grassland, it's almost the same pattern. Various cultivation sects are high above and control many resources. After that, there are many immortal cultivation families affiliated with different immortal cultivation sections. This is another layer of resource division and monopoly, restricting other immortal cultivators outside of sects and families. This means that if you want to get the real good things, you can only join the sect. Chapter 60 Black Evil Sect. Considering this absolute monopoly model, Zhao Yunyao knew in her heart that if she wanted to get the real good things, she could only start from the immortal sect. In addition, there is another important influencing factor. That is text and language. Various talismans, as well as many cultivation methods, involve a lot of ancient texts and languages. If you don't understand these things, you can't understand the content and meaning at all. And these ancient texts and languages can also only be learned within the immortal sect. Only a very small number of powerful immortal families have some relevant classics preserved internally, allowing their own clansmen to learn these things. I remember that in order to learn the art of making talismans, Hanley taught himself more than 20 different text and language systems in terms of language and characters. One of them includes the text and language of the Chaos Star Sea. Just the talisman is so complicated, not to mention those formations, alchemy, refining and other auxiliary cultivation systems. The development of civilization content in them is by no means achieved overnight. That is the long accumulation and evolution and innovation over the years. Among the 7 major sects in Yu State, the first rank in Yu sect is good at dual cultivation of men and women and the art of collecting and replenishing. But for me, it is also a good place to collect desires. Spiritual Beast Mountain, second only to Yen Yu sect, is proficient in many methods of controlling beasts and repelling insects. This sect also has considerable advantages. After all, in the world of Juxian, all kinds of pure-blooded beasts can be seen almost everywhere, which are much more powerful than ordinary monsters. Qingshu sect is good at Taoism, but most of the people inside are Taoist monks, and they do not accept female disciples. Then, there is Huanfeng Valley, which is good at alchemy and health preservation. As for other immortal sects such as Jujianmen, Tianquabeo and Wadao, Zhao Yunyan did not consider them at all. At the bottom of the ranking, the knowledge inheritance they mastered was not enough. He pondered for a while in his heart, trying to figure out the pros and cons. Soon, Zhao Yunyan made a decision in his heart, and immediately changed the flight direction, turning to the direction of Jianzhou in the north of Yu State. Jianzhou is located in the northernmost part of Yu State, and is adjacent to Yuanwu State. In terms of area, it ranks second among the 13 states of Yu State. There are many hills and mountains in the territory, so the population living here is not large. As one of the 7 major sects of Yu State, Huanfeng Valley is located in this Jianzhou. It is a place called Taiyu Mountains. The entire mountain range is located in the west of Jianzhou, and it stretches for thousands of miles. In the entire mountain range, all kinds of birds, beasts, fish, insects and animals are endless and varied. There are lush primeval forests everywhere. After a while, Zhao Yunyan came to the vicinity of Taiyu Mountains. Observed from the surface, this vast Taiyu Mountains has extremely lush vegetation, various flowers, plants, vines, and towering mountains. There is no trace of human habitation at all. But Zhao Yunyan, who has a preliminary understanding of this place, knows that Huanfeng Valley, one of the 7 major sects of Yu State, is located inside this Taiyu Mountains. Its sect headquarters is covered and hidden by a super formation. I don't know what kind of thing is the spiritual root in this world. Zhao Yunyan landed, stood on a mountain and looked into the distance, thinking in his heart, what principle do those spirit stones use to judge the attributes of spiritual roots? I suddenly remembered that when you enter the sect, you must test your spiritual roots. No matter how you enter the sect, you need to test it. As a practitioner who does not belong to this world, Zhao Yunyan knows that she has no spiritual roots at all. It is only thanks to the different cultivation systems of Taiji Xianqing Dao that she also has magic power. But this point, in this world, is a big problem. Obviously, she has no spiritual roots, but she has good magic power. I believe those old monsters in the cultivation of immortals will be very interested and want to find out why this is. If you can understand it, you can definitely change the mortal fate of your relatives and friends. Recall and think seriously for a while. Zhao Yunyan feels that he can't just rush into the cultivation sect. I need a new identity with spiritual roots, whether it is an incarnation or a clone. As long as other cultivators can't see any abnormality, that's enough. Recalling things related to clones. The first reaction is to devour the independent clone in the starry sky. Even if you die, you can be resurrected. And you can switch between the clone and the main body at will, which is equivalent to the practitioner having many lives. In addition to these advantages and benefits, the various combat amplification multiples in the devouring starry sky are also extremely terrifying and amazing, with millions or even hundreds of millions of times of amplification bonus. This is still the weakening result under the active suppression of the original universe will. The tenfold amplification in the heaven covering is just a weak little brother in comparison. Now the energy required for the cross-border of the time and space hourglass has not yet been restored. Even if you want to travel to the devouring starry sky universe, you can't do it at all. Then besides that, there is the secret method of the black evil sect of Yu Kingdom. It's just that it is the secret method of incarnation, not the method of clone. There seems to be only one word difference between clone and incarnation. However, in fact, the difference in the effects between the two can be said to be a world of difference. The method of incarnation is equivalent to the method of living puppet. But the method of clone is truly independent life, which can exist and improve normally without the main body, and is an excellent way to save life. Before you can get the method of clone inside the devouring starry sky, you should use the method of outside body incarnation in this world to deal with it. And there are many mid-level spells and magical powers recorded in the Chenian Sutra. After thinking in his heart, Zhao Yunyan stared deeply at the Taiyu Mountains for a moment. Suddenly he took off again and turned to fly to Xinzhou. The capital of Yu Kingdom is located inside Xinzhou. Today's Emperor Yu is the current leader of the Black Evil sect. The incomplete copy of the Xian Jing of the magic cultivation technique is in the hands of the Emperor of Yu. After flying for several days, Xinzhou, Yu State, inside the capital, Zhao Yunyan fell from the sky and landed on the top of a tall and majestic attic, where he took a short rest. At the same time, he patiently waited for the sky to change and the night to come. Soon, several hours passed quietly in the blink of an eye. Inside the capital, the lights were on. Although the flow of people was not as good as in the daytime, there were still quite a lot. It seemed that the capital of State was very lively. Many members of the Black Evil cult were mixed in the crowd, searching everywhere for suitable lone low-level cultivators. Zhao Yunao stood on a high place and looked down for a while. Suddenly jumped down from the air. Chapter 61 Underground Palace. As the night gradually deepened, the flow of people inside the capital of State also gradually decreased. Many members of the Black Evil cult began to wander around the capital. Those who wanted to captured the target, and those who searched everywhere. In some remote places, there were also some Qi training immortals, who escorted the male and female Qi training immortals captured outside to the direction of the State Palace. Other members of the Black Evil cult, who were responsible for staying inside the capital of State, would also help escort and guard. No prey was allowed to escape. At this moment, on the roof of the side that no one could notice, Zhao Yunyao, wearing the Huadao Tianyi and Qianquan boots, was standing alone here, looking down at the Black Evil cult members escorting low-level casual cultivators in the alley below. She had no intention of taking action, and just followed them quietly. The leader of the Black Evil cult, Emperor Yu, was indeed staying inside the palace. But the palace is so big, with all kinds of palaces, pavilions, towers, and underground palaces hidden underground, etc. The scope may be even larger. Who knows where the current Yu Emperor is exactly? Only by following the important team of the Black Evil sect can we find the target better. Along the way, with the terrifying speed of the Qianquan boots, Zhao Yunyao moved on the roof like the wind. Like a ghost, followed the whole team gradually towards the direction of the palace, until they approached the gate area of the palace. The Black Evil sect team escorting the sacrifice turned another direction skillfully, and moved to the side of the palace. They turned several corners in the surrounding alleys. Suddenly, a heavy and simple red door came into Zhao Yunyao's sight. Squeak! In the dark night, the red door opened slightly, revealing a gap large enough for everyone to pass through. These low-level Qi training period casual cultivators, who had been knocked unconscious in advance, were carried on the shoulders of many Black Evil cult members, and passed through the gate in an orderly manner, heading towards the deep palace behind the palace. After a while, Black Evil cult cultivators in the Foundation building period came to meet and escort them. Continued to go deeper into the Yuching Palace. Zhao Yunyao, who was secretly following, saw more Black Evil cult members along the way as she followed them deeper. From time to time, she could see patrols and changing guards handing over. Fortunately, these people's cultivation had not reached the Foundation building period. It was not so easy to find her. After following for about 3/4 of an hour, the team escorting the sacrifices finally arrived near a garden rockery inside the palace. Boom! A subtle and strange sound suddenly appeared inside the rockery. Then, one of the rockery's stones first sank inwards, then moved sideways, revealing a dark and hidden passage. The team walked into the passage one by one with different offerings and disappeared. Zhao Yunyao, who was following behind, observed attentively and waited patiently until the last person entered and the rockery was moving and closing. Zhao Yunyao, who had been following and dormant for a long time, suddenly rushed forward at a high speed to the passage, under the influence of the time law of Qianquan boots. It seemed as if she entered a state of accelerated time, and she rushed in at an incredible speed. But there was no sound of breaking wind or change in air flow. Something seemed to flash by just now. In the dark, the member of the Black Evil cult, who was in charge of the mechanism, blinked his eyes, and hurriedly turned his head to look around. But he didn't see any suspicious people at all. The underground passage where the Night Pearl was installed was empty. There was not even a shadow of a person. Seeing this, he couldn't help but look thoughtful. Could it be that I rushed too much with that courtesan in Zuichanli during the day, causing my body to be too weak and hallucinating? Sure enough, alcohol and sex are harmful to people, making me so haggard and listless. From now on, I will quit drinking. I was almost discovered just now. At the corner of the underground palace passage, Zhao Yunyao breathed a sigh of relief. From the outside, the interior of this passage is pitch black. I didn't expect that the inside is bright, with night pearls and torches. But there is nothing unusual from the outside. She stayed here and waited for a while. Then he continued to follow the members of the Black Evil cult from a distance. Along the way, He carefully observed the mysterious underground palace hidden underground. From time to time, he could see crossroads, which made the structure of the underground palace complex and changeable. It was like a maze of huge size. Fortunately, there were members of the black evil cult in front of him to lead the way, so Zhao Yunyan would not get lost inside the underground palace. This forward direction, while turning around, continues to go down and deep into the ground. The black evil cult's lair is really hidden and deep, in order to prevent alerting the enemy and causing himself a lot of trouble in doing things. Zhao Yunyan still did not act rashly, and continued to follow quietly, until they passed several diagonal bends again. Suddenly, a spacious underground hall came into view. The captured casual cultivators were thrown on the ground at random, like garbage. And around them, there were members of the black evil sect, both male and female. On the high platform facing the entrance of the passage, there stood a man in black. He was wearing a robe, a hood, and a demon mask on his face, which completely concealed his true appearance. Let's start according to the old rules. The leader gave the order. Soon, members of the black evil sect came out one after another, one by one, grabbed the captured sacrifices, woke them up, and then tortured them with various tortures, to stimulate the resentment in the hearts of these sacrifices. It would be best if they became vengeful spirits. Tell me, what's your name? And where did you hide the spirit stones? Please spare me. Please don't. Come on, little darling. Tell me what color pajamas your Taoist partner wears when he sleeps at night, and what position he likes to sleep in. Little beauty, don't be afraid. I'm not a good person. He. Who are you? Who are you? Do you know who my second uncle's brother-in-law's eldest brother-in-law is? How dare you catch me and bring me to this place? He. It was just a short moment. Those low-level casual cultivators who were deceived and captured, regardless of gender, age or young, were tortured and destroyed by the black evil sect. They were in pain and screamed. There was also a strong smell of blood, which soon emanated. But in this underground palace hidden underground, everything that happened here could not be spread at all. Let these low-level casual cultivators die miserably in despair, pain and resentment. Chapter 62 Chenian Sutra. Every time they tortured a low-level casual cultivator to death, the members of the black evil cult would record the name of the sacrifice. Afterwards, they would carve the names one by one at the blood sacrifice site where the sacrifice was used. Zhao Yunyan, hiding behind the shadow of a thick pillar, patiently stayed here and listened to the shrill, painful and desperate screams that lasted almost half the night. It was chilling to hear, as if the evil spirits were demanding their lives. It was almost dawn. These ordinary black evil cult members had just dealt with the sacrifices here and left one after another. Only the leader of the black evil cult was left. Zhao Yunyan observed from the corner of his eye and saw the mysterious man in a black robe, a hood on his head, and an evil spirit mask on his face, standing there alone with his hands behind his back. It lasted for about a quarter of an hour. The other party then began to act, turning around and coming to the deep pit of blood pool where the sacrifices were piled up. His lips moved quickly, as if he was chanting some spells in a low voice. Soon, this person's hands were pinched to cooperate with the casting of spells, silently using these sacrifices to practice the Chenian Sutra. Why hasn't the leader Yu Huang shown up yet? Zhao Yunyan, who was watching secretly, saw this scene and pondered in his heart. Could it be that the guy only meets with the fake black evil sect leader in public every once in a while? However, as the black evil sect leader in public, this guy should also have something related to the Chenian Sutra on him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Yunyan decided not to wait any longer. He summoned the Mandarin duck knife with his right hand, and then the whole person suddenly attacked the fake black evil sect leader, who was casting a spell from behind. The slender legs moved lightly, as if walking through time. The whole person pulled out a series of blurred afterimages, and suddenly appeared behind the fake black evil sect leader. Then the Mandarin duck knife in his right hand suddenly slashed across. Shua! The sharp knife energy suddenly burst out, and directly caught the man off guard. Before the other party could use the protective magic weapon, his head was cut off by a knife. The headless body shook, and then fell headfirst into the deep pit, mixed with those fresh bloody sacrifices. The head flew into the air, and was accurately caught by Zhao Yunyan's other hand. He lifted the hair in the air, and made the other party's eyes look at her. She tried to cast a spell with her spiritual consciousness, trying to absorb the other party's soul. But the next moment, The soul of the fake black evil sect leader exploded and destroyed itself, leaving her no chance to extract the soul. How come even this fake leader has a special restriction to control the soul? Seeing this, Zhao Yuniao frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. The reason why she did not start with the other members of the black evil sect and torture the whereabouts of Emperor Yu was that she knew that there was a control restriction in the sea of consciousness of these guys. Even if she interrogated them, she could not get anything out of them, because the restriction would kill people by itself. But I didn't expect that the leader of the black evil sect was also placed under a control restriction. Emperor Yu is too cautious. No wonder the black evil sect can develop such a huge force under the supervision of the 7 major sects of Yu for many years. Admittedly, the 7 major sects of Yu did issue a clear order to prohibit disciples from coming here without permission. But there was no restriction on those casual cultivators coming here, as a major sect of immortal cultivation, who wouldn't plant some undercover agents and spies outside. It's impossible to say that they know nothing about the situation of the independent cultivators. If the disciples in the sect can't come, they can just change to independent cultivators. This shows how cunning and cautious the Emperor of Yu is. I hope to gain something. Don't let me work in vain. Zhao Yu now shook his hand and threw away the head in his hand, then released his divine power to take the storage bag from the body of the fake black evil sect leader through the air. He distractedly mobilized the mana in his dantian and slowly refined this high-level storage bag. At the moment when the fake black evil sect leader's soul was annihilated, the Emperor of Yu, who was far away in the hidden palace of the Yu Kingdom, suddenly opened his eyes, covered his forehead with his hands unconsciously, and his ruddy face quickly turned pale. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Beside him, a beautiful concubine sat up and looked at the Emperor of Yu with concern. Come here. Call the imperial physician. No need. Leave. The Emperor of Yu rubbed his forehead, quickly put down his hands, and opened his arms calmly. Change my clothes. The beautiful maids, who had served in the room all night, came forward with brisk steps. Each of them picked up different clothes and put them on the Emperor of Yu. There were also beautiful maids kneeling on the ground, carefully putting shoes on the Emperor of Yu. The Emperor of Yu stood there. His eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes were full of gloomy and cold light. What happened that caused my incarnation to die? The large number of guards outside did not cause any obvious turmoil, and it didn't look like someone broke in. And the incarnation's cultivation is not weak, and ordinary foundation building cultivators are no match for it. Could it be a Jindan stage ancestor? As soon as this thought came to his mind, it was quickly ruled out by Emperor Yu. With the arrogant manners of those Jindan stage ancestors, it is impossible for them to sneak in when facing the mortal dynasty, because this approach would damage the face of the Jindan stage ancestors. Could it be that he made a mistake during his cultivation? The incarnation was too far away from him, and he didn't know what happened. He just sensed that the incarnation had an accident through the connection with the Yuanshan. Let's go over and take a look first. The identity of the leader of the black evil sect is very important to me, and no unexpected mistakes can occur. After putting on his clothes, Emperor Yu left here alone. He quietly passed through the hidden underground passage and carefully rushed to the underground palace. On the surface, he was Emperor Yu and had no relationship with the black evil sect. Therefore, he could not mobilize anyone from the black evil sect to check the situation here, unless he was willing to expose and abandon his current identity as Emperor Yu. It took a while to refine the high-level storage bag that she had robbed. Wait until the connection induction appeared. Zhao Yuniao then probed her spiritual sense into the storage bag and quickly counted all the things inside. A pile of bottles and jars. And I don't know what kind of pills are in them. A few magic tools, spiritual medicines, minerals, and clothes. Huh? What is this? Soon, she found a few jade slips from it. She picked up one of the jade slips and put it on her forehead, then used her spiritual sense to explore inside. The words and pictures stored inside appeared in her mind one after another. After quickly browsing these contents, Zhao Yuniao put down the jade slip in her hand. It is indeed the Xian Sutra, but it looks like a fragment of a fragment. Something used to deceive people. Chapter 63 Chase. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yuniao put down the jade slip in her hand. She picked up another jade slip and continued to stick it on her white forehead, using her spiritual sense to explore the content stored inside. After a moment, a hint of joy finally appeared on her face. Although it is not the method of outside body incarnation that she wanted, it is also related to the magic of the Yuanshan soul separation technique. which is more or less useful. She had some thoughts about the magic of soul separation technique in her mind. Zhao Yuniao checked the remaining jade slips one by one, using her spiritual sense to identify the contents one by one. They were shape-changing technique, demon slash, and other unconventional magics. However, after reading them, she found that there was no secret method of outside body incarnation that she wanted. Holding the storage bag in her hand, Zhao Yuniao pondered for a while. Inside the palace, members of the Black Evil cult hide and dormant here with various identities. There are guards, palace maids, eunuchs, and other unknown personnel. And the Black Evil cult members Sea of Consciousness are all under relevant blockades. It is simply unrealistic to find the Emperor of you by coercion and inducement alone. But if you force your spiritual sense to explore a large area, not only will you alert the enemy, but many spells themselves have the effect of shielding spiritual sense, which will only make the Emperor of you realize that something is wrong and flee decisively. I originally planned to follow him quietly and catch the Emperor of you. Unfortunately, I miscalculated. Judging from the scale of this underground palace, there must be many unknown secret tunnels inside the Yuching Palace to deal with unexpected situations. And there must be a formation to block the divine sense detection. In addition, we must guard against the desperate Emperor Yu, who will destroy his storage bag before dying, and not give her a chance to succeed. Emperor Yu is easy to kill, but he is just a cultivator in the foundation building stage. But the difficulty lies in how to catch this guy. According to the cunning character of Emperor Yu, even if the Emperor Yu who attends court every day may not be the real Emperor Yu, it is very likely that he is just a substitute. This method is very common in the Mortal Dynasty. Since there is no way to stop the guy here, we have to think of a new way to lure him out. Zhao Yuniao stood there, thinking for a while. Suddenly, she seemed to have noticed something, and looked back at the side of the underground palace wall. With her amazing extraordinary hearing, she keenly noticed that there was a subtle sound approaching behind the wall, which was very weak and almost imperceptible. There is a hidden tunnel in that wall. She realized something, and turned her head to glance at the corpse of the leader of the Black Evil cult. She suddenly said nothing and took light steps. She hid behind the thick pillar on the side of the wall and waited patiently. I hope it is really the Emperor Yu who is attracted here, not someone else. Zhao Yuniao remained motionless and restrained her breath. She was like a lifelike sculpture. She noticed that after the other party came to the position behind the wall, he stood there, motionless, as if he was also carefully sensing the movement inside the underground palace. It took about a quarter of an hour. On that wall, a small crack just split. A heavy stone wall, 10 feet high and 3 feet wide, rotated like a revolving door. Then, a man in black wearing a black robe and a hat walked out. But just as this man showed his head, a sharp and dazzling sword light suddenly attacked from the side. Shwa. The sword energy had not yet approached, but it brought a huge sense of horror to the man in black. Without thinking, this man decisively activated the life-saving talisman that had been prepared and hidden in the palm of his hand. In an instant, the wind surrounded him, and the whole person was like an arrow from a string. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the hidden passage in the wall. At the same time, the stone door that had just been opened quickly returned to its original position. Little darling, where are you going to escape to? Zhao Yuniao held 2 swords in her hands and rushed directly to the mechanical stone door that was about to close completely. There was a charming smile on her beautiful face. Wouldn't it be nice if I could just kill you with one blow? With a gentle swing of the 2 swords in his hands, the heavy and hard stone door was shattered into pieces. Having caught a little clue, Zhao Yuniao rushed forward decisively and brazenly into the interior of the passage. The whole person was like a fleeting light, with afterimages behind him. She ignored the large number of hidden arrows, kerosene, and explosives coming towards her. She just rushed forward. Seeing that these attacks were approaching, the white fairy mist gently lingered outside the huadao tianyi she was wearing, silently isolating all those poisoned hidden arrows, kerosene, etc. She couldn't even get close to Zhao Yuniao. Shwa. She rushed past quickly, as graceful as a swimming dragon. Behind her, a violent explosion rang out, causing the entire underground passage to collapse and be destroyed. The aftermath spread rapidly, but it could only barely touch Zhao Yuniao's afterimage. In just a short moment, the distance between the 2 sides was rapidly shortened. Obviously, the opponent's life-saving escape talisman was not too advanced. If it was the kind of talisman that could travel 100 miles in an instant. Zhao Yu now asked herself that she could not catch up now. If this result really happened, she could only regretfully give up. However, at present, the opponent did not seem to have such a powerful talisman. This distance is about right, Zhao Yu now estimated visually. Then the two swords slashed horizontally and continuously, and layers of sword energy bloomed from the Mandarin duck swords, like waves hitting the shore, surging forward at a high speed. In just a few breaths, he caught up with the black-clothed man, who was decisively running away. "Senior, spare my life," the black-clothed man shouted loudly. His hands and feet hurriedly activated the protective magic weapon to block the continuous sword energy that was approaching quickly. But the sharpness and horror of the sword energy was obviously beyond his expectations. The black iron shield, a top-grade defensive magic weapon surrounding his body, was torn into pieces by the sword energy at the first sight, and the continuous sword energy continued to sweep towards him. The last scene that fell into the eyes of the man in black was the ocean of sword energy that was like a tidal wave. In just a moment, the sword light in the sky completely submerged him. "No!" Zhao Yu now approached quickly and grabbed the storage bag on the other party's waist. There was no sign of stopping, and he rushed past the other party's body, not caring about who he had just killed. Inside the Yuching Palace, a hidden area, the seemingly flat bluestone floor tiles suddenly bulged up a big bag, and then exploded. A white shadow flashed from here and disappeared in an instant. He changed to a new hiding place. Zhao Yu now continued to refine the storage bag with the mana in his body, gradually taking it under control. Chapter 64 Furnace. Looking at many members of the Black Evil sect, they were attracted by the obvious movement not far away. Zhao Yunniao, who was hiding in the dark again, just took a faint look and focused most of her attention on the storage bag in her hand. Her spiritual sense probed into it, and saw a private collection far exceeding that of the fake Black Evil sect leader. Whether it was the number of elixirs, various raw materials, or spiritual stones and magic tools, the quality and quantity were extraordinary. She even found a black long sword from it. It was surrounded by black mist, gloomy and evil. Just looking at it gave Zhao Yunniao an uncomfortable feeling. Is this the real magic weapon? She took out the knife curiously and squeezed it with her fingers. But there was no trace left. It was obvious that the material of this thing was extraordinary, and the strength was amazing. With this thing, it seems that the black-clothed man I just killed casually should be the real leader of the Black Evil sect, Yu Huang. If he successfully activates and uses this thing, I really can't kill him with one knife. After observing for a while, Zhao Yunniao took the knife. She turned to explore other things in the storage bag. After a thorough inventory, she finally found the secret jade slip about incarnation. The goal has been achieved, and she soared into the sky without hesitation, no longer hiding her existence. Shua, the blue divine power rainbow light, was as bright as the sun. In this dark night, it was extremely conspicuous and bright. All the immortal cultivators who witnessed this scene thought that an old ancestor in the Juen stage appeared here, and they were all frightened and panicked. I was afraid that the Juen patriarch would be in a bad mood and slapped them a few times when passing by. Slapped them to death directly. After leaving the Yuching Palace, Zhao Yunniao found a quiet place where no one would disturb him and landed. He began to carefully comprehend the method of outside body incarnation. This method of practicing outside body incarnation has many requirements. Not only does it require the body to be completely intact, but also the meridians and dantian in the body are intact. Even the realm of cultivation has certain restrictions. Under normal circumstances, forcibly extracting the yuanshan of a cultivator in the qi training period with magic will inevitably cause varying degrees of damage to his meridians and dantian in his body. Then such a body cannot be used as a cultivation object for outside body incarnation. Therefore, according to normal conditions, in order to obtain a suitable physical body for cultivation, at least hundreds or thousands of qi training period cultivators must be killed by extracting souls. Only then can a suitable physical body be obtained. Han Li's luck is really amazing. Zhao Yunniao couldn't help thinking in her heart, any good brother I meet is a good raw material for an incarnation. And the master will personally take care of the good brother. And then the master will bear all the sins. The rest of the benefits will be enjoyed by me alone. Han Li has Chu Hun, a pet good brother, and he directly has the raw materials for practicing incarnation. But now she has to find it herself. The body of the incarnation will carry part of the original body's consciousness. To a certain extent, The incarnation and the original body will become one. After a short pause, Zhao Yunyan had some ideas about the choice of incarnation. The reason why the incarnation is sent to join the immortal sect is for the book stored there, including but not limited to mid and high-level spells, various text and language systems, etc. Based on these considerations, the spiritual root qualifications of the incarnation cannot be too good. Otherwise, it will inevitably attract the investigation of real Jindan stage immortal cultivators. But it cannot be lower than 3 spiritual roots. Otherwise it cannot join the sect by itself. But I remember that many immortal cultivation markets have special goods for direct sale of male and female immortal cultivators. Maybe you can find a suitable incarnation target from them. Repressing his thoughts, Zhao Yunyan began to comprehend the method of outside-the-body incarnation. Strive to master it as soon as possible. A few days later, in a certain immortal cultivation market in Xinzhou, Zhao Yunyan, wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat, appeared outside the market. She looked at the formation area in front of her, looked at it for a moment, and then continued to move forward again. The formation that isolates mortals cannot affect any immortal cultivator at all. Although Zhao Yunyan is not a cultivator, due to the practice of Taiji Xianqing Dao, there is magic power in her dantian, which allows her to pretend to be a cultivator. After swaggering into the cultivator market here, she looked up and walked directly to the most luxurious place in the market. There are many people like her who hide their true identity here. So few people paid special attention to her along the way. After a while, Zhao Yunyan came to a store called Yuching Palace. The overall shape of the store is similar to the main hall of the Imperial Palace among mortals. The style is majestic and yet ambiguous. The servants who greet and see off are all handsome men and beautiful women. From time to time, male and female cultivators are seen entering and leaving this place. They choose the male and female furnace tripods they need. Standing at the door, Zhao Yunyan looked for a while, and then walked up the steps. As soon as she arrived at the door of the hall, a handsome male waiter in slim clothes came over, first bowed slightly to her, and then showed a gentle smile that made people feel like spring breeze. "Senior, please come in. I wonder what type of male furnace tripod you need. What are the requirements for size and appearance?" "I don't want a male furnace tripod. I want a female furnace tripod." Zhao Yunyan spoke calmly, turning her head to look at the group of beautiful female cultivators who were like goods. They are fat and thin, with different styles. Whether they are pure style, charming style, or cold and cute type, there are many types of goods. The male waiter didn't feel strange after hearing what Zhao Yunyan said. It's not like female cultivators need female furnace tripods. Although the process of using them may be a little strange, the male waiter has already gotten used to it. He didn't change his expression and continued to smile gently. "Then, I wonder what requirements do you have for female furnace tripods? They must be young and beautiful. And it doesn't matter what style they are." Zhao Yunyan recalled and thought about the cultivation requirements of incarnation outside the body in his mind, combined with the entry situation of the sect. Then he continued to add some additional conditions. Age cannot be over 25 years old. As for spiritual root qualifications, any attribute is fine, but at least 3 spiritual roots are guaranteed, and 2 spiritual roots are also fine. In addition, the cultivation level must not be lower than the 4th level of Qi training period. It must not be higher than the 8th level of Qi training period. Chapter 65 Soul Extraction and Spirit Refining. After receiving the conditions, the male waiter first guided Zhao Yunyan to sit on a chair beside him. Then he took his leave temporarily and left the place. Not long after, the male waiter returned again, followed by 20 young girls. These girls were beautiful in appearance and figure. They were beautiful and charming. Charming, pure, cute, queen, sweet, etc. There were all kinds of styles, and they were all female cultivators in the Qi training period. However, on the white necks of these 20 beautiful girls, they all wore collars like slaves and beasts. This made them look like they were in a different kind of seductive posture. "Senior, the 10 furnace tripods here are all dual spiritual roots, and their cultivation is in the middle stage of the Qi training period. The price is 300 low-grade spirit stones each." The male waiter extended his hand to introduce the beautiful girls standing in a row on his left. Then, he extended his hand to introduce the beautiful girl on his right, saying gently and respectfully, "As for the 10 furnace tripods here, they all have 3 spiritual roots. Their cultivation realm is also at the middle stage of the Qi training period. The price of this batch of furnace tripods is 180 low-grade spiritual stones each. The male waiter smiled peacefully and took the initiative to explain the advantages of these furnace tripods. Senior, there is no need to worry about what trouble will arise after buying these furnace tripods, because the support and power of these furnace tripods have been destroyed. Some of them used to be young ladies from aristocratic families. Some were disciples of casual cultivators, and some were saints in some small sections. And after being trained by our professional masters Paradise Palace, these furnace tripods are very obedient and will do whatever they are told to do. In addition, they are also proficient in various theories of sexual intercourse techniques between men and women. The male waiter quickly introduced the 2 batches of furnace tripods. Then he looked at the black-clothed man on the chair with great expectation. The appearance of this batch of furnace tripods is quite acceptable. Zhao Yu now looked at them, and then used his spiritual sense to detect and sense them, and waved his hand to slap a storage bag directly on the wooden table beside him. I want all these 20 furnace tripods. Okay, Senior. A total of 4,800 low-grade spirit stones. The male waiter bowed slightly and stretched out his hand to signal Zhao Yuniao. The place to pay is here. Senior. Please. Zhao Yuniao turned his head and glanced at the place where the other party pointed. He saw that there was only a foundation building cultivator sitting there. Then his spiritual sense probed into the storage bag, directly took out 4,800 low-grade spirit stones, shook his hand and threw them on the table on the side, with no intention of going over at all. Seeing this, the male waiter understood, respectfully put away the spirit stones, and went to the place to pay the bill. Not long after, the other party came back, holding an octagonal compass-shaped magic weapon in his hands. There was also a jade slip on it. Senior, this thing is the control object of the furnace collar, which can directly control the life and death of these furnaces. The relevant control method is inside this jade slip. Well, Zhao Yunyan nodded slightly, and put away the control magic weapon and jade slip very casually. She made a confident posture of a master in the Jindan stage. She stood up, glanced at the 20 beautiful girls lightly, and said calmly, "Follow me. Don't dream of taking the opportunity to escape." After that, Zhao Yunyan walked out of the Paradise Palace on her own. The 20 female immortal cultivators' furnace tripods that she bought followed her without saying a word, and followed behind Zhao Yunyan like maids. These furnace tripods are really expensive. They are only in the middle stage of chi training. But the price is so high. Zhao Yunyan muttered to herself, if I hadn't borrowed a batch of savings from the Black Evil sect not long ago, I wouldn't be able to buy even one furnace tripod. It cost nearly 5,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy just 20 weak chickens. I hope that these 20 beautiful female immortal cultivators can get a suitable target for sacrifice and incarnation before I kill them all. Otherwise, I can only consider robbing the rich to help the poor again. After leaving the Paradise Palace, Zhao Yunyao did not choose to leave the market directly. Instead, she walked to the right with these furnace tripod girls. Not far away, an elegant high-rise building with an antique style is located here. On the plaque, the 4 characters Zui Ming Xian Ju were written in the native language of Yu, from the immortal cultivators coming and going. It can be seen that this place is an inn for immortal cultivators. When they arrived at the first floor lobby of Zui Ming Xian Ju, without waiting for the waitress to ask, Zhao Yunyao directly ordered, "How many spirit stones do you need to open a private room for a month?" "My friend, a private room costs 12 low-grade spirit stones a month." The waitress smiled and explained, "Not only is there a spirit gathering array, it is also connected to the spirit veins in the market. There are also insect breeding rooms, weapon refining rooms, alchemy rooms, and closed-door secret rooms. There are also prohibitions and formations around to protect it. It is absolutely safe and worry-free, and no one will disturb my fellow Taoists from doing things." Hearing this, Zhao Yunyao spent another 12 low-grade spirit stones and rented a room here for a month. After getting the magic talisman key, she turned around and left. According to the mark on the magic talisman key, she went directly to the 5th floor. Behind her, there were 20 young and beautiful girls, who looked quite pleasing to the eye. Although many immortal cultivators were jealous and moved, but they also knew that the person who could own so many beautiful furnaces and tripods at the same time and live here was definitely not an ordinary person. Even if ordinary immortal cultivators risked their lives, they would not have so many spirit stones. In the market, there would naturally be no blind guys who would come up to cause trouble. But as for outside the market, that was another matter. Arriving at the destination, Zhao Yunyao gently drew the magic talisman in her hand. The slightly light blue array energy shield naturally dissolved and condensed into a safe passage about 10 feet high. She entered it with the furnace she bought. The entrance of the passage disappeared by itself, and it returned to its intact shield form. The rest of you, just stay here. Zhao Yunyao glanced around, randomly pointed at a petite girl with a cute face, and calmly ordered you, come with me first. Hearing this, all the female cultivators present thought that this person was to be sent up to serve first, so they did their job obediently. Zhao Yunyao took the first experimental target and entered the closed-door secret room, and activated the isolation protection band from the inside. Then, he suddenly took action, and knocked out the girl who followed in with a knife. Plop! The girl fell to the ground and was unconscious. Zhao Yunyao sat cross-legged beside the other party, and began to extract the soul, and refine the spirit of this beautiful girl according to the method recorded in Incarnation outside the body. Chapter 66 Possession. When Zhao Yunyao used her magic power to cast the relevant spell, on her fingertips, strands of white silk thread soon emerged. These silk threads looked like living things. Under her focused control, they silently sank into the sea of consciousness of the girl's head, wrapped around the opponent's weak soul. She used her spiritual sense to sense and capture the movement of the soul-binding thread. Not long after, Zhao Yunyao suddenly raised her hands and began to pull outwards, forcibly extracting the girl's own soul. Suffering from the pain of soul extraction and soul refining, the unconscious girl was forced to wake up. She began to struggle violently instinctively. Senior, spare my life. Don't. Listening to the painful screams echoing in the secret room, Zhao Yunyao turned a deaf ear and turned a blind eye. Affected by the acupuncture, the girl's physical struggle on the surface was limited, but inside her body, the magic power was desperately resisting the flow. When Zhao Yunyao forcibly extracted the woman's soul, the other party's instinctive struggle also stopped in time. The 5 fingers of the right hand gently exerted force, crushing and destroying the other party's soul. Then he turned to penetrate the body with magic power, sensing and detecting the changes in the meridians and dantian in the body. After a moment, Zhao Yunyao frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. The magic power is riding, and some meridians are slightly damaged. This body is useless, and is not suitable for refining the external incarnation. She did not rush to pull in a second furnace to extract the soul and refine the spirit, but sat in place, carefully exploring this fresh body, accumulating experience and practice, and think about how to solve the problem of the self-right of magic power in the process of extracting the soul, even if he is completely knocked unconscious. Due to the direct relationship between the soul and the magic power, it will inevitably cause abnormal magic power. If you are not careful, the meridians or dantian will be damaged. But what if the magic power in the target's body is suppressed and imprisoned? Thinking of this, Zhao Yunyao decided to try again. Waving his hand and flicking his sleeves, he swept aside the body that had lost its soul but still had vitality, then stood up to untie the restrictions and walked out of the secret room. He looked down at the hall below and pointed at a target casually. You, come up. Hearing the order of the new master, the remaining dozen beautiful girls stared at the girl who was named. Seeing this, the girl did not dare to hesitate. Her life was controlled by others, and her life and death were no longer under her control. She had to go to the practice room upstairs obediently. As soon as she entered, she saw another girl lying on the ground in the corner. At this moment, the other party was lying on the ground, motionless, but she could feel that the other person's body was still full of vitality. I wonder what happened to her. Just as she was thinking about it, a strong wind suddenly hit her from behind. It hit her neck accurately and quickly. Ugh! The woman's eyes rolled back unconsciously, and her graceful body fell to the ground. Zhao Yunyao took the opportunity to sit down again, and with her own powerful soul and consciousness power, she penetrated into the other person's sea of consciousness, and forcibly suppressed the struggle of the other person's soul. At the same time, she skillfully performed the spell of extracting the soul with both hands. Once again, she forcibly extracted the soul and refined the spirit. Not long after, when the woman's soul was extracted by the spell, due to the pressure and control of Zhao Yunyu's own consciousness, there was a little problem in the sea of consciousness. Moreover, the mana in the body still could not be restrained from rioting on its own. Failed again. No wonder the conditions for practicing outside body incarnation are so harsh. Zhao Yunyao crushed the other party's soul with one hand, looking down at this beautiful and lively body. He was silent for a while. I don't believe that my luck will always be so bad. I don't believe that I can't get a suitable incarnation body. Next, Zhao Yuniao began to think of ways to do things and carefully extract the soul. But no matter what she did, when the soul was forcibly extracted from the body, the mana in the target body would riot on its own with the changes of the soul. Thus, the meridians and dantian would have different degrees of minor damage, until the last beautiful girl with dual spiritual roots was left. She still could not get any new body suitable for practicing outside body incarnation. The probability of success is too low. Zhao Yuniao felt a headache. The records of the technique briefly mentioned that even if one extracts souls and refines spirits hundreds of times, one may not necessarily obtain a suitable body for sacrifice and incarnation. She originally thought that this might be an exaggeration, but now it has been verified in practice. Failures hundreds of times may lead to success once, which is not an exaggeration, but a very likely fact. Han Li's luck is really incredible. In this regard, Zhao Yuniao could only sigh in her heart. Any good brother I meet can give him the materials he needs. Sacrifice yourself to illuminate Han Li. Since I can't compete with him in terms of luck, I can only change another way. Sitting in the secret room, looking at the zombies everywhere, Zhao Yuniao closed her eyes and thought. After pondering for a long time, she thought of a solution that was not a solution. If this still doesn't work, then we can only get Zhang Tai's body here first. And at worst, return it to Han Li after using it. After thinking about it, she stood up again and left the closed-door secret room. She came outside and looked down at the last girl, the furnace cauldron. On her beautiful face, there was a hint of sadness, showing a sad temperament. You? Come up too. Suddenly, the girl who was staying below heard a familiar figure, and her body subconsciously shuddered. 19 companions went up in succession, but no one has appeared so far, which gave her some bad instincts in her heart. But as a furnace cauldron, she had no choice. She had to walk up the stairs with a numb face, although she had some guesses in her mind. When she walked into the training room and saw her companions lying on the ground, her pupils couldn't help shrinking. Her heart was beating violently in her chest, and her tall and beautiful body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Do you want to leave here alive and be free? Zhao Yuniao turned her back to the other party and asked calmly and casually. Hearing this, the woman looked up suddenly, staring at the charming figure in a black robe. What do you mean by this? Literally. Zhao Yuniao turned slightly, stared at the woman calmly, and said, I want your body to be intact. Any meridians and dantian in the body must not have any slight damage. If you are willing to take over, give up your body. She pointed to the ground and pointed to the 19 equally young and beautiful bodies, and said calmly, you can choose any of these bodies. Chapter 67 Civilization. Looking at the beautiful girl whose face changed again and again, Zhao Yunia's tone remained the same, cold and indifferent. This is your only chance to survive. If you want to leave here alive and get freedom, then do what I say and give up your body. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Yuniao took out the instrument that controlled the life and death of the furnace tripod, and according to the method recorded in the jade slip, he removed the control of the soul sea of consciousness against this girl. Only the furnace tripod collar was left, still worn on the other's white neck. But the last furnace tripod girl looked hesitant and struggling, considering that there was no way to survive by resisting. There was a glimmer of hope to survive by taking over the body. It took almost no time for her to make up her mind. She didn't say whether the other party would abide by this. As a furnace tripod whose life and death were controlled, she knew that she actually had no bargaining value at all. Be honest and obedient. Maybe the other party will keep his promise once he is happy. Her eyes scanned the ground for a while. Finally, the furnace girl chose a target with the lowest appearance as her new body. She had long been fed up with the painful and humiliating experience of having beauty, but no ability to protect herself. Now that she had the opportunity to choose, she would rather have a more ordinary and mediocre appearance. Taking a deep breath secretly, the furnace girl took the initiative to choose to leave her body. Without hesitation, she ran straight to the fresh body she chose. Seeing the other party's soul sinking into another body, Zhao Yuniao threw one hand and took the initiative to grab the furnace girl's body, and began to carefully explore the exact situation inside her body. Very good. If you give up voluntarily, it will not hurt your meridians and dantian. Finally, I have a suitable raw material for incarnation. After personally checking it, Zhao Yuniao finally showed a hint of smile. looking back at the furnace girl, who was trying to adapt to her new body. Originally, she did intend to kill her, but seeing that she was quite sensible, it was not impossible to give her a chance to live. As for whether she could survive in the end, it had nothing to do with her. With a wave of her hand, the magic power rolled up the other party's new body and threw it directly outside the closed-door secret room, so as not to stay inside and disturb her work. Stay outside honestly, and let you go free after a while. The soul of the furnace girl heard these words, and she breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously, knowing that her bet on her life was temporarily right. Immediately, she used her soul to adapt to the new body more seriously, and brought it under her control as soon as possible. Otherwise, she would not be able to move her body freely. Inside the secret room, Zhao Yunyan skillfully activated the prohibition and formation. Prepare necessary defense measures. Then, according to the method of refining the outside body incarnation, she first supported the body of the furnace girl and put it in a posture with 5 hearts facing the sky. She herself sat opposite the other person's body, maintaining a posture of facing each other. Concentrate your mind and concentrate. Zhao Yunyan used the secret method to differentiate a part of the consciousness according to the practice method of outside body incarnation, solidified it, and made it exist independently without collapsing and dying. Then, she endured the inner pain of tearing the consciousness. Keep yourself and the other party face to face. Use another supporting secret method to carefully transfer this part of the process spiritual consciousness to the inside of this fresh and alive furnace body. At the same time, Zhao Yunyan is distracted to control the mana in her body. Harmonize and sort out the mana in this new body. Let the part of the spiritual consciousness that has been separated out fit the new body faster. Assimilate it bit by bit, and gradually transform it into an external incarnation. Unconsciously, in the restless waiting of the last remaining furnace, more than 20 days passed quickly. Seeing that the 1-month usage period is about to be reached, the tightly closed door of the training room finally opened quietly. Then, 2 young and beautiful girls walked out one after another. Zhao Yunyan, who was in the lead, was still covered with a black robe and a hat. The incarnation following behind him looked cold and calm. On the fair and delicate neck, the special furnace cauldron confinement magic weapon that looked like a collar has now disappeared, and was taken off by Zhao Yunyan on her own initiative. Senior, the furnace cauldron girl looked at her own body and stood up a little uneasily. A trace of uneasiness and expectation unconsciously appeared in her eyebrows. Seeing this, Zhao Yunyan waved her hand to take out the magic weapon that controlled the furnace cauldron from the storage bag, cast a spell casually, and released the collar control, and then ignored the girl. She walked out of this place with her own incarnation. Thank you, Senior. Thank you. The girl reached out and grabbed the collar on her neck, her face full of excitement and excitement. She actually got the hard-earned freedom. Her eyes were slightly moist unconsciously. After leaving this market for cultivators, Zhao Yunyan was keenly aware that some little tails were quietly following her, and it seemed that they were eyeing her previous large expenditure of spiritual stones. They thought she was a little fat sheep and could be robbed. Seeing this, Zhao Yunyan was not interested in wasting time with these weak chickens, and raised her hand to cast the mountain seal behind her. In an instant, a towering and majestic mountain phantom condensed into shape. It fell down on her head, smashing all the followers behind her into meat paste. She was not even interested in looting the weak chicken spoils, and directly took her incarnation to Jianzhou in the north again. After a while, the Tai Mountains came into view again. I don't know what realm of cultivation can achieve the jump and descent of different time and space in a single world. Looking up at the continuous mountains and rivers in the distance, Zhao Yunyan pondered in her heart. The time and space hourglass can naturally do the crossing and descending of different time and space nodes in a single world. But due to her own cultivation, she still cannot use it now. Otherwise, she still wants to see it with her own eyes. What heights can the cultivation civilization of the Jusian world in the future time and space develop to? Is it immortal immortals? Or transcendents who can cross different time and space? Civilization is the product of the wisdom development of the creatures in the world. But it is not the product of the world itself. It is even less qualified to represent the world itself. Maybe I can try to add some cultivation concepts to the original Jusian cultivation civilization, which has only been born for thousands of years, and then rely on real geniuses to evolve and develop. As for myself, I can just harvest the fruits of civilization directly. After thinking silently for a while, Zhao Yunyan had some ideas in his mind. Chapter 68 Getting Started. Continuing to go deeper into the Taiyu Mountains, Zhao Yuniao soon saw the outer gate of the Yellow Maple Valley from afar. Although there is a protective formation around it, all things in the entire sect are hidden and protected inside. But the 7 sects of Yu Kingdom often contact each other. Therefore, outside the protective formation, there is another outer gate. Its purpose is to point out the direction to the disciples of other sects who don't know the way. At this moment, it is naturally convenient for Zhao Yuniao to find the way. Next, you will change your name to Xiao Xia and directly join the Yellow Maple Valley. Everything is mainly about learning various inherited knowledge. Zhao Yuniao transmitted information with his spiritual consciousness, and at the same time took out an ordinary storage bag and threw it to the external incarnation beside him. But the real female cultivator, who changed his name to Xiao Xia, caught the storage bag. Without hesitation, he ran straight to the outer gate of the Yellow Maple Valley, his face calm and composed, without the nervousness of sneaking into the immortal sect to learn things. I wonder if the old Lingu monster in the nascent soul stage is now in charge of the Yellow Maple Valley. Zhao Yuniao pondered and recalled this. But in the end, he was still a little unsure and gave up some ideas of making trouble. Anyway, as long as I can learn what I want, it doesn't matter what method. Watching Xiao Xia's figure quickly disappear, before figuring out the controlled distance limit of his own incarnation, Zhao Yuniao did not do anything else for the time being. Just standing there, silently estimating the sense. Emperor Yu Juanshan is so weak, but he can have such a vast remote control ability. Then my control theory limit will only be further away. Waiting patiently, the actual distance between Xiao Xia and Zhao Yuniao has been opened for hundreds of miles. But everything is still normal, and there are no abnormalities caused by the long distance. At this time, Xiao Xia has come to the outer gate of Huangfeng Valley. Looking forward, you can see clouds and mists. Ancient trees are vigorous, hazy and looming. Occasionally, you can see white cranes flapping their wings and flying. Looking down at the ground, one step after another of the simple stone steps meanders up, naturally hidden among the mountains, forests and plants. The wonderful scenery that complements each other really has a bit of the ethereal charm of the immortals. When people see it, they can't help but linger and imagine it in their hearts. Huangfeng Valley. Here I come. Xiao Xia smiled at the corner of her lips and raised her foot to continue walking forward. Just like that, walking up the stairs, they soon arrived at the outer gate of Huangfeng Valley. It was a tall and magnificent gatehouse made of stone. It was antique and full of charm. On the gate, there were 3 huge Yu characters Huangfeng Valley carved, which looked even more ethereal and unpredictable against the backdrop of the hazy white mist around. In the center of the gatehouse, there was a layer of energy film with a light blue light, rippling like water waves. It seemed to be playing some unknown role. Seeing that there was no one guarding this place, when Xiao Xia was thinking about how to get in, she suddenly noticed that the light blue light film was slightly fluctuating, with faint ripples. The next moment, a young man with a white face and no beard and a slender figure walked out of it. Judging from the yellow clothes with maple leaf patterns on his body, he is obviously a formal disciple of the sect inside the Yellow Maple Valley. After this person came out, he suddenly saw a strange and beautiful female cultivator outside. The whole person was visibly stunned, as if he didn't understand what was going on. My fellow Taoist, I am Xiao Xia, a casual cultivator. Xiao Xia took the initiative to bow and saluted, and said softly, I have heard of the great name of the Yellow Maple Valley, so I came here from afar, just to be able to join the Yellow Maple Valley. Join the Yellow Maple Valley? Hearing this, Su Yuan couldn't help but look up and down again carefully at this casual female cultivator, who called herself Xiao Xia. He muttered to himself, she looks pretty good, a rare beauty. But her cultivation level is only the 6th level of Qi training, which is a bit low. And judging from her appearance, she must be quite old. And her spiritual root aptitude should not be very good. But she is not too bad. Or she may have started cultivating immortals too late. Considering that this female immortal cultivator has a good appearance and is quite beautiful, Su Yuan rarely showed a gentle smile on his face, and took the initiative to explain, saying, now, it is not the time for our Huangfeng Valley to officially recruit disciples, and the recruitment of independent cultivators is carried out through the Ascension Conference. It is different from the recruitment of disciples from aristocratic families. In addition to these, the most important thing is the aptitude for cultivating immortals. Su Yuan pretended to observe and looked up and down again, and said in a meaningful tone, From the girl's figure, she is about 20 years old. I wonder when the girl started practicing? What is her spiritual root aptitude? My friend, I entered the sect relatively late and have not practiced for long. So I am only at the 6th level of Qi training. Xiaoxia said this with an expectant expression, saying, as for my spiritual roots, they should be dual spiritual roots. I am not sure what the specific attributes are. Looking at the expectant eyes, Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. It gave him an instinctive reaction of not wanting to refuse. If this girl also joins Huangfeng Valley, she will be my junior sister. As time goes by, we will get to know each other. If we add the friendship of today's help, there may be a chance to make the little junior sister my own dual cultivation partner. After thinking about it, Su Yuan's smile became more and more kind. Speaking amiably, since fellow Taoist Xiao has good spiritual roots, I will ask a few questions on his behalf. If it works, then fellow Taoist Xiao will be my junior sister. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Xiaoxia smiled, and she looked even more charming. Su Yuan couldn't help but stare. After a while, Su Yuan reluctantly turned back to the inside of Huangfeng Valley to contact the uncle in the foundation building period, who is responsible for recruiting disciples. I seem to be getting more and more proficient in using the weapon of beauty. Xiaoxia's fingers brushed across her cheek, and she was thoughtful. I wonder if it is affected by the potential influence of the severing love method? But as of now, there are many benefits. At least I can always maintain absolute rationality. Standing in place, patiently waiting for about a quarter of an hour. Soon, Su Yuan came back, and behind him, there was a ruddy-faced gray-haired old man, dressed in a Taoist robe, floating like a fairy. It gave people a sense of immortality. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is Master Zhao. Afterwards, Su Yuan introduced to the old man, Master Zhao. This is fellow Taoist Xiao who wants to join the Yellow Maple Valley. Chapter 69 Space Magic. After a brief introduction, the old man surnamed Zhao, who was in the foundation establishment stage and had a white-haired and youthful face, took out a spirit stone from his storage bag, and then raised his hand to signal Xiaoxia, who was standing not far away. Come here and put your hand on the spirit stone. Junior obeys. Xiaoxia made a respectful gesture that a Qi training cultivator should have, and then came to the old man surnamed Zhao and placed her right hand on the spirit stone in his hand. The next moment, she felt a subtle wave spreading into her body. At the same time, the spirit stone, which looked like a gray stone bead, suddenly burst into red and green light, and the whole spirit stone seemed a little crystal clear. Dual spiritual roots of fire and wood. The aptitude is not bad. Seeing this, the elder surnamed Zhao put away the spirit stone with satisfaction, looking at Xiaoxia with an expectant and excited look on his face. He glanced at Su Yuan beside him and spoke slowly. Under normal circumstances, we would only select independent cultivators from the Ascension Conference. And now is not the time to recruit external disciples. However, for the sake of my nephew Yuan, and your own qualifications are not bad, I can make an exception and accept you into the Yellow Maple Valley. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. Xiaoxia thanked him in surprise. And then she looked at Su Yuan standing beside her and thanked him politely. Junior sister, thank you for your help. Brother Su, I am very grateful for your help. Seeing this, Su Yuan also showed a gentle smile on his face. Junior sister Xiao, there is no need to be polite. We will be brothers and sisters from the same sect in the future. Okay, come in with me. Uncle Zhao waved his sleeves and turned to enter the outer mountain gate first. Su Yuan signaled to Xiaoxia with his eyes. Then he led the way and took Xiaoxia into the mountain gate, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After passing through an invisible isolation formation, Xiaoxia officially entered the sect residence of Huangfeng Valley, with Uncle Zhao leading the way. No one cared to stop Xiaoxia. A strange face. After completing the identity of Huangfeng Valley disciple, Xiaoxia truly joined Huangfeng Valley. He began to look for opportunities to learn the inheritance knowledge that Zhao Yunyao needed. I have entered. There is no barrier to my mind. Zhao Yunyao silently sensed and confirmed that there was no abnormality or unexpected situation. Then he summoned the time and space hourglass. The hourglass rotated gently, and one end disappeared into the void, spreading to the interior of Tai Mountains, quietly penetrating the Huangfeng Valley sect protection formation. Finally, it appeared near the spirit eye spring hidden in the mountain. As for the other end, it condensed out of thin air in front of Zhao Yunyao and manifested into a vortex-shaped deep cave entrance. Zhao Yuniao jumped and disappeared in an instant. When she reappeared, she had already arrived in the empty mountain. Looking back, the spirit eye spring spewed out rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and even liquefied into spiritual liquid spring water, forming a small pond in the sunken area of the stone. Next, I will meditate in this place for a while. Zhao Yuniao waved her hand and put away the time and space hourglass. He also took off the black robe and had draped over his body, and put them into the storage bag. She still wore the Tao transforming heavenly clothes and sat down near the spirit eye spring. She turned to think seriously about her own cultivation status. Now the We'll-See secret realm has been cultivated to the divine bridge realm. Although the forging of the Tao transforming heavenly clothes for the divine bridge has been completed, it is still a short distance away from the peak level of the divine bridge realm. In addition to the We'll-See secret realm, the 4 extreme secret realms that are also cultivated have the same problem. None of them have reached the initial state of perfection. For the improvement of the divine bridge realm, as long as there are enough resources, they can be quickly replenished. Condense a longer and thicker divine bridge until it reaches the level of entering the other shore realm. On the contrary, the distracted cultivation of the 4 extreme secret realm cannot be quickly improved simply by spiritual medicine resources. The essence of the 4 extreme secret realm is biased towards the understanding of the laws. The deeper the understanding of the laws of the outside world, the faster the cultivation of the 4 extreme secret realm. But I can travel through different worlds and personally experience the mysteries of the origin of different laws. This means that my 4 extreme secret realm will be more troublesome to cultivate. But after the initial cultivation, the power of the 4 extreme secret realm will be even stronger, and it will have a number and quality of potential gates far exceeding that of normal Jiating cultivators. For me, it is just time that is consumed. But since she can discover strands of immortal creation materials from her own wheel of life, time and lifespan are not so urgent for Zhao Yuniao herself, allowing her to face those things that take a long time more calmly. What's more, she can also use the life altar to strengthen her lifespan. Put aside the cultivation of Taiji Xianqing Dao for now. In the next period of time, I will concentrate on comprehending the great principles of this world, and further increase the inner foundation of the 4 extreme secret realm. After sorting out and confirming the next cultivation plan, Zhao Yuniao began to quietly retreat and practice. Time flies like water. The long years passed quickly in the blink of an eye. In the cave in the mountain, Zhao Yuniao leaned lazily near the eye of the spiritual spring, playing with a token that was neither gold, jade, wood, nor stone in her hand. That was the great teleport token. There are things about space on it. Now I have almost comprehended it with distraction. This thing is useless. After playing with it for a while, Zhao Yuniao flicked her finger. The great teleport token suddenly flew up diagonally, like a sharp arrow, and directly inserted into the stone wall above the cave. Almost invisible. Afterwards, she secretly cast the spell she created based on the great teleport token. In an instant, a translucent shield quickly condensed and emerged outside her body. It was faintly visible that there was void energy flowing in it. If such a spell is used in conjunction with the Void Sutra, the effect will definitely be more powerful. It can not only resist the turbulence of the void, but also support the compression of space. Considering this shield-type life-saving spell, Zhao Yuniao recalled something again. That is the Lu Ding Tianjia talisman lost in the depths of the blood-colored Forbidden Land. The essence of the talisman is to solidify and seal the spell into the talisman paper, and set up a control method to trigger it, so that when it is needed, the spell can be released quickly. If the talisman is used for reverse deduction, the corresponding spell can be restored in her own memory. The Lu Ding Tianjia talisman is still a good thing. It has a considerable reference value in itself. Chapter 70 Divine Bridge. Stayed in place, thinking for a while. Zhao Yuniao quickly made a decision. Since the knowledge in Huangfeng Valley has been learned by Shao Xia's clone, let's leave here for the time being. The blood forbidden land is too far away from here, which may affect the control of the incarnation. Thinking of this, she gave the incarnation Shao Xia an order to find an excuse to leave Huangfeng Valley. And then she began to pinch the fingers and cast spells. She skillfully performed the elementary earth escape technique that she learned from the incarnation. Zhao Yuniao muttered a while, coordinated with the rhythm of the spell in her hand, mobilized the mana in her dantian, and soon formed a layer of yellow light on her body. Shua. The next moment, the light flashed, and she disappeared on the ground. The hard and thick land, under the effect of the elementary earth escape technique, became as wonderful as flowing water. And she herself was like a fish living in the water, freely swimming and flying in the water, without spiritual roots. The consumption of mana for the elementary earth escape technique seems to be greater, but it's good enough to be able to perform it normally. Thinking about things distractedly, Zhao Yunniao quickly escaped from the mountain where the spiritual ice spring was hidden, and appeared in the Huangfeng Valley's protective formation. She glanced at the uninhabited primitive mountain area around. She patiently waited for the action of the incarnation Xiaoxia, and waited until she received the token for going out of the sect to do the mission in the mission hall, and began to move outside the Huangfeng Valley. Zhao Yunniao then set off from here and flew at low altitude to hurry on her way. Not long after, the two sides met each other in a deserted place. Xiaoxia took out an empty spirit beast bag and hid her body in it. Then she took the token to go out and continued to fly. She passed through the detection of the sect protection formation and came to the Taiyu Mountains outside. After a distance away, Xiaoxia took out the spirit beast bag and released her body again. It's dark inside. It feels a bit strange. After Zhao Yunniao came out, she stretched her muscles and bones first, then took the spirit beast bag and put her incarnation Xiaoxia into it. She took out the time and space hourglass again and prepared to travel through time and space. Use the 16 Qingjia talisman inside the blood forbidden land as the coordinate information. She quickly input this command into the time and space hourglass with her mind. The next moment, the fine sand inside the time and space hourglass began to collide and rotate with each other in a mysterious way, as if calculating and deducing the corresponding time and space coordinate position. After a few breaths, one end of the time-space hourglass disappeared. The other end condensed and manifested into a vortex-shaped black hole in front of Zhao Yunniao. She stepped into it skillfully, passed through the stable time-space channel constructed by the red and purple sand, and directly landed in the inner area of the blood-colored forbidden land. As soon as she appeared, dense and thin wind blades slashed at her. Each attack carried a terrifying power that was enough to kill a cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. Shwa shwa shwa. The wind blades whistled, and the power was violent. It suddenly caught Zhao Yunniao off guard. However, when it slashed to her side, the white fairy mist on the surface of the Huadao Tianyi gently flowed, seemingly soft and weak, but it suppressed and dissolved all the incoming wind blades. Didn't cause her any harm. It was so sudden. It scared me. Zhao Yunniao reached out and gently stroked her tall, plump and upright chest, then took a step back, and the wind blades disappeared out of thin air, naturally disappeared into the incarnation array in the void. Looking down, a dead skeleton was lying on the ground, motionless. The magic clothes he was wearing had already become tattered. It was as old and shabby as a beggar's clothes. After a quick look, it can be seen that the storage bag on the corpse had already been blown into pieces, scattered randomly on the ground around. Only a talisman of unknown color, which looked intact, fell near the corpse, and around the talisman, some jade box fragments can still be seen. This corpse, it seems, is the unlucky Tianfu. According to the current situation, it is obvious that the forbidden attack here appeared too suddenly, causing Tianfu to have no time to react. He had just taken out the 16 Qingjia talisman, and he didn't even have time to activate it. He was directly killed by the god-level restriction in the forbidden area. Zhao Yunniao raised his hand and grabbed the 16 Qingjia talisman that fell on the ground. He took a few glances and put it into the storage bag first. Then he continued to walk towards the deepest part of the center of the blood-colored forbidden area. Along the way, various restrictions were densely packed and countless. There was a trap every 3 steps, and a defense every 5 steps. The god-level wind blades would hit Zhao Yunniao from time to time. Zhao Yunniao walked in it without changing his face, ignoring these wind blades. I walked all the way to the deepest part of the blood-forbidden land. A casual glance showed that there were precious spiritual medicines, with a medicinal age of thousands of years everywhere. But now they were like weeds, growing here in a scattered manner. Moreover, the concentration of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was even more abundant and rich than the spiritual ice spring. Obviously, there was a high-level spiritual vein of heaven and earth here. The resources here are good, so I will use the things here to break through the Xinxiao realm of the Luanhai secret realm and advance to the other shore realm. After thinking about it, Zhao Yunniao picked and harvested these spiritual medicine resources first. After doing this, She then stood quietly in an open space without restrictions, and focused her mind on the inside of the Luanhai secret realm. She began to continue to condense the Xinxiao according to the practice method of the great method of cutting love. In the inner vision of the divine consciousness, the endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth was absorbed into the body, gradually becoming a part of this vast sea of suffering. The divine bridge rooted in the life spring in the center of the bitter sea continued to extend upward, condensing and growing thicker bit by bit, as if to pierce through the dark sky, until it reached a certain height limit. In an instant, a strange and mysterious roar sounded from Zhao Yunya's own sea of consciousness. Self-consciousness was blank for a while, and then quickly came back to his senses. But what he saw and heard now had changed dramatically. Looking up, a hazy and mysterious mist was shrouding the sky. There were shadows inside, as if something was hidden inside. Zhao Yu now looked down again, and his feet were now standing on a thick and spacious crystal bridge, as if he was towering into the depths of the starry sky, overlooking the vast world below. The vast and boundless pale blue bitter sea, where the edge was unknown, seemed endless. Zhao Yunyan himself could not see the edge at all. Chapter 71 Xiangjili. After staring at it for a while, Zhao Yunyan suddenly felt a shock in his heart. Is this the feeling of the mind being completely integrated into the secret realm of the Wheel Sea? It's like being in harmony with the Tao, overlooking the whole world, witnessing the bitter sea, life spring and divine bridge inside the secret realm of the Wheel Sea from another perspective gave Zhao Yunyan some new insights and experiences. Under the blessing of super high enlightenment, combined with the powerful Tao compatibility and coordination effect of the Tao transforming heavenly clothes, Zhao Yunyan once again fell into a state of enlightenment. The mind was empty and peaceful, without any distractions. The different Tao laws from all directions became clearer and clearer, just like observing the lines on the palm. Although the changes were complex, they were faintly accompanied by a mysterious law. There were also Qingquan boots on the legs and feet, which also contained the mystery of the law, the acquired time law and the innate creation law. Under the influence of the Tao transforming heavenly clothes, silently amplified the extremely restrained law fluctuations. When the world is just opened, all things are born. When the Wheel Sea is in chaos, the sea of suffering turns to the other side. In the vagueness, Zhao Yu now caught a trace of the mystery of the innate law of creation. That is the creation related to plants. She also felt the mystery of Noah's creation in the source of life. Although she also felt a little bit, the completely different law of creation brought her a great touch. It is a mysterious rhythm closely related to life, and the bloody Taoist rhyme of the sky phoenix that she had comprehended, and the fragments of the true phoenix treasure technique in the evolution of the Wheel Sea secret realm that she had seen, and captured the survival of death in the process of nirvana rebirth. Gradually, the transformation of life and death nirvana belonging to the other side of the Wheel Sea secret realm naturally unfolded. Not long after, Zhao Yunyi's own essence, she, spirit, will, and desire began to shrink and wither, and she turned from life to death. Her skin, as white as jade, was no longer smooth and elastic, but withered and black, like the rough bark of an old tree that was about to decay. Her internal flesh and blood and internal organs were even more decayed, like a dying old man. Her blood became turbid and dark. Her bones became hollow and fragile, and even her own sea of consciousness had fine cracks, like a piece of fine porcelain that had been broken. The Yuanshan, located in the core area of the sea of consciousness, was dim like a candle in the wind. It seemed that it could be completely extinguished at any time. Zhao Yunyu's own self-consciousness also gradually became hazy and trance with the first life and death nirvana of the other shore realm. The whole person looked like a dry and decayed mummy that had been dead for many years. Shua. On the desolate and dead land, an old figure rushed past quickly. His hair was gray, and he was wearing the clothes of an ordinary disciple of the Yellow Maple Valley. His chubby face had a thoughtful expression. I hope I can find what I want in that place. Now I only have a few hundred years left to live, which is too short. If I don't find a way to ascend to the spiritual world, I will die of old age in this weak mortal world. Where is the ancient reverse spirit passage? Considering this, Xiang Jili frowned. In order to find this thing, he has been searching for hundreds of years, running around everywhere. Whether it is the Chaos Star Sea, the Five Dragon Sea, or the Mulan Grassland, or Tiansha Continent and Dajin, etc. Over the past few hundred years, he has been to too many places, but he can't find any trace of the reverse spirit passage. I don't know when I can get what I want. Xiang Jili sighed helplessly, looking down from the sky. The land is devastated and withered. Looking far away, there is no trace of plants at all. All the vitality of the earth around is being plundered by a terrible formation. It is constantly gathering in a certain direction. The ancient gods of the gods are really amazing and terrifying. Suddenly, Xiang Jili looked not far away, and there was a faint light in his eyes. Under the effect of the spell, he clearly saw the hidden gods of the Forbidden Land formation. Shua. He landed from the sky and stood outside the formation. Take a few serious looks. Then, at the great cost of sacrificing his life, he used the true power of a cultivator in the spiritualization stage to forcibly tear open the forbidden formation. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, dense light blue wind blades appeared, like a violent wave that covered the sky and the earth. Xiang Jili flashed and flexibly drilled into the crack of the formation that had just been torn. He had no intention of forcibly resisting the attack of the formation. And as soon as he entered the forbidden area, Xiang Jili skillfully used the spell of concealing his breath, suppressing his own mana in the Qi training stage, and thus avoided the detection, suppression, and attack of the formation itself. Last time, there were too many people coming, and it was impossible to explore deeply. This time, we will investigate this place carefully. Looking at the foggy area inside the forbidden area, Xiang Jili flew close at high speed. The crater is like a huge wall, separating the inner area from the outer area, and it is covered with various powerful restrictions, which do not allow climbing or crossing. You can only pass through the 4 bronze portals below the crater. Unfortunately, the location of the portal chosen by Xiang Jili is not in the same direction as the entrance portal chosen by Tianfu that year. As a result, he did not see Tianfu body and the 6 Ding Tianjia talisman left behind. However, this talisman has already been taken away by Zhao Yunyao in advance. When Xiang Jili crossed the many restrictions and came to the inner area of the forbidden area, he suddenly realized that a large number of spiritual medicines on the ground had already been harvested. And looking at the new soil marks, it was not left dozens or hundreds of years ago. Who on earth came here before me? Xiang Jili quickly scanned the ground marks. He first looked at the tall stone tower standing not far away, then turned his head and stared at the corner area on the other side, where there was a figure. Shua. His figure swayed slightly, and suddenly came near the figure. Looking closely, it was a withered and decayed female mummy. However, the gorgeous dress worn by the mummy gave him an inexplicable sense of oppression. Xiang Jili habitually scanned with his spiritual sense, but he found that the spiritual sense power of the spiritual transformation stage, which he was proud of, could not penetrate the seemingly thin and soft white dress at all. What level of magic weapon is this? It can actually block my spiritual sense. Xiang Jili was slightly surprised and shocked. And how did this person die like this? Is there an unknown deadly danger here? To be able to enter here? It is obviously not a weak person. This made Xiang Jili secretly alert and guard. Chapter 72. The corpse is revived. Looking carefully at the shriveled and decayed female corpse, which was dressed in gorgeous clothes but looked like it had been dead for many years, Xiang Jili carefully looked around. He tried to find out what killed this woman here. There seems to be no terrible restrictions here, and I haven't noticed it. Xiang Jili repeatedly scanned with his spiritual sense, except for the inside of the stone tower. There was no restriction outside that could threaten him. After staring at the stone tower for a long time, he turned back to look at the strange female corpse. He looked around the other person's body up and down. On the surface, there is no wound at all. And this shriveled and decayed body, how can it look like something has sucked out the inner essence? Realizing this, Xiang Jili was thoughtful. He always felt that something was wrong. A pair of old eyes looked up and down. And suddenly, his eyes fixed on the long boots on the feet of the female corpse. Then, he turned his head and looked at the remaining footprints around. He bent down unconsciously and observed carefully. The shape and size of these footprints are similar to the size of the soles of the boots on the feet of this mysterious female corpse. Could it be that this female corpse left them? Thinking of this possibility, Xiang Jili stood up suddenly and became more cautious in the depths of this forbidden area. Since it can cause this mysterious female cultivator to die suddenly, it may also cause fatal harm to him. Is it some kind of evil spirit? Or some kind of ancient mysterious monster that has never been heard of? Just as Xiang Jili was thinking and guarding in his heart, carefully observing the surrounding environment, suddenly, A series of subtle and strange sounds came from the shriveled and decayed female corpse on the side, sounding like many small insects gnawing and biting inside. Crack, crack. Xiangzili turned his head suddenly, his face serious and solemn. After a moment of hesitation, he raised his hand and shot a small fireball, heading straight for the female corpse, trying to destroy the source of the abnormal sound inside. Boom! The red fireball flashed by and accurately hit the motionless female corpse. But it did not cause any damage at all. It was the unknown magic dress on her body that spontaneously blocked my magic attack. Seeing this, Xiangzili casually changed to a more advanced spell. As he raised his hand and moved his feet, a lifelike fire dragon flew out from the palm of his hand. Shaking his head and tail, baring his teeth and claws, he rushed straight to the mysterious female corpse standing quietly. However, the result this time was the same as before. Before the opponent's body was actually touched, it was eliminated by the thin white mist on the surface of the dress. The faintly shining light was like the stars in the deep sky. The dress was gorgeous and magnificent. Crack. Suddenly, that strange and subtle sound sounded again, and it became louder than before. What is this sound? Why is it a little strange? Xiangzili frowned slightly and looked at the corpse carefully, just when he was about to try to destroy it for the third time. Suddenly, Xiangzili noticed that the remaining seeds and roots of the spiritual medicine on the ground around him began to grow and sprout at an incredible speed. The source of this is the mysterious-looking female corpse, because the spiritual medicine around her grows the fastest. Is this possible? Xiangzili witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and the shock in his heart simply refreshed his outlook on life and the world. How could there be such a cultivator in this world? It's still a corpse. Suddenly, a bold guess flashed through his mind. He looked at the corpse with a bit of heat in his eyes. Could it be that this corpse is actually a corpse from the fairy world? Otherwise, why can a shriveled and rotten corpse make these spiritual medicines grow and develop at a very fast speed, showing incredible results? If it is really related to the immortals, can it help me find a way to go to the spirit world? Just when Xiangzili was so excited, suddenly, the shriveled and rotten corpse began to swell up gradually, as if it was filled with flesh and blood, and there were cracks breaking from the black skin. Shichichi. Instantly, a vibrant green light shot out from the cracks in the skin, as bright as a green sun rising. The surrounding spiritual medicines further accelerated their growth and development. It was completely visible to the naked eye. What's going on? Is she going to come back to life? Xiangzili was shocked when he saw this. Without waiting for him to react or take any countermeasures, a terrifying and thick strange breath of life suddenly bloomed from the mysterious female corpse, causing the black, shriveled skin and withered hair on the surface of the body to break and shatter one after another, revealing the new life structure inside. Her skin is white as snow, smooth as jade, and glowing with a faint warm fluorescence. Her crystal clear and smooth black hair falls from her head, naturally scattered on her chest and back, and reaches her waist behind her. At this moment, it is floating and dancing with the surging blood in her body. Shua. When Zhao Yu now opened her eyes again, a emerald green light flashed from her eyes, and then disappeared naturally, revealing a pair of completely changed watery eyes. The black eyes that used to be black and white are no longer there. There is only a pair of emerald green eyes that are carefully carved like jade. In the vagueness, it can be seen that there are some mysterious patterns inside the emerald green eyes. It looks like some miniaturized vines and leaves. It is natural in its exquisiteness, mysterious and ordinary. Junior greets senior. Xiangzili decisively and skillfully pretended to be weak and decided to wait and see. However, the resurrected female corpse ignored him. Instead, she stood there in a daze, with no emotion in her jade-green eyes, as calm as a deep pool. Zhao Yuniao looked inward at herself, thinking, am I going to become the heaven-holding bottle? In the divine sense, the faint dark green vines and leaf patterns naturally appeared on all of her bones, looking like some kind of innate Dao pattern. The details of those patterns are almost the same as the Dao patterns imprinted by the Qingquan boots. It was only through Zhao Yuniao's careful introspection that it was discovered that some of the details of the Dao patterns of creation were different from those of the heaven-holding bottle, and they were not absolutely the same. My special physical origin has become stronger again, and this time the degree of strengthening is very large. Zhao Yuniao vaguely noticed some changes in himself. Chapter 73 Intimidation. recalling the normal practice of the other shore realm in the secret realm of the Wheel Sea. Only by passing the other shore barrier can the 9 consecutive life and death nirvana transformations be opened. This is the first time that the secret realm cultivators can take the initiative to change their fate. And it is an opportunity that every cultivator has, which can be regarded as quite fair. At this stage, the more thorough the nirvana transformation, the deeper the life is, and the more microscopic, the more amazing the benefits that can be obtained after completing the life and death nirvana transformation, even if it is an ordinary mortal body. After completing the nirvana transformation, it will also get rid of the various shackles of the mortal body, strengthen the fragile innate origin of life, consolidate the foundation, and even gradually evolve into a truly special physique. But Zhao Yunyao recalled her nirvana transformation experience not long ago. Clearly, she had not experienced the tests of the other shore barrier, but she accidentally opened the first life and death nirvana transformation in advance, which was far beyond her own expectations. Why is this happening? Is it related to the innate law of creation of the heaven-holding bottle itself? Or is it related to the part of Nua's law of creation? Or is it both? In the state of introspection, Zhao Yunyao realized the biggest change in his nirvana transformation. That is the wheel of life hidden in the depths of the sea of suffering. Originally, there were dozens of cracks on it, and the existence of each crack represented a year of life. Just like the annual rings of a tree, it represents the consumption of life. However, this time, with the help of the complete nirvana transformation of the innate law of creation, the existence of these cracks has become a little blurred. It looked like it was about to be permanently erased by some mysterious power. Let the wheel of life always be crystal clear and flawless. The core foundation of the immortality of the secret realm cultivators is the cultivator's own wheel of life. Zhao Yunyao temporarily ignored Xiang Jili and carefully recalled the fragments of news related to mortality. He soon remembered the specific details. Legend has it that when the wheel of life always maintains a crystal clear, flawless and constant state and becomes the source wheel of life, the cultivator himself will become an immortal. Immortal and indestructible. The source wheel of life produces immortal substances by itself, so that the cultivator himself no longer has an upper limit on his lifespan, and has strong adaptability and resistance to the changes in the rules of different worlds. Considering the obvious changes in himself now, this made Zhao Yunyao have a bold guess in his heart. If he continued to temper himself with the laws of the innate creation, and continuously transformed into nirvana, would he not need the 9 nirvanas from the great emperor realm to the red dust immortal? Can you directly cross over in one step and become an immortal? Just when Zhao Yunyao was thinking about things in her heart, Xiang Jili also maintained a cautious attitude, peeping at the strange and mysterious female corpse that had resurrected from the dead, and saw that the other party still did not focus on him. She just stood there. He then slightly divided his thoughts and turned to observe the changes around him. I saw that the spiritual medicine seedlings on the ground grew and developed faster after the mysterious female corpse came back to life. Even he himself felt an inexplicable nourishment of vitality. It makes the mana flow faster, making it more agile and light. And the gray hair on the top of his head slowly turned black, making Xiang Jili feel warm inside. Very comfortable and natural. I can't detect any spellcasting fluctuations at all. Just standing there can actually bring such a terrifying effect. Is this woman really a fairy from the fairy world who has come to the mortal world? Guessing this possibility, Xiang Jili was surprised and happy. The expression on his face unconsciously became more respectful and humble. His slightly old eyes quietly swept across the ground. He saw with his own eyes that the waste such as blood, flesh, hair and bones that had been transformed from the other party were now being entangled by the spiritual medicine plants, making the inner vitality stronger and stronger. Just staring at these wastes, Xiang Jili couldn't help but have a strong instinctive impulse in his heart, wanting to fall to the ground and pick up these transformed wastes and eat them clean. The strange feeling brought by instinctive intuition made him feel that these things had great benefits. What the hell is this? Xiang Jili cast a spell secretly, forcing himself to calm down and not be affected by instinctive impulses. But he couldn't help glancing around, looking at the seedlings of spiritual medicine plants fighting for these wastes. He felt a sudden pain in his heart and wanted to replace them. Even the waste left behind is so scary and tempting. Then this mysterious fairy herself is probably even more unfathomable. Xiang Jili was secretly shocked. But for this mysterious fairy, he didn't have any instinctive impulse to devour her. His consciousness was insensitive, as if she didn't exist. if it weren't for the eyes being able to see the other person's existence. He was completely unaware that there was a mysterious and strange girl standing not far in front of him. It should be the effect of the long skirt on the other person, which has some powerful shielding ability. Xiangzili was thoughtful for a while. He waited patiently for a long time. Zhao Yunyao, who was thinking about things, came back to her senses and took the initiative to converge her own life creation field, making all the strange phenomena around her disappear. A pair of emerald green, watery and crystal clear eyes swept towards Xiangzili not far away. She keenly noticed that there were a few black stubbles on his head. Looking at his respectful look, could it be that he was shocked by the strange phenomena displayed by my own special physique, and thought that I was a hidden boss in the world of immortal cultivation? Realizing this, Zhao Yunyao immediately put on the posture of a hermit, under the powerful state of mind of the art of cutting love. Her eyes were always as calm as water, without any waves, and no emotional fluctuations were manifested. It was like watching the vicissitudes of life and understanding the turmoil of worldly desires, achieving a calm and detached state, being stared at by such a pair of emerald green and crystal eyes, although there was no sense of oppression. But Xiangzili recalled the amazing vision just now, and couldn't help but lower his head. His waist was bent, and his expression became more respectful and humble. I wonder what you want to do, senior? You, a junior in the mortal world, were rude to me just now, and tried to destroy my immortal body. Zhao Yunyao spoke calmly. Her voice was ethereal and ethereal. It was like the real sound of heaven. But these words made Xiangzili sweat on his forehead, and terrified in his heart. Senior, spare my life. I just saw your posture and heard some unusual sounds. I thought there was a terrible monster hiding here. I accidentally offended you in order to protect myself. I hope you are innocent. Chapter 74 Memory Treasure. Facing this person, who was suspected to be the legendary fairy from the immortal world, Xiangzili did not dare to cross the line at all after she came back to life. After hearing the other party's words, his heart sank suddenly. He was a little panicked. He felt that he could not run away at all, and there was no chance of winning in a head-on battle. However, the other party did not punish him directly. This gave Xiangzili a glimmer of hope for survival. Therefore, his face changed for a while, and he finally chose to stay where he was and beg for mercy, rather than risking resistance and running away. Ignorance is not a crime. Zhao Yunyao savored Xiangzili's words, and said in a deep voice, if it were me, I would definitely try to knock it down first when facing a dangerous unknown corpse. However, the strong always make the rules, and the weak follow them. There is no such thing as ignorance is not a crime. Hearing this, Xiangzili's face turned pale, and he thought he was going to die. He offered his storage bag without hesitation. Fairy Senior, spare my life. Junior is willing to obey any order from Fairy Senior, even if it means climbing a mountain of swords and going through a sea of fire. You offended me. It is a serious crime. Zhao Yu now looked calmly, and with her 1.8-meter tall height, she looked down at Xiangzili, who was short, and spoke to herself. However, your actions are also a contribution to me. Hearing these calm words, there was no emotional fluctuation. Xiangzili's true inner feelings were just like when he and the female immortal cultivator were practicing deeply together. Ups and downs and constant bumps. There is hope. It doesn't seem like a dead end. He breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. But on the surface, he still maintained a respectful and humble look, feeling uneasy and cautious. Then he heard the mysterious fairy continue to speak calmly. Though your offensive attacks did not hurt my immortal body at all, they also awakened my long-dormant consciousness. It allowed me to wake up from my dead sleep and reverse the outcome of life and death. Zhao Yun now took the initiative to move a few steps closer. Under her own undisguised circumstances, the terrifying and majestic life energy contained in her body, as well as the incredibly vigorous life energy, were like a vast ocean fluctuating, giving Xiangzili an incredibly shocking feeling. Relying on her own special physique to further enhance the effect of the source of life, she hinted to Xiangzili in disguise, making him imagine that she herself was a hidden boss. This was to prevent Xiangzili from thinking about fighting with her. I wonder how powerful the combat power of a cultivator in the spiritualization stage, who can initially mobilize the vitality of heaven and earth to support himself, and who can freely cast various powerful spells, talismans and magic weapons, is, compared to myself now. What is the difference? Zhao Yunyao was a little curious about this, but he quickly put it aside. The rules of the Tao in different worlds are obviously different. So the effects of the laws and the actual results produced must also be different and obvious. Ignoring the various influencing factors of the external environment, it is impossible to get the correct answer. He walked a few steps with a little distraction. Finally, Zhao Yuniao stood a few feet away from Xiang Jili. In her jade-green eyes, there was a calm and condescending attitude of a high-level cultivator looking down on low-level cultivators. The calmer she was, the more Xiang Jili would hypnotize himself. After a short silence, Zhao Yuniao spoke calmly again. What is the current situation in the mortal world? Reporting to the fairy senior. Xiang Jili bowed and saluted, and responded respectfully. Since ancient times, the cultivators of the demon world have invaded the mortal world, which led to the occurrence of the demon calamity. The final result is that the laws of the mortal world have been damaged, and the Xiantian immortal vine that accompanies it has not yet bloomed and borne fruit, and it has been broken and dead. Since the demon calamity, the cultivation environment of the entire mortal world has been getting worse day by day. Until now, it has fallen to a state close to the end of the world. Even the mortal world. The immortal cultivators in the world can no longer ascend to any upper world normally. Is that so? Zhao Yuniao showed a faint expression of contemplation, and suddenly said again, it is difficult to include the details of the changes in the entire long era with a simple oral description. Please present to me all the skills related to immortal cultivators, such as the skills, magical powers, spells, talismans, etc. that you know. I will use this as a beacon to reversely deduce the changes in the laws of the entire mortal world. Hearing these words, Xiang Jili instinctively had a trace of doubt in his heart. But when he truly felt that the life energy that was more magnificent and terrifying than that of the demon cultivators in the god transformation stage was not the vitality that the cultivators in the mortal world could possess, he decisively dispelled the instinctive doubts in his heart. He turned to salute respectfully, lowered his eyebrows and responded, please wait for a moment, Senior Fairy, and don't blame me. I have lived for more than 1,000 years and have memorized many scriptures, spells and other things. Therefore, it takes some time to imprint them into the jade slip, and the jade slip may not be able to accommodate them. Hearing this, Zhao Yuniao's eyes moved slightly, and he spoke slowly again. Use the divine consciousness to transmit directly, without using the jade slip for intermediate storage. Hearing this, Xiang Jili was more and more convinced that this was a hidden boss, because normal immortal cultivators would never rashly contact the divine consciousness of other immortal cultivators. Once the other party has bad intentions, take the opportunity to raid the other party's sea of consciousness and soul. It will inevitably cause a death crisis, and it is hard to prevent. Therefore, the jade slip has become the safe hub for the exchange of information imprints between the two parties. At this moment, hearing that there is no need for jade slips, and the divine consciousness information is transmitted directly, Xiang Jili was shocked in his heart, and he had to do it honestly. Junior obeys. Xiang Jili responded with a respectful salute. Then, under Zhao Yuniao's intentional control, he used his spiritual consciousness to connect with the other party's spiritual consciousness, and began to transmit a large amount of information at a high speed. It was just a short blink of an eye. Various types of immortal cultivation techniques, spells, talismans, formations, spiritual food, winemaking, these control, formations, magical powers, and other information were continuously immersed in Zhao Yuniao's sea of consciousness through spiritual consciousness. Zhao Yuniao remained calm and composed on the surface. He secretly used the refined small round beads to bear the scouring of the massive spiritual consciousness memory for himself, and used this to openly plunder the memory treasure of a 1,000-year-old monster in the god transformation stage. In just a short moment, everything was transmitted. After doing this, Xiang Jili also remained calm, standing quietly and obediently in place, carefully observing the development of the next thing. Chapter 75, Asking for Advice. After receiving a large amount of knowledge about the cultivation system transmitted by Xiang Jili, Zhao Yuniao temporarily recorded it, and did not rush to sort it out and check it carefully bit by bit. Instead, she pretended to browse distractedly. After a moment, she took the initiative to release the various anomalies related to her own secret system, thereby pretending that she was deducing the process of the changes of ancient and modern laws. Boom! The terrifying and thick lifeblood, like a storm hitting the shore, dispersed in all directions. Xiang Jili was forced to retreat a distance, At the same time, there was more radiation from the field of life creation, which made the flowers, plants, trees and vines begin to grow at a speed far exceeding the normal growth and development speed, showing incredible scenes. There were also various anomalies that were actively stimulated and imitated by divine power, such as lightning, flames, scorching sun, etc. Because the secret system is completely different from the cultivation system. Therefore, Zhao Yuniao was not afraid that Xiangjili would see anything unusual and guessed that she was lying to him. However, under the precaution, she even distracted herself to control the heavenly close of transformation, making the naturally lingering white fairy mist become more dense and powerful. The surroundings of her body were rendered hazy and blurred, isolating the sense of spiritual consciousness. Shichichi. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. The heavenly close of transformation was actively activated by Zhao Yunyao, and it passively stimulated the effect of resonance with the laws of the Great Tao, allowing the laws of this world to interweave and gather with it. Naturally, various mysterious scenes appeared. In Xiangjili's eyes, the mysterious and beautiful girl's figure became majestic and terrifying at this moment. With wind, rain, thunder and lightning interweaving, and grass, trees, flowers and vines worshipping, there was also a strange pressure like the way of heaven. It gave Xiangjili a feeling of facing the transformation of a demon beast, which made him feel creepy and frightened, as if he wanted to kneel down here. So strong. Seeing this, Xiangjili's instinctive doubts disappeared completely, and his old eyes unconsciously revealed fanaticism and excitement. Is this the powerful cultivation of the fairy in the fairy world? Even the laws of the world can be mobilized to become its own help. This is my chance. I must take the opportunity to find a way to ascend to the spirit world. Maybe if I miss this time, I will never have the chance to ascend to the upper world again. He was unwilling to wait for death slowly, until his lifespan was exhausted and he died. He wanted to live forever and live forever. Therefore, for hundreds of years, Xiangjili has been searching everywhere for ways to ascend to the spirit world. Trapped in the mortal world, with his qualifications and resources, he can't break through to the refining period at all. He can't even reach the late stage of the transformation period, and will be suppressed by the law of ascension. Until a long time had passed, Zhao Yunao felt that it was almost done. So she put away all the strange visions again, and even the Huadao Tianyi restrained its own strange visions, and became ordinary. Only the gorgeous and beautiful style and design still attracted people's attention. So that's how it is. It turned out to be such an evolution. Zhao Yuniao seemed to be talking to herself. After a moment of silence, she looked down at Xiangjili again and said calmly, I will reward you for your kindness and punish you for your crimes. You, a young man from the mortal world, dared to blaspheme my immortal body before. You should have been executed directly to atone for your sins. However, considering that you have awakened me again, I will not kill you. I will give you a chance to make a small wish. Hearing these words, Xiangjili, who was originally uneasy, suddenly showed a look of surprise. He hurriedly bowed and thanked. Thank you, Fairy Senior, for your kindness. Then, he forced himself to suppress the excitement and surprise in his heart. He carefully asked for advice. May I ask, Fairy Senior, what is the reverse spirit channel? Reverse spirit channel? Zhao Yuniao said calmly. It is just a cross-boundary channel that consumes a lot of resources, and is temporarily opened when the upper world communicates with the subordinate lower world. It cannot exist for a long time, and it is not easy to open. What? Hearing this, Xiangjili showed an expression of disbelief and shock. Reverse spirit channel. It is like this. Then I am not. After reacting quickly, Xiangjili hurriedly begged, please have mercy on me, Fairy Senior, and teach me how to ascend to the spirit world. The devil's calamity is wreaking havoc and destroying the mortal world. As a result, all the immortal cultivators in the mortal world have lost their hope of ascending to the upper world. Since then, the road to immortal cultivation has been cut off. I beg the Fairy Senior to pity the immortal cultivators in the mortal world. Humph. You don't need to lure me with the creatures of the mortal world. Zhao Yuniao snorted and said casually, now the connection between the mortal world and the spiritual world's ascension law has been broken. The corresponding ascension array cannot be used. But there is a way. Without giving Xiangjili a chance to continue speaking, Zhao Yuniao gave the answer on his own. Ascending to the spiritual world is simple and difficult. Just find a stable space crack and risk your life to get through it. If you are lucky, you will succeed in smuggling and ascending. If you are unlucky, you will either be strangled by the turbulence of time and space, or be swallowed by the extraterritorial demons living in the void. Is it actually the case? Hearing this, Xiangjili's face suddenly became very ugly. Originally, he thought that the reverse spirit channel was a permanent ascension channel. As long as he found this ascension channel, he could safely ascend to the spirit world and start his new immortal cultivation career. But he never thought that he had to rely on luck to gamble his life. Doesn't this mean that immortal cultivators with weaker cultivation than him may succeed in ascending safely? But he, who is stronger, may also fail in ascending. The body dies and the way disappears, and the soul flies away. Xiangjili was stunned in the place. His face changed again and again, and finally asked this mysterious woman for advice again. May I ask, very senior, besides this method of ascension, are there any other methods of ascension? Of course. Zhao Yuniao showed a strange expression on her face, like a high-level cultivator looking down on a low-level cultivator. And her tone seemed very casual. If you have a special cross-border treasure, you can naturally cross the border and ascend directly. Or you can rely on your powerful cultivation to penetrate the ascension channel by yourself. Having lived for more than 1,000 years, Xiangjili naturally heard the hidden meaning in the words of this mysterious woman, and immediately stopped asking. The cultivation is not enough, and there is no treasure. Then you can only fight hard and gamble with luck. Zhao Yu now glanced at Xiangjili lightly, and then stopped paying attention to him. The cold eyes swept across the stone tower in the center of the forbidden area. She knew what kind of things were inside. It was the wind-attributed god transformation inheritance left by the ancient god transformation stage cultivator. Now, she deceived Xiangjili, a real god transformation stage cultivator, taking the opportunity to get a lot of cultivation knowledge from it. There is naturally no need to explore the stone tower in person. Chapter 76, Heavenly Book. Standing in place, Zhao Yu now thought for a moment. She confirmed that the general purpose of coming to this world had been initially achieved. As for more plans, due to her limited cultivation now, she could not succeed. She decided to leave this world for the time being. She would come back again after her cultivation was improved. It is almost time to start the cultivation layout inside the Juxian world. Zhao Yunyu's eyes moved slightly, and she kept thinking in her heart, if you want to make the soul rise to a level beyond the life essence of the emperor in a very short time, you still have to look at this classical cultivation system. Attach importance to the soul and despise the body, in order to achieve the immortality of the soul. This is a perfect match with the secret realm method that attaches importance to the development of the body. But to reach the level of immortality of the soul, the cultivation civilization itself needs to develop to a high enough level to obtain the method leading to the immortality of the soul. After thinking in her heart, Zhao Yuniao did not shy away from Xiangjili's existence at all. Raised her hand to summon the time and space hourglass. A mini red and purple hourglass suddenly appeared in the palm of her hand. As soon as it appeared, it caused the surrounding time and space to undergo natural distortions of varying degrees. She stared at a grain of sand inside the time and space hourglass. The imprint on it recorded the time and space coordinates of the Juxian world she had traveled through. Zhao Yu now took the initiative to activate the imprint recorded inside the sand as a beacon for traveling, and set the time and space coordinates for returning with her mind. The space was located inside the bloody cave of the dead abyss in the 10,000 Bats ancient cave, and the time was located 7 months before Zhang Xiaofan participated in the 7 sects martial competition of the Chenian sect. Take care of the matter of returning to the time and space coordinates inside the world. Then, Zhao Yu now began to actively activate the time and space hourglass again, and in Xiangjili's shocked and surprised eyes, distorted the nearby time and space laws. Then it quickly penetrated different worlds and briefly connected them together. Silently, a deep and mysterious vortex-shaped passage entrance appeared in front of Zhao Yuniao out of thin air. Then Zhao Yuniao jumped into it, and the vortex passage entrance disappeared in an instant. Only Xiangjili was left alive. Deep dead soul abyss. Hidden dripping blood cave. The residence of the black-hearted old man who had been sleeping silently for nearly 1,000 years suddenly changed on this day. Time and space were distorted, and the passage appeared. A sacred and beautiful figure flew out from it, and landed steadily on the ground. The instantaneous switching of different avenue route rules changed the order of related laws. The law connection established with the 4 poles secret realm in the mortal world was cut off again. The Four Poles secret realm suddenly lost the support of the power of external laws. Sensing this change, Zhao Yunyan had to reactivate the secret law related to the Four Poles secret realm and re-establish a new law connection. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, waves of mysterious fluctuations spread from the Four Poles secret realm. The arms and legs belonging to Zhao Yunyan first glowed slightly, and then disappeared out of thin air. Just like that, they disappeared into the void, imitating the four poles of heaven and earth. After a long time, the law connection of the Four Poles secret realm resonated again. The arms and legs that disappeared then appeared out of thin air. Moreover, there are all kinds of mysterious laws, which are continuously immersed in the Four Extremes secret realm. It's like God is feeding me. Huh? Zhao Yunyan was surprised when she noticed this subtle change. I didn't expect that the strength of my special physique has been improved to the point where the mysterious laws are revealed. This origin strength is stronger than ordinary divine bodies, and tends to be a Taoist body or a Taoist fetus. Based on this subtle change alone, Zhao Yunyan is very sure that the strength of her special physique has surpassed the Dongwang divine body, but it can't reach the level of the innate Taoist fetus. The current strength of the physique origin is roughly between the two. In this case, let's call it life divine body for the time being. Anyway, if we continue to strengthen it with the life altar in the future, it will only be a matter of time for the life origin of the special physique to surpass and crush the chaos body. Recomplete the adaptation problem of changing the laws of the great Tao. Zhao Yunyan saw things in the dark, not caring about the sealed dark environment inside the dripping blood cave, and walked towards the place where another volume of the heavenly book was engraved. Soon, the first volume of the heavenly book engraved on the stone wall came into view. Heaven and earth are not kind, and treat all things as straw dogs. The words that were carved into the stone 3/4 of the stone were vast and ancient, and contained a mysterious Taoist rhyme. With his own powerful understanding now, Zhao Yunyan entered the state of enlightenment directly after seeing these words for the first time. This volume of the heavenly book is the general outline, which contains the most simple and basic Taoist mysteries, both opposite and unified, mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining, as well as compatible. Staring at the content of the general outline of the heavenly book, Zhao Yunyan's mind was empty and peaceful, and he naturally thought of the two secret realm system cultivation scriptures 6 desires, heavenly skills, and severing love method. Its internal theory of Taoism also points directly to this aspect. Observe the heavenly book and comprehend the mysteries contained in it. Although they belong to different avenues and different worlds, some cultivation theories are highly similar. They can be used for mutual reference. With this, Zhao Yunyan saw the opportunity to integrate 6 desires heavenly art and severing love method. Whether it is 6 desires heavenly art or severing love method, these are the theoretical cognitions of the Taoism of Jian Hingyu, the emperor of human desires. It may not be absolutely suitable for me. Now that I have obtained the secrets of the innate creation avenue and the secrets of Noah's creation avenue, I may try to start from this aspect and use it as the core foundation to evolve a new method. Watching the general outline of the heavenly book, he also associated and comprehended different cultivation scriptures. Zhao Yu now believes that life creation is not only good, but also has no disadvantages. The power of life can be both ordinary and insignificant, and it can also be great and transcendent. Limited nourishment of life will bring great benefits, but if it is excessive, it will lead to abnormal development in some aspects and break the normal balance cycle of life, thus triggering terrible disasters that directly point to the essence of life itself. As he gradually deepened his concentration and watched, the expression on Zhao Yunyan's face also changed. Sometimes he showed excitement and joy of understanding something. Sometimes he frowned and pondered over a new problem that he couldn't understand. Or he had a change in cognition because he had misunderstood something before. For a while, waves of magic power often appeared inside the cave, intermittently, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. I don't know how long it has been like this. Zhao Yunyan, who was immersed in the state of meditation and enlightenment, finally broke away from it and restored his normal self-perception. Chapter 77 Red Sleeve Sword Technique. After leaving the state of enlightenment, Zhao Yunyan did not leave the dripping blood cave. Instead, she fell into deep thought again. Since the 6 desires heavenly art is a dual cultivation method, why can't I change it to another way? For example, change the secret cultivation method to the extraordinary sword technique. With a thought, she summoned the Mandarin duck sword and lowered her head to watch intently. The principle of the Mandarin duck sword's blade shape itself is in line with the method of dual cultivation. One is female, and the other is male. One is yin, and the other is yang, cooperating with each other and complementing each other's shortcomings. Thus, it plays an extremely exquisite attack and defense integrated effect. If the 6 desires, heavenly art can be changed into a sword technique, combined with the slashing love method, which is complementary and restraining, it will definitely make such a sword technique play a superposition effect. Then, give it a try. After thinking about it, Zhao Yunyan once again stared at the outline of the first volume of the Heavenly Book. Relying on the insightful concept of mutual generation and restraint, we interpret 6 desires heavenly skill and severing love method and try to transform them into a new application system that connects the inside and the outside. Sit quietly for half a month. Zhao Yunyan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, finally stood up again, holding the Mandarin duck knife. She began to slowly practice the new knife method she created. The Mandarin duck knife and the Mandarin duck knife were swung alternately, like Mandarin ducks entangled in love. Male and female accompanied each other and depended on each other for life and death. It was also like a pair of infatuated men and women practicing passionately and cooperating in sports. The knife shadows changed, combined and accompanied each other, shifted and changed. And the affection was lingering. They checked each other's gaps and made up for each other's weaknesses at all times, and always used the strongest point of one party to make up for the weakest point of the other party. Let the strong and the weak always coexist in one. It is both the strongest and the weakest. Unreal and real. Unpredictable. Gradually, as time went by, the new sword technique practiced by Zhao Yunyan with 2 swords gradually became more and more beautiful and elegant. It was like an intimate duet between a man and a woman. The unpredictable and deadly danger was hidden in the beautiful temptation on the surface. It was like wrapping poison with honey. After a moment of initial practice, Zhao Yunyan stopped dancing with the sword and turned to stare at the first volume of the Book of Heaven again, while recalling the details of the modification of the 6 desires heavenly art. After concentrating and thinking for a moment, she found the flaws and weaknesses that she had not noticed before, reperformed and optimized the initial sword technique. In this way, she repeated it over and over again, sometimes meditating and deducing, and sometimes standing up to swing the sword for actual testing. It was not until more than a month later that she finally perfected this sword technique. Shua shua. In the dripping blood cave, Zhao Yunyan danced with 2 swords again. However, this time, after testing it in person, not only did the sword-wielding posture become more beautiful and dreamy, but even the condensed and unreleased sword energy also had a more tempting power of mind and desire. It was so charming and seductive, wanting to refuse, but also welcoming. It was like a peerless beauty actively inviting her lover to practice double cultivation. It was also like a handsome young man in the world responding to the courtship of a teasing and admiring girl. After a while, Zhao Yunyan put away the sword and stood up, calmly recalling and experiencing the mutual cooperation between the new sword technique and the love-cutting power in his body, confirming that it had achieved the effect of mutual cooperation and amplification. The 6 desires heavenly skills that had been put aside for a long time finally had a practical use. This sword technique is based on the way of double cultivation between men and women, and it was created specifically for the Mandarin duck sword. Let's define and name this new sword technique Red Sleeve Sword Technique. Beauty dances with red sleeves. Love leads to lingering. Concentrating this part of her mind, Zhao Yunyan stared at the first volume of the Heavenly Book again. Use this thing. Borrow the hands of Wan Biyu of the Ghost King sect to spread the doctrine and lay out to the demon sect. After pondering for a moment, she raised her right hand and tightly grasped the Mandarin duck knife. She began to carve new words at the bottom of the Heavenly Book. In the beginning of ancient times, who preached the doctrine. After thousands of years of painstaking pursuit of the Tao, he finally obtained the method of becoming an immortal in his later years. However, it is sad and lamentable that my lifespan is almost over, and it is not enough to continue practicing. And I am really unwilling in my heart. Alas, there is nothing I can do. So I can only leave the method of becoming an immortal and gaining the Tao before I die, to pass on to future generations of Taoists. Refine essence into Qi, refine Qi into spirit, refine spirit to return to emptiness, refine emptiness and merge with the Tao, refine the Tao to become immortal. After writing here, Zhao Yunyan hesitated for a while. After all, she did not choose to add her own personal understanding to it. Sometimes, Personal understanding can only be misleading and may not be truly correct. Give only the most basic theoretical core, so that the future many true geniuses can deduce and create. Let 100 flowers bloom. 100 schools of thought contend. And only then can we get better results. As for other aspects, some content can be enriched. Standing in place, Zhao Yunyan began to sort out and browse the huge amount of immortal cultivation knowledge information obtained from Xiangzili, and extract the basic theories suitable for this world from it. This station, standing and thinking for dozens of days, Zhao Yunyan just woke up again. More than 1,000 years of memory. It is indeed not so easy to digest and absorb, and turn it into one's own use. But fortunately, now some basic theoretical knowledge has been summarized and extracted. After a long sigh, Zhao Yu now began to carve words with a knife again. She carved the basic theoretical contents she had summarized on the stone wall one by one. These included spells, beast control, talismans, formations, spiritual food, alchemy, refining, brewing and other immortal cultivation skills. Without exception, all of them were the most basic knowledge theories. As for more advanced contents, there were none. She believed that inserting too many foreign things was not conducive to the development and evolution of local cultivation civilization. Wait until these things were finished. Zhao Yu now put away the Mandarin duck knife, lay on the ground, closed her eyes, and began to sleep and rest. It took her a lot of energy to sort out and summarize the large amount of information. This sleep lasted for 7 days and 7 nights before she woke up again. She opened her emerald green eyes again and felt that she had recovered and perfected herself. Zhao Yunyan then stood on one foot, raised her right leg, and guided the power of the time law contained in the Qianquan boots to make the words old. When the invisible power of time covered it, the originally brand new carving traces quietly became ancient and full of traces of the baptism of time, like a mysterious inheritance from an unknown era. After doing these things, Zhao Yunyan stood in the air. First, she used magic to collect the broken stone chips cut and scraped when writing the words, and put them into the bitter sea in her body. Then she cast a wind spell to roll up a lot of dust inside the dripping blood cave. Further erased the footprints she left here. That's it. Zhao Yu now carefully looked and observed it, confirming that there was nothing missing. She took out the time and space hourglass again. One end opened in front of her, and the other end led directly to the outside of the ruined temple in Sami village on the outskirts of Chenian mountain range. The next moment, Zhao Yu now quietly left this place through the time and space channel. Chapter 78 Return. Near Sami village, the ruined temple that collapsed into ruins has now been covered by weeds and wild vines. Only a few places are still exposed. Suddenly, the nearby time and space distorted and changed. Soon a vortex-shaped dark and deep passage was formed. Shua. Zhao Yu now flew out of it and stood in the air, looking up at Sami village not far away. It is now full of death and een, giving people an ominous feeling. Fortunately, it was handled by the extraordinary power of the monks of Chenian sect. The large number of corpses that died here in a short period of time did not become ghosts, nor did they cause corpse transformation. Looking at it for a short while, Zhao Yu now put away the time and space hourglass, and threw the broken stone chips and other debris that he had collected before into the ruined temple covered with weeds and wild vines. Then he began to think about his own things. My appearance has changed so much that I am almost a completely different person. What excuse should I use to deal with it? After a brief moment of contemplation, she quickly came up with a suitable excuse. She focused on her special physique. Before, my innate life source was deficient, and my master, mistress, and others all knew about it. You can use the excuse that my life source has been completely restored and supplemented, and the physical changes that naturally occurred, to explain the changes in my appearance. After thinking about it, Zhao Yunyan waved her hand to summon the Mandarin duck knife. Then she used the magic power to drive objects, stood on it, and let the Mandarin duck knife carry her to Chenian Mountain in the depths of the Chenian Mountains. The divine power rainbow light was retracted and hidden by her again, flying for a long time. Seeing the familiar Chenian gate approaching, Zhao Yu now suddenly had an idea in her mind. No, I missed something. Zhang Xiaofan has already been in contact with me for a long time, and he has been influenced by me. There will inevitably be a butterfly effect. So can he really enter the dripping blood cave with Wan Biu under the dead soul abyss? But if the two of them don't enter, then the layout I left before is equivalent to a work in vain. It is impossible to pass these things to the demon sect through Wanbiu's hands. And if either of them is missing, they will not be able to survive in the dripping blood cave without spiritual support and comfort, not to mention escaping alive. Suddenly realizing this at this moment, Zhao Yuniao felt that she needed to take some remedial measures. Make sure that Zhang Xiaofan and Wanbiu enter the dripping blood cave. If I am on the scene at that time. After a little thought, she quickly came up with a solution in her mind. And then without any hesitation, continued to use the power in the Dantian to control the Mandarin duck knife, carrying himself to the direction of the Daju Peak of Chenian sect. And halfway through, take out the identity token from the Bitter Sea. Use this to pass through the Chenian sect's own formation protection normally. The green mountains remain the same, and the bamboo forest is surging. The shadows of the trees sway gracefully, and the fragrance of the plants and trees floats in the wind. On the main peak of Daju Peak, which was originally quiet and peaceful, there were suddenly bursts of angry shouts from a charming girl. Ah! Xiao Hui! You dead monkey! You took the Huang to the kitchen to steal meat bones again! It's really abominable! A beautiful girl in a pink slim dress, with a cute angry look, chased a big yellow dog and a little gray monkey and shouted. The little monkey sat on the back of the big yellow dog and grinned at Tian Linger, who was chasing behind him. He showed an undisguised mocking expression. Suddenly, he waved the braised pig's trotter in his right paw, shook it at Tian Linger, with a provocative look on his face, and then stuffed it into the mouth of the big yellow dog under him. The big yellow dog opened its mouth and bit the stewed pig's trotter, and then ran even more happily. There was no intention of stopping at all. I'm so angry. I'm really angry. The monkey dared to mock and provoke me. Seeing the big yellow dog holding a meat bone and running away with the little monkey, ignoring her, Tian Linger was so angry that she put her hands on her hips and looked indignant. Then she turned to look at Zhang Xiaofan, who was also chasing after her. Zhang Xiaofan, if you can't control your little monkey, I will catch it and stew it. Sister Linger, I will definitely keep an eye on Xiao Hui. Zhang Xiaofan showed an apologetic expression, and he was also very angry about this monkey. This guy brought the big yellow dog to the kitchen to steal things, and it was not once or twice. No matter how he hid and defended himself, facing the sensitive nose of the big yellow dog and the clever skills of Xiao Hui, it was completely useless. He was found out and eaten every time. This made him, the chef of Daju Peak, very distressed. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaofan, who was holding a spoon in his hand and explaining to his senior sister Tian Linger, was slightly stunned and stared in the direction behind Tian Linger. I saw a beautiful girl in a gorgeous white dress walking along the mountain road. Before getting close, a faint fragrance came with the wind. Zhang Xiaofan observed intently. Her eyebrows, face and appearance were very similar to those of his senior sister Zhao Yuniao in his memory. But the appearance of this beautiful girl in front of him was far superior to that of senior sister Zhao in his memory. Especially those beautiful eyes, which were as green as jade and crystal clear. The difference from the black eyes of senior sister Zhao in his memory was very obvious. Xifan, what are you looking at? Tian Linger asked curiously, without waiting for Zhang Xiaofan's response. She turned around and looked back curiously, seeing the beautiful figure approaching. She was stunned at first instinctively. Then he quickly reacted, unconsciously pointed at the person, and asked excitedly and doubtfully, Are you junior sister Zhao? Senior sister Xiao Linger, and junior brother Xiaofan. Long time no see. Zhao Yunao smiled slightly, and in an instant, it was as if 100 flowers bloomed and the world lost its color. In the hearts of Tian Linger and Zhang Xiaofan, only that gentle smile remained. Looking at that smiling face, for no reason, the emotions in their hearts calmed down, becoming peaceful and tranquil, as if they felt the infectious power of an inner life. Not long after, the two came back to their senses one after another. Zhang Xiaofan's face unconsciously blushed. His eyes instinctively dodged, and he dared not look directly at that exquisite face that was so beautiful that it was extraordinary. But from time to time, he couldn't help but look up and peek, stammering without saying a word. On the contrary, Tian Linger beside him, with a face full of shock and joy, and with unconcealed envy, hurried forward to pull Zhao Yuni's white jade hand to inquire. Junior sister Zhao, how come you suddenly become so beautiful after going out? You look as beautiful as senior sister Lu from Xiao Peak. And your eyes, how come they become like this? Chapter 79 shocked Tian Bai. Seeing Tianlinger's face full of curiosity and envy, Zhao Yuniao smiled softly, and said the excuse she had prepared long ago very calmly. I was traveling and fortunately got a chance. I took this opportunity to restore my congenital dysplasia in advance and became completely normal. Let my own special physique fully awaken. And then I became like this. Hearing these words, Tianlinger's little face was full of jealousy. She couldn't help but reach out and touch Zhao Yuniao's body. Wow! Junior sister Zhao. You have become so beautiful now. Even I, a beautiful and lovely senior sister, can't help but want to be with you and become a double cultivation partner when I see you. It feels so comfortable to be by your side. Seeing two beautiful beauties, one big and one small, touching each other in front of him, Zhang Xiufan's eyes were straight, and they were almost growing on the pair of tender hands of senior sister Tianlinger. Finally, Zhao Yuniao reached out and held Tianlinger's hand to stop her from touching. Okay, senior sister Xiaolinger, stop touching me. I'll go back to my room and deal with some things. If you like, go touch yourself. Well, okay, I'll let you go for now. Tianlinger stopped reluctantly, but the wonderful touch from her fingers just now still made her savor it. Zhao Yuniao let go of Tianlinger's hand and walked towards where she lived. When she passed by Zhang Xiufan, she nodded to him, then walked away gracefully, and disappeared from their sight in a short while. Suddenly, Tianlinger's eyes turned, and she showed a happy smile. Junior sister Zhao is back. Dad and Mom must be very happy. I'll go tell them in advance. Excited and happy, she left Zhang Xiufan, her junior brother, and ran happily to her home. Zhang Xiufan first glanced at Tianlinger, then turned back and stared blankly at the direction where Zhao Yuniao left. His right hand unconsciously grasped the handle of the spoon, and his eyes also showed a happy expression. Junior sister Zhao is back today. I must use my best cooking skills to prepare a welcoming banquet for senior sister Zhao to welcome her back. His face blushed, and he didn't care about Xiao Hui and De Huang. He turned around and ran quickly to the kitchen, returned to the independent courtyard where he lived. Zhao Yuniao glanced casually and saw that it was still clean and tidy, with no fallen leaves on the ground and no dust on the furniture. Obviously, someone often came in to clean here. Squeak! She raised her hand and pushed open the door of the room and entered it. When she came to the con, she was about to take out the bedding to dry it, but she touched it and found that the bedding was still dry, not damp and cold. You can take it out and use it at any time. Daz Yufeng is really full of human touch, and everyone cares about each other. Zhao Yuniao smiled faintly and put down the bedding in her hand. She turned to the desk on the side, took out some pens, ink, paper and inkstone, and grind them skillfully with water. When the grinding was almost done, she picked up a brush. She began to write down the outline of the first volume of the heavenly book that she had memorized on this blank paper. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, and treat all things as straw dogs. The pen tip danced lightly, and the font was graceful and elegant. There were only a few hundred words before and after, and they were quickly written down. After writing these things, Zhao Yuniao put them aside, and then took a piece of white paper and began to write down the basic knowledge and skills of cultivating immortals that he had summarized before, including alchemy, refining, talismans, beast control, formation, spiritual food, wine brewing, spells, etc. Dad, Mom, junior sister Zhao is back. Before she even stepped into the door of her own house, Tianlinger couldn't help but shout. Hearing the sweet voice of her baby daughter, Tianbai peeked out of the side room, looking at the cheerful Tianlinger, and asked in surprise, Linger, what did you say just now? Xiaoyun is back? Yes. She just went back to her room, and now she has become very beautiful. Tianlinger ran over and looked around curiously. Dad, where is Mom? Your mom is now in the old place, training your brothers in person, Tianbai said casually, and he was so happy that he couldn't help but go to see his disciple Zhao Yuniao in person. He couldn't wait for her to come and pay homage to his master. I don't know how Xiaoyun's body is now. Has it recovered? Linger just said that Xiaoyun has become very beautiful now. Thinking about things in his heart, Tianbai hurriedly left here. He didn't care about his precious daughter. Not long after, he came to the gate of his disciple Zhao Yunia's courtyard. Seeing that the gate of the yard was wide open, Tianbai walked straight in. Just as he arrived at the door of the room and was about to knock, He suddenly heard the faint sound of a brush scratching across paper from inside the room. He was puzzled. Xiao Yun just came back. What is she writing? And why can't I detect any trace of her own life breath? After thinking for a while, he reached out and knocked on the door gently. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound, Zhao Yunya's silent writing was slightly interrupted. She looked up at the door, suddenly turned the brush in her hand, stood up and walked over to open the door, and saw her master Tian Bai standing at the door. Master, you are here. Xiao Yun, how do you look? Tian Bai witnessed the change in Zhao Yunya's appearance with his own eyes, and was shocked in his heart. The difference before and after was like two different people. If it weren't for the eyebrows and facial features, you could still see a very familiar shadow of the appearance. He might not think that this was his disciple Zhao Yunyao. Seeing this, Zhao Yunyao lied again skillfully to explain. Thanks to the help of the rhubarb pill that Master gave me when I went down the mountain, and some opportunities when I went out, I finally made up for the innate maldevelopment of my origin and fully awakened my special physique. Then it naturally became what it is now. Fully recovered? Great. Hearing this, Tian Bai smiled happily. He finally had a disciple who could show off. Stretch out your hand and let Master see it. Zhao Yunyao stretched out her left hand and showed her snow-white wrist. Tian Bai reached out and gently pressed on Zhao Yunya's wrist, then mobilized the mana in his body to conduct an in-depth investigation. As soon as he entered the flesh and blood, he immediately felt a terrifying and strong vitality. That kind of vigorous state. He felt that he was almost close to the spirit master. But the intensity of the mana fluctuation in the Dantian was only the 5th level of the Jade Purity realm. Only 1 level higher than when he went down the mountain. This is actually, how is it possible? Such a vigorous and strong vitality. Aware of this, Tian Bai was even more shocked and horrified. Chapter 80 Breakthrough. The guardian spirit beast of Chenian sect, Lingu, is a pure-blooded divine beast, Shui Qilin, born naturally from the harmony of heaven and earth, and the creation of heaven and earth. It has extraordinary mysterious power. But at this moment, Tian Bai felt a kind of vigorous vitality close to Lingu in the body of his disciple Zhao Yunyao, which was far more than that of humans. If he hadn't seen clearly that this was his good disciple, he would have thought that this was another pure-blooded divine beast cub appearing in front of him. Not a human at all. Xiao Yun, you are now. Tian Bai felt dry in his mouth, and was surprised and happy in his heart. He didn't expect that this disciple's special physique was so terrifying and amazing. It was almost catching up with the real pure-blooded divine beast. Suddenly, Tian Bai raised his head and laughed loudly. The laughter was extremely happy, and he finally had a comfortable feeling of raising his eyebrows and breathing out. I, Dashu Peak, finally have a disciple who can show off. From now on, I, Tian Bai, will see how you guys can laugh at me. The 7 sects martial competition will make me famous in the sect. I, Tian Bai of Daju Peak, do not want to prove anything, but to get back what I have lost bit by bit. Hearing Tian Bai's excited words, Zhao Yunyao felt strange. The words "you are amazing, you are noble" popped up in her mind subconsciously. Seeing this, she pulled out her snow-white wrist calmly. She turned to the wooden table and picked up the paper with the text of the first volume of the heavenly book outline. Then she returned to Tian Bai. Master, this is one of the things I got unexpectedly when I went out. This is a gift for Master and his wife, as well as all the senior brothers and sisters. If you can comprehend and gain something, you will definitely be able to improve your cultivation. Oh, that's true. Tian Bai came back to his senses with a smile on his face. He took the white paper handed over by his good disciple. He glanced at it casually, and suddenly, his eyes could not move away, staring at the words written on the white paper. This is actually, from this piece of white paper, Tian Bai saw the inner charm of Taoism in Tai Chi Xianqing Dao. He also saw some mysterious charms that were different from Taoism. Unconsciously, he stood there. The expression on his face changed, sometimes frowning and thinking, sometimes suddenly realizing, and dancing with joy involuntarily. At the same time, the strong magic power in Tian Bai's body fluctuated, revealing a wave of oppressive breath. Seeing this, Zhao Yunyao took a step back and protected the other things he had written to prevent them from being torn apart and destroyed unconsciously by Tian Bai's momentum. Dashu Peak. On the other side, Su Ru was informed by her good daughter Tian Linger that the disciples, who had gone down the mountain had returned. She shook her neck immediately, looked at the group of male disciples who were beaten up by her, and snorted coldly, "You guys are lucky today. Xiaoyun happened to come back. I'll let you go for the time being." Song Darren, Wu Dai, and others were surprised and happy to hear the words of the master's wife. One by one, they couldn't wait to bow and thank them. "Thank you for your kindness, master's wife." Humph. Su Ru frowned and was about to say some more words of reprimand. Suddenly, an extremely familiar majestic breath came from not far away, like a flaming sword piercing the sky, bringing a sense of oppression to Song Darren and other disciples. What happened to Bai? Is there something wrong with Xiaoyun? After thinking in her heart, Su Ru left this place without hesitation. She ran straight to the place where Tian Bai's breath came from. Seeing this, Tian Linger, Song Darren, Zheng Dali and others looked at each other subconsciously, not caring about their own injuries, and then hurriedly followed Su Ru. But their cultivation was far inferior to that of Master's wife Su Ru. They were soon left behind by Master's wife. When Su Ru came to the courtyard where Zhao Yuniao lived, she saw Tian Bai standing near the door of the room, holding a piece of paper in his hands, reciting something unconsciously in his mouth, and his expression on his chubby face changed from time to time. Suddenly, the mana fluctuations on Tian Bai suddenly increased a lot. Just like this, a very natural and abrupt breakthrough. "Bui, what's wrong with you?" Before Su Ru finished her words, she saw Tian Bai come back to his senses. But he didn't even look at her. Instead, he looked at Zhao Yuniao anxiously and nervously. "Where did you get this thing?" "Master, I got it from an underwater relic." Zhao Yuniao took the opportunity to pick up the immortal cultivation skills that she had just memorized, and showed it to Tian Bai generously, saying, "In addition, there are these things. At present, I haven't memorized it completely. There are still many contents." Seeing the subtle changes in Tian Bai's expression, Zhao Yuniao guessed why he was so nervous. Because the content of the heavenly book did involve the content of Tao. In a way, it can be regarded as a part of the content of Chenian sect's Taiji Xianqing Dao. Before Tian Bai could speak, Zhao Yuniao explained it directly, blocking Tian Bai's follow-up questions in advance. Unfortunately, when the disciple memorized these things and was about to deal with the ancient ruins, a sea monster suddenly attacked the disciple and destroyed the ruins. Even many ruins were swept away by the undercurrent. I don't know where they were taken. Hearing this, Tian Bai's lips moved. In the end, he suppressed the idea of letting his disciples lead the way and take him to the scene to see it with his own eyes. This thing is very important. It involves the supreme Taoist inheritance of my Chenian sect. Tian Bai said to Zhao Yuniao with a serious expression, "You must not leak it easily. Otherwise it will inevitably cause big trouble." As he spoke, he hurriedly took the other white paper handed over by Zhao Yuniao. He carefully and quickly browsed the text content. Seeing so many inheritances about spells, formations, alchemy, and even the inheritance of cultivation skills such as beast control, talismans, and spiritual food that Chenian sect did not have at all, he was even more shocked and unbelievable. Could it be that in that unknown ancient times, there were still a group of sages seeking the Tao, exploring and pursuing the method of cultivating the Tao? There are so many inheritances of cultivation skills. At this moment, Tian Bai recalled the origin of Chenian sect in his mind. At the beginning, there were no cultivators in this world. All of them were mortals. The founder of his own sect was just an ordinary Jianghu fortune teller, until the founder accidentally discovered an unknown ancient scroll. Through this, he devoted himself to meditation and founded Chenian sect. After being perfected and deduced by successive Chenian sect leaders, the Taoist scripture Taiji Xianqing Dao gradually came into being.